Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 251, Discovering the Mineral Source, Escaping Danger, and the Seventh Prince. 30 miles from Chiuri Mountain, in Butterfly Valley, Fu Yongai's eyes flickered open and closed, and a strange light flashed from them. The light lingered in the valley for a moment before Fu Yongai closed his eyes again, and the strange color in his eyes faded. However, at this moment, he felt a faint excitement. This Butterfly Valley is truly strange. He hesitated for a moment, then slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and the treasure hunting instrument appeared in his hand. This treasure was obtained by the southern barbarians from the blood-forbidden land and eventually sold on the black market. Liang's Hidden spent a fortune to purchase it, hoping to obtain more treasures in the Kanglin's secret realm, but it ultimately fell into the hands of Fu Changsheng. After Fu Yongai discovered a vein of spirit stone, Fu Changsheng gave it to Fu Yongai as a reward. Fu Yongai activated his cultivation technique. A spell entered the treasure hunting instrument, and with a humming sound, a beam of light suddenly illuminated, sweeping across Butterfly Valley. Indifferent, the treasure hunting instrument trembled slightly. It trembled again. Then another flash of light appeared. This is it, 2 flashes of light. That meant the valley contained a second-tier mineral vein. Fu Yongai was instantly excited and was about to explore further down, but when he looked up, he saw that it was already dark. He quickly put away his spell. It was too dangerous for him to search for treasure alone in such an unfamiliar place. He performed the immortal steps. With a few flashes, he disappeared into Butterfly Valley. After a while, he returned to the abandoned cave in Autumn Mountain. Yunbozi was slightly relieved to see him return safely, but he couldn't help but scold him. You kid, you said you'd stay around, but you disappeared after you left. He stopped talking halfway. Seeing Fu Yongai's excited face, Yunbozi blinked. Yongai, did you find a treasure? He had heard that the Fu family had a powerful spiritualist. Fu Yongai instinctively surveyed every new place he visited. It was for this reason that he didn't stop him from going out. Could it really be such a coincidence? Yunbozi stared at Fu Yongai. You kid, speak up. You're using sign language when it comes to the crucial moment. Fu Yongai remained unmoved. Instead, he looked at Liu Mizhan inquiringly. Obviously, Fu Yongai didn't trust Yunbozi very much. After Liu Mizhan nodded, he spoke. Mother, in a Butterfly Valley 30 miles away from Chiuri Mountain, I used a treasure hunting device to detect a second-level mineral vein. However, I haven't had time to take a closer look at the specific mineral source and the amount of reserves. I thought I'd come back and report first. He really found a mineral vein. Yunbozi's face lit up with joy, and he said with a smile, Yongai, you are really a lucky star. But what did he think of? Yunbozi shook his head. If I remember correctly, Butterfly Valley is the border between the 8th-ranked Jin family and the Tang family in Jingzhou. Even if we discover it and start mining, those 2 families will surely notice. It's not our own fiefdom, so we'll just be making things easier for them. Liu Mizhan smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Yu, if we can confirm the existence of such a spiritual vein in Butterfly Valley, then we'll have a powerful trump card for this trip. I remember you mentioned that your Yu family is now under the rule of the 8th-ranked Tang family, right? Even though the Yu family is in 9th rank, they're still under the jurisdiction of a top-rank family. If they could use this mineral vein as a bargaining chip to get the Tang family to issue a conscription order to the Yu family, forcing them to leave their land for foundation establishment training, then they wouldn't even need to declare war on the Yu family. They could simply relocate the 3rd branch of the family here without even moving a single soldier. No matter how brave the Yu family is, they can't overthrow the Tang family. Yunbozi was also a clever man. He immediately figured it out, and with a hearty laugh, he patted Fu Yongai on the shoulder. Yongai, you truly are a lucky star. Let's go to Butterfly Valley while it's dark. If it were a rare mineral vein, perhaps we could gain even more benefits from this negotiation. Yunbozi was incredibly excited. He was about to rush out with Fu Yongai, but Liu Mizhan gestured for her to wait. She turned and walked to the door of Master Yu's private stone chamber, knocked on it, and said, "Uncle Yu, please come out again." Once it was confirmed that Butterfly Valley contained a mineral source, it was natural to set up a magic circle to protect it first. The four of them emerged from Autumn Mountain, each casting an invisibility spell. After arriving at Butterfly Valley, Yunbozi first circled the valley. A slight frown crossed his face. "Yonggai, you're not mistaken, are you? There's not even a trace of spiritual energy in this valley. I've probed the ground with my spiritual sense, but haven't found any mineral deposits." He feared his excitement would be in vain. Liu Mizhen, however, didn't question it at all. She nodded to Fu Yonggai and said, "Yonggai, begin." "Yes, mother." Fu Yonggai, facing Yunbozi's doubts about his abilities, was eager to prove something. Other matters were fine, but if anyone questioned his spiritual exploration skills, he would be extremely unhappy. He muttered something to himself. He closed his eyes. Then, he combined his index and middle fingers and passed them across his eyes. When he opened them again, a strange light suddenly shone in his eyes. A faint flicker of light appeared. Fu Yonggai then flipped his right hand. The treasure hunting instrument appeared in his hand. He combined the two. A moment later, Fu Yonggai slapped a burial talisman on himself and disappeared hundreds of feet underground. His mana was clearly running low. After all, the treasure hunting instrument was a third-tier spiritual artifact. Seeing this, Liu Mizhen hurriedly said, "Yonggai, don't worry. Recover your mana first." Fu Yonggai had originally planned to make a last-ditch effort, but now his mana was depleted. After all, activating a spiritual artifact at his current level was already difficult. He nodded slightly. Months passed like this. The group still found nothing. Yunbozi had given up hope. While Fu Yonggai was investigating, he whispered to Liu Mizhen, "Madam, including the journey we've taken, 2 years have already passed. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid the Kui family will have snatched the last 8th-tier aristocratic family spot. While we still have time, let's explore other methods. If that doesn't work, we can just storm directly." Even Fu Yonggai himself was losing confidence. Liu Mizhen remained unmoved. He said calmly, "There's not a single 9th-rank family in the Kui family's fiefdom. It won't be easy for them to take the quota. Wait a little longer. I believe in Yonggai." Yunbozi tried his best to persuade him. Seeing that Liu Mizhen wouldn't listen, he could only stand by and fret. Grandmaster Yu, however, took advantage of this opportunity to refine the 3 talents mystery formation. Another half-month passed. Deep underground, Fu Yonggai held his breath. Liu Mizhen's absolute trust in him gradually settled his previously wavering mindset. He was less impatient when searching for mineral resources again. His cultivation level was too low, so he could only activate the treasure hunting instrument twice a day at most, which made the entire exploration process seem extremely slow. Fu Yonggai took a deep breath. As usual, he activated the treasure hunting instrument. Suddenly, a buzz. The treasure hunting instrument trembled slightly. This indicated that there was indeed a mineral source nearby. Fu Yongai's eyes lit up with joy. It had taken over half a year. Finally, his hard work paid off. He didn't immediately claim credit. Before he'd seen the object in person, it was too early to say anything. His spell changed again. As the dry incantation echoed, the treasure hunting instrument vibrated even more noticeably. Then, boom! A ray of light rose from the treasure hunting instrument. According to past experience, a symbol formed by a ray of light represented a first-tier mineral source. Fu Yonggai watched the treasure hunting instrument nervously. If it were just a first-tier mineral source, it would probably not impress the 8th-tier Tang family. Buzz! The treasure hunting instrument vibrated again. A second ray of precious light rose slowly, merging with the previous one in midair. After a slight tremor, it transformed into a 2-colored symbol. It's a second-tier mineral source. Fu Yongai's pale face lit up with surprise. Thus, their goal for this trip was halfway accomplished. I finally lived up to my mother's expectations. The 2-colored symbol floated forward, finally landing 100 feet to his left and in front of him. Fu Yonggai retracted his spell and closed his eyes. The strange color in them faded, but now bloodshot, they shone with excitement. He formed a seal with his right hand. A stream of spiritual energy transformed into a sword blade, slicing the stone in front of him. After the incomplete stone was cut, a hazy glow appeared on the surface of the cut stone. The halo seemed to have 2 colors constantly flowing, Like the yin and yang energies in the Tai Chi diagram, the black and white lights intertwining and entwining, yet clearly defined. This is, Fu Yonggai took it in his hand and examined it carefully. But this spiritual material was new to him. Grandpa Yu and the others should know about it. Fu Yonggai took out a jade communication talisman and sent a message to Liu Mizhan and the other two in the Autumn Mountain Cave. Yunbozi was stunned when he received the message. After 6 months of searching, he thought it was hopeless. He never expected that Fu Yonggai would actually find a mineral vein. The three of them quickly reunited with Fu Yonggai in Butterfly Valley, underground where the mineral source had been discovered. Yunbozi stepped forward quickly. With a flick of his sleeve, the hazy glow dissipated. Strange crystals embedded in the stone wall came into view. What kind of mineral is this? Yunbozi didn't recognize it. Liu Mizhan turned to look at Master Yu, who raised his eyebrows and said, "This is the yin-yang mystic stone. The yin and yang energy it contains can be used to refine second-tier magical instruments, or it can serve as the core material for the formation's core, using its yin and yang energy to drive the entire formation. Although it's only a mid-grade second-tier mineral, it's quite rare and fetches a higher price in the market than the more common top-tier or second-tier minerals." Yunbozi's face lit up at this. This way, he had a bargaining chip in his negotiations with the Tang family. After turning to praise Fu Yonggai, he quickly asked, "Yonggai, based on your recent survey, is this yin-yang mystic stone mine large or medium?" Fu Yonggai shook his head. He had only just located the exact location of the mineral vein. As for the extent of the treasure, it would take some time to investigate. Liu Mizhan nodded and said, "No rush. Before that, I'll have to trouble Uncle Yu to set up a magic array in Butterfly Valley to conceal it." Yes, Grandmaster Yu came prepared. After the four of them emerged from underground, Yunbozi and Liu Mizhan assisted, and Grandmaster Yu led the formation. At dawn, a three-elements maze formation was completed, shrouding the entire valley in a white curtain of light. Grandmaster Yu cast a spell into the central array disk. The curtain trembled slightly, and then disappeared. No one knew. This Butterfly Valley, devoid of any spiritual energy, had set up a magic array. After a moment's rest, Liu Mizhan said, "Uncle Yu, the three of you stay in Butterfly Valley. I'll go to Yanlang Market to gather some information." Yes, the three nodded quickly. Grandmaster Yu was to hold the formation, while Fu Yonggai was to survey the mineral reserves. Yunbozi wanted to go along, but was afraid the Yu family might discover their plans and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Liu Mizhan was the only one heading to Yanlang Market. Fu Yonggai was a little worried. "Mother, be careful. Yanlang Market was 1,000 miles from Butterfly Valley." Liu Mizhan, riding a two-headed, green-eyed python, arrived at the market entrance before dark. Unlike Jingzhou, Yanlang Market was bustling with Foundation establishment cultivators, and even Purple Mansion cultivators could be seen riding the wind. This showed that Jingzhou was more affluent than Jingzhou. Guarding the city gates were all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Liu Mizhan stood at the end of a long line. When it was her turn, the guard glanced at her divination disc and muttered, "Another from Weinan." The voice was low, but Liu Mizhan heard it clearly. Her brows furrowed slightly. But she didn't know who the guard was talking about. Passing through the barrier gate, a rich aura washed over her. Liu Mizhan sensed it. The aura was even more intense than the lower grade, third-tier spiritual vein in their Yunshan County fiefdom. "This Jingzhou is truly a magnanimous enterprise," she observed. She took a closer look. The market was bustling with people. Cultivators in a variety of robes moved between a dazzling array of stalls. Some sold flying swords. Some sold elixirs. There were also stalls selling talismans. Various talismans fluttered in the wind, including fire-controlling and lightning-proof talismans. The stall owners, armed with talisman brushes, drew talisman designs on the spot, drawing crowds of onlookers. In the distance, the spirit pet pavilion evoked the occasional neighing and roaring of spirit pets. Spirit deer, radiating auspicious auras, and spirit foxes, with their spirit eyes, were caged in specially crafted spirit cages, awaiting their destined possessors. The entire market was shrouded in a whirlwind of spiritual energy, a bustling scene. The customer flow far exceeded that of Wanning Market. Liu Mizhan chose a window seat at Juixun Tea House and ordered a pot of Fangping tea. Her five senses were fully awakened. A faint conversation drifted from the adjacent tea house. "Brother Chu, I heard that an ancient monument has appeared at the border of the far west. The imperial court is said to have assembled forces to compete with the sects of the far west for control of this monument. Is this news true, Brother Liao? How could it be false? The discovery of the monument caused quite a stir. I went to Beishitong to inquire about the news, and I heard. The subsequent conversation was transmitted through voice transmission. A moment later, an excited voice rang out again. Brother Chu, if that's the case, then we must prepare quickly. Of course not. After all, Beishitong's information was bought with real money, and the intelligence he provides has never been wrong. If we can enter this ancient site and gain this opportunity, the spirit stones you and I will have accumulated will be enough to rent a shop from the Tang family. The shops in Yanlang Market are making a fortune every day. With this, we two brothers will have a foundation for our livelihood. Liu Mizan, who was sitting next door, placed 3 spirit stones on the tea table, stood up, and walked down from the tea house to determine the direction. She walked towards West Street. At the end, she saw a shop built of skeletons, exuding a sinister and bloody aura. A plaque hanging above the shop read, Beishitong. The door was closed. Liu Mizan glanced at the door groove. With a flick of her sleeve, 10 spirit stones fell into it. Buzz! The door opened. Liu Mizan stepped inside. Inside, the heads of various monsters, seemingly recently deceased, hung upside down. A chilling wind blew. In the center of the room, a blood-red mirror stood. A line of words was scribbled on the mirror. The reward varied depending on the information provided, and it wasn't just spirit stones. A gust of chilling wind blew by. The words in the mirror vanished instantly, and a gray mist filled the air. Then, a strange skull appeared, its 9 eye sockets shrouded in ghostly fire. A voice, neither human nor ghost, uttered, "Hey, tell me what you want to know." After leaving Beishitong, Liu Mizan stayed in the market for a few more days, verifying the information. Only then did she leave Yanlang Market. After leaving the market, she vaguely sensed something was amiss, being targeted. Suddenly, she remembered the guard's casual mention of another one from Weinan when she entered the market. Could it be that in a flash of lightning, Liu Mizan suddenly guessed a possibility? What she hadn't anticipated was that she had already taken a disguise pill, meaning ordinary people shouldn't have recognized her at all. Hesitating for a moment, Liu Mizan didn't summon the 2-headed, green-eyed python. Instead, she chose to fly, and not toward Butterfly Valley. After leaving Yanlang Market, she flew toward Hongmeng Mountain, towering into the clouds, where the Jingzhou Zhenshi division was located. Once she entered the mountain, the aura that had been following her apparently stopped just outside the mountain gate. In the pine forest at the foot of the mountain, a flash of white light emerged, and then the figure of clan leader Gongsun flashed out. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Am I seeing things? But the aura of the woman just now was remarkably similar to Liu Mizan's. Clan leader Gongsun waited there for nearly half a month. When the woman didn't come down from the mountain, he felt relieved. Thank goodness I didn't take action earlier. Clearly, the woman was from this Zhenshi division. Otherwise, how could she have stayed there for so long? Clan leader Gongsun turned and left. He hadn't found a suitable buyer for the demon beast materials he brought, and the Yanlang Market auction was about to begin. In Hongmeng Mountain, Liu Mizan waited in the side hall of the World Suppression Division for about a month before rising and saying to the guards, "Since the palace master is unavailable, I'll come back another day." With that, Liu Mizan descended the mountain. After she left, the green-robed guard on the left approached the red-robed guard and muttered, "Brother Sun." This woman immediately went after the palace master. I think she did it on purpose. Even if she's the mistress of a 9th-rank family, the palace master wouldn't be able to meet her whenever she wants. The World Suppression Division was headquartered in the imperial capital. Each state had a one-husuo, each manned by a giant Tenrun. The World Suppression Divisions established in the prefectures under the state's jurisdiction were also called Kaian-husuo, typically commanded by a Zifu. The Zhenshi division on Hongmeng Mountain was a 10,000 household-level division. Forget the matriarch of a 9th-rank family, even the head of a 7th-rank family would have to wait in line to request an audience with the palace master. Brother Sun, it seems to me that this Liu has clearly encountered an enemy and has come towards Zhenshi division to seek temporary refuge. Guard Sun was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment stage. How could he not know such a simple truth? He saw through it but didn't speak out. Furthermore, the Zhenshi division's responsibilities included protecting the aristocratic families. Butterfly Valley. Yunbozi paced back and forth in the mountains, his face filled with worry. Master Yu, the matriarch hasn't returned for a month. I think it's better for me to go there myself. Fu Yonggai had already surveyed the underground mineral resources, originally meditating to recover his mana. But now he stood up and said, Fellow Taoist Yu, my mother said you can't show up. If you really need to go to Yanlang Market, then I'll go. No, with your level of cultivation, if something really happens, you won't be able to help. As long as I take the disguise pill, the Yu family won't recognize me. As the two argued, Grandmaster Yu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He said calmly, Mizhen has returned. About half a cup of tea later, Liu Mizhen's figure appeared outside Butterfly Valley. Yunbozi's eyes lit up with joy at Liu Mizhen's safe return. But then he subconsciously glanced behind him at Master Yu. Given Liu Mizhen's speed, even if it wasn't fast, a short half cup of tea was still a considerable distance. Master Yu, however, had instantly detected Liu Mizhen's presence. This indicated that Master Yu's cultivation had far surpassed the foundation establishment stage. The Fu family truly holds hidden talents. Yunbozi was stunned, yet he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Following the Fu family might be the greatest opportunity of his life. The moment Liu Mizhen entered, he immediately said, Uncle Yu, quickly deactivate the formation. And please help check for any suspicious individuals following us. Master Yu cast a spell on the central formation disk. With a humming sound, the formation's light curtain closed. Don't worry, no one's following us. That was excellent. Liu Mizhen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yunbozi hurriedly asked, Madam, what happened? Liu Mizhen didn't hide it. Someone from Huainan has also arrived in Jingzhou. She immediately told him about how she was being tracked and ended up hiding in the Hongmeng Mountains Henshi division for a month. Upon hearing this, Fu Yonggai frowned and said, Madam, if they are really from Huainan and are so hostile to our Fu family, they are most likely the Gongsun family. As for the other families, they had some old grudges with the Liang family. However, after the Liang family changed their head, they took the initiative to seek peace. When the beast tide broke out, the Liang family also suffered heavy losses and should not have the manpower to travel to Jingzhou. Liu Mizhen nodded slightly. However, the four of them gathered together and were not afraid when they encountered people from the Gongsun family. Yunbozi was even more worried about the situation of the Tang and Jin families. Liu Mizhen said slowly, based on the information I've gathered, I'm afraid our mission this time will be somewhat difficult. The Tang family has produced a swordsmanship genius, Tang Yunshan. Furthermore, not long ago, the Tang clan leader's youngest daughter was favored by the 7th prince, and I heard that they are planning to take her into the prince's mansion as a concubine. The Tang family is thriving and has a promising future. Countless people are trying to curry favor with them. Lately, the doorstep of the Tang family has been trampled by visitors. Chapter 252, Secret Realm appears, Xiao Xianzhi promoted, negotiations. If the Tang family could secure the throne of the 7th prince, ascending to the status of a 7th-rank aristocratic family would be imminent. Yunbozi enviously remarked, the Tang family's fortune is truly heaven-defying. As long as Tang Yunshan survived, the Tang family could potentially produce a golden core true person. Liu Mizhen then looked at Fu Yonggai and asked, Yonggai, what are the reserves of this vein? If the reserves were negligible, then they wouldn't even have the right to negotiate with the Tang family. After all, the Tang family wasn't foolish enough to hand over the heads of their subordinates for nothing. Fu Yonggai said with a hint of relief, Mother, this is a medium to large vein. If we fully exploit it, not counting labor costs, and sell it in the market, we should be able to fetch 700,000 or 800,000 spirit stones. At these words, a smile crossed Liu Mizhen's eyes. This way, not only could they take over the Yu family's third branch, but they could also seize a small shop in the Yanlang market from the Tang family. Yunbozi was now anxiously awaiting the outcome. Madam, the Tang family has secured the 7th prince's support. The real fear is that they might exploit their power and renege on their promises. Fu Yonggai shared this sentiment. He had witnessed numerous instances of this in his childhood, as village landlords seized the villagers' fertile land, especially on their own territory. Liu Mizhen remained calm, saying, So we can't rush in. We must wait and see. Madam, what do you mean? I've heard from Bei Shituang that Xiao Xianzhi, for her contributions in leading the Huainan nobles against the beast tide, will soon be transferred to the Wenhu division of this Henshisi in Jingzhou. We can then ask Xiao Xianzhi to intervene. With his Henshisi as their backing, the Tang family, no matter how bold, won't dare renege on their promise. Yun Bozi, upon hearing this, chuckled. Madam, this is a very kind act. He had long since heard of it. The mistress and Xiao Xianger had a good relationship, and now it seemed to be true. He hurriedly asked, Mistress, have you heard when Xiao Xianger will be promoted? At least 3 years, at most 5 years, personnel changes were taking place in this Henshi division. Especially at the Purple Mansion level, promotions weren't instantaneous. Yun Bozi complained it took too long, but he'd waited nearly 100 years, so a few years wouldn't hurt. Moreover, for a cultivator, 3 to 5 years was just a blink of an eye. While Liu Mizhan and the others waited for Butterfly Valley, a shocking event occurred within the Fu family of Pingshan County, Huainan, Jingshao. Pingshan County was a fiefdom. When the beast tide erupted, the Spirit Mountain formation had to be withdrawn to reduce defensive positions. The beast tide swept in, entrenched, and hundreds of acres of spiritual flowers and herbs were wiped out. Fortunately, the monsters didn't cause any damage to the spiritual veins. Yao and Yu Kingu teamed up to re-establish the mountain protection formation. Fairy K led the disciples of the Spirit Planting Hall, working tirelessly day and night to repair the spiritual fields and replant red marrow rice. Seeing her mother so toiled, Yulian joined in the work. Yang Fei, feeling bad for Yulian as she carried her child while casting the spirit rain, instructed Roger to take good care of the formation and join the laborers. After months of hard work, hundreds of acres of spiritual fields were finally repaired and seeded one by one. Yang Fei then returned to the formation's central hall. Entering, he saw Roger's bed, placed beside the platform, but empty. Where'd that child gone? Yang Fei frowned. His spiritual sense immediately probed underground to investigate. Ever since Roger had established his foundation, perhaps due to the spirit beast within him, he sometimes liked to burrow underground and hibernate deep underground. However, his spiritual sense swept back and forth. But Roger wasn't found underground. Could this child have secretly escaped to the Shiwen Mountains? He hesitated. Yang Fei cast a spell on the main formation platform, and a curtain of light rose from it. Ripples flashed through the light, revealing the mountain's topography. Indeed, Roger wasn't found in the mountains. A faint feeling of foreboding struck Yang Fei. With a flick of his sleeve, a jade communication talisman was inserted into it. With a humming sound, the talisman trembled slightly, and then the spiritual light faded. This is, Roger can't be contacted. Yang Fei's face immediately showed anxiety. Normally, Roger seemed well-fed and well-rested, aloof from the world, but whenever he sent a message, he would respond promptly. This was the first time he hadn't been able to contact him directly. I hope nothing really happens. Yang Fei's forehead was immediately covered with sweat. The master was in seclusion. The mistress was away on a long journey. She had specifically entrusted the child to him. If something really happened, how would he explain it to the Patriarch, mistress, and others? He wouldn't even be able to get past this hurdle. Yang Fei's body shook. He was extremely fast. He rushed to the mountain gate like a gust of wind. Fu Yuanqi was guarding the gate. It was the first time he saw Yang Fei so panicked. He hurriedly asked, Elder Yang, is it an invasion by foreign enemies? The beast tide had just passed. Don't start another war. They can't afford to be tossed around. Yang Fei shook his head and said quickly, give me the travel record sheet. Fu Yuanqi was puzzled, but still quickly took out a thick record sheet from his sleeve. Yang Fei quickly flipped through it. He found no record of Ronggier's travel. Could Ronggyer still be in the mountains? Yang Fei turned back and searched again. He found traces of Ronggyer deep in the central array platform of the formation. Following this clue, he cleverly avoided the protective formation. Finally, appearing thousands of feet down a handling riverbed at the border with Yunqian County, Ronggier's trace disappeared. After searching for a while, Yang Fei found nothing. He immediately returned to Yunqian County and quickly went to the Soul Palace to take a look. He found that Ronggier's soul lamp was still there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fangear got the news. He hurried to the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace was filled with the soul lamps of the Fu family's cultivators with spiritual roots. Yang Fei suddenly returned to Yunqian County and rushed into the Soul Palace without saying a word, which really scared Fangear. He thought that his mother and others had an accident on the way to Jingzhou. He glanced at the soul lamp. There was nothing unusual. He breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Fei, what happened? Yang Fei's face was solemn. After pinching a soundproof spell, He told Fangir about Rongir's strange disappearance. Upon hearing this, Fangir's face changed. Grandpa Fei, if what you said is true, we need to discuss this matter carefully. If someone deliberately set a trap to lure my second brother to Hanlin River, I'm afraid he's already in someone else's hands. Elsewhere, Yao Iao also arrived upon hearing the news. After hearing the whole story, she immediately said, Grandpa Fei, led the way. Let's go to Hanlin River. If someone set a trap, as a formation master, he would surely be able to detect the clues. As the two were about to leave, Fangir worriedly instructed, Grandpa Fei, if anything happens, send a message to me immediately. If all else fails, have father come out of seclusion. Don't take any risks. To avoid causing an unnecessary stir, the two cast invisibility and quietly left Uiao City, reaching deep underground in Hanlin River before removing the invisibility. Yang Fei said, I've been searching all the way from Pingshan County to here, and Rongir has disappeared. Yao Iao nodded slightly. He first looked around, then slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a detection array disc appeared in his hand. As he infused a series of incantations, a dark aura suddenly illuminated the disc. A short while later, a buzz. The detection array disc vibrated violently. A dark light imprinted itself on a stone wall. Yao Iao retracted the incantation. Her face paled slightly, but a glint of hope shone in her eyes. Grandpa Fei, try to activate this stone wall with your magic power. Yang Fei formed a hand seal with his right hand. A flash of light transformed into an axe, which he swung down through the air. Ling. Sparks flew from the stone wall. The axe shattered with a clang, disintegrating into tiny specks of starlight. Huh? What is this? Yang Fei's mind moved. A flash of black light flashed, and his natal guard roared out of his body. He was about to activate it, but Yao Iao stopped him. Grandpa Fei, this is a barrier, set by an ancient cultivator. It cannot be broken by brute force. Ancient barrier. Yang Fei was stunned. Half worried, half happy. Yao Iao, are you saying that your second brother accidentally entered this barrier? In other words, he wasn't abducted? Yao Iao nodded slightly. As Yang Fei's magical attack dissipated, the faint runes that had been appearing on the stone wall instantly dissipated. Yao Iao said nothing. She slapped her storage bag. Instantly, array flags and array discs landed in different locations under the Hanlin River bed, accompanied by the sound of her incantation. Buzz! Spiritual light emerged from the array flags. After connecting interline, it poured into the array disc. A light shield fell down inverted. Boom! With Yao Iao's magic spell, the light shield disappeared. Only then did her face show excitement. Grandpa Fei, perhaps my second brother has found an ancient site, possessing an ancient barrier. After the barrier, perhaps it was the ruins of an ancient cultivator's cave, or perhaps the remains of an ancient sect. Whatever it was a great opportunity for the Fu family, which was why he had immediately set up the formation. Yang Fei, previously distracted by concern, finally came to his senses, though with a hint of confusion in his eyes. But how did Rongir know about this ancient barrier? Suddenly, Yang Fei thought of a possibility. Perhaps Rongir's companion spirit beast had awakened its bloodline memory, leading him to this place. Otherwise, how could Rongir have entered the barrier so easily? Yao Iao, can you break the barrier? Yang Fei remained a little worried. Yao Iao had studied formations with Grandmaster Yu for over 20 years. While her attainments in formations weren't as impressive as his, her foundation was solid. She didn't immediately agree, saying, it's hard to say. I'll study it a bit first. By the way, Grandpa Fei, please return to Uiao City and inform me of my eldest brother's situation. I'll be here for the next while, studying how to break the barrier. Grandpa Fei, if you don't have urgent matters, there's no need to come. If you have any, just call me. If this truly was an ancient cave or the remains of an ancient sect, if word leaked, not only Huainan but also the East Wasteland tribes and the aristocratic families of Huibai Prefecture would get involved. Chaos would be inevitable. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about this place, the better. Especially now that their clan's main fighting force was away. After Yang Fei left, Yao Iao set up another formation, specifically to conceal the leakage of spiritual energy and divine senses. She exhaled deeply. Yao Iao sat cross-legged beneath the stone wall of the barrier. She continually summoned the runes of the barrier on the stone wall, then practiced them on the sand table. 7 years flew by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the barrier stone wall was struck by Yao's spells. Buzz! The runes on the stone wall surged. An 8-trigram pattern condensed. This pattern clearly divided the barrier into 8 regions: Jin, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Yui. Each region was interconnected and mutually restricted. The flow of energy within the formation followed the mutual generation and restraint of the 8 trigrams. Yao retracted the spell. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes. Finally, I found the key to breaking the formation. Yao resumed her practice on the sand table. Elsewhere, in Jingzhao's Butterfly Valley, Yunbozi paced back and forth, occasionally glancing outside and muttering, "It's already the 5th year. Could there be new changes at the court?" For the past few years, Liu Mizhen had gone out every other year. One reason was to sell monster materials. The other was to inquire whether Xiao Xianger had taken office. 5 years had passed. The Tang clan leader's youngest daughter had married into the 7 commanderies, yet they still hadn't made any progress. Fu Yuangai, unhurried, dropped a piece of ore he had dug into the basket. Over the past 5 years, he had devoted himself to cultivation and had already reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, one step closer to the middle stage. Turning to the hesitant Yunbozi, he said, "Uncle Yu, since the know-it-all said 5 years was the latest, and now that 5 years have passed, I guess we'll have accurate information this time when Mother goes out." At this Henshiyaman, guards spotted a woman approaching from a distance. As they approached, the green-robed guard said to the red-robed guard, "Brother Sun, this woman looks familiar." Guard Sun frowned, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, he realized, "This is Madame Fu, who visited us 5 years ago. Why is this woman still in Jingzhao? Could she be being hunted by her enemies again and hiding in the mountains?" The green-robed guard asked. Clearly, they looked down on the small family from Wainan. Guard Sun, however, stepped forward respectfully, bowing and asking, "Madame Fu, what brings you here? I have something to report to Lord Xiao. Could you please pass it on for me, fellow Taoist?" Guard Sun glanced at Liu Mizhen with surprise. Lord Xiao had only recently taken office. Liu Mizhen was quite well informed. "Madame Fu, please wait a moment." Guard Sun turned and walked towards the side hall. Xiao Xianger had previously served in Wainan, Jingzhao, and it seemed she knew Liu Mizhen well. Arriving at the side hall, after he had explained the reason, Xiao Xianger, seated at the head of the table, frowned. Liu Mizhen, she was about to refuse. After all, the Wainan Fu family was under the jurisdiction of the local Zhenshi division, so she could easily refuse to see them. Besides, she was merely the mistress of the 9th-rank family. However, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xianger said, "Take them to the backyard." "To the backyard? That wouldn't be official business." Guard Sun nodded in agreement. It seemed Madame Fu and Lord Xiao had a good relationship. After emerging from the side hall, he became even more respectful towards Liu Mizhen. "Madame Fu, this way," he said. He personally led Liu Mizhen to the side hall's backyard. The green-robed guards were stunned upon seeing her. The Fu family actually even managed to get close to Lord Xiao. When Liu Mizhen arrived in the backyard, Xiao Xianger was seated beneath a century-old meeting tree. Upon seeing her enter, she flicked her index finger, and the backyard's magic light curtain instantly closed. Liu Mizhen quickly saluted. "Congratulations, Lord, on your promotion. Sit down." Xiao Xianger waved her hand. After all, her promotion wasn't exactly high. After the host and guest took their seats, Xiao Xianger said calmly, "It's only been a few years since the beast died. Why are you, the Fu family, coming to Jingzhao instead of resting and recuperating?" Without waiting for Liu Mizhen's response, she said. He continued, "Forget it. That's your Fu family's business. Is there something important you're looking for me about? Jingzhao is different from Wainan Prefecture. The palace master is in charge now." The implication was that she couldn't help with major matters. Liu Mizhen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xiao Xianger, though cold on the outside, warm on the inside, didn't hesitate and said, "Sir, our Fu family has come all the way to Jingzhao to relocate the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the 9th-rank Yu family to our fiefdom." Finally, he briefly recounted the grudges between Yunbozi and the Yu family. Xiao Xianger frowned slightly. This matter was not easy to handle. After all, not long ago, the head of the Yu family had married his daughters to the 8th-rank Tang family, a family that was currently very popular in Jingzhou. Liu Mizhen paused. Then, her lips moved, and she quickly transmitted a few words. Xiao Xianger raised an eyebrow in surprise, tapped the table, and mused, if that's the case, we might as well give it a try. Regarding the Tang clan. Clan leader Tang has been fawning over him wherever he goes lately, enjoying immense popularity. However, despite his ascension to the 7th county prince title, clan leader Tang has maintained a more low-key demeanor than before, repeatedly admonishing his clansmen to refrain from any wrongdoing. For this reason, during a grand clan ceremony, in front of the entire clan, he punished several members who were using the 7th county prince title to deceive others. The Tang clan's previously impetuous atmosphere was instantly suppressed. Upon receiving Xiao Xianger's message, clan leader Tang paused. Then, his gaze flickered to Madame Tang, who was standing beside him. Could it be that another member of the clan has been causing trouble and offending Lord Xiao? One of the members previously punished was Madame Tang's niece, who had married into the family. Madame Tang waved her hand quickly. My dear, our clansmen are very well behaved these days. Such incidents won't happen again. Then, Madame Tang couldn't help but mutter, this Lord Xiao is merely from the remote land of Huainan. He has no connections at court. Our daughter is a concubine of a county prince. If a member of the clan makes a minor mistake, how dare Lord Xiao blame us? The moment these words left her mouth, the Tang clan leader's eyes narrowed slightly. He quickly shouted, come, take Madame to the Patriarch's residence. From now on, she is not allowed to leave without my permission. Madame Tang was stunned. She had done nothing wrong, yet she was being confined again. Madame Tang protested her injustice, but the Tang clan leader remained unmoved. Xiao Xianger's family was a 5th-grade Jinan family in Jianzhou. Even the 7th county prince's palace wouldn't dare offend them. Patriarch Tang didn't waste a moment, fearing Xiao Xianger would think he was being inconsiderate. He galloped to the agreed-upon location, Qinghai Mountain. Since the meeting wasn't at the Shenxi division, it was likely a private matter. Arriving at Qinghai Mountain, he saw a ripple flash through the empty sky ahead, followed by a gap. Patriarch Tang swung into the mountain. Atop the mountain, he saw, besides Xiao Xianger, a strange woman. After greeting her, Xiao Xianger introduced her. This is the 9th-rank matriarch of the Fu family, from Huainan, Jingzhou. Someone from Huainan? Patriarch Tang was momentarily confused as to what Xiao Xianger was up to. After taking a seat, Xiao Xianger said directly, I've summoned Patriarch Tang today because I have an opportunity for you. It was a piece of cake. Clan leader Tang naturally didn't believe it. He quickly said, thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I can't accept gifts without merit. Just, don't be so quick to refuse. Wait until I'm done. Xiao Xianger took a sip of the Qinghai tea Liu Mizhen had brewed. She continued, Madame Fu discovered a medium to large mineral source. I've personally visited it. If it were mined, it would be worth nearly 1 million spirit stones, a second-level mineral source worth 1 million. Clan leader Tang's heart skipped a beat. With this amount of spirit stones, he could prepare a spiritual item for Yunshin to break through to the Purple Mansion, though that would undoubtedly come at a price. But at this moment, his heart was pounding. Her ears pricked up unconsciously. In exchange, you only need to come up with a suitable reason to transfer the Yu family's foundation building training out of their clan territory. In addition, transfer the largest of your 3 shops in Yanlang Market to the Fu family. As expected, upon hearing Xiao Xianger's 2 conditions, Patriarch Tang felt a sense of relief. The request meant it was likely true. And given Xiao Xianger's status, it was impossible for her to deceive him for a shop, not to mention that it had already been transferred to her name. His thoughts raced. Patriarch Tang frowned and said, the Yu family is under my Tang family's jurisdiction. Madame Fu, please tell me why you want me to transfer the Yu family's foundation building training out of their clan territory. Otherwise, no matter how generous your offer, I cannot agree. 8th-rank aristocratic families have the duty to protect the aristocratic families under their jurisdiction. Liu Mizhen glanced at Patriarch Tang in surprise. She immediately stood up and, without beating around the bush, directly explained the grudge between Yun Bozi and the Yu family. Because, even if I didn't say it now, the Tang family would undoubtedly learn of this in the future, so there was no point in offending a family with such immense potential. Clan leader Tang hadn't expected Liu Mizhen to be so forthright. He paused for a moment before saying, the Yu family and I, the Tang family, were both 9th ranked. My great-grandfather was still alive when the Yu family's coup d'état took place. For this reason, his great-grandfather had specifically included this negative example of the Yu family in the clan's introductory texts, warning members not to fight against one another. The Yu family's coup d'état tragically cost them a prized talent. Otherwise, with the Yu family's momentum back then, they would have already ascended to the 8th rank, not still languishing in a 9th rank family. Since the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the Yu family no longer have their hearts in the Yu family, it's inevitable that they'll repeat the same fate in the future. I can agree to the first condition, but, clan leader Tang paused. He shook his head and said, I need to know the exact location of that mine. Besides, the shops in Yanlang Market are very valuable. My largest shop can be divided into 3 shops for rent. No matter what, I will never transfer it. Business talks are all about give and take. Chapter 253. Liu Mizhen had anticipated this. She then said, Patriarch Tang, I can only tell you the exact location of the mine if you agree. But rest assured, it's within your fiefdom. Since Patriarch Tang is reluctant to part with that large shop, how about we both compromise? You give up the one on West Street in Yunlongfang Market, and 10% of the mine's profits as Lord Xiao's witness fee. The West Street shop was used by the Tang family to sell groceries. Management was poor, and in recent years, the profits hadn't been as high as the rent. Patriarch Tang was immediately tempted. Xiao Xianzhe raised an eyebrow and glanced at Liu Mizhen. Giving up 10% of the mine's profits surprised her. Seeing Patriarch Tang still hesitant, she added fuel to the fire, saying, Patriarch Tang, I can guarantee the Fu family's services. You can rest assured. With a flick of his sleeve, he floated the pre-prepared contract before the two of them. Patriarch Tang glanced at it. Xiao Xianzhe's name was clearly signed, which reassured him. The two of them immediately signed and sealed the contract. According to the contract, the Tang family would first recruit the Yu family's foundation building members to leave the clan's territory. After the Fu family relocated the members of the 3rd branch of the Yu family, Liu Mizhen informed them of the specific location of the mine, and the Tang family relinquished the rights to the shop contract. Clan leader Tang was a man of decisive action, fearing any delay would lead to more trouble. After signing the contract, he issued the conscription order in front of Liu Mizhen. By sunset, the Yu family's foundation building members had been relocated from the Yu family's fiefdom. Meanwhile, Yun Bozi, having received Liu Mizhen's summons, had already sailed the treasure ship with Fu Yonggai to the exiled 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the Yu family. By the time the treasure ship arrived in Qian County, the Yu family's senior officials, who had received Yun Bozi's summons 3 years earlier, had already secretly gathered all their important belongings. In fact, the Qian County Yu family, having declined for many years, no longer had much in the way of property, and any valuables had long been pawned to support their livelihood. They all lived from hand to mouth. Upon receiving Yun Bozi's message, informing them that relocating to Jingzhou would allow them to become a 9th-rank aristocratic family, the elders were so excited they couldn't sleep for several nights. They had been eagerly awaiting this day. After the treasure ship landed, the old man from the 5th branch of the Yu family looked at Yun Bozi standing before him and burst into tears. Woo, young clan leader, I never thought I'd live to see you. The other elders followed suit. Truly. For nearly 100 years, their Qian County lineage had endured a truly difficult life. Qian County's spiritual energy was thin. The people of the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches could only live in a first-rank, lower-grade spiritual vein. To make matters worse, since the 2nd branch came to power, they had directly withheld the clan salaries of the 3rd branch. Furthermore, they had to pay a considerable amount of tribute each year. Their lives were worse than those of the average vassal key refining family. Such hardship. Yun Bozi, a descendant of the eldest branch, was sustained by his conviction that he would eventually return to Jingzhou. Now, his hard times were finally over. Woo, young clan leader, if the old patriarch knew of your achievements, he would surely rest in peace in his grave. The elders of the clan excitedly stepped forward to pay their respects to Yun Bozi. Back then, their 3rd branch was the most prosperous of the clan. After being exiled to Qian County, life became increasingly difficult. Many of the clan members were forced to seek a living elsewhere. Some worked as apprentices in shops, while others lived a life of poverty and danger with hunters. Each moment brought tears of bitterness. Yun Bozi choked back tears, saying, Elders, I'm sorry for being late and causing you so much suffering. Over the years, no matter how difficult life had been for the third branch in Yangang County, they had never considered changing their ways and joining the second branch. This alone deeply moved Yunbozi. Fu Yonggai stood aside for a moment, unable to resist a word of warning. Uncle Yu, we shouldn't stay here for long. After all, there were still so many people who needed to be accommodated. Yunbozi nodded repeatedly and immediately joined the elders in organizing the clan members to board the ship. This day was the Yangang County Yu family gathering. All the clan members, including men, women, and children, gathered at the sacrificial ground. The huge crowd numbered over 100,000. Fortunately, they had borrowed the largest treasure ship from the Shangguan family. Otherwise, so many people would not have been able to fit in. Even so, it took half a day to transfer all the people to the treasure ship. When the treasure ship started, Yu Fihong, who had never appeared before, flashed and appeared in the 9th floor cabin of the treasure ship. Yu Fihong was considered a golden phoenix that flew out of the chicken coop of the Yangang County Yu family. Given the predicament of the Yangang County lineage, very few of the clan members could cultivate to the late stage of key refining. Yu Fihong had reached this point through incredible perseverance. Yunbozi, with a touch of pride, introduced Fu Yonggai. Yonggai, this is the fifth sister I mentioned to you, the one who built her foundation without using a foundation establishment pill, building a foundation without a pill. This is a life or death situation. Furthermore, the success rate for building a foundation is incredibly low, practically 1 in 10,000. This is why so many peak-level key refining cultivators, without a foundation establishment pill, would rather live in vain than take the drastic step. Fu Yonggai, with heartfelt respect, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yu." To conceal their strength, this Yangang County lineage had kept Yu Fihong secret since their spiritual roots were detected. Only 2 people knew she had successfully established her foundation. Yu Fihong's gaze fell on the north of the treasure ship. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She said to Yunbozi, young clan leader, "The second branch of the Yu family has treated us so harshly over the years. Now that their clan territory is unguarded, this is the perfect time for us to retaliate, a century of forbearance." It was clear that Yu Fihong had no intention of letting the second branch off. Yunbozi was also somewhat tempted. Seeing this, Fu Yonggai, standing by, hurriedly said, "Uncle Yu, fellow Taoist Yu, our top priority now is to safely leave Jingzhou." 7 years had passed since the Fu family left Jingzhou. They couldn't let their efforts be ruined by the impulsive actions of these two. The excitement in Yunbozi's eyes faded. He then promised Yu Fihong, "Fifth sister, don't worry. Once we gain a foothold in Jingzhou, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle accounts with this second branch." Although Yu Fihong felt reluctant, she nodded in the end. After escaping the sea of suffering, she felt a vague sense of anticipation for Jingzhou, but more of a sense of uneasiness. After all, Huainan had just experienced a wave of beasts, and Jingzhou was notoriously lacking in spiritual energy. Furthermore, it bordered the Donghuang tribe. Whether the Yu family could establish roots in Huainan was uncertain. The developments in Yangang County. Word quickly reached the ears of the second branch of the Yu family. The head of the Yu family had been transferred from the clan territory, and the young patriarch was temporarily in charge of general affairs. Upon hearing the news, he asked in disbelief 3 times in a row, "Are you saying that the remnants of the first branch used a treasure ship, purchasable only for an 8th-rank family, to abduct all the members of the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of Yangang County?" "Indeed, young patriarch. That treasure ship had 12 floors, custom-made to specifications only an 8th-rank family could afford. I saw it with my own eyes, and it was incredibly fast, traveling non-stop. I estimate it has already left our fiefdom." "Young patriarch, do you think we should notify the head of the family to return?" The young patriarch paced rapidly back and forth. He had long ago advised his father to send all the members of the Yangang County branch to the mining area, to wear them down for a decade or 8, and then to resort to some other tactics. There would be no one left from the third branch by now. But his father had been soft-hearted. He still hoped that the other 3 branches would change their ways. Truly foolish. The young patriarch of the Yu family pondered for a moment and immediately said, "Xiao Liu, go release the crane. I need to go to the Tang family immediately." Which 8th-rank family had the remnants of the eldest branch of the family climbed onto? Only by going to the Tang family and releasing them would we know. By the time his father returned, the opportunity would be gone. The young patriarch of the Yu family rode the crane. After arriving at the Tang family, he waited in the waiting room until his tea had cooled before being informed that his two younger sisters, who had married into the Yu family, were not home. He finally met his second brother-in-law, but his words nearly irritated him. Brother-in-law, the people from the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the Yu family aren't interested in your second branch. They're gone, so why bother? From what I know, there aren't many of them who have even reached the late stage of key refining. They're just a few here and there. Their departure would save you from being a nuisance. That was unacceptable. For years, they had treated the Qian County lineage like slaves. Every one of them was a tough nut to crack. And there were so many of them. The remnants of the eldest branch now have an 8th-rank family as their backing. I'm afraid they'll be able to make a comeback in another 20 or 30 years. If that happens, the remnants of the eldest branch return. And they'll have nowhere to cry. The young patriarch of the Yu family pulled out a white box with gold patterns from his sleeve and handed it to his second brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, a single spark can start a prairie fire, and, this isn't a private matter for our Yu family. Clan members report that the ship that appeared in Qian County is a 12-story treasure ship, only owned by an 8th-rank family. This clearly shows that other 8th-rank families are involved. I'm afraid, the person behind this appears to be targeting our Yu family, but they're actually targeting your Tang family, brother-in-law. Clearly, the young patriarch of the Yu family is determined to drag the Tang family into this mess. Young Master Tang sighed inwardly. If his father hadn't told him the inside story ahead of time, he might have been persuaded by his eldest brother-in-law by now. He coughed lightly. Young Master Tang said, brother-in-law, you're absolutely right. If that's the case, we'll send someone to intercept the treasure ship. Please wait for good news here. With that, young Master Tang left the waiting room. The Yu clan's young patriarch hurried after him, intending to join him, but was intercepted by Tang clan guards. Returning to the waiting room and taking a seat, the young patriarch felt a growing sense of uncertainty. The treasure ship appeared in Qian County just as the Tang clan issued its call for conscription. Coincidentally, his two sisters, who had married into the Tang clan, had also left the courtyard. In a flash, the young patriarch had an idea. Could it be that the remnants of the eldest branch of the family have found the Tang clan? But why would the Tang clan help the remnants of the eldest branch of the family? After waiting in the waiting room for an hour or two, with no news, the young patriarch's expression changed. It was most likely the Tang clan was helping. If the Tang clan intervened, even if they tried to argue, they couldn't get away with it. They could still go to the Suppression Bureau to complain about the Tang family's meddling in their clan's affairs. But their second branch was already in the wrong during the coup. They were afraid that, if they went before the Suppression Bureau, they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. The Yu clan's young clan leader lamented, if father had listened to my advice, this wouldn't have happened, but the matter was done. There was no turning back. Deep beneath the Butterfly Valley, clan leader Tang, Liu Mizian, and Xiao Xianger were now. Clan leader Tang gazed at the ore in his hands, his eyes beaming. These ore sources were almost all of the highest quality, better than he had expected. Without further ado, he waved his sleeve and produced the deed to the grocery store on West Street in Yanglongfang Market. With Xiao Xianger as witness, the deed was transferred to the Fu family. Liu Mizian reached out to take the deed and said with a smile, Patriarch Tang, I hope we can collaborate on other projects in the future. Haha, great, great. Madam Fu, if you find a good business in the future, don't forget about our Tang family. Patriarch Tang was very satisfied. Furthermore, he instructed, Madam Fu, I've already notified the clan to close down that shop on West Street. You'll be able to take it over at sunset. That was excellent. After Liu Mizhan and Xiao Xianger emerged from Butterfly Valley, Xiao Xianger paused, thinking of the 10% mineral source profit she had received. Madam Fu, when you run your shop in Yanlong Market, if you encounter any difficulties, you can bring this token to the Shenxi division to find me. With a flick of her sleeve, a token bearing Xiao Xianger's name floated toward Liu Mizhan. Thank you, sir. Liu Mizhan bowed with some emotion. With this token, her future business in Yanlong Market would be secure. The four people who came to Jingzhou this time, Fu Yuangai, Yun Bozi and Master Yu, returned to Jingzhou, but Liu Mizhan chose to stay. First, Since the shop was already in hand, it was just right to make use of the monster material squeezed in hand to make it run. Second, the shop income was more important. However, for their Fu family, from now on, they have a stronghold in Jingzhou. In the future, the children of the family can also come to Jingzhou for training. After all, the resources in Jingzhou are richer than their Jingzhou. Liu Mizhen arrived at Yanlang Market and went to West Street as she was familiar with the place. Naturally, the owner of the Tang family grocery store did not have a good face when he saw Liu Mizhen. After all, no matter how bad the business of this store was, he was still the owner of this store and had been in charge for decades. He had some feelings for it. Secondly, and most importantly, the store had changed hands, and he was afraid that he would find it difficult to find such a lucrative position in the future. The owner Tang frowned. After repeatedly examining the shop Liu Mizhen presented, and finally giving up hope, he waved his sleeve. In a flash of light, a token floated towards Liu Mizhen. This is the shop's entry and exit token. Farewell. Shopkeeper Tang refused to say anything more. With a flick of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Liu Mizhen didn't care. She looked up at the shop, which had been stripped of its sign, but she was still quite excited. This was the Fu family's first shop in Jingzhou. It was also their first step beyond Jingzhou. She had to lay this foundation. Over the past few years, she had done relevant research every time she went in and out of Yanlang Market. The shops sold a wide range of goods. The specialties that the Fu family had been proud of before were no longer worth mentioning. If she wanted to revitalize this shop, she had to find another way. Fortunately, she had already made a plan before this. Liu Mizhen looked at the shop again. The shop was entirely constructed of second-grade, top-grade Qingyan, with two heavy doors of flower-spirited pear wood. The entire foundation and walls were covered in intricate runes. These runes merged with the Yanlang Market's mountain-protecting formation, forming the shop's own protective array. Therefore, these shops already possessed a strong protective power, also shielding against spiritual observation. Generally, shop owners didn't need to deploy additional arrays, though if they felt uneasy, that was another matter. Upon entering, the first thing that came into view was a spacious and bright front hall. Inside, rows of exquisite shelves, crafted from second-grade, premium Changsheng wood, exuded a delicate fragrance. The Tang family didn't even move these shelves. Liu Mizhen was stunned. A closer look revealed that the array patterns engraved on the shelves were integrated with a foundation. If the shelves were removed, the entire shop's protective array would be destroyed. I see. Passing through a moon-shaped archway on one side of the front hall, they arrived in the backyard. The backyard was quite spacious, surrounded by a spiritual barrier that prevented prying eyes while ensuring the well-nourished spiritual plants. To the left of the yard lay a spiritual plant garden. However, the spiritual flowers and herbs had all been uprooted, leaving only the fertile spiritual fields. Liu Mizhen's spiritual sense swept over the spiritual soil, and a flicker of joy crossed her eyes. Second-grade, top-quality spiritual soil, this was extremely rare. The Fu family currently possessed only second-grade, top-quality spiritual fields. To the right of the yard sat 3 or 4 private rooms, all of which had been emptied. In the center of the courtyard stood a small spiritual spring. The water was crystal clear, and strings of bubbles constantly emerged from the spring, releasing a rich spiritual energy as they burst. A fence carved from round spiritual stones surrounded the spring, inscribed with spirit-gathering array patterns. Liu Mizhen was quite satisfied with this courtyard. Just as she was looking around, a sound came from the front yard. Liu Mizhen was quite surprised. The plaque had been taken down, but she didn't know who was coming at this time. She came out from the moon-shaped archway. What caught her eye was an old woman dressed in black, with a kind smile on her face. "How are you, Taoist Luo?" Liu Mizhen bowed first. She recognized the other person at a glance. Old Lady Luo was a household name not only in Yanlang Market, but also in the entire Jingzhou. Old Lady Luo was hurt by a heartless man in her early years, and her child died in her womb. Since then, Old Lady Luo has completely given up on men and used the spirit stones she saved to buy a large garden in the suburbs, specifically to adopt abandoned baby girls. At first, she just felt that the abandoned babies were really pitiful, but as the baby girls grew up, and some of them were found to have spiritual roots, Old Lady Luo realized that she could not provide these children with good resources on her own. So, she began to rent spiritual fields, plant spiritual mulberry trees, and train these girls to help plant mulberry trees, raise silkworms, and weave robes. Over time, they were able to form an industrial chain. Decades passed. Old Lady Luo adopted countless baby girls, and did not interfere much with the girls' ambitions when they grew up. If they wanted to get married, she would prepare a generous dowry. If they wanted to marry into an aristocratic family, she would also help to build relationships. For this reason, the local Xianxi division reported her experience to the court. After the court sent people to investigate and confirm the facts, they specially awarded Old Lady Luo a 9th-rank imperial edict and a fiefdom. Old Lady Luo and her adopted daughters worked together and bought a shop in Yanlang Market, which was next to the Fu family, specializing in selling finished robes. After the two met each other, when Old Lady Luo learned that Liu Mizhen had come all the way from Jingzhou, and saw that she was alone, she suddenly remembered her own experiences and felt a liking for her. She smiled and said, "Madam Fu, you're new here. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Without waiting for Liu Mizhen to say anything, Old Lady Luo hurried back to her shop. After a while, she brought 7 or 8 girls with her and said with a smile, "Madam Fu, if your shop needs any renovations or anything these days, just tell these girls to do it." Liu Mizhen needed help at that time, so she didn't refuse and thanked them generously. After Old Lady Luo left, her eyes fell on the brow of one of the girls. She was stunned for a moment and waved her hand. "Kizzy, follow me to the backyard." Kizzy had just come from the garden in the suburbs for a few days. Upon hearing this, she followed Liu Mizhen to the backyard a little nervously, but after seeing Liu Mizhen close the backyard protective magic circle, her eyes fell on the small mark on the other's brow that looked like a peony again. "Kizzy, this peony mark on your brow is..." Kizzy was a little nervous at first, but she breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said with a smile, "Reporting to Madame Fu, Grandma Luo said that this mark was there when she picked me up. Grandma Luo said that my eyes were not open at that time, and I should have been born not long ago, so this peony mark is a birthmark. It's just that it was this big when I was young, and it's still this small when I grow up." Liu Mizhen looked at Kizzy's eyebrows carefully again, suppressed her inner surprise, and blurted out, "Did Grandma Luo pick you up from Yangtze Mountain?" Kizzy was stunned. Because Grandma Luo never told anyone where she found her abandoned babies, only telling them when the girls were older and more sensible, fearing someone might deliberately exploit the situation to claim a child's parentage. Kizzy was utterly shocked by Liu Mizhen's accurate identification of Yangtze Mountain, her entire body trembling slightly. "Mrs. Fu, do you know who my biological parents are?" Seeing Kizzy didn't deny it, Liu Mizhen quickly lowered her head to calm the turmoil in her heart. With a flick of her sleeve, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Kizzy. "Kizzy, drink this tea to calm your nerves. I'll tell you more." Kizzy had heard Grandma Luo mention that she had once found a bloodstained half-jade pendant beside her, suggesting her parents were likely pursued by their enemies and abandoned to save her life. For years, she had fantasized about the day her parents would appear before her. Now, with the answer revealed in a flash, how could she not be thrilled? Without hesitation, she took the tea Liu Mizhen offered and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 254, Good luck in opening the business, murderous intentions arise, Shadowgate. Kizzy couldn't wait to put down the teacup and said, "Mrs. Fu, can you tell me the truth now?" "Yes." Liu Mizhen pointed to the low stool forged from Guoqiu stone and asked her to sit down. Kizzy's eyes were fixed on Liu Mizhen. After she sat down, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted for a short time. Liu Mizhen looked at Kizzy lying on the Guoqiu stone table and murmured, "I'm sorry, Kizzy. In the future, when the time is right, you will definitely know who your biological parents are." After Kizzy woke up, she had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. As for how she fainted, Liu Mizhen made up an excuse to get over it, but it was as if they had known each other for a long time and she always took her with her. She was very envious of the other girls who came to help with the work. The positions at Old Lady Luo's place were very specific. The sisters who had previously been loyal to Old Lady Luo had no intention of marrying or joining other factions. All positions of power were already filled, so newcomers either worked as weavers in Old Lady Luo's textile mill or sought opportunities elsewhere. Being affiliated with a prominent family like the Fu family was a promising path forward. The Fu family was busy preparing for the opening of their shop. After the next-door shop, the 8th-rank Jin family's treasure pavilion, closed, a clerk, while helping shopkeeper Jin with the accounts, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shopkeeper, the notice next door said they'll open in 3 days, but they didn't say what they'll sell. Don't you think they'll open a shop like ours?" They had finally managed to squeeze out their old rival, the Tang family. Their joy had only lasted a few days. "Don't let a new competitor show up." Shopkeeper Jin snapped the account book shut, a hint of joy on his face. The Tang family's shop had closed. During this period, business at their Wanbao pavilion was showing signs of recovery, and they were naturally pleased. He leisurely strolled from the front desk, sipped his Leilong tea, and smacked his lips. "Xiaoliuzi, do you know who owns the shop next door? I hear she's the mistress of the 9th-rank family from Huainan who came from Jingzhou. Everyone calls her Madame Fu, a foreigner." It was uncertain whether she could even take root in Yanlang market. To even dream of opening a shop was sheer wishful thinking. Shopkeeper Jin put down his teacup and sneered. If the Fu family specialized in selling a single product, they might be able to hold out for a couple of years. But if they're so ignorant as to dare challenge our Jin family's Wanbao pavilion, the teacup in Shopkeeper Jin's hand thudded, instantly dissolving into dust. The implication was clear. Xiaoliuzi felt relieved. Even the Tang family couldn't match their Jin family, so how could a small family from a remote area truly rival them? He was overthinking it. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoliu woke up early and opened his shop. Shopkeeper Jin gave him a look. Xiaoliu immediately emerged from his shop, excited, and gathered around the Fu family's shop next door. There had been almost no fanfare before the Fu family's opening, and no advance notice of what they would be selling. However, the more this happened, the more curious everyone became. Early in the morning, a number of cultivators gathered at the shop's entrance, a small number of them apprentices from various shops in the market. Seeking to learn more, they pointed at the plaque covered with red cloth and began to discuss. What favors did the Fu family give the Tang family to convince them to give up this shop? Well, who knows? But this is the first time a cultivator from Jingzhou has opened a shop in our Yanlang market. Huainan is just a remote area. The Fu family isn't selling anything unpresentable, are they? Brother, you're talking as if the Fu family were country folk moving into the city, the crowd said, growing increasingly excited. No one was in the mood to buy anything. They seemed more like they were there to watch the fun. After a while, the door of the Fu family shop creaked open from the inside. Everyone hurriedly asked, "The door is open, the door is open, let's see what they're selling inside. I heard that Madame Fu is a fairy from heaven, but I don't believe a golden phoenix can fly out of Huainan." As the door opened, a white mist rose, completely obscuring the interior of the shop. The white mist continued to spread outward, and everyone felt a light force pushing them out. Just as they were wondering, the white mist disappeared. A stage came into view. On the stage, 6 beautiful female cultivators in the same peony red dresses danced gracefully to the sound of music. Is this the Fu family's restaurant? Jin Xiaoliu blinked. But a restaurant with only one floor was too small. However, at this moment, he paid no attention to anything else. He was completely captivated by the slender figures of the 6 female cultivators on the stage, staring with eagerness. The commotion at the Fu family's door quickly attracted nearby cultivators. Cultivators from other streets, unsure of the reason, also gathered, seeing the excitement. After one dance, the entire West Street was packed. The 6 dancers withdrew. Then, a flash of golden light appeared on the stage, revealing the second elder of the Tang family. Everyone was bewildered. Did they say the Tang family had transferred this shop to the Fu family? Why are they here? Could this be a joint venture between the Tang and Fu families? Jin Xiaoliu was shocked. The second elder of the Tang family was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and rarely attended such events. The Fu family had unexpectedly invited him. It seems the Fu family has taken advantage of the Tang family's influence. That's why they took over this shop. The second elder of the Tang family stood still and stepped aside. At that moment, a strange medicinal aroma filled the Fu family shop. Then, footsteps echoed. Everyone hurriedly cried, "She's out! She's out! Madame Fu is out!" Everyone looked up. Amidst this whirling white mist, Liu Mizhen appeared gracefully. She was clad in a moon-white celestial garment, shimmering with seemingly divine patterns, like a river of stars flowing through her garments. The amethyst spiritual belt tied around her waist swayed in the wind, emitting a faint spiritual aura. Her lotus steps moved lightly, as if she were soaring through the air, each step seeming to tread upon spiritual clouds. Her eyebrows, like newly sprouted spiritual willows, were slender and curved, brimming with celestial spirit. A slight raise of her eyebrows and eyes evoked a myriad of charm, yet exuded a sense of otherworldly coldness. Is this Madame Fu? She was incredibly beautiful. And she carried the awe-inspiring authority of someone in a higher position. Someone who could only be admired from afar. Everyone marveled in admiration. This Fu family patriarch is truly blessed. That's right, everyone felt a surge of envy. Liu Mizhan stood behind the stage, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she bowed to the east, leaving everyone puzzled. Then, Xiao Xianger appeared, gracefully riding the wind. Riding the wind. That was something only a master of the Purple Mansion could achieve. This wasn't shocking, but what was surprising was the attire Xiao Xianger wore. It was the pacification envoy of the Zhenshi division. Gudong, Jin Xiaoliu was incredibly shocked. Not only was the Fu family connected to the Tang family, but they even managed to bring Xiao Xianger along for the opening day. What the heck was this Fu family? By the time Jin Xiaoliu realized what was happening, Liu Mizhan had already spoken her opening remarks, and the red cloth on the plaque had been removed, revealing the 5 large characters, Fu Family Wanbao Pavilion. This Fu family actually sells general merchandise. Right next door to their Jin family. Weren't they trying to challenge them? Jin Xiaoliu was in no mood to watch the show. He quickly pushed his way through the crowd and scurried back to his shop. Shopkeeper Jin's face wasn't looking too good either. Although West Street was crowded, not a single one was buying anything. They had all gone to the next door to watch the fun. The Fu family is quiet, yet they're so good at showing off. Shopkeeper Jin was curious, but with his status, how could he possibly support the Fu family? He was sulking at the front desk. Seeing Jin Xiaoliu scurry back, the tension on his face immediately subsided, and he said calmly, Xiaoliu, look how anxious you are. It's not a sect from the far west that's entering, so why are you so panicked? Seeing this, Jin Xiaoliu felt a little relieved. Their Jin family's Wanbao Pavilion was a century-old shop, yet it was still surpassed by the Fu family. However, they still spoke with concern. Shopkeeper, the Fu family has just opened their business, and they've not only invited the Tang family's second elder, but even Lord Xiao, newly promoted from the Zhenshi division, has come. This Fu family seems quite influential. What? Shopkeeper Jin was now losing his composure. The Zhenshi division represented the imperial court, and he was surprised that they could even invite Xiao Xianger. With a flick of his wrist, Shopkeeper Jin appeared outside the shop. At that moment, Xiao Xianger was talking to Liu Mizhan, saying, did the Fu family really invite Xiao Xianger? With this backer, the Fu family would be incredibly powerful. Only a blind person would dare deliberately harass the Fu family. Furthermore, cultivators felt more at ease purchasing spiritual materials from the Fu family's shop. Shopkeeper Jin felt a sense of foreboding. He had assumed the Tang family's departure would make the new Fu family easy to control, but now it seemed they were a tough nut to crack. At this moment, after Liu Mizhan sent Xiao Xianger and Elder Tang off, she waved her sleeves. A flash of black light appeared, and dozens of puppet beasts appeared on the stage. Each held a treasure box, upon which lay rare spiritual materials from second-tier demon beasts. Shopkeeper Jin, upon seeing this, froze. Puppet beasts. The Fu family actually created puppet beasts. Puppetry had long been lost. How had the Fu family discovered this legacy? With these puppet beasts as a gimmick, the Fu family shop had no shortage of customers. No wonder they hadn't advertised anything before the opening. It turned out it had a killer weapon hidden within. Sure enough, the moment the puppet beasts appeared, the cultivators who had been about to disperse were instantly intrigued. They rushed over, eager to see the long-lost puppet beasts, and naturally, bought a few items along the way. The Fu family's Wanbao Pavilion reached its peak upon its opening. The flow of visitors increased dramatically daily, and even many from outside the area, hearing the news, flocked in, eager to learn about the puppet beast's skills. This allowed the Fu family to connect with other factions, creating numerous business opportunities. Of course, that's a story for another time. On the opening day, at the Wanai Inn on East Street, Patriarch Gongsun sat in room A. 2 peak-level key refining clan members stood before him. Below him sat another, a member who had recently reached foundation establishment. The 2 peak-level key refining clan members practically buried their heads in their stomachs. Patriarch, we're sorry. We're incompetent and have wasted 3 of our clan's foundation establishment pills. We've failed to live up to your trust. The Gongsun family had bid for 3 foundation establishment pills, but only one person succeeded. These 3 were chosen by Patriarch Gongsun against all odds, hoping to cultivate his own trusted aides. 2 of them failed. Clan leader Gongsun gritted his teeth and spent several more years in Yanlang market, trying every possible means, nearly emptying his family's savings before finally exchanging a foundation establishment pill from a side channel in Yanlang market. Otherwise, he would definitely face criticism from his clan members on this return trip. After all, he was the one who selected the people, and if only one person succeeded in building a foundation, it would be unacceptable. Who would have thought that a clan member who had already had the foundation building experience would fail again, perhaps due to excessive pressure? In this way, the Gongsun family had spent 4 foundation establishment pills to exchange for one clan member who had established a foundation. After traveling thousands of miles to Jingzhou, not only would they not have achieved any credit after returning, but the clan leader's prestige would certainly be greatly reduced. Clan leader Gongsun was so worried that he didn't even have the heart to lose his temper. He waved his hand and asked the 2 clan members to leave, saying out of sight, out of mind. After the door closed, the newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator, Gongsun Qing, hesitated for a moment before saying, Patriarch, perhaps we still have the chance to recover our losses. What do you mean? Clan leader Gongsun held his forehead. His question was merely a casual one. After all, those were 3 foundation establishment pills. How could they be so easily obtained? Gongsun Qing quickly replied, Patriarch, during the days you were in seclusion, I went out for a stroll and heard a rumor that the Fu family is opening a shop on West Street. What? Clan leader Gongsun frowned. How could the Fu family have the good fortune to purchase a shop in Yanlang market, where every inch of land is worth a fortune? Gongsun Qing said, Patriarch, I couldn't believe it at first. But then I went to Beishitong to inquire and learned that the Fu family had made some kind of deal with the Tang family. Not only did the Tang family give them a shop, they also gave them all the members of the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the 9th rank Yu family. The Fu family has leased a treasure ship from the Shangguan family and, along with over 100,000 people from the 3rd branch of the Yu family, has already departed from Jingzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, the Gongsun clan leader shuddered. In a flash, he vaguely understood the purpose of the Fu family's move and suddenly stood up. The Fu family has ascended to the rank of 8th rank noble family. All they need is another 9th rank noble family in their fiefdom. If they succeed in bringing the Yu family back to Wan'an, I'm afraid they'll immediately become equals to our Gongsun family. Gongsun Qing was puzzled. Master, the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the Yu family don't have any foundation establishment cultivators, nor do they qualify for advancement to the 9th rank noble family. Do you think the Fu family would undertake such a thankless task? The Gongsun clan leader narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, no matter what, we must not allow the Fu family to safely return to Jingzhou with their treasure ship. This was Gongsun Qing's point. If they successfully assassinated the Fu family, not only would they have redeemed their sins, but the clan leader's prestige within the clan would also be re-established. After all, the Fu family had killed many of their foundation-building elders. Patriarch, the Fu family's treasure ship has been sailing for several days. If we want to kill them within Jingzhou, we must make arrangements as soon as possible. Otherwise, once we reach Jingzhou, we'll miss this opportunity to act openly. Within their own fiefdoms, upper-ranking families couldn't attack lower-ranking families. But outside the Protectorate Prefecture, the Suppression Division wouldn't intervene. Clan leader Gongsun smiled and said to Gongsun Qing, 17, your news is timely. Well done, this proved his discerning eye for talent. Clan leader Gongsun summoned 2 other clan members and gave them detailed instructions. From now on, the 2 of you will remain in Jingzhou. Remember, keep a close eye on the Fu family's Wanbao pavilion. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, seek your own foundation building opportunities. The clan had already given them opportunities. Especially Gongsun Tang, who had failed twice in his foundation building attempt. Even if he were the clan leader, he wouldn't allocate any foundation building pills to these 2. Gongsun Tang felt distressed when the Patriarch didn't offer a word of rebuke. Allowing them to stay in Jingzhou was undoubtedly offering them another way out. After all, returning to the clan meant dedicating the rest of their lives to the clan. Jingzhou was rich in resources. Perhaps there were still opportunities for foundation building. Patriarch, rest assured. I will diligently oversee the Fu family's Wanbao pavilion. One day, I hope to repay you for your support. Well, without your elders by your side, you too must be extremely careful." Clan leader Gongsun still produced 2 treasure bags and gave one to each of them. "These are the few belongings I have left. Take them, just in case." Patriarch, Gongsun Tang and the other two's eyes were already red, and they felt a surge of guilt. After the Gongsun clan leader and the other two disguised themselves, they emerged from the inn and glanced at the Wanbao pavilion on West Street from a distance. They saw a bustling crowd outside the shop, and Gongsun Qing glanced at them. He was truly envious. Given the shop's booming business, the Fu family must be making a killing. Clan leader Gongsun's eyes darkened. If the Fu family's fortune remained unchecked, once it ascended to the rank of 8th rank aristocratic family, the Gongsun family wouldn't even be able to avenge themselves, and would likely fear the Fu family's actions. Clan leader Gongsun instinctively touched his storage bag. It contained the Gongsun family's most cherished treasure. With this treasure in hand, he would certainly not allow the Fu family's treasure ship to return to Jingzhou. Simply plundering the ship and killing all the Fu family members aboard would suppress the Fu family's fortune. It would take forever for them to rebound, and that would be the perfect opportunity for the Gongsun family to strike. After the Fu family's Wanbao pavilion opened, the Liu family of Tai'an County also received news. Patriarch Liu paced back and forth in his cave, muttering, "What tricks did the Fu family use to get the Tang family to transfer their Yanlang market shop?" Thinking of the Tang family's second elder's presence on the opening day, he felt a vague sense of unease. Their Liu family had merely married a daughter to young Master Tang as a concubine, yet they hadn't even met the Tang family's last foundation establishment elder, let alone the second elder. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lord Xiao from this Henshi division had also made a show of support for the Fu family on the opening day. This Fu family was known for being so low-key. Who would have thought they had such power? Patriarch Liu sank back into his chair, worried. Forget it. At worst, we'll just pay the full tribute to the Fu family every year. He couldn't get the upper hand over the upper hand. But, the last time Liu Mizhun came, he hadn't given her a warm welcome, wondering if she held a grudge. What the hell is this? Patriarch Liu felt a surge of irritation. They had thought that after building their foundation and reaching the 8th rank Tang family, their Liu family would have a bright future, freeing themselves from the Fu family's control. Now, it seemed that this was a distant prospect. However, Patriarch Liu pondered Liu Mizhun's final words that day. He had a vague feeling that he had missed something. After Patriarch Gongsun and Gongsun Qing emerged from Yanlang Market and reached a deserted area, Patriarch Gongsun solemnly said, 17, wait for me at Qiuyan Mountain. Master, where are you going? Gongsun Qing fretted. If they didn't hurry, they might not catch up with the Fu family's treasure ship. Patriarch Gongsun glanced around, hesitated for a moment, then quickly transmitted his message. We're unfamiliar with Jingzhou, and the 8th grade family treasure ship travels faster than our magical instruments. If we want to catch up with the Fu family, we'll have to take a shortcut, but they had no idea how to take that shortcut. Most importantly, Patriarch Gongsun didn't want anything to go unnoticed. Also, I'm looking for a secret place to contact the Shadow Clan. Shadow Clan? Gongsun Qing almost exclaimed in shock. The Shadow Clan was said to have existed in this land even before the Great Zhou, surviving through several dynasties and generations, yet still standing strong. Legend has it that the Shadow Clan was founded by an ascended true Lord of Transformation, and the clan still maintains connections with the higher realms. Therefore, the Shadow Clan is extremely mysterious and powerful. No one knows where its headquarters is, nor does anyone know who its disciples are. It could be an ordinary mortal, or perhaps the ancestor of a family. What the outside world knows is, as long as you pay a sufficient commission, the Shadow Sect will undertake your request. In a sense, the Shadow Sect is a killer organization with a strict hierarchy. However, the specifics of its assignments are unknown to outsiders. Not just anyone seeking to hire the Shadow Sect can do so, they must possess a Shadow Sect token. Clan leader Gongsun happened to have exchanged one for something at the Ghost Market, and after careful consideration, he concluded that using this token would be the safest way to completely capture the Fu family's treasure ship. Gongsun Qing, realizing this, beamed with excitement and jubilation. Master, with the Shadow Sect's help, this ambush on the Fu family's treasure ship will surely be a success. After suffering so many losses at the hands of the Fu family, it was finally their turn to collect their interest. As Gongsun Qing watched clan leader Gongsun leave, he imagined the joyous scenes of the other elders after he had slain the Fu family's foundation-building cultivators and brought the treasure ship back to the clan, and the devastating scene of the Fu family upon hearing the tragic news. Patriarch Gongsun circled to an uninhabited area and, with a wave of his sleeve, several formation flags descended, setting up a magic circle. Then, he carefully took out a dark red box. Handsome men and beautiful women, the Tang family of Jingzhou is not the Lei family. I clearly made changes to the previous 2 chapters, but I realized I didn't make them. Sorry. Chapter 255, 9 Profound Ceiling Formation, Destroying the Purple Mansion, and Reaping Great Harvest. Patriarch Gongsun cast a spell into the dark red box. The box opened, and a bloody odor filled the air. A palm-sized, flesh-colored scroll, resembling human skin, floated up. Intricate runes seemed engraved on the scroll. These runes seemed to be from ancient times, obscure and difficult to decipher. As Patriarch Gongsun dripped a drop of blood into the scroll trembled slightly. The sound of an incantation echoed. Then, the intricate runes on the scroll seemed to come alive, rapidly wriggling, and a blood-red mirror condensed. Seeing this, Patriarch Gongsun slapped his storage bag. With a touch of pain, he tossed a third-grade black crystal he had hoarded for years into the blood-colored mirror. Miraculously, the blood-colored mirror, like a storage space, instantly vanished. A moment later, the blood-colored mirror itself transformed into a streak of bloody light, merging into space without a trace. Don't let me down, this third-grade black crystal. This was something he had brought back from the blood-colored Forbidden Land after a near-death experience. This was also the first time clan leader Gongsun had contacted the Shadow Clan. Moreover, there was only one such token. For now, he could only wait patiently. Unnoticed, the sun set. Darkness, like thick ink, slowly spread through the corners. A faint gust of wind, like the whisper of death, echoed quietly in the silent air. Here they come, clan leader Gongsun, seated in his cave, shuddered and abruptly rose. Outside, a glaring flash of orange shone through the darkness, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the night. A closer look revealed that the orange emanated from a mask. The mask's owner wore an inky spiritual robe, its sleeves embroidered with dark spiritual patterns. His hands, hidden within his sleeves, emanated a chilling aura. Behind the orange mask, his eyes, like 2 icy spiritual crystals, shone with a merciless murderous intent. Wherever he looked, the shadow of death seemed to cast a pall. Half-step to the Purple Palace, clan leader Gongsun's heart trembled. The other party had surprisingly opened up both of his dungeons. His internal mana far surpassed those at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and the power of the spells he condensed was incomparable. Clan leader Gongsun felt a sudden reassurance. He stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Senior." "Yes," the Shadow Guard's voice was cold. Clan leader Gongsun dismissed the question and said, "Senior, I asked you to come here to assist in the sniper attack." He didn't finish his words. The Shadow Guard raised his hand to stop him. "You've already sent a message on the token. No need to repeat. Follow me." Clan leader Gongsun, fearing a prolonged night, detoured to pick up Gongsun Qing. The two of them followed closely behind the Shadow Guard, Gongsun Qing agitated and nervous. After following him all the way, Gongsun Qing had grown accustomed to the Shadow Guard's sunrise to sleep, sunset to travel routine. But he couldn't help but whisper to clan leader Gongsun, "Master, there's a Shadow Clan half-step Purple Mansion secret guard who alone is more than capable of dealing with the inhabitants of the Fu family's treasure ship. Why should we follow them?" Clan leader Gongsun had his own considerations. First, he wanted to witness the Fu family's treasure ship's destruction before his eyes before he could rest assured. Second, if they didn't contribute, there would be another price. Over the past few years, he had used all the spirit stones he had accumulated to exchange for Foundation establishment pills with Gongsun Tang, leaving him with nothing left. Gongsun Qing felt a wave of shame after hearing this. How could he forget that his own life-defining magical instruments were purchased privately by the Patriarch? A wave of self-blame washed over him. Clan leader Gongsun, however, said, 17, when the fighting breaks out, don't get too close, just help watch the situation. Gongsun Qing had just reached Foundation establishment and had no combat experience. He didn't want to pay for Foundation establishment pills to acquire such a member of the clan, only to have something untoward happen to him. Gongsun Qing, who was just thinking of displaying his prowess and testing the power of his foundation establishment, sighed with regret at this remark. The three of them, with clan leader Gongsun and the other two following almost the entire way, avoided the main roads and instead took unfamiliar paths they had never even seen on a map. Nearly a year had passed, and they were almost out of Jingzhou. The shadow guard finally stopped, waving his sleeve. A yellow light surged from the ground, and then a black spider, the size of a little finger, crawled out. The black spider, though small, but he was a cultivator of the late second stage. After a few squeaks of chirping at the shadow guard turned to clan leader Gongsun and the others and said, "The Fu family is consolidating in Qiuyan Valley, 300 miles away. After resting, they will cross the Qiuyan Mountains via Broken Ridge Valley." Clan leader Gongsun's eyes lit up. They had been chasing them for nearly a year. Every time they set up an ambush ahead, the Fu family would suddenly change direction. This time, Broken Ridge Valley was undoubtedly the only way to cross the Qiuyan Mountains. The Fu family would be unable to escape even if they had wings. Clan leader Gongsun also sincerely admired the Shadow Clan's members. They were clearly at the level of a half-step purple mansion cultivator, yet they remained so cautious. They would not attack unless the Fu family fell into a trap. Such patience was not something that ordinary people could possess. In their opinion, with Shadow Guard's strength, he could destroy every member of the Fu family with a single strike. Without hesitation, Shadow Guard didn't wait for clan leader Gongsun and the others. The figure vanished from the spot in a flash, like a ghost. "What is this?" Gongsun Qing was stunned. With such speed and agility, it was clear that the Shadow Guards had been waiting for them all along the way, otherwise, they would have vanished long ago. He swallowed hard. Turning to the Gongsun clan leader, he asked, "Master, was that agility just displayed by the Shadow Guard a spiritual technique? Only spiritual techniques could achieve such speed." The Gongsun clan leader was envious. After all, spiritual techniques were generally only mastered by purple mansion cultivators. Moreover, even the 8th rank Gongsun clan didn't have any spiritual techniques associated with their cultivation methods. 8th rank aristocratic families could, however, exchange merit points with the imperial court. However, the amount of merit points required was prohibitive. The Gongsun clan leader said, "Let's follow. The stronger the Shadow Guard, the greater the chance of slaying the Fu family and their ilk." By the time the two arrived at Broken Ridge Valley, the Shadow Guards had already completed their survey. His figure moved like lightning, darting through key locations throughout the valley, his hands constantly forming complex and profound hand seals. Simultaneously, formation flags, formation plates, and various spiritual materials flew out of his storage bag. There were spirit crystals emitting a faint blue glow, spirit jade inscribed with ancient runes, and even strands of spiritual silk that seemed like materialized spiritual mist. He placed these materials in specific locations and sequences across the valley, beneath boulders, beside mounds, and along streams. With each placement, he softly chanted a spell, its incomprehensible incantation a call from the ancient past. As the incantation rang out, streams of spiritual energy surged from his body, pouring into each formation flag. Buzz! These spiritual energies, like nimble little snakes, weaved and intertwined among the materials, gradually outlining the contours of a vast and intricate formation. Gongsun Qing, watching from the sidelines, was dazzled and, with a sense of awe, exclaimed, "Master, why does this formation feel like it grew naturally from this land?" From a distance, there was no trace of human intervention. Even a third-level formation master, skilled in discerning the mysteries of formations, would have mistaken it for a natural fluctuation of spiritual energy within the valley, unable to discern any clues. Clan leader Gongsun cast a look of deep fear at the Shadow Guard. If his guess was correct, this formation was known as the Nine Profound Ceiling Formation. Legend has it that it was originally created by a peerless master who lived in seclusion on Nine Profound Mountain. While comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth and exploring the ultimate spiritual power, this master discovered a law-based power that could seal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and prevent spatial fluctuations. To preserve this law-based power in the form of a formation, he expended hundreds of years of research and experimentation, ultimately creating the Nine Profound Ceiling Formation. During the ancient war between humans and demons, to prevent the defeated demonic spirits from escaping to other dimensions, the cultivators used the Nine Profound Ceiling Formation to seal off the demonic spirits' lair, preventing their further spread and safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world. Of course, The nine profound sealing formation before them was clearly a replica of the magical formation, a simplified one at that. However, beneath each spiritual power node, a forbidden spiritual material called earth-suppressing spiritual sand was buried. Forget Foundation establishment cultivators, even a Purple Mansion cultivator could stumble upon this formation if they weren't careful. This shadow guard is making such a big show, he thought. It was merely to deal with a few Foundation establishment cultivators from the Fu family. And according to rumors, there were only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators on the treasure ship at this moment. Clan leader Gongsun felt the shadow guards were being overly cautious. 17, wait outside the valley. With such a powerful formation, clan leader Gongsun felt he could easily slay everyone on the Fu family treasure ship without even having to fight himself. The 3 of them laid an ambush. About half a day later, clan leader Gongsun's spiritual sense shifted, and he detected a gentle breeze from the west. Seemingly subtle, it couldn't escape the prying eyes of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Here they come. The Fu family treasure ship had clearly activated its invisibility barrier. Clan leader Gongsun clenched his right hand into a fist. Back then, Fu Changsheng had sacrificed the 9 Sun Divine Sword and lured them there, leading to his 3rd brother's tragic death. Now, he finally had his chance to exact revenge. 3rd brother, wait a little longer. One day, I will personally send that beast Fu Changsheng to the underworld to atone for your sins. Clan leader Gongsun's gaze fixed intently on the treasure ship's direction. It was about to enter Broken Dragon Valley. A buzz. The air suddenly vibrated. The treasure ship suddenly reversed course and sped southwestward toward Kyanaya Mountain at breakneck speed. We've been discovered. Clan leader Gongsun was stunned. This formation was derived from an ancient formation. Even a 3rd-tier formation master would have difficulty detecting it. Could it be that the Fu family is hiding a 4th-tier formation master? Is that why the shadow guards are so cautious? Clan leader Gongsun's pupils shrank. If that were the case, then the Fu family treasure ship couldn't be left behind. Once outside Jingzhou, finding another opportunity would be difficult. Clan leader Gongsun quickly said, Senior, if we don't act now, we'll have no chance. The shadow guard was clearly hesitant. But clan leader Gongsun had already dodged, chasing the treasure ship at breakneck speed. The treasure ship was so fast that it reached Kyanaya Mountain in the blink of an eye. Think you want to run? Dream on. Clan leader Gongsun, without a word, immediately summoned the mountain-suppressing seal. Buzz! The mountain-suppressing seal grew in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a mountain, roaring and crashing down towards Kyanaya Mountain. Bang! 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 The treasure ship lit up in a brilliant white light shield. Under the attack of the mountain-suppressing seal, it was already on the verge of collapse. Enemy attack. Yun Bozi, at the helm of the treasure ship, was startled. He glanced at the mountain-suppressing seal and cursed, damn it! They're from the Gongsun family. My men, follow me and form a defensive formation. Fu Yonggai and Yu Fihong flashed out from the treasure ship. Yu Fihong shuddered at the sight of the mountain-suppressing seal, emitting a chilling aura. Is this a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon, the power of a spiritual weapon? I'm afraid even the treasure ship would be unable to withstand it. Yu Fihong had never imagined that the Fu family could even face such a formidable foe. She turned back to glance at her clansmen, now in a state of disarray. Today, I'm afraid these hundreds of thousands of clansmen will likely not escape unscathed. Clan leader Gongsun, observing the chaotic chaos of mortals on the treasure ship, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He had fought the Fu family several times, all was at a disadvantage. Today, he had finally recouped some of his losses. Everyone, die! Clan leader Gongsun's murderous intent materialized. He struck his chest with a palm strike. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted into the mountain-suppressing seal. At the same time, his inner mana continuously poured into it. Buzz! The spiritual light within the mountain-suppressing seal intensified. Clan leader Gongsun exerted his might, and with a thud, it pressed directly against the treasure ship's light shield, shattering the magic array's light curtain with a crackling sound. Senior, please lend me a hand. Clan leader Gongsun, victory in sight, turned and shouted. A shadow guard, hidden in the shadows, observed the panicked crowd on the treasure ship, their expressions unfaithful. Then, with a flick of his index finger, he darted out from the darkness. With a thought, a dark red abacus hovered before him. With a flick of his index finger, a golden bead shot out, hurtling towards the already precarious treasure ship's light shield at an extremely fast speed. The Yu clan elders, who had been trying to rally their clansmen in a chaotic mess, suddenly saw a half-step purple mansion cultivator burst forth. She collapsed to the ground. It's over, it's over. Our family is truly finished now. Wow, wow, ancestors, it's our unfilial descendants who have let the third branch's legacy fall to ruin in our hands. They thought they had escaped the second branch's clutches. They had never imagined they'd strayed into a den of wolves. For nearly 100 years, hundreds of thousands of lives had been lost in a single day. On the deck, Bozi, still desperately maintaining the treasure ship's shield, glanced at the orange mask of the Shadow Guard and his expression changed. Shadow Clan, the most mysterious organization. The Gongsun family had actually recruited members of the Shadow Clan. When the Shadow Clan attacked, there was always a death sentence. A flicker of determination in Bozi's eyes, and he declared decisively, "Fifth sister, Yangang, run. Run in different directions. Quick." Yu Fihong refused to leave. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Young clan leader, it's you who must leave. I'll hold this place hostage for now. Leave quickly. As long as you're alive, our lineage has hope of a comeback. Leave quickly." As the two struggled, Fu Yonggai glanced at the cabin. From the beginning until the moment the magic array's light curtain was about to shatter, Grandmaster Yu hadn't appeared. Grandmaster Yu had been a member of the Fu family for years, yet no one in the clan had ever seen him take action. He was so calm now. Could there still be a chance of recovery? The moment the Shadow Guards entered Kyanaya Mountain, boom! 4 brilliant beams of light suddenly rose from the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a formation diagram descended from the sky. 4 black tortoises materialized from 4 directions, rapidly rotating in the same direction, forming a trapping array that enveloped clan leader Gongsun and the Shadow Guards who had entered the mountain. 4 elephant black tortoise formation, clan leader Gongsun's pupils shrank. The Fu family had set an ambush in Kyanaya Mountain. But, until now, the Shadow Guard's black spiders were watching the Fu family. No one from the treasure ship had left. So how could they have set up a magic circle without anyone noticing and lured them inside? Yes, clan leader Gongsun thought of someone. He suddenly looked up, only to see the 9 Yang divine sword descend from the sky, hurtling toward him with lightning speed. Fu Changsheng, that despicable villain. He'd actually ambushed him on Kyanaya Mountain. Clan leader Gongsun snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and said, "Senior, please help me slay that little bastard Fu Changsheng. I'm willing to pay whatever reward you demand, even if it means bankrupting myself." Clan leader Gongsun had witnessed the power of the 9 Yang divine sword and didn't dare to be overconfident. Immediately, he waved his hand, instantly bringing the mountain suppressing seal to bear upon him. Ling. The 9 Yang divine sword slashed through the mountain suppressing seal. Starlight shone. Seeing the mountain suppressing seal intact, clan leader Gongsun felt relieved and turned his gaze to Fu Changsheng, who was riding on the green python. His pupils shrank. Foundation establishment. Peak. Over a decade had passed. That little bastard, Fu Changsheng, had actually broken through from the 8th level to the peak. After reaching the 8th level, further advancement was incredibly difficult, requiring the accumulation of vast quantities of true fluid. It took over a decade. Breaking through from the 8th to the 9th level was already a feat of exceptional talent. But Fu Changsheng had actually broken through directly to the peak. With such a speed, he was no different from a cultivator with earth spiritual roots, and the other cultivator was only around 60. This boy must die, otherwise, if he broke through to the Purple Mansion, it would be the end of the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan leader was contemplating the possibility of slaying Fu Changsheng today, regardless of the consequences, when he suddenly saw a hint of sarcasm on Fu Changsheng's face. "What's going on?" He hesitated. Boom. A flame from the 9 Yang divine sword suddenly descended upon him, instantly burning through his protective light shield. Oops, such a close distance. He could sense the terrifying power contained within the flames. He was about to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. The flames trembled, then instantly transformed into a blazing inferno, remarkably shrouded in lotus blossoms. No, in an instant, clan leader Gongsun was completely engulfed in flames. "This is," the Shadow Guard, watching from the side, narrowed his pupils and swallowed hard. If he was not mistaken, this was the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, ranked among the top-ranked exotic fires. There were actually Foundation establishment cultivators capable of refining this exotic fire. The Shadow Guard lost all desire to fight. With a thud, he transformed into a ball of bloody light, which directly shattered the four symbols black tortoise formation. Outside the formation, the bloody light coalesced and reverted to its original form. Suddenly, a sense of mortal danger loomed overhead. Suddenly, a rosy glow appeared in the void, and then a phoenix descended as if from the ancient void. Chirp, the phoenix flapped its wings. With a swift swipe of his claws, he ripped through the Shadow Guard's defensive shield. You can even summon the will of the phoenix. The Shadow Guard had never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. His spell changed, and he instantly unleashed a spiritual technique, vanishing like a ghost. I should have avoided this deal. He had been aiming to complete this year's mission, but he hadn't expected to encounter a formidable figure like Fu Changsheng. Not only did he possess the Nine Sun Divine Sword, he had also refined the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, and now he could summon the will of the Phoenix from the upper realm. With such power, he could even stand up to a true Purple Mansion cultivator. That was a close call. The Shadow Guard shuddered. He had nearly perished at Fu Changsheng's hands today. He hadn't imagined his first mission after reaching orange rank would be so arduous. He kept moving, not stopping until his mana was depleted. Using the Ghost Step spiritual technique took a significant toll on him, but once it was unleashed, even a Purple Mansion cultivator couldn't catch up. Just when he thought he had escaped death and breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a purple glow appeared under his feet. Oh no, the Shadow Guard lunged with a flash of black light, but the purple glow behind him continued to follow him, even faster than him. Damn it! What hidden abilities does Fu Changsheng have? The fact that he could catch up to him meant that Fu Changsheng had at least mastered a footwork technique. But the other party was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. He had only reached the half-step Purple Mansion stage, which allowed him to master the Ghost Shadow Step technique with great difficulty. Patriarch Fu, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, please listen to me for a moment. You and I, at this moment, the Shadow Guard no longer had the half-step Purple Mansion air of superiority. He only wanted to beg for mercy. In his opinion, he and Fu Changsheng didn't have a life and death feud. There was no need to fight to the death. Fellow Taoist Fu, I am from the Shadow Sect. You've heard of the Shadow Sect. Even the Great Zhou fears it. If you dare. The Shadow Guard's mana was now exhausted. He could only use the mountain gate to intimidate the enemy. But before he could finish his words, the Nine Sun Divine Sword roared, piercing through his Guwei armor at incredible speed. With a swish, the Nine Sun Divine Sword pierced through his danshin. Simultaneously, a flame in his danshin burst into flames. No, the Shadow Guard didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. In an instant, he was engulfed by the Red Lotus Core Fire, dissipating into a handful of white ash. With a clang, the orange mask on his face fell to the ground. Intricate ancient runes and faint array patterns were engraved on it, making it clear that it was no ordinary artifact. Huh? Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He was surprised that even the Red Lotus Core Fire couldn't melt this mask. With a wave of his hand, he put the mask into his storage bag. He didn't have time to examine it. With a flick of his sleeve, he took the Shadow Guard storage bag and instantly disappeared, speeding back towards Kayanaya Mountain. Meanwhile, the panel in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, a familiar sound rang out, Ling. Chapter 256, Perfection of the Flesh Refining Realm, Strange Mask, and Promotion to the 8th rank. Ding, you saved the family from danger and earned 500 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points, which had been reset to 0, instantly increased to 500. A flicker of joy flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. He had spent the past 9 years in the systems, training room, and the contribution points he had previously accumulated had long since been depleted. However, with the family's development, especially Mei Jian's purchase of a shop in Jingzhao's Yanlang market, which increased the family contribution points significantly, he was able to remain in the training room for another 27 years. The star coffin he had obtained from the Cao family. Because the Cao family's ancestors absorbed a great deal of star power, he had only cultivated the 9 heavens star art to perfection at the flesh refining realm and had barely broken through to the tendon refining realm. Therefore, he dedicated the remaining time to cultivating the spiritual art of mist and haze illusion, spending several years, but finally achieving the entry level. His body flashed several times in succession. Fu Changsheng appeared at Kayanaya Mountain. Looking at the breached light screen of the treasure ship's magic array, he felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness I exchanged the information in time. At this moment, Yun Bozi also transformed into a rainbow of light and rushed over from a distance. He captured the fleeing Gongsun Qing and threw him to the ground. Master, what should we do with these remnants of the Gongsun family? Gongsun Qing's face turned pale. He glanced around and said hurriedly, "Where's my master? Dead." Fu Changsheng smiled coldly. The intelligence mentioned that it was Gongsun Qing's advice to the Gongsun clan leader that led to this murder. At these words, Gongsun Qing collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Master, the master is dead. The master is dead. All this was because of him. If he hadn't gone to Beishitong to inquire about information, the master wouldn't have died here." Thinking of the master's kindness to him, Gongsun Qing felt as if his heart was being clenched. This time, not only had he caused the Patriarch's death, but even the clan treasure had fallen into the hands of the Fu family's thieves. How could he possibly live? Gongsun Qing instantly resolved to die and was about to self-destruct. But then, with a swift flick of his index finger, Fu Changsheng infused several spells into his acupuncture points, instantly rendering Gongsun Qing motionless. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Yu Fihong. "Fellow Taoist Yu, I've heard you specialize in corpse refining." Yu Fihong had assumed the entire clan was doomed today, but she hadn't anticipated Fu Changsheng's arrival. Like a god of war, single-handedly, he not only easily slew the Gongsun clan leader, who wielded a third-tier spiritual weapon, but also slew even a half-step Purple Palace cultivator. Such terrifying combat prowess was extremely rare among the scions of the great families of Jingzhou. The Fu family's strength far exceeded her expectations. To be able to rely on such a powerful figure was a blessing for the Yu family. She instinctively felt awe for Fu Changsheng. Hearing Fu Changsheng's question, he stepped forward, somewhat flattered, and said, "Master, the method of corpse refining is a legacy I stumbled upon, but I haven't yet refined a second-level corpse puppet." He had mastered the theory, but lacked a second-level corpse to practice on. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a burst of spiritual energy bound Gongsun Qing, tossing him in front of Yu Fihong. "Since that's the case, you have him as you please." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Qing's face was filled with horror. He was being forced to be refined into a corpse puppet while still alive. It would have been quicker to die and fall into the reincarnation cycle. With a roll of his eyes, Gongsun Qing fainted from fright. Yu Fihong, however, was filled with ecstasy. "Thank you, Master, for the reward. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Not only was the material second level, but it was also alive. Yu Fihong was confident that she could refine Gongsun Qing into a second-level corpse puppet with intelligence. The elders following Yu Fihong were overjoyed to see that Fu Changsheng had not only saved them but had also generously gifted Gongsun Qing to her. Their gazes toward Fu Changsheng were filled with gratitude and a heartfelt attachment. At that moment, Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Then, a familiar voice echoed, "Ling, you have gained the attachment of over 100,000 Yu family members and earned 1,000 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 1,500. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up even brighter. He had originally imagined that after Yu Fihong's skills improved, she would one day help him complete the final rituals for the Cao family ancestor's corpse. After all, the Cao family ancestor's corpse was almost evolved into a third-level corpse puppet. He hadn't expected this unexpected surprise. It seems that with the contribution points, deducing the Purple Mansion chapter of the Blue Emperor's longevity secret shouldn't be difficult, because soon, their Fu family would be able to advance from the 9th rank to the 8th rank. By then, we'll surely earn a considerable amount of contribution points. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Everyone boarded the treasure ship. Fu Changsheng, however, turned and headed back to Broken Dragon Valley. At that moment, Grandmaster Yu, with his white beard, flashed into view. Behind him, a series of formation flags and discs rose, transforming into a ray of light and falling into a storage bag. Fu Changsheng, curious, asked, "Uncle Yu, what formation did that old thief Gongsun set up in Broken Dragon Valley?" "It's the 9 profound ceiling formation. Although it's been simplified countless times, as an ancient formation that once fought against a great war between humans and demons, its reference value is greater than its practical value." Grandmaster Yu seemed to have a natural interest in ancient formations. Whether it was simply an interest in formations or some other reason, Grandmaster Yu had barely finished speaking when the familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling. You've added a 9 profound ceiling formation to your clan, earning 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,500. After the Grandmaster boarded the ship, the treasure ship sped out of Jingzhou territory. Upon reaching Jingzhou, Fu Changsheng immediately removed the ship's invisibility barrier and hoisted the Shangguan family flag aboard. In Jingzhou, few dared to provoke an 8th-grade aristocratic family's treasure ship. By then, Grandmaster Yu had completed his inspection and discovered the damaged formation pattern on the ship's cabin. Fu Changsheng asked with concern, "Uncle Yu, is it possible to repair this damaged formation pattern? After all, this was borrowed, and it naturally needed to be returned intact." However, the Shangguan family treasure ship had been rented for so long, and even with the pressure from Shangguan Feng and his daughter, the Shangguan family and others were likely to complain. Grandmaster Yu stroked his beard and said, "Well, repairing it is possible, but it requires second-grade, top-grade Kangming wood and Kainling stone, these two spiritual objects Fu Changsheng had never seen in the family's collection." However, thinking that the Shadow Guard was capable of setting up the 9 profound ceiling formation, he likely possessed the necessary materials. He immediately probed the Shadow Guard storage bag with his spiritual sense. After searching, he actually found the 2 spiritual materials. After handing the Kangming wood and Kainling stone to Grandmaster Yu, Fu Changsheng instructed Yun Bozi and the others to guard the treasure ship before entering the cabin. Previously, in Jingzhou territory, he hadn't dared to be distracted. Now, he finally had the chance to inventory the Shadow Guards and clan leader gongs in storage bags. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 storage bags floated before him. His spiritual sense probed into one of them, and the mountain-suppressing seal instantly came into view. This was the Gongsun family's treasure. He tapped the bag. A flash of light appeared, and the mountain-suppressing seal flew out, hovering before him. While this mountain-suppressing seal is excellent, it's no match for the 9th Sun Divine Sword, he pondered for a moment. He planned to add the mountain-suppressing seal to the clan treasury and then decide who would best reward it. As soon as the thought left his mind, a buzzing sound rang out. The panel vibrated. "Ling, you've added a 3rd-tier spiritual artifact to your clan, earning 500 family contribution points." The next moment, the family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 3,000. In the storage bag, aside from the mountain suppression seal, which was relatively valuable, there were practically no other decent spiritual materials. "This clan leader Gongsun is too poor." Fu Changsheng shook his head. His gaze fell on the Shadow Guard storage bag. A sweep of his divine sense revealed a darker expression. The bag contained only 2 bottles of 2nd-tier spiritual elixirs for restoring mana and some formation materials, nothing else. Clearly, the Shadow Guard had left his belongings behind on his mission. What a shame. The only thing left in the entire storage bag was the orange mask. With a flip of his right hand, the mask landed in his palm. Glancing at the intricate ancient runes, he couldn't understand them. What exactly is the purpose of this mask from the Shadow Clan? Was it simply to block divine sense? Fu Changsheng toyed with it for a moment, then hesitated. He simply swung his sword finger, a flash of sword light landing on his left hand. With a click, a drop of crimson blood landed on the mask. Buzz! The next moment, the runes on the mask seemed to come alive, devouring the blood in an instant. Huh? Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth. He simply sat cross-legged and refined the mask. Several months later, buzz! The runes on the mask surged rapidly, then suddenly floated up from thin air, swiftly landing on the face. The mask surged, reshaping to fit the face's features. The original orange color instantly turned red. Then, a flood of information poured into his sea of consciousness. It took a long time for Fu Changsheng to digest and absorb it. This assassin from the Shadow Sect, is he so unpredictable? He had no experience whatsoever. Just because he killed the Shadow Guard, he became the Shadow Sect's lowest-ranking first-level assassin, numbered 999. Red represents the lowest rank. According to the information he absorbed, after refining the mask, every 3 years, regardless of whether they volunteered or not, they were required to complete a level 1 assassination mission. Completing the mission offered 2 benefits. First, they would receive a 60% commission from their employer. Second, upon successful missions, they would earn points, which could be exchanged for supplies at the Shadow Gate and used to advance to higher-level assassins. Level 1 assassins could only receive level 1 missions. From the information he had gathered, Becoming a Shadow Gate assassin only required completing one mission every 3 years. Beyond that, there were no other restrictions. No wonder the Shadow Gate was so mysterious. In a sense, anyone could be an assassin. Furthermore, this mask only required ordinary rituals to complete the master recognition ceremony, meaning that the death of a Shadow Gate assassin would instantly replenish it with new blood. Give it a try. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath and channeled his magical power to activate the mask. Buzz! He felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, he felt his soul leave his body. He looked closely and discovered that his consciousness had entered a large hall, where a screen of bounties for murders continuously scrolled across it. He glanced at it. Among those with bounties, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of key refining. Clearly, this was a first-tier red mission, the lowest level. He was the only one in the entire hall. On one side of the hall stood a questioning state. This shadow sect is truly mysterious. Fu Changsheng's mind drifted into the questioning state, intending to inquire about relevant information. However, a message flashed across the questioning state: insufficient points, unable to inquire. Fu Changsheng frowned. His spiritual sense scanned the numerous missions, but ultimately he chose not to proceed. He currently had a mountain of chores to attend to. He had no time for an assassination mission. With a single thought, he exited this strange dimension. The runes on his mask dimmed, then fell from his face. After several months, the treasure ship finally reached the Yangang border. Fu Changsheng drove the treasure ship directly towards Wanning Market. It's time to ascend to the 8th rank of aristocratic family, but then, the Gongsun clan leader was killed. Emerging from the Cliff of Repentance, Gongsun Wen, who was guarding the Soul Hall, was startled. He stared in disbelief at the now extinguished soul lamp of the Patriarch. How could this be possible? The Patriarch was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, carrying the clan's treasure. How could anyone have killed the Patriarch? Gongsun Wen was incomprehensibly shocked. He had spent over a decade in seclusion at the Cliff of Repentance. Though his impetuous nature had faded, he couldn't remain calm now. He was the head of the clan. While the clan had some complaints about his recent behavior, no one wanted him to die like this. Gongsun Wen flashed out of the Soul Hall and immediately rushed to the meeting hall. Inside, the second elder, acting in charge of general affairs, saw him rush in without waiting for a message. He frowned. Xiao Liu, I think you've spent these past 10 years at the Cliff of Repentance in vain. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Seeing Gongsun Wen's face filled with grief, his heart skipped a beat. What happened? Tell me, second uncle, the Patriarch's soul lamp has gone out. What? The second elder shuddered, and in the next instant, he rushed out of the meeting hall like a gust of wind. His body flashed several times before reappearing in the Soul Hall. Seeing the Patriarch's soul lamp completely extinguished, he stumbled and nearly collapsed. What on earth happened to the Patriarch in Jingzhou? The Patriarch had been away for nearly 10 years. After becoming acting clan leader and managing general affairs, the second elder gradually began to understand the Patriarch's difficulties. Even if you do your best in this position, you can never ensure that everyone in the clan is free of complaints. Therefore, he eagerly awaited the Patriarch's return. But he never expected to be met with such devastating news. Patriarch, it's my fault, it's my fault. When the Patriarch left, he should have sent several Foundation establishment elders with him. At this moment, Gongsun Wen followed suit and entered the Soul Hall. A spell cast into the hall's magic formation, and the formation's light curtain rose. His gaze fell on the row of soul lamps in the back. Second uncle, the soul lamps of 17 and the other 3 are still lit. They must know what happened to the Patriarch. Moreover, the Patriarch is carrying the family treasure, and we need to confirm whether it is still with 17 and the other 2. After the second elder's grief subsided, his mind raced. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a family cannot be without a master. The Patriarch has passed away. The suppression department will surely know about it. According to court custom, they must quickly select a new Patriarch. As for the cause of the Patriarch's death, this place is tens of thousands of miles away from Jingzhou. A round trip would take years, and there are also unknown dangers. It is not a top priority for the family at the moment. Gongsun Wen saw that the second elder did not express any opinion. Second uncle, what are you still hesitating about? It's already this late. We should dispatch the clan elders to Jingzhou immediately. First, investigate the cause of the Patriarch's death. Second, we must ensure our clan treasure doesn't fall into the hands of others. Second uncle, apply to the World Suppression Bureau for access to the teleportation array. The second elder frowned. Guangsun Wen's urgency was also for the family's sake. He gestured to a seat and sighed. Xiao Liu, the patriarch is dead. How do you think the mountain suppression seal could have fallen into the hands of Xiao Shiki and the others? Nearly 10 years have passed, and the patriarch hasn't returned yet. It must be that the three of them haven't succeeded in building their foundations. So the patriarch remains in Jingzhou, hoping to purchase foundation establishment pills on his own so that Xiao Shiki and the others can build their foundations again. I'm afraid the patriarch likely met his death while out treasure hunting with others. The second elder's meaning was clear. It wasn't worth the expense of finding the cause of the patriarch's death. The most important thing now was to select a new generation of patriarch and stabilize the morale of the troops. Guangsun Wen also calmed down from his excitement. However, he hesitated, saying, "Second uncle, according to clan tradition, the position of family head can only be inherited by the patriarch's lineage. 17 and the other 3 are from the eldest branch. After 10 years, perhaps they have successfully established their foundation. Regardless of whether the cause of the patriarch's death is investigated or not, we must bring them back. Currently, these 3 have the highest cultivation level in the eldest branch." The second elder's eyes narrowed slightly. He said coldly, "If we spend a fortune to teleport to Jingzhou, but none of these 3 have established their foundation, do we, a dignified 8th grade family, really want a key refining cultivator to succeed us as family head?" 10 years had passed since the beast died. Many aristocratic families had recovered. If the Gongsun family were to elevate a key refining patriarch to the position at this time, wouldn't it make them a laughingstock? Guangsun Wen's gaze fell on the second elder. The second elder had been in charge of the family for 10 years and was the only surviving veteran foundation-building cultivator in the clan. Clearly, he was going to disobey the ancestral order and assume the position of family head. Fu Changsheng piloted the treasure ship to the entrance of Wanning Market. Fu Yongsheng, having received the news in advance, came to greet him from afar. Fu Yongsheng had successfully established his foundation 9 years prior and had now reached the second stage. After boarding the ship, he bowed to Fu Changsheng and said, "Master, thank you for your hard work on this journey. I've already contacted the people at the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Bureau in advance, as you instructed." Palace Master Su of the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Bureau said that upon arrival, you can bring fellow Taoist Yu directly to the main hall of the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Bureau. Regarding promotion to the 8th rank, the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Bureau would naturally need to verify the situation first. Once everything was confirmed, they would report back to the court. For now, they were prioritizing the Yu family's promotion to the 9th rank. Yun Bozi, standing half a step behind Fu Changsheng, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the news of the impending 9th rank. After half a lifetime of travel, they finally had a place to settle down. Most importantly, their lineage had not fallen on despair. The eyes of the Yu family elders standing on the deck were red with tears. They had endured nearly a century of hardship. Finally, the clouds parted and the moon appeared. "Fellow Taoist Yu, let's go." Fu Changsheng took the lead and entered the market through the side door. He made his way to the main hall of the suppression department without any obstruction. To his surprise, Palace Master Su was standing outside to greet him, clearly indicating his deep regard for Fu Changsheng. Yun Bozi, watching from the side, was even more shocked. A member of the suppression department, even a mere guardian, commanded respect outside the court, let alone Palace Master Su, the head of a hall. Even the guards were rather surprised. Normally, heads of 8th rank families seeking an audience with the hall master would wait in the reception room for half a cup of tea. This showed how much Palace Master Su valued Fu Changsheng. "Greetings, Lord Hall Master." Fu Changsheng was somewhat flattered. He quickly took a few steps forward and bowed to Palace Master Su. Palace Master Su's consciousness fell on Fu Changsheng, and his brows twitched. Although he had already received the message, Fu Changsheng had already broken through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still somewhat shocked. With Fu Changsheng's aptitude, if nothing unexpected happened along the way, becoming a Grand Master of the Purple Mansion would only take him 10 years. Once he achieved this breakthrough, the Fu family would no longer be trapped in this eastern wasteland. From then on, the world would be vast and open. After the host and guests took their seats, Palace Master Su waved to the Deputy Palace Master, who bowed and withdrew. Palace Master Su then turned to Fu Changsheng and said with a smile, "Clan leader Fu, we have surveyed the spiritual vein in Yangxiao Mountain, and clan leader Yu's merit points have already met the standard. Since one of our clansmen has reached the foundation establishment stage, that leaves the standard of 100,000 members. As per custom, we still have to go through the formalities." Clearly, this meant sending the deputy palace master out for a head count. Fu Changsheng smiled and nodded, as it should be. Yun Bozi, standing nearby, was quite nervous, his hand trembling as he picked up the teacup. Fortunately, the deputy hall master soon returned to the main hall and nodded slightly to Hall Master Su, who smiled and said, "Patriarch Yu, please follow me." The Fu family had already registered with the Yu family, becoming a quasi-ninth rank aristocratic family. Now that all the necessary formalities were in place, they could skip the previous imperial approval and be promoted directly to the 9th rank. Fu Changsheng, sitting in the reception room, suddenly felt his consciousness panel tremble slightly. Ding! A 9th rank aristocratic family has been born in your fiefdom, gaining 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the panel soared from 3,000 to 6,000. Fu Changsheng's thoughts landed on his dantian. The aristocratic family jade seal hummed and vibrated violently. Then, the aura color on it completely changed from red to orange. Orange represents an 8th rank aristocratic family. However, its aura was currently unstable. Clearly, it needed further official confirmation from the imperial court to stabilize. This was different from before. When the Yu family had previously ascended to the 9th rank, he had been able to bless the clan's luck, but this time, with a promotion to the 8th rank, things were different. That luck lingered, looming as if it were about to fall upon him. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. If that were true, wouldn't he be able to utilize this luck again when he connected his two dantians? This was a pleasant surprise. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, 8th Rank Welfare, Dojo Academy, 7th Rank Family. Meanwhile, outside the suppression office, the second elder of the Gongsun clan was waiting. After smiling and offering a bribe to the guards, he was led to a side hall. The second elder had come today to officially receive the family seal. Following the death of clan leader Gongsun, a large portion of the clan opposed his ascension to the position of patriarch, believing it violated ancestral tradition. Furthermore, the eldest branch of the family wasn't completely extinct. With Gongsun Tang, Gongsun Qing, and the other three having traveled to Jingzhou, perhaps already achieved foundation building, the position of patriarch shouldn't be inherited by the second branch. Consequently, the second elder spent months suppressing the opposition and forcing his way to the position. Next, as long as the imperial court granted him the title, he would become the true patriarch of an 8th rank aristocratic family. With the Gongsun family passed down to him, he would undoubtedly revive the glory of his ancestors and ensure no further decline. However, advancement to a 7th rank aristocratic family was currently a distant prospect. After all, this was a feat their ancestors had striven for centuries, yet they hadn't been able to accomplish. At first, the second elder was still a little excited. But as he finished his first cup of tea, and even drank half of the second, he still hadn't been summoned to see Palace Master Su. His expression visibly turned sour. After all, he was a potential 8th rank aristocratic family leader. To think he'd been left out in the cold, he couldn't help but stand up and whisper to the guard at the door, "Fellow Taoist, please inform the palace master that I'm here today to take over the position of patriarch." He emphasized the latter part of his words. The guard glanced around, thought for a moment, and then whispered, "The palace master is busy conferring titles upon the newly promoted 9th rank aristocratic family in the Fu family's fiefdom. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer." What? Second elder Gongsun was stunned. When had a 9th rank aristocratic family appeared in the Fu family's fiefdom? If he remembered correctly, if the Fu family's fiefdom truly gained a 9th rank family, wouldn't it mean they could immediately ascend to the 8th rank? Second elder Gongsun was now restless. 8th rank families enjoyed numerous privileges, including a 20% annual tax reduction. Of course, that was secondary. Most importantly, upon ascending to the 8th rank, they were exposed to numerous opportunities. The most coveted opportunity was the ability to recommend family members for admission to the Great Zhou Academy. The last family member who successfully graduated from the Great Zhou Academy had already ascended to the 5th rank Golden Core family. Of course, this might take a long time. However, if the Fu family ascended to the 8th rank, Fu Changsheng would have the opportunity to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Although he was reluctant to admit it, judging by Fu Changsheng's current cultivation speed, he was likely at least an earth spiritual root, making a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion a piece of cake. If he became a great Purple Mansion cultivator, it would be the day their Gongsun family would be exterminated. Second Elder Gongsun suddenly stood up. We must not allow the Fu family to successfully ascend to the 8th rank, his thoughts raced. Second Elder Gongsun's eyes suddenly lit up. He formed a soundproofing spell with his right hand, then produced a jade communication talisman and spoke rapidly. The talisman trembled slightly, its spiritual light fading. Second Elder Gongsun sneered coldly, there's still quite a bit of time between filing with the court and conferring the title. If the Kui family isn't foolish, they'll surely know what to do once they learn of this news. Of course, relying solely on the Kui family wasn't enough. Second Elder Gongsun sent messages to various individuals, and once everything was settled, his uneasiness finally subsided. He sat back down, took a sip from his teacup, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fu Changsheng, this time, I'll see how you can turn the tide. He looked as if he were sitting on a pedestal. The Kui family. The communication talisman on Chief Kui, who had been conferring in the meeting hall, suddenly lit up, and a spell was cast into it. Upon hearing Second Elder Gongsun's message, Chief Kui's expression changed. He immediately said, Third brother, send a message to Kiui and Wanning Market immediately. Have her go to this Henshi division to find out if the situation is true. Yes, Patriarch. The elders in the entire meeting hall were now incredibly shocked by this sudden news. Their previous intelligence was that the Fu family's patriarch and mistress had both been in seclusion. Furthermore, the Fu family members had remained within their clan, remaining quiet and silent. But they had never expected a 9th rank family to suddenly appear in the Fu family's fiefdom. Even magic couldn't suddenly conjure up a family of over 100,000 people. A moment later, Kiui and Wanning Market arrived with a message. Outside the market, the Shangguan family's treasure ship was docked, carrying members of the Yu family, the second 9th rank family in the Fu family's fiefdom. Upon hearing this definitive information, Patriarch Kui's spirit seemed to be drained. Now, there was only one spot left for an 8th rank aristocratic family in all of Huainan, and the Fu family had snatched it. It would take forever for the Kui family to claim their spot. Third Elder Kui, however, was filled with resentment. Patriarch, we invested heavily in cultivating a 2nd rank spiritual vein for Xiao Zuru, and purchased mortals from everywhere to fill the ranks. We finally made the Xiao family a 9th rank aristocratic family in our fiefdom. Now, all we need is another 9th rank family to ascend to the 8th rank. No matter what, we can't let the Fu family snatch it first. Although the second elder of the Gongsun family's message had ill intentions, if we now dispatch troops to one of the Fu family's strongholds, and if we destroy even one of their 9th rank aristocratic families, then the title will be void until the imperial court grants it. We have a chance, the other elders heard. It was like a drowning man finding a lifeline. He nodded repeatedly. I agree with third brother's suggestion. Besides, we should contact the Hong and Qi families immediately. Our 3 families are in the same boat. With their combined strength, we can easily destroy a 9th rank family in the Fu family's fiefdom. Everyone was talking at once. Almost everyone wanted to go to war with the Fu family. Patriarch Kui rubbed his brows in pain, but remained silent. Seeing this, Third Elder Kui hurriedly said, Patriarch, time waits for no one. Please contact Patriarch Hong and Patriarch Qi as soon as possible to discuss how to attack the Fu family. Patriarch Kui sighed deeply. His right hand rhythmically tapped the Qianyang stone table, and the once noisy meeting room suddenly fell silent. Patriarch Kui then slowly spoke. Not long ago, the old patriarch of the Hong family passed away, and now the successor to the Huang family hasn't been decided. Do you think the Hong family has the energy to start a war now? Besides, although the Qi family is an ally of ours, but after all, the promotion to the 8th rank benefits us, Kui family. Put yourself in the Qi family's shoes and think about it. Are you willing to offend the Fu family, who could be promoted to the 8th rank at any time? After this analysis, the previously high spirits of the crowd temporarily subsided. However, Third Elder Kui remained unwilling to give in. Patriarch, Are we just going to watch helplessly as the last 8th rank family spot falls to the Fu family? He made his words so clear. Seeing his clansmen still refusing to give up, Patriarch Kui's face darkened. He spoke coldly. The Fu family has grown from 4 cultivators to an 8th rank aristocratic family in just 40 years. This demonstrates that their luck is unmatched. Even the 8th rank Gongsun family, a level higher, was suppressed by their luck. What do you think? How does our Kui family compare to the Gongsun family in its heyday? From Anyang County to Pingshan County, no aristocratic family that opposed the Fu family met a good end. The thought of this frightened everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Patriarch Kui glanced around at the crowd, saying word by word, "Everyone present here, remember this, from now on, whenever you meet someone from the Fu family, be respectful to me." The Fu family's rise is beyond our control. The Fu family was no ordinary creature. The Kui family, always following the Patriarch's lead, responded with a resounding agreement. Patriarch Kui, worried, was about to issue a few more instructions when the jade communication talisman on his waist shone again. He looked down and saw it was a message from the 8th rank Shi clan. The Shi clan rarely issued orders to their subordinate families. Seeing the jade communication talisman, Patriarch Kui was startled. Unsure of what it meant, he quickly infused a spell, and then the Shi clan's head's voice rang out, "The Fu clan must not be touched." Patriarch Kui was stunned for a moment, then he sighed deeply. He felt an inexpressible envy for the Fu clan's advancement to the 8th rank. His clan had been planning for a century, only to be thwarted by the sudden rise of the Fu clan. He knew in his heart that once the Fu clan ascended to the 8th rank, they would undoubtedly soar, perhaps even surpassing several established 8th rank families in their advancement to the 7th rank. From this point on, the difference between his clan and the Fu clan would be like a world of difference. Thinking of this, clan leader Kui immediately declared, "Third brother, prepare a list of marriageable women in the clan, quickly." While the Fu family hadn't yet achieved their 8th rank, and while they still had a say in the matter, they could arrange their children's marriages. This would establish a future bond with the Fu family, ensuring a message would be passed on if anything came their way. While the marriage was a little late, it was better to mend the fence after the sheep had been lost than to do nothing at all. Meanwhile, in the Shangguan clan's meeting room, Shangguan Feng and Shangguan Hongyu sat on either side of the upper seat. Both were half-step purple mansions, their positions within the clan unshakable. After the meeting concluded, Shangguan Wei, seated at the lower seat, could not help but stand and bow, saying, "Great elder, the Fu family has rented our treasure ship for 10 years, delaying many important matters. If the treasure ship doesn't return, it will become the Fu family's property." Back then, Shangguan Wei was a highly respected figure in the clan. However, at this moment, no one dared to speak, as if they hadn't heard. They all sipped their tea. Fu Changsheng had saved Shangguan Feng and his daughter's lives, so even if it were to be leased, or even if it were actually gifted to the Fu family, they didn't dare to say anything. But they could not help but grumble privately. Shangguan Hongyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She said calmly, "Elder Wei, why don't you ask why the Fu family leased the treasure ship? HMPH, what does the Fu family's affairs have to do with me?" Ever since Shangguan Wei learned that Zhang Yuanyun had cheated on him, he had become a prickly person, disliking everyone. Shangguan Hongyu remained calm and spoke slowly. "Let everyone know that the reason the Fu family leased our clan's treasure ship was because they had traveled thousands of miles to Jingzhou. Now, they've returned, having brought back a 9th rank family. In other words, an 8th rank family has been born under our rule." The moment these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in laughter. An 8th rank family had been promoted under the rule. For the Shangguan family, this would bring immense benefits, the most immediate of which was the ability to help them advance to the 7th rank. Furthermore, there would be a boost in luck. Even Shangguan Wei, covered in thorns, barely managed a smile upon hearing this. The Shangguan clan chief, the puppet head of the clan, was now eager to agree. Hongyu is absolutely right. The Fu family has truly rendered a great service to our Shangguan family. Let alone renting the treasure ship for 10 years, we would even accept it as a gift. Yes, it's the great elder and Hongyu who had the foresight to choose Fu Changsheng of the Fu family to support. Indeed, if it had been the Zhang family that was supported back then, the 6th elder said mid-sentence, realizing that it was Shangguan Wei who had chosen the Zhang family. He immediately fell silent. After all, Shangguan Wei's current situation was truly pitiful. Shangguan Wei, seated at the end, had been feeling somewhat better, but upon hearing the words Yang family, his expression suddenly darkened. He snorted coldly and immediately left. Instead, the crowd erupted in joyful congratulations. The setting sun cast a long shadow on him. In the hall, Shangguan Hongyu, seated at the head of the table, turned to Shangguan Feng and said, "Father, although the Fu family has qualified for promotion, the imperial court's enthronement process will likely take some time to complete. To prevent sabotage, do you think we should dispatch members of the Foundation Establishment clan to garrison several of the Fu family strongholds, currently, in addition to the family's ancestral lands of Luofang Mountain and Anyang County? The Fu family also possesses the Lin family's former fiefdoms of Yangxiao Mountain, Yunchen County, and Pingshan County, effectively 4 strongholds." With Shangguan Hongyu's reminder, the others' jubilation returned to their senses. In all of Huainan, there was only one remaining 8th grade family. As the head of the 9th grade families, if the Kui family showed signs of disloyalty and joined forces with the Qi or Hong families to attack a Fu family stronghold, that would be disastrous. Of course, most importantly, the Fu family had a public enemy, the Gongsun family. The Gongsun family would certainly not sit idly by. Seeing no one objected, Shangguan Feng immediately dispatched 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the clan, sending teams of 3 to Luofang Mountain, Yangxiao Mountain, and Pingshan County in Anyang County. The Fu family has the Demon Control City in Yunchen County, capable of sniping even a 3rd-rank Demon King. We don't need additional support here. However, Changsheng's treasure ship is currently docked in Wanning Market. On the way back to Yangxiao Mountain, just in case, Hongyu, you will personally go to Wanning Market and work with Changsheng to safely escort the Yu family and others back to Yangxiao Mountain. Yes, Father, Shangguan Hongyu agreed readily. After all, she and Fu Changsheng hadn't seen each other in over a decade. After everyone dispersed, Shangguan Feng cast a soundproofing spell and instructed, "Hongyu, when you see Changsheng, remember to remind him that the Imperial Court's campaign against the Yangang tribe is on the agenda. Let him prepare in advance." "Yes, Father." Shangguan Hongyu's face darkened. However, she hesitated. She continued, "Father, what is the ultimate goal of the Imperial Court's attack on the Yangang tribe? Far from expanding territory, that's just an excuse. After all, with so many tribes in the eastern wilderness, why did they single out Yangang? And it's quite a distance from their Huainan, with several Foundation Establishment tribes to annihilate along the way." Shangguan Feng shook his head. Although the Imperial Court is spearheading this campaign, the main force is the 7th-rank Luo, Wang, and Wan families. They are the only ones who know the inside story. The 3 7th-rank families each possess several purple mansions. The 8th-rank families in Huainan Prefecture fall under the jurisdiction of the 7th-rank Luo family. "Father, why don't you go to the Luo family? Don't fight a battle unprepared." Shangguan Hongyu didn't want to be foolish and simply let others dictate things to her. Shangguan Feng pondered, "The Luo family has always been indifferent to their subordinate families, and we rarely interact with them. If we rashly approach them now, I'm afraid we won't be able to extract any useful information from them." Shangguan Hongyu shook her head. He said confidently, "Father, you were referring to the past. Now, an 8th-rank aristocratic family has emerged under our rule. Moreover, you and I are both halfway to the Purple Mansion. Given the right opportunity, a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion is imminent. The Luo family will certainly be willing to give us some leeway for this, then I'll give it a try." In the He family's meeting hall, the He family elders were wondering why the Patriarch had suddenly convened an emergency elders meeting. He Changsheng, who had just established his foundation 3 years ago, was seated at the head. Seeing the smile on his father's face, he hurriedly asked, "Father, what's the happy news in the clan that has you so happy?" The He clan leader's face was half joy and half envy. He glanced around at everyone. Then, "Just now, Yang sent me a message saying he's returned safely from Jingzhou and brought back a 9th-rank member of the Yu family. The Fu family's advancement to the 8th rank is imminent." In other words, the He family now had an 8th-rank relative by marriage. Upon hearing this, the elders beamed with joy. For the past 10 years, the Gongsun clan resented their relationship with the Fu clan. Leveraging their privileged position as a superior family, they issued conscription orders almost annually, causing them unbearable suffering. This was secondary. More importantly, even clan leader he himself had come close to death several times. Now that the Fu clan had been promoted to the 8th rank, They had the power to confront the Gongsun clan. The He clan was finally free from the Gongsun clan's bullying. Third Elder He's eyes welled up as he exclaimed, "Patriarch, this is truly a great event, a great event. With the Fu clan as our backer, our He clan will be able to develop steadily for another 100 or 200 years. Ultimately, it was the Patriarch's foresight that selected the Fu clan as an in-law. Patriarch, I apologize for some of the unpleasant things I said before. Please don't take them to heart. Just treat them as my own foolish words." The Fu clan's promotion completely convinced the veteran Foundation establishment elders who had previously questioned clan leader He. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was exceptionally harmonious. Only He Changsheng, who sat at the bottom, was filled with regret. If she had obeyed her father's arrangements and married into the Fu family, she would now be the daughter-in-law of the head of an 8th-rank aristocratic family. The treatment and resources she would have received would surely be incomparable to what she enjoys today. After establishing her foundation, she realized that relying solely on hard work to achieve a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm within a 200-year lifespan would be impossible. The He family's resources were limited. Furthermore, the depletion of the resources in the 100,000 mountains had further hindered the cultivation of the yangang cultivators. At this moment, after the head of the He clan, the head of the clan, and the others had rejoiced, he spoke. Although the Fu family's promotion to the 8th rank is a foregone conclusion, to prevent potential treachery, we must send members of the Foundation Establishment clan to help the Fu family secure several strongholds. Pingshan County is nearby. 3rd uncle, 5th uncle, and 16th uncle, please go to Pingshan County. Yes, Patriarch. The 3 Foundation Establishment elders, whose names were called, responded resoundingly. In Wanning Market, footsteps could be heard from the main hall of the Suppression Division. Fu Changsheng took a closer look. The first to come out was Palace Master Su, followed by Yun Bozi, who had already completed the conferment ceremony. Yun Bozi's aura was now completely different from before. He could vaguely sense a mysterious aura surrounding him. Fu Changsheng smiled and bowed, saying, "Congratulations, clan leader Yu, on your promotion to 9th rank Patriarch." Yun Bozi beamed. But he knew that his current position was entirely thanks to Fu Changsheng, and that his life was still in his hands. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and quickly said respectfully, "This is all thanks to the support of the Master family." Yun Bozi didn't become complacent with his promotion to 9th rank Patriarch, nor did he forget the Fu family's kindness. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly with satisfaction. "Clan leader Yu, I'm sure your clansmen are anxiously waiting outside. Go ahead." He had a few more questions to ask Palace Master Su after Yun Bozi left. Palace Master Su was the first to speak. "Clan leader Fu, your family has all the qualifications for promotion to 8th rank. Furthermore, since Lord Xiao has already informed us above, we should have good news in 3 months, if not 1 or 2, after the official imperial decree is issued. Then I'll have to trouble you, Palace Master," Fu Changsheng said, somewhat surprised. If he followed the formal procedures, he'd probably have to wait another year or 2. Thinking of the intelligence reports about Meizhen transferring 10% of the mine's profits to Xiao Xianger, the latter likely did so for this reason, so they informed the higher-ups in advance, to avoid further complications. Palace Master Su personally escorted Fu Changsheng to the palace gates. Meanwhile, guards had just brought 2nd Elder Gongsun out of the side hall. 2nd Elder Gongsun scanned Fu Changsheng with his spiritual sense, and seeing that he had indeed reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, his eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Palace Master Su's warmth towards Fu Changsheng, and recalling his own long day of being left out in the cold, he felt a mixture of emotions. But he couldn't direct his anger at Palace Master Su. He could only suppress it. However, thinking of his own plans, 2nd Elder Gongsun's mood brightened immediately, and he sneered inwardly. "Fu Changsheng, I wonder how long you can hold on to your complacency. It wouldn't be long. This little bastard will have nowhere to cry." Fu Changsheng brushed past 2nd Elder Gongsun. Though he had concealed his emotions well, how could he miss them? It was obvious. 2nd Elder Gongsun was definitely planning something nasty. After leaving the Suppression Division, Fu Changsheng immediately thought, exchanged the information. Chapter 258 Chu Chan's Advancement, Xianxi Hall, and Master Yu's Origin. The panel trembled, and a large amount of yellow light surged, followed by lines of text. 1. The Gongsun family's treasure house contains a piece of phoenix bloodwood. This phoenix bloodwood was obtained by the ancestor of the Gongsun family from a barrier gate in the blood-forbidden land. 2. The underground dark room of the Yangang tribe contains the secret of the breakthrough of the Purple Palace of past generations. The chief's token is required to enter and exit. 3. The court restarted the plan and planned to attack the Yangang tribe. 4. Among the 7 monsters of Lingnan, the chief culprit Chu has an unknown secret. 5. After Xiao Zhuang failed to inherit the position of the head of the Xiao family, he contacted your Fu family several times in succession, wanting to become a guest elder, but was repeatedly rejected. He felt resentment towards your Fu family. After Gongsun's second eldest husband Sun Run learned about this, he used the bait of supporting Xiao Zhuang to establish a 9th-grade family to successfully recruit Xiao Zhuang to work for him in secret. 6. Gongsun Er's husband, Sun Run, recently sent a message to the Kui family, instigating the Kui family to declare war on your Fu family. At the same time, he offered a high reward to the 7 freaks of Lingnan. Led by Xiao Zhuang, they have secretly gone to Yulong Mountain, the home of the Yu family, to destroy the Yu family in one fell swoop, so that your Fu family will not be able to successfully advance to the 8th rank. 7. When Fu Changsheng's eyes fell on the 6th piece of information, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking for death. The Yu family is not only a 9th rank family under the rule of his Fu family, Kangaroo has also had a relationship with him for decades, and they are like family. He also has a pair of children in his fiefdom. Family has always been his Achilles heel. Whoever touches it will die. Fu Changsheng's mind raced. At his current speed, it would definitely be too late to rush back. The closest to Yulong Mountain is Yangxiao Mountain, guarded by Molan. Even if he had to sacrifice a 2nd-rank spirit bane, he couldn't let Kangaroo and the others get into trouble. Fu Changsheng flashed a few times and returned to the backyard of his shop. After closing the magic circle, he quickly took out the communication jade talisman, infused it with a spell, and his lips moved. Yu Kangaroo, who was in seclusion in the back mountains, suddenly opened her eyes. Looking down, she saw the communication jade talisman she used with Fu Changsheng illuminated. Her face lit up with joy. Changsheng has finally emerged from seclusion. After not seeing their daughter Ningning for 10 years, she had already reached the age of marriage. To say she didn't miss him would be a lie. Yu Kangaroo impatiently infused a spell into it. With a humming sound, the communication jade talisman trembled slightly, and then Fu Changsheng's voice rang out, "Kangaroo, 800 miles from Yulong Mountain, Yanhulan." 2 rainbow lights streaked in from the distance. The spiritual light faded, revealing a man and a woman. They were none other than Chu, the chief culprit of the Lingnan 7 freaks, and Chun Ernyang, the male rapist. The moment they appeared, Xiao Zhuang slowly emerged. Xiao Zhuang glanced at Chu Xiao, feeling a bit nervous. After all, he was only at the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, while Chu Xiao, the most powerful of the Lingnan 7 monsters, had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Even before he'd established his foundation, he'd already heard of Chu Xiao's fame. Chu Xiao's parents died when he was 3. His second uncle's family, under the pretext of raising him, embezzled all the money his parents left behind. From the age of 5, he'd been working the household, rising earlier than chickens, sleeping later than dogs, and eating worse than pigs, only getting a single meal of black steamed buns during the Lunar New Year. Fortunately, before his parents died, they'd married him off as a child bride. Chu Xiao finally reached the age to establish his own family. Unexpectedly, his wife was chosen by Qin Yuanwei. His second uncle's family took the money, sold the child bride to Qin Yuanwei, and, following Qin Yuanwei's instructions, threw him into a dry well in the backyard, sealing the exit and intending to starve him to death. But Chu Xiao wasn't destined to die. In the dry well, he somehow found a chance and successfully drew qi into his body. However, upon emerging, he discovered that his wife had died for him. For this reason, the chief villain, Chu, not only personally slaughtered his second uncle's family but also sacrificed Mr. Qin and the entire village. From that day on, he embarked on a path of bloody cultivation, and countless souls perished at his hands. Xiao Zhuang, encountering such a wicked individual for the first time, didn't dare act like a noble young man. He bowed respectfully and said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, I wonder when your other 5 brothers will arrive." Second Elder Gongsun has sent a message urging us to strike before the Fu family reacts. The chief villain, Chu, closed his eyes and remained silent. The naturally charming Chun Ernyang said delicately, "Master Xiao, why are you so anxious? The Yu family only has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Even if my other brothers don't show up, the three of us alone can annihilate the Yu family." With that, he was about to attack Xiao Zuiyang. Xiao Zuiyang quickly stepped back. All the men who fell into Chun Erniang's hands died of exhaustion. He couldn't afford such a good fortune. Chun Erniang covered her mouth and smiled, becoming more and more interested. At this moment, a flying boat came rushing over from the horizon. On the flying boat were the other 5 people of Lingnan 7 monsters. Except for the chief evil Chu, who was at the peak of the foundation building stage, Chun Erniang was in the late foundation building stage, and the other 5 were in the middle foundation building stage. However, these 5 people were quintuplets, and they practiced the spiritual harmony 5 sources Gong. This technique can superimpose the cultivation of the 5 people, and their combat power is even higher than that of Chun Erniang, who is in the late foundation building stage. This combat power is more than enough to conquer the Yu family. Xiao Zuiyang's confidence also increased greatly. After everyone arrived, only then did Chiu Shao open his eyes, his gaze set on Xiao Zuiyang, who obediently offered him a treasure bag. "Fellow Taoist Chu, this is half the reward our patriarch promised us." Chiu Shao waved his hand, his spiritual sense sweeping across the room. He nodded slightly to Chun Erniang and the others, then transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged towards Yulong Mountain. The 8 of them used invisibility to reach the foot of Yulong Mountain. Chun Erniang circled the entire mountain, sheathed the spirit-detecting array disc, and smiled charmingly. "Brother, the protective formation at Yulong Mountain is a combination of formations. However, it's clear that after the beast tide, peace has been long, and the Yu family has simply activated the outer layers of the warning and tracking arrays. With my skills as a 3rd-level formation master, I can easily lead everyone into the mountain unnoticed." Chun Erniang exuded confidence. Chiu Shao frowned. "Yu Kingru comes from a family of formation masters. Second mother, just in case, you should check carefully a few more times. Brother, I slept with a young cultivator from the Yu family yesterday. He said their patriarch has been in seclusion for years, and now Kingru's son is managing the clan affairs. His fur hasn't even fully grown yet, so it's understandable that the brat has neglected things." "Brother," before he could finish his words, Chiu Shao glared at him. Second mother Chun immediately became obedient. Elsewhere, Xiao Zuiyang slapped his spirit beast bag, and a fleeting stream of gray insects burrowed into the ground, disappearing. A moment later, they emerged from the soil, shaking their heads at Xiao Zuiyang and chirping with strange sounds. Xiao Zuiyang's tense expression relaxed. These seeking mysterious insects were a little-known spirit beast of the Gongsun family, specialized in locating and gathering information. If it weren't for the special circumstances, the Gongsun family wouldn't have handed them over to him. Xiao Zuiyang bowed to the chief villain, Chiu. "Fellow Taoist Chiu, everything is normal in Yulong Mountain. It's almost time for us to take action. If the Fu family caught wind of something and sent reinforcements halfway through the conquest, that would be troublesome." Chiu remained unmoved. After Chun Erniang carefully inspected the mountain protection formation several times to confirm there were no traps, he said, "A quick victory?" "Yes." Chun Erniang led the way. Chu's voice reached her ears. "Erniang, if you notice anything amiss, immediately notify the brothers to retreat." Clearly, Chu had no intention of working for the Gongsun family. As a 3rd-level formation master, and with no one supervising the formation, Chun Erniang easily found her way out. Stepping into the formation, she flipped her right hand, and a form-avoiding bead hovered above everyone's heads. The beads whirled with invisible wisps of aura, isolating the 5 people's auras. Chun Erniang was quite cautious in her approach. About half a cup of tea had passed. Chun Erniang stood at the Li position of the Bagua orientation. Crossing from there to the Jin position would completely exit the mountain protection formation. Huh? This formation pattern? No. This wasn't the Xinjiang Yunil mountain protection formation, but the Lingsu Bagua mountain protection formation. She had been misled. "Brother, retreat." Chun Erniang immediately flew away without a second thought. However, at that moment, boom! The entire Yulong mountain trembled violently, and then 8 brilliant beams of light shot up into the sky, instantly separating the 8 figures. Damn it! Chun Erniang had never expected to suffer such a setback from the formation. She had believed that there was no formation master more powerful than her in this small place of Huainan. She was too confident. Chun Erniang gritted her teeth and said, "HMPH, you think you can trap me with this formation? Dream on." Chun Ernyuang slapped her storage bag. A ray of light flashed. A multicolored bead suddenly floated in front of her. However, the moment the bead appeared, a roar of extreme cold engulfed her. The terrifying attack on her soul caused her to briefly feel dizzy. Then, her vision went black as she was instantly drawn into a den of ghosts. 10 second-level ghost soldiers charged forward, devouring her before she could react. It was Qiu Chan, who had received Fu Changsheng's message in advance and rushed from Yangxiao Mountain. 10 years had passed. Qiu Chan had refined the beast souls of the beast tide within the human empire banner into 10 second-level ghost soldiers, and her own cultivation had risen to the quasi-third level. Upon contact, she instantly dispatched the defenseless Chun Ernyuang. Qiu Chan wielded the Yulang Kobe flute. Its melodious sound enveloped the scattered quintuplets of the Lingnan Seven Devils, who were immediately trapped in an illusionary array. Simultaneously, 10 second-level ghost soldiers swarmed forward. One step, one kill. In a flash, 6 of the Lingnan Seven Devils had been slain. Xiao Zuiyang watched Qiu Chan, surrounded by ghost soldiers, as if the king of ghosts had descended. He was already terrified and quickly knelt to beg for mercy. "Fairy, spare my life. I did all this because of..." Before he could finish his words, he was instantly pierced through the heart by thousands of strands of hair, dying. At a near third-tier combat power, and controlled by the sound power, he had no power to fight back. After Qiu Chan dealt with the 7 men, he turned to look at the other side of the battlefield. Half a cup of tea later. In Wanning Market, in the backyard of the Fu family shop. The communication jade talisman on Fu Changsheng's waist lit up with a buzzing sound. After hearing the message, Fu Changsheng's frown instantly relaxed. Elsewhere, after Yun Bozi was conferred the title and emerged from the main hall of the Shenxi division, he was eager to share the good news with his clansmen. He left Wanning Market and landed on the treasure ship. Yu Fihuang and his clansmen had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yun Bozi turn back so quickly, they assumed the ennobling process had been blocked. As they approached, they immediately noticed a noticeable shift in Yun Bozi's aura. "Clan leader, have we been promoted to 9th rank aristocratic family?" Yun Bozi smiled and nodded. With a thought, a buzz. The 9th rank aristocratic family jade seal instantly flew out of his body, the word Yu prominently engraved on it. Yu Fihong's eyes welled with excitement. The Yu family elders standing on the deck were incoherent with excitement, bowing in the direction of Jing Zhao. "Wow, wow, wow, ancestors, your unworthy descendant has finally lived up to your expectations and been promoted to the 9th rank. Wow, wow, they had endured so much hardship from the 2nd branch. Now, at last, a new life had arrived. And all this was thanks to Fu Changsheng of the Fu family." The entire ship had been eagerly awaiting Fu Changsheng's appearance, waiting for perhaps several hours. Buzz! A ripple of light shone from the treasure ship. Fu Changsheng's figure flashed into view. "The master has arrived." Upon seeing this, the Yu family members almost unanimously rushed forward to greet him. Bowing in unison. Yun Bozi, the clan leader, also stepped forward and bowed deeply to the ground. The Yu family's advancement to the 9th rank is entirely due to the master's support. Our descendants will cherish this kindness. In the future, should the master call upon us, no matter the peril, we, the Yu family, will be duty-bound to respond without a single frown." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of people echoed the words in a resounding voice. The sound was like a bell, reaching the sky. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Patriarch Yu, please rise quickly." At the same time, the panel in his sea of consciousness vibrated again. "Ling, you have completely won the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of members of the Yu family, earning 620 contribution points." The next moment, the contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 6,600. After everyone entered the cabin, Fu Changsheng said to Yun Bozi, "Clan leader Yu, will have to stay here for a few more days. The Shangguan clan will then send someone to accompany me to escort you to Yangxiao Mountain." "Thank you, master." Yun Bozi was surprised by Fu Changsheng's thoughtfulness and was even more grateful. Fu Changsheng ascended to the 10th floor of the treasure ship. This floor was occupied solely by Grandmaster Yu. The vast cabin was filled with a smoldering atmosphere, and formation flags hovered around Grandmaster Yu. With a final incantation, they were retracted. Buzz! All the formation flags and discs fell into the storage bag. Fu Changsheng quickly handed over the 2 newly acquired bottles of Kiuhu wine. "Uncle Yu, you've worked hard this year, After receiving the 9 profound sealing formation from the Shadow Guard, Fu Changsheng instructed Grandmaster Yu to put aside all his duties and first practice the 9 profound sealing formation. Now, the time is perfect. Gulp. Grandmaster Yu raised his head and downed a bottle of autumn flower brew in one gulp. A hint of color suddenly appeared on his pale face. Changsheng, why are you rushing me to consecrate this 9 profound sealing formation? What's the point? Fu Changsheng's face darkened. He closed the cabin's formation and cast a soundproofing spell. Without transmitting his voice, he quickly wrote a dozen words on Grandmaster Yu's palm. Grandmaster Yu's previously indifferent face was suddenly filled with shock. Changsheng, is what you just said true? Well, only you, me, Wrong Gear, and Yao knew about this. Uncle Fei was afraid he might accidentally let it slip, so he took a forget dust pill after leaving. Fu Changsheng was refreshing his information. Upon learning that Roger had stumbled upon the secret realm, he was also surprised. Uncle Yao has been researching that barrier for 7 or 8 years. According to her most recent communication, she claims to have found the key to breaking the formation. However, she alone is unlikely to be able to break it. I'm afraid you, Uncle Yu, will have to go there in person. The 9 profound sealing formation obtained from the Shadow Guard was just the right one to be deployed at the location of the Hanlinjiang secret realm barrier. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves, and instantly a dozen boxes floated toward Grandmaster Yu. Uncle Yu, these are the remaining formation materials from the Shadow Guard storage bag. Take them with you and see if they can be used to break the barrier. Grandmaster Yu scanned the bag with his spiritual sense and was quite surprised. The spiritual materials in the storage bag were considered relatively scarce for formations. In the past, Grandmaster Yu would have enthusiastically delved into it, but now, he tucked his hand into his sleeve, his expression more solemn than ever. Changsheng, if this truly is a secret realm, even with a 9 profound sealing formation, once it's opened, the Imperial Court's Heavenly Master Hall will immediately spy on it, and the Imperial Court will undoubtedly send forces to take over a secret realm, and one that's never been explored. Even the smallest one is priceless. The Imperial Court wouldn't allow a mere 8th rank family to monopolize it. The heavenly punishment world that the Fu family had previously entered had already been explored by the Imperial Court, otherwise, it wouldn't have been their turn. Grandmaster Yu paused. And if this is a secret realm of a great ancient sect, the Imperial Court will kill to silence anyone who hears about it. Fu Changsheng was utterly shocked. What terrified him most was Grandmaster Yu's mention of the Heavenly Master Hall. This Heavenly Master Hall could actually explore secret realms. What kind of organization was this? Thinking of his own system, Fu Changsheng shuddered. If his system were also snooped on by the people of the Heavenly Master Hall, the consequences would be disastrous. Uncle Yu, I've never heard of the Heavenly Master Hall you just mentioned. Could it possibly reveal the secrets of heaven? First, it was the Shadow Gate. Now it was the Heavenly Master Hall. This world was even more vast and complex than he had imagined. And Wainan wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Master Yu, as if recalling a painful memory, closed his eyes. After a long moment, he spoke. The Heavenly Master Hall existed before the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. As for why it later became part of the dynasty, you don't need to know. Master Yu refused to reveal any other information about the Heavenly Master Hall. Fu Changsheng could only give up and quickly glance at Master Yu. He had previously suspected that Master Yu had an extraordinary background, and now it seemed to be true. Could Master Yu have been a member of the Heavenly Master Hall before? However, at this moment, he didn't have the heart to speculate. With a treasure trove right on his doorstep, he couldn't let Chao's 7 or 8 years of hard work go to waste. Fu Changsheng pondered. Uncle Yu, is there no way to conceal this from the Heavenly Master Hall? Yes, there is, but given our current conditions, it's probably difficult. Hearing this, Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He said confidently, Uncle Yu, tell me the method. Whatever you need, I'll definitely find a way to get it. Seeing that Fu Changsheng had no intention of giving up, Master Yu hesitated for a moment, then waved his sleeve. A blank jade slip suddenly floated before him. He quickly listed the spiritual materials one by one, densely packed. A closer look revealed over 10,000 different kinds. Fortunately, he had most likely seen them before. But when he looked at the last 3 spiritual materials, Fu Changsheng was stunned. Uncle Yu, this phoenix bloodwood, dragon scale stone, and ethereal mica, I've never heard of them before, Master. Yu tossed the jade slip to Fu Changsheng. He shook his head and said, gathering these spiritual materials is only the first step. Furthermore, setting up the heavenly secret formation requires the assistance of at least 3 purple mansion warriors. Therefore, you don't need Joyao to study this secret realm barrier anymore. Let her come back. However, even if the secret realm was abandoned, Rongyear was still deeply trapped within it. Although Rongyear's soul lamp was currently lit, there was no guarantee he would encounter any danger within. No matter what, he had to gather these materials. As for the purple mansion warriors, he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. If Qing Mang and Zhu Chen could also successfully break through to the 3rd stage in the future, then there would be hope for setting up the heavenly secret formation. Cultivating immortals was essentially about defying fate and changing one's destiny. He would not, and could not, give up easily. Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the strange mask of the Shadow Guard. Spiritual materials like phoenix bloodwood might seem rare to others, but the Shadow Sect was an ancient and mysterious entity. Perhaps they could be exchanged for these spiritual materials. He had originally been reluctant to join the Shadow Sect, but now it seemed like a good option. Several days later, Fu Changsheng, sitting cross-legged in the cabin, suddenly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Fihong, on duty on the deck, suddenly sensed a powerful aura rushing in from afar. Glancing closely, he saw 2 red silk threads whistling like dragons in the distance, a female cultivator standing steadily atop them. The woman was dressed in crimson, her 3,000 strands of black hair tied high with a red coral hairpin, a few strands of hair falling, swaying in the wind and contrasting with her red dress. Her face was delicate yet dignified, her brows like crescent moons, her eyes like deep blood-red jade, radiating endless mystery and tenacity. Her phoenix eyes, with their upturned corners, shone with a flickering flame, imbued with a majesty that could not be underestimated. Standing atop the red silk, she resembled a spirit in flames, casting a faint blush on the surrounding spiritual energy wherever she passed. Such a beauty! Like a fairy descended. Yu Fihong, a fellow female cultivator, also found her beauty indescribable. Sensing her powerful aura, she quickly assumed her guard. Senior, this is... She had just begun to speak when Fu Changsheng appeared behind her. The genuine smile of joy on her face instantly alerted Yu Fihong to the fact that it was Shangguan Hongyu, the clan leader's confidant of the main family, whom she had previously mentioned. She quickly stepped aside and waved the remaining clan members off the deck, leaving space for Shangguan Hongyu and Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng smiled and stepped forward to greet her. The two said goodbye. They had not met for more than 10 years. Shangguan Hongyu's phoenix eyes fell on Fu Changsheng, and said with a smile, "The last time we met, you were only at the 8th level of foundation building. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, you have already reached the peak of foundation building. You are worthy of being called Changsheng." Fu Changsheng said a few words modestly. The two moved to the 11th floor, and at the same time told Yu Fihong and Yun Bozi to set off for Yangxiao Mountain. Thank you all handsome guys and beautiful girls for your monthly tickets and subscription support, and wish you all a happy weekend. Chapter 259, 9th Grade Golden Pill, Second Mistress, Raising an Army to Punish. On the 10th floor of the treasure ship, the room held only Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Hongyu. From the moment they met until they sat down, Fu Changsheng could feel Hongyu's gaze fixed on him. Initially, he felt a bit smug, but he quickly realized that even with Hongyu's temperament, she wouldn't lose her composure like that. Could something mysterious befall him? He was about to speak when Shangguan Hongyu flicked her index finger, and a stream of magical energy materialized into a delicate hammer. With a humming sound, it hovered in front of Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng blinked, even more confused. "Hongyu, what are you doing?" "Changsheng, hold out your arm. Take my hammer." Fu Changsheng, understanding Hongyu's intention, smiled and held out his arm. With a thud, the hammer struck Fu Changsheng's right arm with a quick and precise thud. The hammer shattered, dissipating in a red glow. At the same time, tiny specks of starlight appeared on Fu Changsheng's arm. Although Shangguan Hongyu had only used 10% of her mana, the opponent was, after all, a half-step purple mansion cultivator, and even 10% of her mana was equivalent to a full-strength attack from an early foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, Fu Changsheng's right arm remained unscathed. Shangguan Hongyu's eyes lit up. "Changsheng, have you cultivated physical cultivation techniques?" After a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, their bodies only retain a reservoir of mana, but they remain vulnerable. Otherwise, spiritual artifacts like protective magical instruments wouldn't fetch such high prices. Fu Changsheng smiled and nodded. He had perfected the 9 heavens star art to the flesh refining stage, only one step away from the tendon refining stage. At this level, even if he did nothing, a low-grade, second-tier magical instrument would have no lethal effect on him. Shangguan Hongyu's face was filled with shock. Changsheng, with your current progress in physical cultivation, have you reached the second stage? Physical cultivation techniques were extremely rare in their realm, and perhaps even in the entire Great Zhou. Physical cultivation techniques are rare, and even if they exist, they often present various hidden dangers during practice. Furthermore, the process of physical cultivation often feels like forging one's body like a magical instrument, requiring unbearable suffering for ordinary people. Secondly, physical cultivation requires vast resources. And most importantly, a cultivator's lifespan is limited, making it difficult to cultivate both physical and spiritual power. Yet, Fu Changsheng, in his early 60s, had already reached the peak of foundation establishment and even broken through to the second stage of physical cultivation. This would be a rare talent among the elite families of the Great Zhou. Seeing Shangguan Hongyu's gaze grow intense, Fu Changsheng realized she had misunderstood and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Hongyu, my physical cultivation progress is far from reaching the second stage. At most, it's only the middle stage of the first stage." What? Shangguan Hongyu was even more shocked. If he could withstand attacks from a second stage magical instrument at the middle stage of the first stage, wouldn't breaking through to the second stage allow him to block even spiritual instruments? This meant that the physical cultivation technique Fu Changsheng was practicing was at least at the earth stage. Shangguan Hongyu subconsciously glanced around, confirming the cabin's formations were flawless. She breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke solemnly, "Changsheng, don't ever mention what you said today to anyone else, not even your family. You know better than I do that possessing a treasure is a sin. Also, unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal the secret of your dual cultivation of Dharma and body to others." Fu Changsheng was puzzled. He could understand concealing the relevant techniques, but why couldn't he reveal his dual cultivation of Dharma and body? Was it because he feared the threat of attracting attention? Seeing his puzzlement, Shangguan Hongyu gritted her teeth and said, "Changsheng, since your Fu family is already an 8th grade family, I'll tell you the secret of the Purple Mansion in advance." Even if the court knew, they probably wouldn't say anything. Fu Changsheng's breathing quickened upon hearing this. He had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. The next step was the Purple Mansion. How could he not be excited? Shangguan Hongyu asked, "Changsheng, how much do you know about breaking through the Purple Mansion?" Fu Changsheng had previously received guidance from the remnant soul of a mighty general from the previous dynasty. He assumed he knew everything about it. So, he didn't hide anything. "As far as I know, breaking through the Purple Mansion consists of 3 steps. First, opening the Niwen Palace, then connecting the 17 major acupoints in the upper and middle dantian, and finally, awakening the soul, relocating it there, and transforming it into a divine soul." Shangguan Hongyu was stunned for a moment, but didn't delve into Fu Changsheng's knowledge. Instead, she asked, "Besides that, do you have anything else to add?" Fu Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Feng once told me not to rush the Purple Mansion breakthrough, but to refine my magic power to its fullest potential first." Shangguan Hongyu saw that Fu Changsheng only knew the basics. Then he slowly said, "Indeed, what you describe is the most common method handed down by the imperial court to achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough. If I had obtained this jade slip by chance, I would have unwittingly followed the crowd and become an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator." Shangguan Hongyu slapped her storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared, and a simple white box with black patterns flashed out. She solemnly cast a spell into it, releasing the restrictions. Then, a piece of ancient gold foil floated out, its surface covered with intricate runes. "Hongyu, what is this?" This gold foil was obviously of extraordinary origin. Shangguan Hongyu did not reply, but instead chanted an obscure incantation, then cast a series of spells into the jade foil. The jade foil trembled slightly, and then a long text appeared before him. Fu Changsheng looked closely and saw that it contained the secrets of the Purple Mansion. However, the more he read, the more astonishment in his eyes deepened. This lengthy article mentions that both Foundation Establishment and the Purple Mansion are crucial stages in laying the foundation for the path to immortality. A solid foundation in these two realms directly impacts the quality of the golden elixir that can be condensed later. The lowest golden elixir is the 9th grade, with no upper limit. As for how to condense a golden elixir, this gold foil is clearly a fragment and doesn't mention it. However, every step in breaking through to the Purple Mansion is described in exquisite detail. Furthermore, it represents radical departure from the conventional methods handed down from the Great Zhou court. Take, for example, the opening of the Niwen Palace. The article mentions that the Niwen Palace is the abode of the spirit and soul, also known as the upper Danshan. The extent of the realm opened up by this Danshan almost determines the potential of a cultivator after breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Therefore, the first step in breaking through to the Purple Mansion is crucial. At this point, because the two Danshans are not connected, a cultivator can only use their spiritual consciousness to open the Niwen Palace. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the greater the expanse of the Purple Mansion realm opened up. However, generally speaking, spiritual consciousness is innate and rarely cultivated. Therefore, the article mentions that the second opportunity to expand the Purple Mansion's domain is when the two Danshans are connected. At this point, the true fluid in the lower Danshan will flow upward through the open acupoints, thus expanding the Purple Mansion for the second time and the final opportunity. A cultivator's lower Danshan's domain is fixed. However, each acupoint open provides an additional opportunity to store true fluid, effectively expanding the lower Danshan. Therefore, the article mentions that to unlock the strongest Purple Mansion, one must discover each acupoint throughout the body and accumulate as much true fluid as possible. If one follows the imperial method of unlocking the Purple Mansion and only opens 17 acupoints, the resulting Purple Mansion, even if fortunately formed, would only be a lowly 9th grade golden elixir. Furthermore, it would be the weakest among Purple Mansion cultivators of the same level. Seeing the end, Fu Changsheng shuddered, his throat rolling, and it took him a while to recover. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyu had already put away the gold foil. Her face solemnly spoke, "Changsheng, now you understand why physical cultivation techniques are so precious, don't you? In the Great Zhou, it was almost universally accepted that spiritual awareness was innate and could not be improved. Therefore, the only way to defy fate was to open as many acupoints as possible. However, without physical cultivation techniques, opening 30 acupoints was the limit for ordinary people. If Hongyu hadn't revealed this today, even with his system, he wouldn't have made it far in his cultivation. After all, foundation determines everything." Fu Changsheng was deeply moved. Shangguan Hongyu instructed, "Changsheng, the secret of the Purple Mansion is currently known only to you, me, and my father. Do not let anyone else know." "Yes, I understand," Fu Changsheng nodded quickly. In the Great Zhou dynasty, not only Jinden's Henren existed, but even Yuan Ying's Henjin existed. Their achievement clearly exceeded the capabilities of a 9th-rank Jinden cultivator. Therefore, the imperial court must be aware of this secret. Fu Changsheng muttered to himself, "No wonder there are so many middle and lower-rank families, but only a few high-ranking ones." After calming down, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a white box with vertical stripes floated towards Shangguan Hongyu. Shangguan Hongyu was stunned for a moment. "Changsheng, what is this?" "Hongyu, open it and you'll find out." Puzzled, Shangguan Hongyu cast a spell, revealing a jade slip. She placed the slip between her brows and roared, a stream of information instantly flooding into her sea of consciousness. After a long moment, Shangguan Hongyu finally put the slip down. Her hands, holding it, trembled with excitement. "Changsheng, you're taking a risk." Changsheng had actually gifted her a heavenly grade technique. In the entire Great Zhou, those capable of reaching heavenly grade techniques were rare. Such a generous gift made the secret of the Purple Mansion she had just obtained seem like a mere trifle. Shangguan Hongyu had previously been unsure of Fu Changsheng's feelings for her, but at that moment, she knew he definitely had her in his heart. Otherwise, he would never have taken such a risk by giving her this heavenly grade technique. For a moment, Shangguan Hongyu looked at Fu Changsheng, her previously concealed love now unconcealed. "Changsheng," the word seemed to unleash years of pent-up emotions. A tear instantly fell from her eyes. Fu Changsheng had never seen Hongyu so vulnerable. At that moment, his heart fluttered. He involuntarily pulled her into his arms. His breathing quickened. Just as he was about to lose control, Shangguan Hongyu, blushing, quickly emerged from his embrace, pushed her aside, straightened her tangled hair, and gazed at Fu Changsheng with a steady smile. "This technique is considered a betrothal gift," she said, implying that Fu Changsheng would invite a matchmaker. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Although he worried that the Shangguan family elders might be reluctant to relent, now that he knew Hongyu's intentions, he knew he could marry her no matter the difficulties. Furthermore, he still had to discuss this matter with Mizhen in advance. Shangguan Hongyu, clearly aware of Fu Changsheng's predicament, quickly added, "There's no rush for marriage, just take your time." She'd waited for over 40 years. Even another 10 or so years was within her reach. Fu Changsheng was even more moved. He then said, "Hongyu, this 9-heaven star art is only a fragment. Currently, it only has the skin refining, flesh refining, tendon refining, bone refining, organ refining, and marrow refining stages. This technique appears to be of a very high level, but without the aid of a spiritual object imbued with star power, advancement is difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated for so long, only reaching the peak of the flesh refining stage." Shangguan Hongyu hurriedly said, "For us, it's more than enough." Fu Changsheng searched in his storage bag and handed her a box with a white background and star patterns. Shangguan Hongyu opened it and took a look. Her eyes lit up. "Changsheng, is this the star map for practicing the 9-heaven star art?" The first step in practicing the 9-heaven star art is to bring the stars into the body. Generally speaking, those who practice this technique will most likely need the help of a star map to guide the star power into the body. This was the first time Shangguan Hongyu had seen it. She couldn't say no, because this was exactly what she needed. With a star map, she could practice the 9-heaven star art, which would then allow her to open up more acupoints and advance further on her path of cultivation. Shangguan Hongyu was so happy that she quickly kissed Fu Changsheng on the cheek. Her face was already red as hell, but she said seriously, "This is interest. I'll pay you double later." Fu Changsheng's breathing became heavy again. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Ling, you and Shangguan Hongyu have expressed their love and entered into an engagement. Your family has gained a mistress with the strength of a half-step purple mansion and a third-rank formation master. You have also gained the clan a secret to achieving a breakthrough to the purple mansion, earning 666 family contribution points." The next moment, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 7,246. Fu Changsheng was stunned. Marrying a wife could also increase contribution points. This was completely unexpected. Just as he was about to finish, the dashboard vibrated. "Ling, you have gifted a scroll of the star map to your future mistress, earning 344 family contribution points." The next moment, the family contribution points instantly changed to 7,590. Fu Changsheng's smile deepened. Now that he knew that the stronger the spiritual consciousness, the larger the Niwen Palace domain opened, he could use the system to deduce the Dianju. Currently, the Dianju only had the second level, but if the system could deduce a few more levels, even one would be a plus. For him, it would be of immense use. After Shangguan Hongyu put the star map away, she mentioned to Fu Changsheng the Imperial Court's upcoming campaign against the Yangang tribe. Fu Changsheng had already learned of this from intelligence reports. He wasn't surprised, and the reward Xiao Xianger had promised him was participation in this campaign. However, now that the Fu family had been promoted to the 8th rank, he wondered if this reward could be replaced with something else. Xiao Xianger had been transferred, and he couldn't contact her at the moment. However, he had already asked Palace Master Su to provide feedback on this situation. After Shangguan Hongyu finished speaking, Fu Changsheng was stunned. "Hongyu, are you saying that the main forces this time are the 7th rank Luo, Wang, and Wan families?" Shangguan Hongyu nodded slightly. Fu Changsheng knew very little about these families, and the intelligence reports hadn't mentioned any relevant information. He only knew that the Luo family was his most powerful family. To be promoted to the 7th rank, they must have at least several Purple Mansion masters within their clan. Fu Changsheng frowned and asked, "Hongyu, what is the relationship between the Gongsun and Luo families?" Huainan Prefecture was governed by the 7th rank Luo family. Fu Changsheng feared that the current head of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Run, would use the Luo family to hinder the Fu family during a campaign. After all, not long ago, Gongsun Run had offered a large reward to the 7 freaks of Lingnan to attack the 9th rank aristocratic family under his rule. Shangguan Hongyu shook her head. Although the Luo family governs Huainan Prefecture, their ancestral lands are quite far from ours. Moreover, they rarely issue conscription orders to us. We only interact with their external stewards every 5 years when we pay tribute. The unknown always makes people uneasy. Especially since Fu Changsheng had become accustomed to the system providing intelligence, allowing him to grasp relevant information in advance. He had already made a secret decision. Upon returning, he would have his clan members visit the Luo family's fiefdom to gather as much useful information as possible. If possible, it would be best to also learn about the Wang and Wan families. Fu Changsheng's thoughts landed on the system panel. He didn't know if it was because the Fu family wasn't high enough rank, or if the system version was too low. If he couldn't refresh the information about 7th rank families and high-level Purple Mansion cultivators, wouldn't the intelligence panel be useless to him? He hesitated. Fu Changsheng decided to accumulate more than 10,000 family contribution points this time. He had always worried that the system upgrade would reset his contribution points. But now he had no choice but to keep it. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. The Gongsun family. Gongsun Wen was sitting cross-legged in meditation in the Soul Hall when he heard hurried footsteps. Gongsun Wen's consciousness moved, and he saw Gongsun Yun, who was guarding the storehouse. He asked in confusion, "Strange, why is my 18th brother here in the Soul Hall?" Gongsun Wen subconsciously glanced at the soul lamps on the altar. The soul lamps of the clan's foundation building elders were still lit. Gongsun Wen breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his sleeve, the magic circle light curtain opened. Gongsun Yun, sweating profusely, entered. 11th brother, shut down the formation first. Gongsun Wen frowned. It was impossible for something to happen within the clan just after the new clan leader's departure. A spell struck the Soul Hall's formation platform, instantly shutting down the formation's light curtain. Gongsun Yun's face immediately fell. 11th brother, you must help me this time. Otherwise, the clan head will devour me alive. Gongsun Wen was the backbone of the younger generation. He had spent over a decade in the Cliff of Repentance. After emerging, he had become more composed. Especially when Gongsun Run, the second eldest of the Gongsun clans, violated ancestral teachings and attempted to force his way to the position of clan head, Gongsun Wen led the younger generation in mediating. While he failed to prevent his ascension, he significantly weakened the clan head's privileges. As a result, the younger generation of elders became even more convinced of Gongsun Wen. Otherwise, Gongsun Yun wouldn't rush to Gongsun Wen the moment something happened. 18th brother, let's talk in the side hall. Don't worry. If the sky falls, I'll hold you up. After the two of them sat down in the side hall, Gongsun Yun hesitated, finally gritting his teeth and saying, 11th brother, the spirit stones in the treasury, which were originally used to bid for the next Wanning Chamber of Commerce Foundation establishment pill auction, are gone. This amount of spirit stones was accumulated by the entire clan through 10 years of belt tightening. But today, when I went to check, I found only an empty shell in the box. The hundreds of thousands of spirit stones inside, not a single one left. 11th brother, what should we do? When the new patriarch inherited the position, several of these young elders had caused him such displeasure. Now that the new patriarch had seized this opportunity, he would definitely make an example of him. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 major changes. And the first one fell on him. How could you be so unlucky? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wen peppered Gongsun Yun with questions. He then took out the record book of all the people entering and leaving the treasury during this period and reviewed it. He also summoned the clan member guarding the treasury for questioning. Finally, Gongsun Wen sneered, 18th brother, the patriarch embezzled this amount of spirit stones. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were stored in a hidden chamber within the treasury's inner hall. Besides the pass token in Gongsun Yun's hand, the patriarch's clan leader token also allowed access. Since there were no outside thieves, and Gongsun Yun wasn't the culprit, it must have been the patriarch who took it. Gongsun Yun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, exactly, absolutely. How could I have forgotten? Besides me, the patriarch also has free access to the secret room. And this patriarch, too, sent the spirit stones away without even a word to me. Gongsun Yun was terrified. He was now deeply dissatisfied with the new patriarch's behavior. Gongsun Wen narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, 18th brother, send word immediately to the other brothers to come to the Soul Palace. After receiving his title from the Suppression Division, Gongsun Run didn't spend much time in Wanning Market. returning to his fiefdom. He was about to send a message to the Lingnan Seven Freaks to inquire about progress, but just as he entered the mountain gate, a clan member informed him, "Master, the elders request you to proceed to the meeting hall immediately." Quick reaction, Guangxin Run sneered. He naturally understood what these little bastards were up to. With no veteran foundation building masters left in the clan, and his unjustified ascension to the position of clan head, these little bastards had plenty of excuses. That's why he decided to act first and ask for permission later, to secure the spirit stones first. Fortunately, heaven was also kind to him, granting him a golden opportunity to achieve merit. According to the timeline, by now, the Lingnan Seven Freaks should have joined Xiao Zhuang in slaughtering the entire clan. This would be his first accomplishment as clan head, more than enough to suppress these little bastards. Guangxin Run walked leisurely towards the meeting hall. Upon arriving, he saw the eyes of several people in the hall suddenly fixed on him, each filled with anger. After all, misappropriating hundreds of thousands of spirit stones without the unanimous consent of the Elders' Council was a clear disregard for their authority. Chapter 260, Big Harvest, Possession, Terrifying Existence. As soon as Guangxin Run took his seat, Gongsun Yun eagerly demanded, "Patriarch, did you take the reserved spirit stones from the clan's hidden room?" Guangxin Run leisurely brewed a pot of tea, took a sip, and then complimented him. Then, with a leisurely smile, he looked at Gongsun Yun and said, "Indeed, he didn't even offer a single quibble." His nonchalant attitude completely infuriated the honest Gongsun Yun. Family rules, clan rules. Patriarch, you took these reserve spirit stones without consulting me, the one in charge of the clan treasury. At the most serious level, that's treason. The other elders were furious. If they let this matter slip today, the Elders' Council would be meaningless in the future. Guangxin Qing, who headed the punishment hall, said coldly, "Patriarch, if you don't explain your reasons today, we in the punishment hall will have to follow the rules." Before the punishment hall, everyone was equal. Guangxin Wen, seated at the lower left, frowned slightly at Gongsun Run's composure. Guangxin Run's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression suddenly cold. "Does anyone here have anything to say?" As he spoke, the aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator erupted with a roar. Everyone present paled. All present were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and facing the pressure of such a peak stage aura was a bit unnerving. Silence fell for a moment. Seeing this, Gongsun Run, somewhat annoyed, said, "The first ancestral precept is that family descendants must refrain from internal strife. Look at you all acting like this today. If my cultivation were lower, I'm afraid you would have ganged up on me and forced me to abdicate." This was true. No one objected. Guangsun Run glanced at Gongsun Wen and said, "You all only know how to bully others. Do you know that the Fu family has brought back a 9th rank family from Jingzhou? An advancement to the 8th rank is imminent." These words shocked everyone present. Because the journey between Jingzhou and Jingzhou would take years, and it would require the involvement of over 100,000 men, it was a feat not normally undertaken by ordinary people. While everyone was incredulous, Gongsun Run's conviction made them aware of the truth. The Fu family killed 8 of our foundation establishment elders. If they were to successfully advance to the 8th rank, they would have an opportunity for advancement. Any future revenge would be incredibly difficult. Gongsun Run then briefly explained his plan to use the spirit stones to offer a high reward to the 7 freaks of Lingnan to eliminate the Yu family of Yulong Mountain. Finally, he said with considerable complacency, "With the Yu family gone, there will only be one 9th rank family left in the Fu family fiefdom, and this enfeoffment will be forgotten." Upon hearing this, the elders present all turned their gazes to Gongsun Wen. They had originally hoped to exploit this issue to deprive the Patriarch of his privileges, but today, it seemed, their plans had backfired. Furthermore, after this incident, they would have to obey the Patriarch's orders from now on. At this moment, Guangsun Run suddenly felt a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. With a flick of his sleeve, a jade talisman suddenly floated in front of him. Guangsun Run smiled smugly. The 7 freaks of Lingnan are quite quick. He then cast a spell into the talisman. However, the talisman emanated the panicked voice of a clansman guarding the mountain gate. "Master, the Fu family has sent someone to bring us a gift." Wasn't this news about the 7 freaks of Lingnan annihilating the Yu family? Guangsun Run was stunned for a moment, but soon burst into a hearty laugh. In a cheerful mood, he said, "It seems the Fu family, having learned of the Yu family's annihilation, has arrived to challenge them." Guangxin Run immediately ordered his clansmen to bring the Fu family's gifts. After the announcement, Guangxin Run leisurely sipped his Wuling tea and said with great ambition, "Destroying the Yu family and clipping a pair of Fu family wings is only the first step. Next, watch as I completely wipe the Fu family out of the Great Zhou, bit by bit, and avenge the deaths of my clansmen." At this moment, Guangxin Run was filled with vigor and ambition. The elders present held their breath, daring not to utter a single word of disobedience. After a moment's wait, hurried footsteps were heard outside the meeting hall. Then, guards presented 7 blood-red boxes. Guangxin Run was about to say something when his spiritual sense swept across the boxes, and his pupils shrank. "This is impossible." Guangxin Run's once smiling face was now etched with panic. He swiftly cast a series of incantations into the 8 boxes. The boxes opened, and a cloud of blood rose to the sky. 8 blood-soaked heads came into view. They were the heads of the 7 freaks of Lingnan and Xiao Zhuang. Clearly, the assassination attempt by the 7 freaks of Lingnan had failed. Not only that, but they had been killed by the Fu family. How is this possible? Chu, the chief culprit of the 7 freaks of Lingnan, is at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Adding Chun Erniang and the others, that's 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. Yu Longshan of the Yu family only has 3. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Guangxin Run couldn't believe this result. The Guangxin family and the others present were also stunned. Guangxin Yun muttered, "The Fu family has 4 territories to defend: Yunchen County, Pingshan County, Yuxiao Mountain, and Anyang County. And yet they're still able to send troops to garrison Yulong Mountain. Just how much Foundation establishment power does the Fu family possess, after all, to annihilate 8 Foundation establishment warriors, and those from the infamous 7 freaks of Lingnan? At least a dozen would be needed to siege them. The Fu family, when did the Fu family become so powerful?" According to the Patriarch, when the 7 freaks of Lingnan attacked the Yu family on Yulong Mountain, the Fu family's most powerful warrior, Fu Changsheng, was in Wanning Market. But now, it seems that besides Fu Changsheng, the Fu family clearly possesses a force capable of slaying peak Foundation establishment warriors. Guangxin Yun's face paled. He collapsed into his armchair. "It's over, it's over. We've stirred up a hornet's nest." Currently, the Guangxin family only had 7 Foundation establishment warriors, inferior to the 7 freaks of Lingnan. If the Fu family attacked the mountain now, if the formation were broken, wouldn't their entire clan be instantly exterminated? Seeing the 8 characters inscribed on the heads of the 7 freaks of Lingnan and Xiao Zhuang, "Anyone who dares to be an enemy of the Fu family shall die," Guangxin Yun was terrified and shouted, "Master, quickly! Quickly! Activate the mountain protection formation at full speed." He looked as if disaster was imminent. Guangxin Wen glared at him. 18th brother, the Fu family was busy defending several strongholds and would definitely not send troops at this time. Guangxin Wen remained relatively calm. His mind raced. When everyone recovered from the news, Guangxin Wen looked at Guangxin Run, who was sitting at the top of the group. "Master, you misappropriated the clan's reserve spirit stones without the consent of the Elders' Council. This is one crime. Secondly, you bribed the 7 monsters of Lingnan to commit the crime without consulting us, which completely angered the Fu family and caused them to openly declare war on our Guangxin family. From now on, all the members of our Guangxin family must be careful wherever they go." The most important point: that amount of spirit stones was originally intended to be used to bid for the Foundation establishment pale in Wanning Market, but now it has fallen into the hands of the Fu family. The Fu family now has 12 people in the Foundation establishment battle force. With this amount of spirit stones, in a few years, they will be able to add a few more. On the other hand, our Guangxin family now has only 7 people in the Foundation establishment battle force. One rises, the other falls. If our Guangxin family makes another mistake, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of the Haika family and be exterminated by the Fu family. Master, please hand over the Master's token. Your independent and arbitrary behavior could easily plunge our Guangxin family into an abyss of eternal damnation." Guangxin Wen stood up and bowed deeply to Guangxin Run. "Please, Master, hand over the Master's token." The elders exchanged glances. Guangxin Yun, always following Guangxin Wen's lead, immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Please, Master, hand over the Master's token." The other 4 hesitated for a moment. Then, simultaneously, they stood up and shouted, "Please, Master, hand over the Master's token." You're rebelling, aren't you?" Puff. Gongsun Run spat out a mouthful of blood in anger before he could finish his words. The treasure ship sailed to Yangxiao Mountain. After the hundreds of thousands of mortals from the Yu family had landed, Shangguan Hongyu finally packed up the ship. She was almost eager to return to comprehend and cultivate the Nine Heavens star art. So, she didn't stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Fu Changsheng, she returned directly to Xianlong City for her retreat. On the way back, as a seasoned veteran, Fu Changsheng had already informed Shangguan Hongyu of the key points and precautions for activating the power of the stars. Shangguan Hongyu, possessing exceptional comprehension, grasped the idea instantly. He closed the secret chamber. After reconfirming everything was correct, he began to focus on his cultivation. Elsewhere, Fu Changsheng instructed Fu Yongyi to help Yu Fihong and the others settle the clansmen, while he himself headed for Yangxiao Mountain. Arriving at the mountain gate, Yu Qingru, having received the news, had been waiting there since early morning. Upon seeing the green python appear, she hurried over to greet it. Changsheng, Yu Qingru and Fu Changsheng hadn't seen each other for 10 years. However, because the clan had just been attacked by the 7 devils of Lingnan, Yu Qingru had no time to reminisce. After a glance, Yu Qingru led her men up the mountain and into the Patriarch's residence. After deactivating the magic circle, she spoke. Changsheng, if you hadn't arranged for Chu Chan to come and support us this time, I'm afraid, thinking of Chu Chan's final battle with the chief culprit, Chu, she felt a pang of fear. The chief evil Chu's combat power was almost as strong as Chu Chan's, a quasi third-level warrior. If it weren't for Chu Chan's 10 second-level ghost soldiers, aided by her formation, she wouldn't have been able to capture him. From this point of view, Chu alone could have taken down their entire clan. Therefore, if it weren't for Fu Changsheng's advance warning, the Yu family would have been wiped out by now. As Yu Qingru finished speaking, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you successfully saved the 9th-rank family under your jurisdiction from peril, earning 800 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 8,390. Fu Changsheng, delighted, saw Yu Qingru still in shock, patted her hand, and reassured her, don't worry. After this incident, even if the Gongsun family had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to commit thievery. Furthermore, the Gongsun family might be in turmoil for years to come. Besides, the Fu family was making an example of the others. For at least the next 10 years, the other aristocratic families wouldn't dare even think of attacking them. Yu Qingru nodded slightly. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, 8 storage bags floated towards Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, these are the storage bags of the 7 freaks of Lingnan and Xiao Zhuang. The restrictions on the bags hadn't been removed. Apparently, Yu Qingru gave them to Fu Changsheng intact. One of the bags was engraved with the word Chun, clearly belonging to Chun Ernyang. Seeing this, Yu Qingru added, Changsheng, this Chun Ernyang is a 3rd-level formation master. Clearly, Yu Qingru was quite curious about Chun Ernyang's storage bag. After all, she was a formation master herself. Fu Changsheng immediately cast a spell into Chun Ernyang's storage bag. Buzz! The restrictions were lifted. A flash of rosy light. Dozens of boxes of varying colors flashed into view, along with countless white bottles. Each bottle contained the same object, a male penis. Judging by the bottles, countless male cultivators had perished at the hands of Chun Ernyang. Fu Changsheng cast spells into each box, each opening as it did so. The first thing that caught the eye was the various materials used to create formations. There was the shimmering spirit crystal sand, a key ingredient for setting up 2nd-tier formations, each grain imbued with rich spiritual energy. There was also spirit pattern wood, engraved with mysterious patterns, runes that channeled spiritual energy. Next to it lay stacks of formation flags, embroidered with intricate formation patterns. These flags were of exceptional quality, evidently crafted by Chun Ernyang. Then there were the formation books, each exuding an ancient aura. Some of the books, their pages yellowed, contained long-lost 2nd-tier formations, covering everything from offensive and defensive formations to trapping and illusion formations. Yu Qingru's eyes lit up. Changsheng, could you please allow me to transcribe these ancient formation manuals? Yes, if you find any useful materials, feel free to take them. Yu Qingru nodded with a smile. However, she knew her limits. After all, Chu Chan had slain the 7 freaks of Lingnan, so she wouldn't be so greedy as to take the materials. Changsheng, I'll go to the study and transcribe these ancient formation manuals first." With that, Yu Qingru withdrew, leaving the space for Fu Changsheng. Obviously, even though they were married and had 2 children, they represented different families, and Yu Qingru knew exactly where the boundaries lay. Yu Qingru also handed the human emperor banner to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng took it, his gaze fixed on a white box with stone patterns. A quick scan revealed that it contained 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a flick of his sleeve, he unceremoniously tucked the items into his storage bag. Naturally, he wouldn't use these spiritual materials himself, he would return to add them to the clan treasury. As soon as the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through his sea of consciousness. "Ling, you've added a number of formation books and materials to the clan, earning 860 clan contribution points." Immediately, the clan contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 9,250. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately formed hand seals and muttered something. A flash of inspiration flashed, and the restrictions on the storage bags of the quintuplets of the Lingnan 7 Devils were simultaneously released, and all 5 storage bags opened at once. Instantly, a multicolored light shot up into the sky, mingling with the auras of various second-tier spiritual materials. The combined spirit stones of the 5 individuals totaled a staggering 150,000, along with over a dozen bottles of second-tier spiritual elixirs. However, what surprised him was that each of the quintuplet storage bags contained a near third-tier or even lower-tier third-tier spiritual item. "Is this a spirit crystal cluster?" Fu Changsheng examined the crystal flower in his hand. He discovered that these spirit crystal clusters resembled blooming crystal flowers, each petal a pure spirit crystal. They connected to each other, emitting rich spiritual energy fluctuations and forming spiritual patterns in the air. This spirit crystal cluster could be given to Molan. The spirit crystal cluster possessed an ice attribute. Using it to refine one's own magical instrument could increase its power by almost 20%. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on another spirit vine. It twisted in the air as if alive. Its stem was covered in green spiritual patterns, and each leaf shimmered with an emerald green light, emitting a refreshing wood-like aura. Small vines even attempted to entwine themselves in the air. "What, exactly, is this spirit vine used for?" Fu Changsheng couldn't quite place a name. He pondered for a moment. The ancient texts he had read contained no relevant information. He immediately returned it to the box. He planned to have Xiangguan Shangguan and his wife study it. After all, they were the true experts on spiritual plants. After checking the quintuplet storage bags, he finished. The family contribution value has reached 10,000. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Qiu Xiao's storage bag. According to intelligence, Qiu Xiao possessed a hidden secret, and he was curious about what it was. His spiritual sense landed on the bag, and Fu Changsheng exclaimed softly, "Huh? The spiritual imprint on the bag remained. But Qiu Xiao is clearly dead, so the remaining spiritual imprint should have dissipated as well. What on earth is going on, just in case?" Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the human emperor banner blew a chilling breeze. A graceful figure flashed out. It was Qiu Chan. Qiu Chan, a near third-level cultivator, had lost even a trace of ghostly aura. Master and servant hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Qiu Chan's rank had surpassed Fu Changsheng by now. However, she harbored no ill intentions towards Fu Changsheng. As always, she said, "Congratulations, Master, on reaching the peak of foundation establishment." However, compared to her previous blank expression, Qiu Chan's eyes were now much deeper. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Qiu Chan, release the ghost of Qiu Xiao." During the summons, Fu Changsheng specifically instructed Yu Qingru to tell Qiu Chan to remember to extract Qiu Xiao's spirit. "Yes, Master," Qiu Chan replied. Her spell shifted. A chilling gust of wind blew from the human emperor banner, and amidst the howling of ghosts and gods, Qiu Xiao's spirit was released. Now, Qiu Xiao's eyes were closed, his body bound by soul chains. Fu Changsheng asked, "Qiu Chan, can you explore his memories?" Qiu Chan shook her head. This required specialized training in soul-searching techniques. However, Qiu Chan frowned and hesitated, saying, "Master, Qiu Xiao's soul is somewhat peculiar. It's much more powerful than others, and there's a faint aura of another being." "What?" Fu Changsheng was stunned. In other words, Qiu Xiao had been possessed by someone else. Fu Changsheng suddenly realized, no wonder the spiritual imprint on the storage bag is still there. If he was right, Qiu Xiao must have been refined into someone else's clone. If that clone could cultivate to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, then the mastermind behind Zhu Xiao's possession must be at least at the Purple Mansion level. I've gotten into trouble again, Fu Changsheng frowned. He immediately decided to have Molin perform a soul-searching technique on Zhu Xiao after leaving Yulong Mountain. No matter what, he had to know who was behind this. Chu Chan, bring. Fu Changsheng had barely finished his words when a look of pain crossed Zhu Xiao's face, trapped in the soul lock. Suddenly, a brilliant red thread lit up within its ghost. The next moment, buzz! Zhu Xiao's ghost transformed into a sky-wide black light and merged into the red thread. The red thread trembled slightly and vanished into the void. It was as if Zhu Xiao had never appeared in this world. Fu Changsheng's body trembled. The scene just now happened so quickly, so fast that he had no time to react. He quickly set his eyes on Zhu Xiao's storage bag. At this moment, the spiritual imprint left on it completely dissipated. Who is the person behind this possession of Zhu Xiao's body? Chu Chan, standing beside him, was also a little surprised, a look of suspicion on his face. Fu Changsheng hurriedly asked, Chu Chan, have you discovered anything? As a ghost cultivator, Chu Chan had devoured so many souls. Regarding what had just happened, although she couldn't explain it clearly, she said, Master, the ghost of the chief evil Chu just now doesn't seem to have dissipated. Instead, it has transformed into pure soul power and been absorbed by Hongxi, soul power absorbed? Or even across time and space? Fu Changsheng was now incomprehensibly shocked. Gudong, he swallowed involuntarily. Trouble, this time, he seemed to have provoked a terrifying existence he shouldn't have. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Chu Chan. Chu Chan, is there any way to conceal your own aura so that others can't detect it? Chu Chan shook her head. However, her gaze fell on the human emperor banner. Master, if you can find another human emperor banner, after the two are fused, the ghost soldier's aura can completely cover my aura. Moreover, after the human emperor banner is fused, even if I break through to the third level, I can still stay here. Moreover, the number of second-level ghost soldiers I can refine will be 10 times greater. Currently, the human emperor banner can only refine 10 second-level ghost soldiers. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Well, I'll have my clan members inquire about the other human emperor banners later. There were a dozen human emperor banners in total. Currently, he held only a broken one. Chu Chan was quite pleased. Thank you, Master. Fu Changsheng, seeing that he had something else to say, nodded quickly. Chu Chan was clearly a little embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Master, according to the Jade Divine Art I'm practicing, I need to find an extremely yin place to break through to the third level. I also need the aid of a third-level soul guiding pill. Without the soul guiding pill, if she forced her way through, she would be completely annihilated. Fu Changsheng nodded. Okay, I'll make a note. He had never even heard of the soul guiding pill. Fu Changsheng felt a headache because not only Chu Chan, but even Qing Meng was at the point of breaking through. However, if he could successfully find the soul guiding pill, and with the support of someone with the combat power of a Purple Mansion, he would have a bit more confidence. The soul guiding pill was a third-level one. But the prize for the system lottery is only a second-level one. The system can't be relied upon. Fu Changsheng's consciousness fell on the strange mask in the storage bag. Looks like I have to join the Shadow Clan. Chapter 261, Deduction of the Kung Fu Method, Two More Sons, and the Old Man's Decline. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell upon Zhu Xiao's storage bag. He infused a spell, and with a humming sound, a multicolored halo of light emerged. Only a few scattered boxes landed on the stone table. Compared to the number contained in Chun Erniang's box, the number was clearly much smaller. It seems Zhu Xiao hid his treasures somewhere ahead of time. The white box with water patterns on the left opened. A surge of abundant water spirit energy instantly washed over him. He peered closely and saw a crystal clear bead within. The bead was only the size of a thumb, yet it emitted a soft blue glow. With a wave of his hand, the bead fell into his palm. He examined it closely. Threads of spiritual energy seemed to flow from within the bead, like small streams converging into a spiritual spring. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. It's actually a water spirit pearl, although only a second-level water spirit pearl, it was extremely rare. For cultivators below the Purple Mansion level who practiced water-based cultivation techniques, it was an invaluable treasure. It not only accelerated their cultivation but also provided pure water spirit energy to aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Most importantly, the water spirit pearl's spiritual energy could be replenished after it was depleted. It wasn't a disposable item. He remembered King Gru's previous message that Ningning practiced a water-attributed cultivation technique. He could give her this water spirit pearl as a gift for her coming-of-age ceremony. As the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have bestowed a rare water spirit pearl upon your clan, receiving 160 family contribution points. Simultaneously, the family contribution points displayed on the system instantly changed to 10,160. Fu Changsheng stared intently at the panel. This was the first time it had exceeded 10,000. Previously, he had redeemed his contribution points before, or even before, lest the system upgrade would clear his contribution points. But now, he urgently needed a system upgrade. The intelligence the system currently detected was too limited for him, and the highest tier prize in the random lottery was only tier 2. Time ticked by, but the system remained silent. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. Still can't upgrade. It seemed he would need to accumulate 20,000 family contribution points, or even more, before the system could upgrade. But he still hoped the system would help him deduce the subsequent techniques of the Dianju. According to Hongyu, when opening the Niwen Palace, the stronger the spiritual awareness, the larger the Purple Palace realm opened up. Besides the Kingdi Changsheng Ju technique, which could enhance spiritual awareness, he currently only had the Dianju. He didn't dare to hope to condense a first-grade golden elixir. But at least it shouldn't be the worst 9th grade. Otherwise, even with the system's assistance, his potential for cultivation would be extremely limited. Thinking this way, Fu Changsheng immediately thought, deduced the Dianju, buzz. The skill deduction panel glowed with yellow light. As the contribution points were depleted, golden runes condensed. The Great Evolution Technique, 3rd level, is a crucial realm for tempering spiritual consciousness. In a quiet room, practitioners face their 5 hearts toward the sky, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies and converging it in their sea of consciousness. Fu Changsheng scanned the pages, quickly flipping through them. When he reached the end, he saw a striking line of text below. Practicing this level of skill is by no means easy. Even the slightest deviation in spiritual consciousness can cause the spiritual network to collapse. Once the spiritual network is destroyed, a surge of backlash surges, roiling the sea of consciousness like a storm raging in a tranquil sea. At best, practitioners may suffer spiritual damage, while at worst, they may fall into coma or even face the risk of their spiritual intellect dissipating. Only with the assistance of the Kyanka Jade, with meticulous care and gradual progress, can one steadily advance on the path of spiritual growth. Kyanka Jade. Fu Changsheng was stunned when he saw the name written above. This was the name of this treasure. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, the system could deduce a 3rd level technique based on the fragment in his hand, and he was already satisfied. As for the Kyanka Jade, he should be able to exchange it once he entered the Shadow Gate. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the system panel, only to see that his family's contribution value had dropped to 100. However, he had obtained a secret technique for increasing spiritual awareness, extremely rare in the entire Great Zhou, and it could be placed in the family treasury for core members with a potential to ascend to the Purple Mansion. As soon as the thought left his mind, the panel vibrated. Ling, you have acquired the 3rd level technique of the Dianju for your family, earning 1,000 family contribution points. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but curl his lips. He continued searching Jiu Shao's storage bag. Huh? What is this? Fu Changsheng was attracted by an exquisite jade box. The jade box emitted a faint halo, and the lid was intricately carved with floral patterns. The jade box opened, and a rich medicinal aroma filled his nose. Inside the box lay a spiritual herb, its leaves like carved jade, its stems gleaming with starlight. This is it. Fu Changsheng suddenly became excited. After repeated inspection, he finally confirmed it was starleaf grass. A spiritual plant that thrives in places rich in spiritual energy. It possesses powerful healing properties. Whether it's external or internal injuries, as long as a breath remains, starleaf grass can bring a person back from the brink of death and even repair damaged meridians. For cultivators, this is a rare life-saving spiritual herb. I found a treasure. Fu Changsheng was overjoyed. Uncle Yu had accompanied Mei Zhen to Jingzhou for 10 years, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, Uncle Yu had been with the Fu family for over 40 years, and he had only provided him with snow soul pills a few times. With a starleaf grass, Uncle Yu will most likely be able to restore his purple mansion strength. If the Fu family had a purple mansion master, their security would be greatly enhanced. The thought had just fallen. A familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind again. Ling, you have obtained a portion of starleaf grass for the clan elders, earning 600 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the control panel instantly changed to 1,700. Fu Changsheng continued to examine the remaining boxes. The spiritual materials in the other boxes were unremarkable. His gaze fell on the last box and he cast a spell. A humming sound. A golden light emerged. Inside, he saw a piece of soft armor gleaming with a metallic sheen. The armor seemed as thin as gauze, yet incredibly tough. Fu Changsheng gently pinched it with his fingers, and a layer of ripples like water spread across the armor, easily dissipating his strength. This lynxy armor was woven from the silk of the lynxy golden silkworm. It could withstand the full force of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Wearing it was like having an extra layer of protective shield. Fu Changsheng put the lynxy armor into his storage bag, intending to give it to his son, Anan, as a gift. As soon as the thought left his mind, the family contribution points instantly climbed to 2,000. At this moment, outside the Patriarch's residence, hurried footsteps echoed. Fu Changsheng's senses shifted, and he saw a pair of similar-looking young men and women standing outside. The young man, though still barely 20, exuded a calm demeanor, while the young woman had bright eyes and a wooden flying mouse perched on her shoulder. Both bore a striking resemblance to Fu Changsheng. The young woman said, "Brother, now that father is here, you must find a way to keep him a little longer. For the past 10 years, mother hasn't spoken, but she's always looking towards Yuao City. Father has spent far too little time with her." The wooden flying mouse on her shoulder nodded rapidly, following its owner's lead. The young man, still nervous about not seeing his father in years, remained silent, nodding slightly. "I'll try my best." As they spoke, the Patriarch's residence's magic circle surged. Then, with a humming sound, a breach in the magic circle opened. The young man and girl looked closely and saw that the man standing in the courtyard was none other than their father. They hurried forward. "Father, how are you?" "Yes, everyone, get up." After 10 years, the twins had grown to his shoulder height. Fu Changsheng cast his divine sense over them and saw that Ningning was at the 3rd level of key refining, while her brother Anan had already reached the 6th level. According to intelligence, one of the twins possessed exceptional talent. It seemed to be Anan. The three of them hadn't seen each other for so long that they didn't know where to begin. Although Anan had temporarily taken charge of the fiefdom's affairs, he felt somewhat nervous facing the pressure of his father, who had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Ningning, however, saw her brother remain silent and broke the silence. "Father, I heard you like the large plate of fire cloud chicken noodles. I learned how to make it from Aunt 3 in the kitchen. Could you please stay tonight and try your cooking?" Anan's expression nearly broke. The huge plate of fire cloud chicken noodles his sister prepared wasn't unpalatable. For a human, it was practically a punishment. Each time, he and his mother only touched their chopsticks symbolically. Eventually, the entire plate of fire cloud chicken noodles ended up in the mouth of the wood-flying squirrel. Ningning's spirit pet, the wood-flying squirrel, hated food waste, so even though the ingredients were unpalatable, it always swallowed them with tears in its eyes. Hearing that its young master was about to cook again, the wood-flying squirrel squeaked anxiously, tears welling in its eyes. Fu Changsheng was puzzled. Naturally, he was happy to accept his daughter's thoughtful gesture, smiling and nodding. At the same time, he patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a box floated toward Ningning. "Ningning, this is your coming-of-age gift." "Thank you, father." Ningning happily accepted it. The wood-flying squirrel on her shoulder, curious as well, opened its mouth, and a flash of spiritual light opened the box. A surge of abundant water spirit energy washed over them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon seeing it, the wood-flying squirrel's eyes sparkled, and it plopped directly onto the water spirit pearl, simultaneously and discreetly attempting to stow it away in the small treasure bag slung around its neck. The wood-flying squirrel had a habit of hoarding things. Anything spiritual would instinctively be placed in its treasure bag, but Anan, standing nearby, quickly snatched it away. He had been in charge of general affairs for several years. Unlike his sister, he recognized the water spirit pearl. He quickly placed it back in its box and said, "Father, this water spirit pearl is too precious. I can't keep it." He pushed the pearl back. It was practically equivalent to a third-tier spiritual object. The chatter in the courtyard drew Yu Qingru out, and once her eyes fell on the water spirit pearl, she hurriedly said, "Changsheng, and is absolutely right. Ningning is only at the third level of key refining. It's a crime to possess such a treasure. You should take this water spirit pearl back." However, she was deeply touched that Fu Changsheng was so willing to give the water spirit pearl to his daughter. Squeak, 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 the flying squirrel, seeing the treasure gone, called out to its master. Ningning immediately reached out and snatched the box back from her brother's hands, stuffing it into her storage bag without a word. "Mom, big brother, this is a coming-of-age gift from my father. I have the final say." Her mother and big brother always treated her like a child. But she was already an adult. Furthermore, she had only 3 spiritual roots, not the same gift as her big brother. It was rare to have such a spiritual object to aid her cultivation, so why wouldn't she want it? Besides, it was given by her father, not someone else. Ningning, Yu Qingru's eyes held a hint of warning. Clearly, she was still a little worried that Fu Changsheng might underestimate Ningning and become greedy for money. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng smiled and reassured her, "Ningning, since you've passed the coming-of-age age, you're an adult. It's just a second-level spiritual object. There's no need to be so nervous." "That's right," Ningning beamed. She took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Fu Changsheng. With a playful smile, she said, "Mom, big brother, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't show the water spirit pearl to anyone else. I understand the simple principle of possessing a treasure and being guilty, you little girl." Yu Qingru smiled indulgently, but said nothing more. Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a box floated towards Anan. "Anan, this Linksy armor is for you." The Linksy armor is a second-grade, top-grade protective magical artifact, its value comparable to that of the water spirit pearl. Such a precious gift. Anan subconsciously glanced at Yu Qingru, who nodded slightly. Unlike Ningning, who stayed in the backyard, Anan would have to deal with different people in the fiefdom. With this item, her safety would be a little more guaranteed. As the next head of the fiefdom, she always had to have a few trump cards. Seeing this, Anan bowed respectfully, "Thank you, father, for the gift," before accepting it with both hands. Looking at Anan, Fu Changsheng vaguely saw the mature Fangir, though Anan was still much more mature than Fangir. At the family dinner, when Ningning brought a large plate of fire cloud chicken noodles, charred almost to charcoal, her smile faltered somewhat. Still, she symbolically moved her chopsticks. "Well, Ningning's cooking is excellent. At least the essence of the ingredients hasn't been lost, father, then you should eat more." There are still several bowls in the pot. Yu Qingru covered her mouth and smiled. Seeing Fu Changsheng's dilemma, she stood up and said, "Your father and I have something important to discuss. You can help yourselves." Hearing this, Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and fled, following Yu Qingru from the table. Elsewhere, and then also quickly stood up and left. 5 large plates of fire cloud chicken noodles were placed on the table. One of them was, of course, for Mu Fishu. Seeing Mu Fishu's face full of resentment, Ningning coughed softly. "Mumu, do you also think my sister's fire cloud chicken noodles are unpalatable?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mu Fishu shook his head quickly. Tears welling up, he devoured the fire cloud chicken noodles on the table and in the pot one by one. Elsewhere, Fu Changsheng and Yu Qingru arrived at the main room in the backyard. They hadn't seen each other for years. With the lights out, they were like dry wood meeting a raging fire. They made love. Only at dawn did Fu Changsheng let Yu Qingru go. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding. After Yu and Yu Qingru had a weekend off, Yu Qingru became pregnant with twins again, earning 200 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,200. Fu Changsheng subconsciously glanced at Yu Qingru's belly. This time, twins again. He was surprised. It's said that the higher a cultivator's level, the more difficult it is to have children, but apparently, this also depends on one's constitution. Yu Qingru leaned lazily against Fu Changsheng's chest and spoke of her children. "Changsheng, Anan is mature, so I'm not worried. But Ningning, she seems all talkative and cheerful in front of us, but she's never liked interacting with people. She's never had a playmate. but she seems to have a natural affinity for spirit beasts. Look at that flying squirrel she brought back herself. We didn't even sign a spirit beast contract, but she won't get rid of it, it just clings to her. Our tribe doesn't have any ancient texts or secret techniques related to taming beasts. Changsheng, you know, it would be convenient to bring Ningning with you this time. Let her learn the art from her fourth aunt. Fu Changsheng naturally agreed. He was quite pleased. Currently, only the fourth sister in the tribe was better at taming beasts, possessing some talent. A ray of rising sunlight fell on Yu Qingru's face, resembling a saint emerging from the bath. Fu Changsheng was immediately moved. Qingru, you must be hungry. With that, he immediately approached her. A few days later, Ningning reacted violently to the news that she was leaving Yulong Mountain. She immediately locked herself in her room, refusing to leave. As the eldest brother, Anan was reluctant to see his sister leave. After all, although they were their father's biological children, their mother had no official status. If she went to the Fu family, she was afraid that the Fu family would gossip about her. His sister wasn't good at socializing. Anan hesitated, saying, "Mother, since my sister doesn't want to leave, let's not force her." Yu Qingru shook her head firmly. Ningning only had 3 spiritual roots. Her talent for cultivation was there, but without skills, where would she find the resources for future cultivation? In the future, Anan would inherit the position of head of the family, marry, and have children. It would be impossible for him to take care of Ningning in every aspect. Moreover, if Ningning wanted to advance further on the path of cultivation, she would definitely have to be self-reliant. Ningning, open the door first. Yu Qingru, though anxious, remained calm. She gently advised, turning to Anan, "Anan, go and accompany your father first. Remember, don't mention your sister's affairs to him." "Yes." Anan glanced anxiously at her sister's door, then left the backyard and went to the main hall to accompany Fu Changsheng. However, she was somewhat absent-minded. Seeing Ningning's lingering absence, Fu Changsheng guessed the reason. "Anan, but your sister doesn't want to leave with me." Anan quickly shook her head. She explained, "She's just never been out of the house, not unwilling to leave with our father." Fu Changsheng didn't expose her, but instead said, "If Ningning can't adapt right away, it won't be too late to wait a few years." Yunchen County. Yuxiao Pavilion, the main peak. Late at night, Brother Fan's son, Fu Yongfen, had just returned from the meeting hall to his own home. Upon entering, he saw Fairy K sitting at the tea table under the catalpa tree in the courtyard. Fairy K was already over 90. She had lost her former vigor and vitality, looking more like a frail old woman, as if she could vanish at any moment. For the past 10 years, since Yulian had been transferred to Pingshan County, Fairy K had been helping Fu Yongfen manage the affairs of the inner court and the children. Fu Yongfen felt a deep sense of gratitude for his mother-in-law. He hurried forward, "Mother, the dew is heavy tonight. If you need anything, you can wait for me inside. Why are you here in the courtyard? Come in quickly." Fairy K hadn't yet reached the foundation establishment stage. A key refining cultivator, if granted a long lifespan, would only live to 120. Although Fairy K's life had improved since joining the Fu family, her life had been extremely difficult before. Barring any unexpected events, she likely only had a few years left to live. Xianggu took Fu Yongfen's hand and stood up, saying with a smile, "I'm old and can't sleep. I'm sitting in the yard with a breeze. While my mind is clear, I want to sort out my affairs after my death." "Mother, you are still strong and healthy. Don't say such things." Fu Yongfen lowered his head. Hearing such words, he felt a little uncomfortable. He was already in his early 40s. If he couldn't establish his foundation in this lifetime, then Fairy K would be his future. Fairy K seemed to anticipate his thoughts and patted his hand. Entering the hall, they took their seats. Fairy K observed Fu Yongfen. He looked much older than his peers, having toiled tirelessly day and night for the affairs of the fiefdom. Not only was he more aged than his peers, with most of his hair now white and his brow furrowed, he looked like a little old man. Fairy K sighed. "Brother Fan, it's time you step away from being the chief steward of the fiefdom. You've done enough over the years." "Mother, the clan will soon be promoted to the 8th rank, and there will definitely be a celebration. Let's wait until I'm done with this." Fu Yongfen knew that if he didn't work hard on his cultivation, he might never achieve his foundation. His children would soon be grown up, and by then, they would need resources for cultivation. If he remained at the key condensation stage, he would not only be of no help, but would also be a burden. Xianggu, however, didn't trust Fu Yongfen. He'd said the same thing 10 years ago, yet 10 years had passed, and Fu Yongfen was still serving as the head steward. So, she planned to wait for the Patriarch's return and then, flatteringly, bring up the matter with him. Over the past 10 years, she'd accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points. Combined with Yurlian's and Fangir's own, it totaled nearly 10,000 family contribution points, enough to buy Fangir a foundation establishment pill. Fangir had borrowed contribution points from his uncle to help her daughter establish her foundation. Even as her son-in-law, she couldn't just embezzle these points. However, she hadn't mentioned this plan to Fangir. The boy was too proud. When Yurlian was building her foundation, he hadn't even asked the Patriarch and Mistress for help. Now, it was his turn, and he certainly wouldn't accept her help. Thinking this way, Xianggu fell asleep while sitting up. Fu Yongfen looked at Xianggu, now over 70 years old, then turned his head toward Yulong Mountain, mumbling something. Chapter 262 Ancient Beasts, Breakthroughs, Secrets. Ningning, Yuiao City is just ahead. Fu Changsheng stood atop the broad head of the green python, his black robe rustling in the wind. Beside him, Ningning, dressed in a sleek, casual outfit, moved gracefully, her eyes sparkling with excitement and trepidation. Despite Yu Qingru's persuasion, Ningning ultimately chose to return to Yuiao City with Fu Changsheng. As the green python approached, the full extent of Yuiao City unfolded before them. Its towering walls seemed to pierce the heavens. Ancient runes densely inscribed upon the gates covered every inch of the city. The city was bustling with activity, its streets bustling with activity. However, the clamor ceased abruptly the moment the green python appeared on the horizon. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng on the green python, they erupted in excitement, dropping their tasks and chanting, "Clan leader," as they paid their respects. The clan leader had been in seclusion for 10 years. As soon as he emerged from confinement, the Fu family was promoted to the 8th rank. Although the official conferment had not yet been announced, the demon resting city was already decorated with lights and colors. Everyone wore festive clothes, and every face was filled with joy. They could never have imagined this. They were fortunate enough to witness the Fu family's promotion to the 8th rank, and now how could they not be happy to see their greatest contributor? Ningning was a little nervous, but seeing her father's prestige in the clan so high, and being so loved by the clan members, she felt quite honored. Elsewhere, a crane flew out from the Changsheng Tower in the demon resting city. Aboard the crane was none other than Fu Changli. In 10 years, Fu Changli had successfully broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment. Fu Changsheng turned to Ningning and said, "This is your 4th and." The crane arrived in an instant. Fu Changli first congratulated Fu Changsheng on reaching the peak of foundation establishment, then his gaze fell on Ningning. Though shy, Ningning mustered the courage to bow. "How are you, 4th and?" "Yes, very well, you're truly a beauty. This is a welcome gift from Auntie. Take it." Fu Changli, finding Ningning quite appealing, immediately removed the feeling bracelet from his wrist and shoved it into Ningning's hand. Before Ningning could even thank him, the flying squirrel hidden in her sleeve suddenly darted out, snatched it up with its mouth, and placed the feeling bracelet in the treasure bag hanging from its neck. Then, it scurried back into Ningning's sleeve. Ningning, doting yet helpless, said, "4th and, please forgive me. Mumu likes to hide when it sees spiritual objects." Fu Changli's consciousness scanned Ningning's sleeve several times, a look of suspicion and shock on his face. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng felt a stir. Could Ningning's flying squirrel be some mutated spirit beast? This isn't the place for this conversation. Fu Changsheng said, "4th sister, let's go down first and talk." Fu Changli nodded repeatedly, but her eyes were fixed on the flying squirrel in Ningning's sleeve. Once inside the star receiving tower and the magic circle was closed, Fu Changli said directly, "Ningning, could you please release your spirit pet so I can take a closer look?" Ningning nodded slightly, but her lips moved. The next moment, the flying squirrel hidden in her sleeve leaped out and perched on Ningning's shoulder, its small hands firmly protecting the treasure bag around its neck, clearly afraid that Fu Changli would regret it and demand a bracelet back. Fu Changli took a closer look. Then, he patted the storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and an ancient jade slip flashed. She cast a spell into the jade slip, and then a picture of a spirit beast that looked very similar to the wood flying squirrel flashed on the jade slip, with a few lines of text next to it. The body is like a fine carving of sandalwood, with fur gradating from brown to yellow. The ears are large with wavy edges, and the fur inside the ears is golden. The eyes are like purple crystals, surrounded by golden runes. The claws are sharp like jade thorns, with a faint blue spiritual light at the tip. The tail is nearly as long as the body, with an amber flower-like structure at the end. When gliding, it looks like a living wooden carving. This is an ancient rare beast, Cuneidan rat. Cuneidan rat? Ancient rare beast. It was the first time Fu Changsheng heard such a statement. Fourth sister, what is the difference between the rare beast you are talking about and the spirit beasts we usually talk about? Ningning, who was standing beside him, also looked at Fu Changli with curiosity. Fu Changli was practicing the Wanling Yuxinjing, which contained a relevant record. As far as I know, there are many kinds of beasts in this world, but they can be roughly divided into spirit beasts, demon beasts, rare beasts, and immortal beasts. Let's start with the spirit beasts. They are animals with relatively gentle natures. Born between heaven and earth, they cultivate by absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and plants, and by feeding on spiritual fruits and plants. In this process, they gradually develop spiritual intelligence, thereby increasing their own cultivation. These beasts often coexist harmoniously with immortal cultivators, and some even form contracts with them, accompanying them in cultivation and providing mutual assistance. Let's look at demon beasts. They are completely different from spirit beasts. Demon beasts are ferocious and brutal by nature, mostly feeding on flesh and blood. Some even go so far as to devour human souls to gain immense power. As for rare beasts, their birth can be said to be a matter of chance. Fu Changli deliberately kept the topic a secret. He took a sip of Wuling tea. Ningning was now very curious and couldn't help but urge Fu Changli to elaborate. Fu Changli's face darkened. He said slowly, if you look at this star-receiving tower, you will know that in addition to the sun and the moon, there are countless alien stars in the sky. Legend has it that these alien stars are the result of the fall of immortals in the fairy world, and they shine from time to time. If this light shines on the wild beasts of the Shangguan continent, there is a very small probability of causing them to mutate. No matter whether it is a spirit beast or a demon beast, once it is affected by this strange light and mutates, it will gain a magical and extraordinary ability, which becomes their racial talent that distinguishes it from ordinary beasts. Some can master great magical powers such as space and time at the first level, some can be reborn with a drop of blood, and are almost immortal. And some can freely enter and exit the underworld and escape from the 5 elements. However, for tens of millions of years, such lucky people have been rare in our continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, I heard that one appeared in the Shangguan sect because it is too rare. This kind of beast mutated by alien stars is called a rare beast. Fu Changsheng's heart was pounding when he heard it. He had many spiritual pets in his cloud ring purple fairy tower, but none resembled the rare beasts fourth sister had described. His gaze suddenly fell on the wooden flying mouse on Ningning's shoulder. Fourth sister, are you sure Ningning's wooden flying mouse is the Cuneidan rat you mentioned? No matter how he looked at it, the wooden flying mouse didn't look like the rare beast Fu Changli had described. Ningning shook her head and said, Fourth aunt, I've had it for nearly 10 years, but Mumu can only help plant spiritual flowers and exotic herbs. It doesn't possess the unique talents you claim. Squeak, squeak, the wooden flying mouse chirped a few times, echoing its master. He tightened his grip on the treasure bag with his paws. Fu Changli said, whether it's true or not, we'll know once we test it. It's said that when the blood of a rare beast blends with 1,000 jade liquid, it turns silver. Fu Changli tapped her storage bag, and a flash of light revealed a bottle. She tapped the bottle, and the cap popped open, revealing a drop of 1,000 jade liquid. Fu Changli looked at Ningning. Ningning hesitated. Mumu is afraid of pain and faints at the sight of blood. That's easy. Fu Changli smiled, flicking her index finger. A drop of blood spurted out from her fingertip. Seeing the blood floating before him, Mu Fishu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ningning, do you want to test it? After all, Mu Fishu was Ningning's. Ningning hesitated, then looked at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng nodded. Let's give it a try. If it was truly a rare beast, then it couldn't be kept free. The tribe must protect it, dedicating resources to quickly nurture it into a high-level rare beast, awakening its magical powers. Ningning soothed the Mu Fishu, gritted her teeth, and pricked its paw with a needle. The Mu Fishu cried out in pain, waking up immediately. Seeing the blood flowing from its paw, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted again. Of the 3 present, Ningning was the only one who cared whether Mu Fishu was in pain. Fu Changsheng and Fu Changli watched intently as the thousand jade fluid and the wood-flying squirrel's blood fused together. After a moment, there was a slight tremor, and the red color of the fused blood faded. Then, a hint of green came into view. Huh? Fu Changli shook his head in disappointment. It seems this wood-flying squirrel isn't a Kunyuan rat. I must have been mistaken. Fu Changsheng smiled in relief. If it were truly a rare beast, there wouldn't have been a single one seen on this continent in so many years. After all, being able to activate magical powers at the second level was unheard of. Meanwhile, Ningning breathed a sigh of relief. She preferred the wood-flying squirrel to be an ordinary spirit beast. After all, it had been her companion for 10 years. If it were confirmed to be a rare beast, it would immediately cease to belong to her. She didn't want to be separated from Mumu. A small episode. Fu Changsheng turned to Fu Changli and said, "Fourth sister. Ningning is very interested in beast taming. Please take care of her. She's a little shy, but she'll get better with time." Since Ningning didn't want to interact with strangers, staying in the star receiving tower was undoubtedly the best place for her. Fu Changli smiled and said, "That's great. I'm feeling bored staying alone in this star receiving tower." Perhaps it was all because of the beast tamer. Ningning didn't have much of a problem with Fu Changli. Fu Changsheng gave Ningning a few instructions. "I'm at the Patriarch's mansion on the main peak behind Uiao City. If you need anything, just let me know, okay?" Ningning saw her father was about to leave, and felt a little disappointed. However, before leaving, Yu Kingru had repeatedly warned her, and she knew she couldn't cling to him. She could only watch helplessly as Fu Changsheng rode away on the green python. After Fu Changsheng left, Fu Changli called Ningning over, glanced at the flying squirrel standing on Ningning's shoulder, and said, "Ningning, if you really like this flying squirrel, then sign a spirit beast contract with it. Even if others are jealous of an owner's spirit beast, they will be a little wary of it. This will benefit both you and the flying squirrel." Squeak. The flying squirrel seemed to understand, tugging at Ningning's sleeve and barking several times in succession. Ningning had nearly been separated from Mu Fishu today, but she didn't insist. After all, this wasn't the Yu family's fiefdom, and there were many people around. She nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, fourth aunt, for the reminder." Yes, Fu Changli saw that Ningning, though shy, wasn't stubborn, and instead grew fond of her. After explaining in detail the details of signing a spirit beast contract, he said, "Ningning, what technique are you practicing now?" The Shuni heavenly scripture. Fu Changli shook his head slightly. This technique was the lowest level, the 6th rank of the yellow rank. The Patriarch had mentioned before leaving that Ningning's talent wasn't very good. If she continued practicing this technique, she wouldn't reach the peak of key refining before the age of 60. Fu Changli hesitated. He patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. Suddenly, a book floated toward Ningning. "Ningning, this is the Myriad Spirits Controlling Heart Sutra I'm practicing, but it only covers the first 4 levels of the key refining stage. Take it and study it carefully. When you reach the 4th level, come back and ask for the subsequent techniques." After a pause, Fu Changli's expression suddenly grew solemn. He looked at Ningning intently. "But, Ningning, you must remember this technique. Never let anyone else know about it, not even your mother or brother. Do you understand? The Myriad Spirits Controlling Heart Sutra is an earth-level technique that can be cultivated to the golden core stage. If it were known to other aristocratic families, it would be an immediate disaster for the Fu family." Then, Fu Changli quickly transmitted a message to Ningning. Ningning almost cried out in surprise. With this earth-level technique, she wouldn't have to worry about building her foundation. For a moment, Ningning was deeply moved. Clearly, fourth aunt treated her as a true member of the Fu family's core by passing on such a precious technique. Of course, she understood. Fourth aunt naturally didn't teach her the Myriad Spirits Controlling Heart Sutra out of instant rapport, but out of respect for her father. She had even copied a copy in advance. "Thank you, fourth aunt. Ningning will practice diligently and will not disappoint you." Ningning excitedly accepted the book with both hands. Fu Changli instructed, "Once you've memorized the first 4 levels of the technique, you don't need to keep the book, simply burn it." Ningning nodded obediently. Fu Changli then said, "I'm going to the city to take care of some chores. While we still have some time, I'll help you sign the contract with Mu Fishu." Ningning was only at the 3rd level of key refining. Forming a spirit beast contract required the assistance of a formation. If she were to comprehend and set up the formation herself, it would likely take months. Thank you, fourth ant, squeak. Mufishu seemed to sense the solemn moment approaching. A hint of nervous anticipation flashed in his little eyes, and his tiny paws clutched Ningning's clothes tightly. Fu Changli waved his sleeve. Several formation flags descended. With the chanting of incantations, the spirit beast contract formation was complete in less than half an hour. Ningning, first slowly infuse your spiritual energy into the formation. Maintaining this energy is crucial to the success of the contract. Ningning nodded and, following Fu Changli's instructions, closed her eyes and mobilized her spiritual energy. Her spiritual energy trickled through her fingertips and into the formation. The formation began to shimmer with a soft light, gradually spreading to encompass the wood-flying squirrel. The wood-flying squirrel trembled slightly in the glow, but showed no sign of retreat. Seeing this, Fu Changli said, "Drop your blood into the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, Ningning flicked her index finger, and a drop of blood spurted out, landing in the center of the formation. With a thud, it instantly transformed into bloody mist, merging with the glow of the formation. At that moment, the wood-flying squirrel also bit open its paw, and a tiny drop of blood flew into the formation. The two kinds of blood intertwined and blended in the magic circle, and a strange rune slowly emerged where the blood blended. Fu Changli's eyes lit up. "Quick, inject your spiritual power into that rune to complete the final contract." Ningning concentrated her mind and injected more spiritual power into the rune. The rune flashed faster and faster, and the light became more and more dazzling. Finally, it flashed suddenly and turned into a stream of light that penetrated into Mufishu's forehead. At the same time, Ningning also felt that a close connection had been established between her soul and Mufishu. She could feel Mufishu's emotions, and Mufishu could also understand her thoughts. After the contract was concluded, the light of the magic circle gradually dissipated. Mufishu excitedly jumped on Ningning's shoulders, and rubbed Ningning's cheek with his little head from time to time. Fu Changli watched the scene with a smile. "Okay, now the wood-flying squirrel is your contracted spirit beast. From now on, you should work together well and improve each other. Although this wood-flying squirrel is not a rare beast, it has its own unique features. You should fully tap its potential." Ningning was very happy. "Thank you, fourth ant, I will definitely do it." Fu Changli still had chores to attend to. Instructing Ningning to comprehend the Wanling Yuxin Sutra carefully, he left the Jixing Tower with a flick of his body. Fu Changli left. Ningning was left alone, and she breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. There were many secret rooms in the Jixing Tower. She walked to her quiet room, took out her identity token, and after the formation was closed, she immediately sent a message to her mother and brother. Entering the Fu family. It was better than she expected. At least for now. Ningning spent 2 months comprehending the myriad spirits controlling Heart Sutra. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she would come out of seclusion to consult Fu Changli. Feeling she had nearly grasped it, she began to follow the instructions in her meditation room. She sat cross-legged, her 5 hearts facing the sky, guiding the spiritual energy within her body to flow slowly along specific meridian pathways. Initially, the practice wasn't smooth. The myriad spirits controlling Heart Sutra differed significantly from the Shui Ni Tianjing she had previously practiced. The meridians flowed differently, and even her magical power seemed to be defying her commands. But she persisted, attempting over and over again to familiarize herself with a new spiritual energy flow. Just as she felt fatigued and her spiritual energy reached a stagnation, a mysterious energy suddenly emanated from the wooden flying squirrel on her shoulder. Like a clear spring, it infused the drier riverbed. The previously chaotic spiritual energy instantly became docile, flowing rapidly and orderly through her meridians. Ningning felt a surge of comfort within her. Her previously stagnant cultivation level seemed to be infused with a powerful force, rapidly rising. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that she had successfully broken through from the 3rd to the 4th level of key refining. What on earth is going on? According to her current cultivation schedule, it would take her at least 2 to 3 years to reach the middle stage of key refining. She quickly glanced at the wooden flying squirrel on her shoulder. Its aura was weak, its fur even beginning to fall out, and it looked as if it was nearing death. However, upon seeing its master's breakthrough, the wooden flying squirrel still cried out weakly with joy. Mumu. Ningning was shocked and distressed. The legend of the rare beast her 4th aunt had mentioned months ago flashed through her mind, and she said in disbelief, Mumu, are you really the legendary rare beast? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The wooden flying squirrel didn't bother to reply. He was cradling a discarded broken sword, breathing deeply. With each breath, he saw the energy from the broken sword gradually seeping into his body. The wooden flying squirrel's previously weak aura instantly improved. As the broken sword's energy was exhausted, it crumbled into a pile of debris. Then, Mew Mew pulled out another tranquility talisman and devoured its energy in huge gulps. In a flash, the talisman turned to ash. Mew Mew's shed fur began to regrow. Before this, Ning Ning only knew that Mew Mew enjoyed collecting spiritual objects, but she had never seen it consume one. Now, it seemed that Mew Mew was clearly stockpiling for this situation. So miraculous. Could Mew Mew really be the legendary rare beast? Several hours passed. After devouring nearly all the spiritual objects in the treasure bag hanging around his neck, Mew Fishu finally returned to his previous state. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing the treasures he had accumulated over 10 years, now only a few remained, Mew Fishu burst into tears. Tears streamed down his face. Ning Ning, heartbroken, quickly hugged Mew Fishu and coaxed him softly, Mumu, don't worry. I'll return it tenfold in the future. And when I've accumulated enough spiritual stones, I'll buy you a bigger storage bag so you can store even more treasures. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mew Fishu heard this. His tears quickly dried, and he cried out in joy. Ning Ning, however, was troubled. Mumu, tell me, should I tell my father about your situation? She was afraid to tell him. She feared that she would be separated from him in the future. Mumu had been with her for 10 years, like a family member, so she naturally felt reluctant to let him go. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mew Fishu broke free from Ning Ning's arms, shaking his head like a rattle, fearing Ning Ning would misunderstand him. He actually jumped to the ground and wrote the words "Don't tell anyone" with his paw. Ning Ning stared at the words on the ground, stunned. Mumu, when did you learn to read? Squeak, squeak. Mew Fishu raised his head with a smug look. After a long discussion between master and servant, the two decided to keep this a secret, neither of them sharing it. Ning Ning coughed lightly and discussed with Mew Fishu, in that case, Mumu, I'll have to hold off on the spiritual item I promised you. We need to save up spirit stones first and buy a spiritual beast bag. She decided that from now on, she would never let Mew Mew out in front of others. Otherwise, if they encountered someone like Fourth Aunt who knew the secret of the rare beast, she and Mew Mew would be in danger. Squeak, squeak, Mew Fishu said, his face grimacing, but he nodded in agreement. But then, a few months ago, after Fu Changsheng emerged from Yuiao City, he rode a green python and arrived at the mountain gate behind him in a few breaths. In front of the family archway, Fu Yongfen, having received the message, had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng land, he hurried to greet him. Father, you've had a long journey. The father and son hadn't seen each other for 10 years. However, standing together, Fu Changsheng looked like he was in his early 20s, while Fu Yongfen looked like an old man. To those who didn't know better, they might have mistaken him for the elder. Chapter 263, Ancient Mysterious Vine, Muscle Refining Realm, Family Conferment. After the father and son arrived at the meeting hall and took their seats, Fu Yongfen bowed and said, Father, after Brother Shitao returned from Jingzhou, the He family learned of our impending promotion to the 8th rank. Fearing trouble from the other noble families, they specially dispatched 3 foundation establishment cultivators from their clan to our Pingshan County. In addition, in Anyang County, my grandfather's Liu family, who recently achieved the 9th rank, and the Wu family have both sent foundation establishment cultivators to help guard our Luofang mountain land. With the addition of the Shangguan family's foundation establishment cultivators, each of our Fu family strongholds now has at least 6 foundation establishment cultivators guarding it. Combined with the mountain protection formation, we're now as secure as a rock. Now we just await the imperial court's conferral. Fu Yongfen took out a long list and handed it over. Father, this is the guest list and corresponding seating for the promotion to the 8th rank. Please take a look and see if there are any other changes that need to be made. Fu Changsheng took it, examined it, and nodded slightly. Brother Fan had always been a cautious person. He then asked, Has your grandfather Yu returned? Not yet, father, he said in a serious tone. Although Brother Fan had acted like a little adult since childhood, he still felt a little different towards his father. At least, affection for him could be seen in his eyes, But now he felt more in awe. Fu Changsheng glanced at his white hair again. Brother Fan, thank you for your hard work over the years. Fu Yongfen was stunned for a moment, then, somewhat flattered, waved his hand hastily. For all these years, of the children under his father's name, apart from Fu Yongru, who was later adopted, he was the only one who hadn't yet reached foundation establishment. As his father's eldest son, he felt he had embarrassed his father. Mustering his courage, he bowed and said, Father, once the imperial court canonizes the 8th-rank aristocratic family, it will be clear that with my key refining cultivation, I will no longer be suitable to serve as the chief steward of the fiefdom. I plan to vacate this position after the celebrations are over and give it to a suitable foundation establishment elder. After all, he would be promoted to the 8th rank in the future. He would be dealing with foundation establishment cultivators, and even though he held the title of eldest son of the Patriarch, other aristocratic families felt he wasn't being respected. Furthermore, it wouldn't be good for the Fu family's reputation. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Yes, I was just about to tell you about this. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce will be holding a foundation establishment pill auction soon. You could use this opportunity to raise your cultivation to the peak of key refining. Fu Yongfen was stunned. He possessed 5 spiritual roots, so even with the foundation establishment pill, his chances were slim. He had believed his father had already given up on him. Hearing this, he was deeply moved. But he still shook his head and said, Father, Sister Yongdan has been waiting for this foundation establishment pill for 10 years. Besides, Yongru is incredibly talented and reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage years ago. Brother Yonki and the others are also lining up for the foundation establishment pill. According to clan rules, the foundation establishment pill should be given to them first. He couldn't let his father be branded as selfish because of him. Furthermore, if he took the lead in seeking privileges, others would follow suit, and in the long run, resentment would surely grow among the clan members. Besides, if he really wanted to build his foundation, with his 5 spiritual roots, one foundation establishment pill would be far from enough. He was self-aware of this. Fu Changsheng frowned. His eldest son's intentions were good, but everyone has selfish motives, and cultivation is meant to defy fate. As his son aged, he seemed to have become stubborn. Just concentrate on your cultivation. Leave the foundation establishment pill to me when the time comes. Besides being the head of the Fu family, I'm also your father. You don't need to worry so much. Upon hearing this, Fu Yongfen quickly lowered his head, his eyes already welling up. Fu Changsheng stood up and patted him on the shoulder. After leaving the meeting hall, he saw Fairy K waiting at the doorway. 10 years had passed. Fu Changsheng was stunned by the sudden appearance of Fairy K, who had aged considerably. Fairy K smiled and saluted Fu Changsheng, who quickly supported her. Master K, I just need to ask you something. The two of them headed to the Patriarch's residence. Fu Changsheng tapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a white box with wood grain floated out. A spell was cast into it. A spiritual vine inside moved rapidly, as if alive. Master K, do you recognize this? Master K leaned forward, examining it carefully for a moment. With a flick of his index finger, a burst of magical energy struck the vine. With a humming sound, a leaf suddenly fell from the vine, transforming into a streak of rainbow light and shooting towards Fairy K at incredible speed. Fairy K was startled and stepped aside. Ling. The green leaf shot like an arrow into the stone wall. The stone wall was forged from second-level Kangayao stone, capable of withstanding attacks from second-level magical weapons. But now, the green leaf sliced through the stone wall with such ease that it tore through a large section of the wall. The leaf swung mid-air and shot towards Fairy K once more. However, halfway through, a buzz. The leaf's spiritual energy was exhausted, and it fell limply to the ground. This sudden scene startled both Fu Changsheng and Fairy K. Xiangu blinked in disbelief. What kind of spiritual plant is this? Only a single vine remains, and not only has it not withered, it can even fight back after being attacked. Master, this vine is the first I've ever seen. She had cultivated a number of attacking piranhas, but their attack power was only comparable to that of a first-tier demonic beast. This vine, a single leaf, could transform into a second-tier magical weapon. If it were a complete spiritual plant, the power would be unimaginable. Master, this vine of yours is at least third tier. Xiangu had never expected such a treasure to be found at such an old age. Fu Changsheng was also quite surprised. Qiu Xiao had quite a few treasures. Where he had obtained this spiritual vine, he had no idea. However, he feared it was most likely related to the terrifying being behind him. Perhaps it was that person who had helped Qiu Xiao find this spiritual vine. Looks like I need Uncle Yu back to ask him. Master Yu was knowledgeable and might recognize this object. After putting the spiritual vine into the box, Fu Changsheng reminded him, Master K, who are you looking for? K Xianggu, elderly and distracted by the spiritual vine, nearly forgot what she was doing. She fished her identity token from her sleeve and handed it to Fu Changsheng. Patriarch, I heard the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's Foundation Establishment Pale Auction is coming soon. Yulian and I have pooled our money and have just managed to collect 10,000 contribution points. I would like to ask you to exchange one for Fan Gear. Fan Gear is already in his 40s, and the longer he gets, the slimmer his chances of achieving a foundation. Fu Changsheng was stunned. Looking at K Xianggu's aged face, he knew she must have worked tirelessly, scrimping and saving to accumulate so many contribution points. And yet, she gave it directly to Fan Gear. K Xianggu still had a son in her old age. He was somewhat moved and hurriedly pushed the token back. Master K, I'll find a way to get Feiner's Foundation Establishment Pill. You can keep these contribution points for Xia Oyo. Patriarch, what's yours is yours. This is my gift to Feiner. With Feiner's aptitude, one Foundation Establishment Pill definitely won't be enough when the time comes. And when Yulian was building her foundation, Feiner not only gave up his own contribution points, he also borrowed a large portion from his uncle. I must repay this favor. Otherwise, even after I die, I won't be at peace. Fairy K never liked to owe anyone anything. Even in those difficult times, she still offered her family's only remaining purple-horned deer calf as a token of her gratitude to Fu Changsheng. Okay, then I'll accept it on behalf of Brother Fan. This was the old man whom Fu Changsheng planned to return double to Fairy K. He hesitated for a moment, then patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a box floated towards Fairy K. This is the Sichuan Yu pill, used to nourish qi and blood and unclog the meridians. Master K, please accept it. For the elderly, taking it should extend their lifespan by several years. He had Mei Jian purchase it from Jingzhou for Grandmaster Yu. Now that Grandmaster Yu had the star-leaf grass, he could give it to Master K. Upon hearing this, Master K waved his hands repeatedly. I'm an old woman, almost buried up to my neck in dirt. Such precious spiritual objects should only be given by the head of the family to those in need. Master K, if you don't want it, then I won't accept your contribution points either. Master K smiled and shook his head. Thank you, Patriarch, for the gift. With this Chuan-Yu pill, maybe I'll even see Brother Fan establish his foundation, he said gratefully. Hall Master K carefully took the box. Who in this world doesn't want to live 100 years? After thanking him profusely, he happily departed. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness again. Ling, you have given the clan leader, Fairy K, a bottle of Chuan-Yu pill, and received 300 family contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,500. Less than half a month later, Fu Changsheng, who was comprehending the third level of the Great Evolution Art, suddenly felt a rapid buzzing sound from his waist. A spell was entered into the communication jade talisman. And Yao's voice rang out, Father, Grandpa Yu and I are back. Fu Changsheng collected the jade slips of the technique and emerged from the secret room. They soon arrived at the water curtain cave in the back mountain. K Xianggu and the others had already been sent out, leaving only Yao and Grandmaster Yu among the several small buildings. Father, Yao said, stepping forward and bowing. Having spent years meditating on the enchantment within the secret realm of Hanlin River, Yao's demeanor had become much more reserved. After the three of them took their seats, Grandmaster Yu said, Changsheng, I've already set up a formation within Hanlin River's underground enchantment. It wouldn't have been discovered unless a fourth-tier formation master had specifically surveyed it. With Uncle Yu's help, he naturally felt assured. Fu Changsheng said, Uncle Yu, if we don't have to worry about the people from the Xianji Pavilion, can you and Yao work together to break the enchantment? Yes, Grandmaster Yu nodded slightly, looking at Yao with admiration. Yao has studied the enchantment thoroughly over the years. She can break it on her own without my help. Furthermore, Yao's formation skills have successfully reached the lower third tier. In the past, Yao Iao would have definitely sought praise. But ever since returning, Yao Iao's brows have been furrowed, clearly worried about Ranger. Father, if we can't find the spiritual materials that can shield us from the prying eyes of the heavenly secret pavilion, are we just going to leave our second brother in there? Grandmaster Yu had evidently discussed the pros and cons of the secret realm with Yao Iao. However, she still worried about Ranger. Fu Changsheng frowned and said, Yao Iao, don't worry. No matter what, Dad will gather the necessary spiritual materials as soon as possible and will definitely not let anything happen to your second brother. According to intelligence, there are 3 rare spiritual materials. Among them is Phoenix Bloodwood, which the Gongsun family has hidden. The Gongsun family has repeatedly provoked the Fu family. Once the attack on the Yanang tribe is over and the opportunity presents itself, he will naturally not allow the Gongsun family to continue to exist in this world. As he spoke, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. Instantly, dozens of boxes floated towards Yao Iao. Yao Iao, take a look at these formation books and materials to see if you can find anything useful. These spiritual materials were all confiscated from Chun Ernyuang. Before he could finish his words, Grandmaster Yu glared at him. Yao Iao, you've been studying barriers, and your cultivation has been greatly delayed. For the next few years, Yao Iao, don't touch these books anymore. Focus on your cultivation. The right path is to cultivate. Fu Changsheng was furious and said, Yao Iao, listen to your grandpa Yu, but he didn't put the box away. Yao Iao couldn't use it, but Grandmaster Yu could. Elsewhere, Grandmaster Yu turned to Yao Iao and said, you look so pale. There's nothing important here. Go into seclusion quickly. Years of dedicated study of barriers were extremely draining, but Yao Iao didn't refuse. She stood up, bowed, and went to the small building next door for seclusion. After the man left, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. A white box with a wood grain floated toward Grandmaster Yu. Uncle Yu, open it and see what's inside. Grandmaster Yu, always interested only in spirit wine and ancient formations, cast a spell into the box with a lack of interest. The box opened, and a surge of abundant spiritual energy instantly washed over him. This is it. Grandmaster Yu jumped to his feet with excitement. He stared intently at the spiritual plant within the box, his face filled with disbelief. Starleaf grass, Changsheng, where did you get this? If he remembered correctly, this spiritual plant had long been extinct in the Great Zhou, and perhaps even across the entire continent. How could there be one so intact, as if it had just been picked? With a starleaf grass, his strength should be able to recover to the level of purple mansion cultivation. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Fu Changsheng briefly recounted the story of the Gongsun family hiring the 7 devils of Lingnan to murder him. After listening, Grandmaster Yu said, since it was obtained from a GXIU, its origin is difficult to find. Grandmaster Yu was still thinking about finding a few more plants. Changsheng, I'll take this star-leaf grass. He quickly reseals the box, eager to return to the secret chamber to refine it. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, he pulled out the strange spiritual vine. He then recounted Fairy K's previous experiments. Grandmaster Yu frowned, pondering for a moment. Hesitantly, he said, this looks a bit like the legendary ancient Zhuan vine, which is extinct in ancient times. Ancient Zhuan vine. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. As soon as he heard the name, he knew that this thing was extraordinary. Uncle Yu, please tell me in detail. Master Yu looked at Fu Changsheng's excited face with a bit of weirdness on his face. He coughed lightly and then slowly said, the ancient Zhuan vine was able to rank among the top 3 of the 10 sacred trees in ancient times. Those who signed a symbiotic contract with the ancient Zhuan vine can share the long lifespan of the ancient Zhuan vine. It is said that the first generation owner lived for millions of years, but later there was a catastrophe, and the ancient Zhuan vine disappeared. When it reappeared, it had mutated. That is, the holder could not leave the ancient Zhuan vine within 100 steps. Otherwise, the ancient Zhuan vine would wither in an instant, and the contractor would die with it. In addition, the lifespan that the ancient Zhuan vine can increase has also become limited, but for those who are dying, they still regard it as a life-saving straw. Once it appears, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. It is said eventually, the ancient mysterious vine fell into the hands of the demons. After being cultivated by the demons, it mutated again, but these are all records from ancient times. So many years have passed. In the world of cultivation, no one has mentioned this thing for tens of thousands of years. Can it increase lifespan? That's a good thing. After all, no one wants to be short-lived. Fu Changsheng asked, Uncle Yu, after signing a contract with the ancient mysterious vine, besides the distance restriction from where it's planted, are there any other drawbacks? Grandmaster Yu shook his head. Then, realizing what was happening, he glared at Fu Changsheng. What? You want to sign a contract with this ancient mysterious vine? Absolutely not. Once planted, this ancient mysterious vine cannot be transplanted. You'll be trapped within 100 feet for the rest of your life. Furthermore, the section of ancient mysterious vine you hold isn't a complete one, so whether it will survive if planted is anyone's guess. In Grandmaster Yu's opinion, this ancient mysterious vine was useless. Fu Changsheng also felt that there were too many unknowns and nodded quickly, saying, Uncle Yu, don't worry. I certainly won't play with my own life. He then put away the ancient mystical vine. Grandmaster Yu, still worried, repeatedly warned Fu Changsheng not to form a contract with the ancient mystical vine. He returned from the back mountain to the Patriarch's residence. After entering the secret room and deactivating the magic circle, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a strange mask suddenly floated before him. With some time left before the imperial court conferred titles on the 8th rank aristocratic families, he planned to take on 1 or 2 shadow sect missions. After earning points, he would inquire with the shadow sect about what he needed. Currently, he needed many things. For himself, cultivating the 3rd level of the Great Evolution art required Kyanka Jade. This would determine how far he could advance in his cultivation, so Kyanka Jade was urgently needed. The same was true for spiritual materials containing the power of the stars. Currently, his 9 heavens star art was stuck at the peak of the flesh refining realm. Secondly, Chu Chan's breakthrough to the 3rd stage requires the soul guiding pill, as well as an upgrade for the human emperor banner, where Chu Chan resides. Finally, the secret realm of Henling River is unlocked, requiring phoenix bloodwood, dragon scalestone, and ethereal mica to conceal the prying eyes of the heavenly secret pavilion. However, setting up the grand formation requires 3 purple mansion warriors. Even if Grandmaster Yu has recovered his purple mansion cultivation, it will take some time. This should be done after he breaks through to the purple mansion, so there's no rush for now. After clarifying his next goal, Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand and chanted an obscure incantation. After donning the strange mask, there was a humming sound, and the world spun around. The next moment, he found himself in the same mission hall as before. The list of bounties constantly refreshed. Huh? Fu Changsheng took a closer look. He discovered that the red bounties even included an orange one. He immediately waved his hand. The task hovered before him. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones are offered for the head of Zhang Yuanun, the concubine of Chu Kezi of the Yangang tribe. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Soon, the imperial court would be conquering the Yangang tribe. Zhang Yuanun was already on his kill list. What a coincidence. He immediately accepted the task. At the same time, a line of text suddenly appeared in the mirror behind him. First time accepting a task, reward of 20 points. Fu Changsheng was delighted. With points, he could inquire about the spiritual items he needed in exchange. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment and wrote down the spiritual materials he needed. But the mirror trembled slightly. Only 1 item can be exchanged at a time. Exchange for Kyanka Jade. Buzz. The mirror trembled. A line of text appeared. Exchange for Kyanka Jade requires 1,000 points. Then, the 20 points he had originally earned were instantly reset to 0. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. 20 points for just 1 consultation? That's too heartless. He quickly pulled out the quest he'd just received to kill Zhang Yuanun, only to see 50 points written at the end. In other words, if he completed the same quest 10 times, he could redeem it for Kyanka Jade. Killing a Foundation establishment cultivator. For him at this point, that wasn't a problem at all. Furthermore, he could have the system provide intelligence and join the shadow sect himself. For him, the benefits far outweigh the risks. Fu Changsheng withdrew from the mission hall. In the secret chamber, he continued to comprehend the 3rd level of the Great Evolution art. About 10 days passed like this. The aristocratic jade seal within his body trembled slightly. Fu Changsheng, delighted, quickly summoned the seal and cast a spell. The original red color had completely transformed into orange. Furthermore, his aura had become remarkably stable. This indicated that the imperial decree of ennobling him had been officially issued. At that moment, a mysterious aura surged from the seal, transforming into a multicolored spirit python that surged toward him. Wherever it passed, mysterious patterns rippled through space. Fu Changsheng trembled as the aura touched him. The nine heavens star art within him was activated, unexpectedly activating itself. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized. Such a golden opportunity. He naturally wouldn't let it go. He immediately sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the practice of the technique. Suddenly, a starlight shone from his dantian, rapidly traveling along his meridians, growing brighter. Already at the peak of the flesh-refining realm, he now felt the energy of the ki flow into his tendons, warming them like a dormant dragon awakening. They were inlaid with shards of starlight, a silvery glow spread throughout his veins, his body akin to a starry abyss, and a spiritual aura shone faintly on his surface. Muscle-refining realm, Fu Changsheng exclaimed with delight. Upon his ascension to the 8th rank family, he had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough to the muscle-refining realm. While at the flesh-refining realm, he felt his aura like a sword unsheathed, its razor-sharp edge unleashed. After reaching the muscle-refining realm, his aura became restrained and profound, like a pool of boundless power. At this point, he could withstand attacks from a second-tier, mid-grade magical weapon with his mere flesh. Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. Next, as long as I find a few more treasures imbued with star power and cultivate the tendon refining realm to perfection, I can attempt to open the acupoints connecting the two dantians. Breaking through the purple palace was just around the corner. At that moment, a rapid buzzing sound came from his waist. He looked down. It was a message from Palace Master Su. A spell was cast, and Palace Master Su's voice rang out, "Patriarch Fu, please come to this Henshi division. The Imperial Court has issued the Fu family's 8th rank enthronement, along with your previous reward. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 264 New System Functions, 10 Rights and Interests, Purple Mansion Spiritual Objects. The 8th rank aristocratic family was officially canonized, but it was unknown how much family contribution points the system would grant. Fu Changsheng's thoughts stirred, and the family seal trembled slightly before instantly sinking into his body. He produced a communication jade talisman and informed Fu Yongfen. Within a dozen breaths, Fu Yongfen appeared in the Patriarch's residence like a gust of wind. Promoted to an 8th rank aristocratic family. This matter was finally settled. Fu Yongfen, ever composed since childhood, couldn't help but feel excited. After receiving confirmation from Fu Changsheng that the imperial canonization had been issued, he smiled broadly. "Father, can the celebration be set for the 15th of next month? This month is almost over, and there aren't any suitable dates at the beginning of the month. The nearest is the 15th of next month. Well, you can arrange the celebration yourself. By the way, when the invitations are sent out, have Aunt Molin personally deliver them to the 7th rank Luo family. Once promoted to the 8th rank, their Fu family would be on par with the Shangguan family. If I'm not mistaken, they should also be under the Luo family's rule." Fu Yongfen nodded hurriedly. "Father, leave these minor matters to me. You can rest assured and go to this Henshi division to receive the title." Fu Yongfen was eager to see the title document immediately. After watching Fu Changsheng leave, he sent a message to Molin and Yangxiao Mountain and then hurried to the water curtain cave in the back mountain. Xiangu, after taking the Sichuan Yu pill given by Fu Changsheng, had noticeably improved, looking at least 10 years younger. She was dozing off on a recliner in the spiritual medicine courtyard. But the elderly were light sleepers. As Fu Yongfen entered the water curtain cave, she heard footsteps. Seeing Fu Yongfen's impatience, she was stunned for a moment, then said, "Brother Fan, could it be that the Patriarch has bestowed upon you the Foundation Establishment pill?" "No, there's something even more gratifying." "Mother, guess what it is?" Xiangu looked puzzled. Could there be anything more joyful than being able to establish a foundation? Fu Yongfen didn't keep the secret any longer. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Mother, Father just received news that the Imperial Court's enthronement document has come down, and Father has set off to the Henshi division to be conferred the title. Our Fu family has been officially enthroned as an 8th rank family." "Really?" Xiangu happily stood up from the recliner. After confirming it again and again, she was so happy that she kept shouting several good words. Then, His eyes suddenly welled up. I still remember the first time I met the head of the family. He was only 15 years old, so young, yet he shouldered the heavy burden of revitalizing the family. There were threats from the eastern wilderness tribes outside, and from within, the other 4 great key refining families in Anyang County eyeing him covetously. At the time, everyone in Anyang County was skeptical of your father, believing that the Fu family wouldn't survive for more than 2 years before being completely replaced by the other families. It's your father who's got the best of both worlds. He's been the one who's brought the entire Fu family to where they are today. What others might think is smooth sailing has in fact been a journey of hardship. It's truly not easy, Brother Fan. With the family's advancement, the business has expanded. As your father's eldest son, I only hope that after you establish your foundation, you can share some of the burden with your father. As the elderly grow older, they can't help but ramble. These words came from the heart, and Fu Yongfen took them to heart. Elsewhere, after Fu Changsheng had given Fu Yongfen his instructions, he flashed and left his fiefdom. Led by the Green Python, they headed towards Wanning Market. They arrived at the market gate. Fu Yongsheng, having received the message in advance, had specially dressed in festive attire and was waiting early. The guards guarding the city gate beside him were actually from the Kui and Qi families. Qi Sen, with a hint of flattery, said with a smile, Brother Fu, when you have your family's banquet, please remember to invite me too. It's such a big occasion, I'd like to share in the good fortune. Kui Zioki, watching the beaming Fu Yongsheng, felt a mixture of envy, jealousy, and helplessness. Thinking back to the past, the Ping family was the leader of the 9th-rank aristocratic families in Huainan. After their demise, the Kui family took over. They had thought that the last 8th-rank aristocratic family would be theirs. They had never expected the Fu family to rise so suddenly. If the Fu family were gone, perhaps he would be the one receiving the congratulations today. Fu Yongsheng laughed heartily, generously pulling out the red envelopes he'd prepared from his sleeve and giving one to Qi Sen and Kui Zioki each. He said, Brother Qi, Brother Kui, our clan is planning a celebration on the 15th of next month. You two should come over for a few drinks then, of course, Qi Sen said with a smile, accepting the red envelopes. He was about to say something else. Elsewhere, Fu Yongsheng spotted the green python galloping toward him from afar and immediately stopped talking. He bowed to Qi Sen and quickly walked over to greet him. Head of the family, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. The two of them skipped the queue and entered directly through the side gate of the city. Fu Yongsheng said happily, Head of the family, we didn't dare to publicize the imperial title until it was officially conferred. Now that it's official, I'd like to use this opportunity to organize a big promotion at the shop, whether they were casual customers or those hoping to connect with the Fu family. Everyone would want to share in the good fortune, and with prices steadily falling, the shop would surely experience its first wave of revitalization after the beast tide. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, You decide for yourself. When it came to business, he couldn't even match Mei Zhen, let alone Fu Yongsheng, who had possessed a natural talent for business since childhood. With permission, Fu Yongsheng pulled a stack of red envelopes from his sleeve and handed them to Fu Changsheng. Master, you'll need them when you arrive at Zhenshi Division. If you have no further instructions, I'll go to the shop and prepare for the grand promotion. As he was about to leave, Fu Changsheng hadn't considered the red envelopes. After accepting them, he gave him a slight nod. You go ahead, Fu Yongsheng bowed, and with a slick of grease, he turned and went back to take care of the shop's affairs. When Fu Changsheng arrived at the gate of the Zhenshi Division, he saw that there were more than a dozen guards guarding the gate than usual. Upon seeing him approach, they each bowed and said, Congratulations, clan leader Fu. Congratulations to the Fu family on their promotion to the 8th rank. Fu Changsheng smiled and stuffed a red envelope into each of the guards' faces. The guards, each beaming with joy, believed that this year would be a smooth year for them, blessed with the good fortune of an 8th rank family. Gazing at Fu Changsheng's back, the guards gathered together and whispered, The Fu family is truly blessed with extraordinary fortune. Back when they were weak and helpless, clan leader Fu saved the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family's eldest elder. Thanks to this kindness, the Fu family has since soared to prominence, after being promoted to the 9th rank, and then we met our former palace master Xiao. Hey, Captain Kui, why do I sound sour in your words? Captain Kui denied it. However, Fu Changsheng was not only successful in his career, but his confidants were also incredibly beautiful and capable. Who wouldn't be envious? Alice, why could he only meet someone like Widow Wang? Fu Changsheng entered the main hall. He saw Palace Master Su, dressed in the solemn attire of a palace master. His face was calm and solemn, but a hint of joy lingered in his eyes. "Clan leader Fu, congratulations," he said. From the tray held by the deputy palace master, he respectfully lifted the scroll of imperial investiture documents with both hands. The document was wrapped in exquisite brocade, embroidered with a golden dragon, a symbol of imperial majesty. In the radiant light of the main hall, the golden dragon seemed to be about to take flight. Palace Master Su bowed in the direction of the imperial capital. Then, unfolding the document, she opened her lips slightly. The document hummed. Runes flew out one after another, condensing in the air into a document of investiture. When promoted to the 9th rank, the documents of investiture for aristocratic families were drafted by the suppression department. But now, the documents of the 8th rank, every word, were written by Emperor Wu Zhou himself. Fu Changsheng bowed in the direction of the imperial capital, his heart filled with excitement. At this moment, their Fu family was considered to have truly entered the ranks of aristocratic families. His eyes fell on the document in the air. He saw it written in a splendid manner: "I have inherited the destiny of heaven and rule the world. The way to govern the world is to clearly reward and punish, and to promote the virtuous and capable, and to commend the meritorious nobles. The Fu family, since their ancestors, has been upholding loyalty and righteousness. They have been in the local area, protecting the territory and the people, promoting education, and benefiting the community. The family members are proficient in military strategy and defend their country on the border. When the beast tide hit, the Fu family was even more courageous. The family members either joined a battle, or organized defense, or provided relief to the victims. They have made outstanding contributions to the great cause of resisting the beast tide. They are indeed a loyal and righteous family and a virtuous family. Now, after careful deliberation with the court officials, the Fu family's achievements, prestige, and strength all meet the standards of an 8th rank aristocratic family. They are hereby granted the title of 8th rank aristocratic family and are granted the corresponding rights and benefits. I hope that after this promotion, the Fu family will remain true to their original aspirations and continue to contribute to the prosperity of the court and the well-being of the people. They should set an example with their virtue and demeanor, guiding local trends, and use their wisdom and strength as a foundation to consolidate the foundation of the court. Any acts of slackness or disobedience will be met with ruthless mercy. I decree." The conferring scripture trembled slightly. Then, it transformed into a stream of purple energy and, with a bang, sank into the 9th rank aristocratic family jade seal within Fu Changsheng's body. The seal trembled slightly, and the original 9th rank marking suddenly shifted to 8th rank. With the blessing of the scripture, the entire seal instantly ascended to 3rd rank supreme spiritual artifact with a bang. A step further, it became a legendary magic weapon. Fu Changsheng's excitement faded, but he quickly calmed down. The document stated that the Fu family would enjoy the benefits of an 8th rank noble family, but it didn't list them in detail. "Palace Master Su, could you please tell me what benefits are afforded to 8th rank noble families?" This was their primary motivation and goal for their promotion to the 8th rank. Palace Master Su gestured to a nearby throne and asked Fu Changsheng to take a seat. He then had the deputy palace master personally serve tea. After taking a sip, he slowly said, "Promotion to the 8th rank, you will enjoy 10 benefits. First, the annual tax revenue from your fiefdom will be reduced by 20%. Fu Changsheng was delighted upon hearing this. Compared to other noble families, their Fu family's fiefdoms and strongholds were several times larger. The annual tax revenue is a staggering figure. A 20% reduction would undoubtedly significantly reduce expenses for the Fu family. Second, your family can select 2 key refining clan members and 1 foundation establishment clan member to study at the Great Zhou Academy." The Great Zhou Academy? This was the first time Fu Changsheng had heard of it. Their place was far from the imperial capital, and information was scarce. "Palace Master Su, could you tell me about the Great Zhou Academy?" Palace Master Su gently set down his teacup. His face darkened. "The Great Zhou Academy is our dynasty's highest institution for cultivating talent. It has a long history, dating back to the founding of the nation. The academy brings together the world's foremost scholars and golden elixir masters. From the principles of cultivating immortality to the strategies of governing a nation, they offer comprehensive courses." A pause followed. A hint of pride flickered in Palace Master Su's eyes. "Within the academy lies a library, called the Wangxiang Pavilion, housing countless precious tomes and secret manuals of cultivation techniques. Some of these tomes were excavated from ancient ruins, while others were written by great scholars and immortal masters throughout the ages. Their value is inestimable. The Wuxiang Pavilion even contains legendary heaven-level cultivation techniques. Heaven-level cultivation techniques. For aristocratic families in remote areas, the Great Zhou Academy clearly offered a chance to change their fate. Fu Changsheng's breathing suddenly became rapid. Palace Master Su continued, furthermore, the Great Zhou Academy has close ties with the imperial court. Graduates of the academy who aspire to serve in the imperial court are often given priority for recommendation. They are also more likely to be given important positions in the court. After all, after being tempered by the academy, their talent and knowledge are unmatched by ordinary people. However, Palace Master Su changed the subject. Shaking his head, he said, the Great Zhou Academy has a strict assessment system. Many children from aristocratic families, especially those from less privileged families in remote areas, are exiled before even a month has passed. For example, the Gongsun, Shi, and Nangang families of Huainan Prefecture, whose recommended disciples failed even the entrance examination and were sent back to their fiefdoms within a month. Fu Changsheng frowned. The Great Zhou Academy's assessment system was surprisingly stringent. However, Palace Master Su hadn't finished. She pointed in the direction of the Shangguan family. Being safely repatriated to their fiefdom is a good thing. The noble families the Shangguan family sent there in previous years perished in the academy, leaving no remains behind. Fu Changsheng was shocked. Entering the Great Zhou Academy, their lives were in danger. Palace Master Su, why did 3 Shangguan family disciples die here? Palace Master Su shook his head. She didn't want to say more, but thinking of Xiao Xianger's connections, she did. The Great Zhou Academy houses not only noble families, but also members of the Great Zhou royal family and disciples from the innermost sects. They might be the chosen ones of Huainan, but in the imperial capital, entering the academy means they're likely to be at the bottom of the heap. If they accidentally offend a powerful figure, of course, that's secondary. Most importantly, the teaching at the Great Zhou Academy is completely different from what we imagined. Even members of the royal family have died there. However, the Great Zhou Academy is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. No one dares to interfere with its operations. That being the case, entering the Great Zhou Academy clearly carries both blessings and dangers. Fu Changsheng planned to inquire about the other 8th-rank aristocratic families. If they truly were a dangerous place, he might as well not enter. Palace Master Su, what about the other 8 privileges? Third, after your Fu family pays spirit stones, you can use the teleportation array to leave Jingzhou. Palace Master Su reeled off 7 privileges, including access to secret realms below the mid-level yellow rank. In the Great Zhou, secret realms and sect ruins are divided according to the heaven, earth, and yellow ranks, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The number of admissions to secret realms varies depending on the rank of the aristocratic families. From this perspective, the imperial court clearly favors the upper-rank aristocratic families, indirectly encouraging the lower-rank families to climb the ladder. However, after hearing about the 8 privileges, he hadn't heard Palace Master Su mention the secrets of the Purple Mansion. Although Fu Changsheng had learned a few things from Shangguan Hongyu, he didn't know the specific spiritual objects that aid in achieving a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion. Palace Master Su took a sip of black spirit tea and flicked his index finger. Instantly, the magic array curtain in the main hall rose, and her expression suddenly grew solemn. The 10th rite, and what clan leader Fu is most concerned about, is the secret of breaking through the Purple Mansion. As Palace Master Su slowly explained, Fu Changsheng appeared surprised, but inwardly, he remained calm. As expected, the method taught by the imperial court to break through the Purple Mansion, just as Hongyu had described, only opened 17 acupoints, and the resulting golden elixir would only be of the 9th grade at best. However, Palace Master Su mentioned 2 spiritual objects that could help break through the Purple Mansion. The first was the Zuanine grass, which aided in opening the Nuan Palace. The upper dantian is located between the eyebrows. When the spiritual power is unlocked, the slightest carelessness can lead to loss of consciousness at best, or even complete annihilation of the soul. The sandalwood condensed from the Zuanine grass allows the cultivator to maintain a clear mind while opening the Nuan Palace. The second spiritual object was the soul-transforming pill. The soul transmutation pill's function is to nourish the soul after awakening it, and after the soul migrates to the purple mansion, it aids its transformation into a divine soul. After Palace Master Su finished speaking, Fu Changsheng said, "Palace Master Su, can the 8th rank noble families exchange their merit points for the Zuanine grass and the soul transmutation pill?" Palace Master Su shook his head, but quickly nodded. Of course, they can, but the merit points required for both the Zuanine grass and the soul transmutation pill are too high, and few noble families are willing to exchange them. After speaking, Palace Master Su made the sign of 8. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. One auxiliary spiritual item cost 80,000 imperial merit points, and 2 would total 160,000, undoubtedly an astronomical sum. Seeing Fu Changsheng's frown, Palace Master Su quickly added, "Of course, besides merit points, there are other ways to exchange Zuanine grass and soul transmutation pills from the court, such as completing a court-issued mission. However, this depends on chance and is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the Foundation establishment pill was tightly controlled by the court. The soul transmutation pill recipe was likely unavailable in the market." Fu Changsheng muttered to himself, "No wonder the Weinan Purple Mansion Master has rarely seen one. In their remote region, they had no one to rely on besides the court." After discussing the rights and interests of 8th rank families, Palace Master Su then mentioned the requirements for advancement to the 7th rank. Although their Fu family fell far short of the standards, Fu Changsheng still memorized them carefully, as they were somewhat similar to those for advancement to the 8th rank. First, they had to possess a 4th rank Spirit Bane, and second, they had to have at least 6 Purple Mansion warriors. Third, 12 3rd rank Masters of the 100 Arts of Cultivation were required. Fourth, 2 8th rank aristocratic families under his rule had to be promoted. Finally, 80,000 imperial merit points were required. After hearing this, Fu Changsheng felt the road ahead was long and arduous. However, for cultivators, lifespans could easily reach several hundred years. If a single generation couldn't accomplish the feat, the second and third generations would have to strive. For other aristocratic families, these requirements might be unattainable. But with the support of the Patriarch system, he firmly believed he could lead the Fu family to the 7th rank within 100 years. Thanks to his cultivation of the Green Emperor's longevity secret, he had a lifespan of 290. Now, only in his early 60s, he still had over 200 years to spare. With gradual effort, he could achieve his goal. Palace Master Su gave him a few more instructions. It was time to part. Fu Changsheng personally handed over the invitation. "Palace Master Su, on the 15th of next month, our clan will hold a celebration to celebrate the promotion to the 8th rank of aristocratic family. We hope you will honor us with your presence." Of course, Palace Master Su smiled brightly. She had assumed she wouldn't achieve much when she took over the Weinan Prefecture Branch Palace, but she hadn't expected the Fu family to suddenly be promoted to the 8th rank. Seeing the Fu family's impressive performance, she naturally wanted to help. After Fu Changsheng emerged from the suppression division, his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. "The reward is here." Fu Changsheng took a few quick steps back to the secret room in the backyard of the shop. After deactivating the magic circle, he saw a brilliant yellow light surge from the panel. Then, a familiar voice rang out, "Ling, you have successfully led the Fu family to advancement to the 8th rank, earning 8,888 family contribution points." Immediately, the contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 11,388. Fu Changsheng was overjoyed as he looked at the number exceeding 10,000. He had never expected the system to reward him with such a high contribution value. Just as he was contemplating how to use it, the panel trembled again. "Ling, you have successfully led the Fu family to advancement to the 8th rank. As a reward, the system will activate the 4th function, buzz." Then, the panel vibrated violently. A flood of yellow light surged. The 4th panel of the system was ablaze with spiritual light, and then, the words "Offspring Qualification Improvement" suddenly appeared on it. "What is this?" He was stunned. A flood of information flooded into his mind. A long moment passed. Fu Changsheng looked at the newly opened Offspring Qualification Improvement panel with a mixture of surprise and delight. As the name suggests, this new function is specifically designed for offspring. By consuming contribution points, the qualifications of a designated offspring can be improved. However, the qualifications mentioned here don't necessarily refer to an improvement in spiritual roots. They could also be a random one among the 100 arts of cultivation. At the end, a note was made. When his offspring's qualifications improve, he will also receive corresponding rewards, but the amount of rewards is not specified. I wonder if those without spiritual roots can improve themselves through this and embark on cultivation. Fu Changsheng immediately thought of his youngest son, Yangang. According to intelligence reports, Yangang felt abandoned by his parents, having rarely seen them since childhood and lacking the aptitude for cultivation, which had caused him to become depressed and resentful over a decade ago. However, at the time, he was in seclusion, so he hadn't had time to deal with the Yangang matter. However, after he emerged from seclusion, he sent a message to his eldest brother to come from the Anyang County clan territory to participate in the celebration and bring the twins, Fu Gear and Yangang, back to the fiefdom. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the family dashboard. The activation of the new system function had consumed over 10,000 contribution points, and there were currently 1,000 remaining on the dashboard. I can try it when Yangang arrives. Chapter 265, Important Information, Mutated Ancient Mysterious Vine, Joyful Sect. Fu Changsheng currently has 9 children, not counting the unborn child in Yu Qingru's womb. He's most worried about Yangang. The other children all have the aptitude to cultivate, albeit varying degrees. However, with this new feature, once enough contribution points are accumulated, they can be upgraded. Not long ago, my eldest brother sent a message. They should arrive at their fiefdom in about 10 days. Having made up his mind, Fu Changsheng's eyes fell on the panel. Let's see if the scope and quality of the intelligence provided by the system improves after enabling this new feature. He acted immediately. Fu Changsheng thought, exchange intelligence, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The deceased Liang family elder sent Yongwei, the child born to your eldest brother and his daughter, to a secret location somewhere in Huaibei Prefecture. This location is known only to Elder Liang and Madame Luo, who is responsible for taking care of Yongwei. After Elder Liang's death, I waited for several years, but no one from the Liang family arrived. Madame Luo instantly took a strand of Yongwei's soul, forcing her to acknowledge her as her master. She then trained her with inhumane methods, transforming her into a killer, risking her own life to gather all sorts of cultivation resources for her. What? My eldest brother's child had become someone else's slave, trained to be a killing machine. Fu Changsheng's chest heaved with rage. 4 years, my eldest brother and his wife had devoted everything they had to finding this child, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no news. Because of this, my eldest brother's cultivation had been delayed, stuck at the 8th level of key refining, unable to advance. Fu Changsheng had also been exchanging intelligence from time to time, hoping to uncover Yongwei's whereabouts, but he had never expected the deceased Liang family elder to have sent her to Huaibei Prefecture. Fortunately, at least Yongwei was still alive. In the future, he would have to find a way to make up for the suffering she had endured. Huh? Fu Changsheng let out a long sigh, calming down. Continue reading. 2. Several years later, you will obtain 2 Foundation Establishment Pills from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce Foundation Establishment Pill Auction and give them to Fangear to build his foundation. After Fangear takes them, his foundation building fails. 3. After the previous generation of the Gongsun clan leader learned about your family's Yangang situation from spies, he specially sent a woman to approach Yangang and brainwash him day and night, hoping to make Yangang resent you as his father and the family. 4. Gongsun Run sent people to attack Yulong Mountain but was defeated and his power was taken away. Feeling resentful, he plans to contact the secret chess member who stayed with Yangang and have her instigate Yangang to plant the 1,000 shadow poison on the food at your family banquet. 5. You gave the ancient mysterious vine to your clone. After the clone was sacrificed and refined, it successfully grew and gained a lifespan of 100 years. 6. The more Fu Changsheng read, the more frightened he became. First, it was his eldest brother's child, and then it was Yangang who had been secretly brainwashed for more than a decade. The worry on his face could no longer be hidden. He had originally intended to have the system improve Yanger's aptitude. Now it seemed the plan would have to be postponed, at least until he could adjust his mindset. He was busy cultivating, while Mei Zhen was busy with family affairs. Their parenting had indeed been quite negligent. After calming down, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the second piece of information. 2 Foundation Establishment Pills failed to successfully establish a foundation. breaking through to the foundation with 5 spiritual roots was surprisingly difficult. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. In that case, it seems I must utilize the system's offspring qualification enhancement to improve Feiner's spiritual root aptitude before he retreats to achieve a breakthrough. At the very least, this would ensure a successful foundation. Scrolling down, he finally saw some good news. The ancient mysterious vine can actually add 100 years to one's lifespan. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. If that were the case, then the ancient mysterious vine couldn't be used by his clone. He already had the Huangshi medicine garden, where he could plant the ancient mysterious vine, allowing him to carry it with him, regardless of its range limitations. With this in mind, Fu Changsheng left Wanning Market. Signing a contract requires setting up a magic circle, and it must be free from external interference. Naturally, returning to the fiefdom would be the best option. Upon arriving, Fangir and his people were already waiting at the city gates. Crowds of people filled the interior and exterior of Yuiao City, as well as the Taikyu Mountains behind them. Following Fu Changli's command from the suspended air, everyone immediately bowed in unison. "Welcome home, clan leader," the voice echoed through the heavens and earth like thunder, filled with reverence and anticipation. Clearly, the entire clan awaited Fu Changsheng's return. Everyone awaited the court's official conferment. Although Fu Changsheng was anxious to return and sign the contract with the ancient Xuanteng, he wasn't in a rush. With a single thought, a buzz, the 8th-grade aristocratic family jade seal within his body flew out. The seal trembled slightly, radiating a 1,000-foot-long light. The light spread outward like a golden tide, illuminating the entire world with a dazzling golden glow. Wherever the light touched, everything was stained with a dazzling golden hue. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately bowed again. Each one wept tears of joy. The 8th-rank aristocratic family seal. Wow, wow, wow. Our Fu family has truly been promoted to the 8th rank. Yes, yes. Our family used to be just a small clan in Anyang County, bullied by other clans. Now, to be promoted to the 8th rank aristocratic family is something we never dared to imagine. Uncle Rui, that's all history. No matter how history may be, we shouldn't forget the well-digger. If it weren't for the clan leader's constant guidance, how could we have made the gradual progress from humble beginnings to the 9th rank, and now to the 8th rank aristocratic family we are today? Yes, it's all thanks to the clan leader. After being promoted to the 8th rank, our Fu family will not only see a rise in status, but will also have greater access to cultivation resources. The younger generations in the family will also have better opportunities for development. At this moment, in their hearts, Fu Changsheng was like a descending deity. At this moment, a mysterious aura gathered from the crowd and gently descended upon the aristocratic family's jade seal. This aura seemed to carry a mysterious power, blending with the seal. Fu Changsheng keenly sensed a subtle shift in the seal. The change was subtle, yet it seemed to hold a special meaning. However, before he could examine it more closely, a familiar mechanical sound echoed within his consciousness. Ding! You have earned the heartfelt respect and obedience of the people of your fiefdom, and have earned 1,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,000. Fu Changsheng's smile deepened. After everyone had left, Fu Changsheng summoned Fu Changli to the meeting hall alone. After they took their seats, his expression darkened. "Fourth sister, you must secretly travel to Huibai Prefecture immediately and seek out a wandering cultivator named Madame Luo. With a celebration so imminent, why was the head of the family so anxious to send her to Huibai Prefecture? According to imperial custom, a family of 7th rank was usually appointed to govern a prefecture. Huainan and Huibai were governed by the 7th rank Luo and Wan families, respectively. These two families had been engaged in open and covert strife for centuries. Now, having just been promoted to the 8th rank, the Fu family had moved under the control of the 7th rank Wan family. I wonder if the Wan family would be suspicious. Master, what are you doing in Huibai Prefecture? Fourth sister, according to information I've gathered from my spies, your eldest brother's daughter, Yang Wei, was sent to Huibai Prefecture to be raised by Madame Luo by the late Lion family elder. Fu Changsheng briefly explained Yang Wei's predicament. Fu Changli was stunned. Without waiting for Fu Changsheng's orders, she suddenly stood up and said, Master, if that's the case, I will leave for Huibai Prefecture immediately. A day's delay would leave no one knowing what might happen. Fu Changsheng instructed, Fourth sister, when you get to Huibai Prefecture, remember to send a message to your sister Molan. Have her reunite with you. If you discover anything unusual in Huaibei Prefecture, do not act rashly unless you're certain. I will reunite with you immediately after the celebration. Yes, Patriarch. Their fiefdom was a long way from Huaibei Prefecture. Without further delay, Fu Changli flashed out of the meeting hall and landed on the back of a green python outside. Although the green python hadn't advanced, its flight speed had increased, significantly faster than a purple mansion cultivator at full power. After the others left, Fu Changsheng cast a soundproofing spell and quickly transmitted a few words to Fu Yongfen. Fu Yongfen shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Standing up and bowing solemnly, he said, "Father, rest assured. I will see to it." Well, the Foundation establishment elders and hall masters from each stronghold will be returning one after another, and there will also be various groups coming to celebrate. With so many people coming and going, you should have the law enforcement hall increase patrols. We must be vigilant at this time, or we'll let our guard down and allow others to take advantage. After completing his duties, Fu Changsheng returned to the patriarchal residence. After closing the secret chamber's magic circle, he took a deep breath and said, "It's time to sacrifice the ancient mysterious vine." His expression was solemn. He patted his storage bag, and more than a dozen formation flags flashed out. As they were struck into the formation, a series of strokes of force were applied. Buzz! The runes on the flags instantly lit up. With a flick of his sword finger, one formation flag transformed into faint blue spiritual light, like a falling meteor, landing steadily in the secret chamber's can position. The second formation flag landed in the Zhen position. As the formation flags were deployed one by one, the spiritual energy radiated from the various flags intertwined and connected, gradually forming a vast spiritual array in the center of the chamber. This was the formation for establishing a contract. With a flick of his sleeve, the ancient profound vine's box was placed at the core of the formation. Following the ancient method of contract making, Fu Changsheng slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the ancient profound vine. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him and the ancient profound vine, forming a faint vortex of spiritual energy. As if sensing Fu Changsheng's sincerity, the ancient profound vine gently swayed, gradually wrapping around Fu Changsheng's wrist. A ray of light ignited from the entanglement, spreading along Fu Changsheng's arm and throughout his body. Boom! Fu Changsheng's mind seemed to resonate with a roaring sound, and he could clearly sense a mysterious connection between himself and the ancient profound vine. The contract is established. Just as he thought the ceremony was over, a buzz. The ancient profound vine trembled slightly. Then, a powerful devouring force emanated from the vine. The blood and essence within him surged uncontrollably toward the primordial mysterious vine. What is this? Fu Changsheng was startled. The intelligence hadn't mentioned a contract with it, nor would it involve the consumption of its essence in blood. But the ritual was already halfway through. He couldn't interrupt. As the blood and essence continued to flow, the primordial mysterious vine's hue grew darker and darker. The once slightly withered areas became full and plump, as if spiritual energy was flowing through the vine. Fu Changsheng's face gradually paled. However, his resolve was resolute, and he gritted his teeth, persevering. Huh? What is this? He looked closely. He saw, after absorbing so much blood and essence, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from the primordial mysterious vine's trunk. Then, a branch of aerial root slowly sprouted. This root was crystal clear, as if carved from spiritual jade, its surface covered with dense spiritual patterns, emitting a rich aura of life. This primordial mysterious vine actually grew from absorbing the host's blood and essence. He recalled what Grandmaster Yu had mentioned. The primordial mysterious vine had once fallen into the hands of the demons. Could it be? The ancient profound vine mutated as a result. With the demonic methods, this ancient profound vine won't drain my vital energy and blood, will it? The celebration was approaching. If he appeared before everyone in a skeletal form, not only would it dampen morale, but those with ulterior motives would immediately begin plotting, potentially putting the Fu family in danger. Fu Changsheng suddenly glanced toward the adjacent secret room. Technically, his clone was also part of him. The ancient profound vine wouldn't be so picky, would it? A thought crossed his mind. The door to the secret room rumbled open. Immediately afterwards, the stone door opposite also slowly opened. The clone, who had been in seclusion for over a decade and had successfully broken through to the 4th level of Foundation establishment, slowly emerged. Facing a face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, Fu Changsheng was a bit dazed. But he quickly gave the order, Force out your vital energy and blood, and feed it to the ancient profound vine, the clone replied without a word. With a flick of his sword finger, a flash of lightning slashed through his right arm, creating a palm-sized gash from which blood gushed out. Drip, drip. Blood fell onto the ancient vine. Squeak, squeak, the ancient vine actually cheered. It had actually let go of Fu Changsheng. As if the clone's essence and blood were more palatable, it coiled around the clone's wound like a spirit snake, pouring a steady stream of blood into the ancient vine, freeing Fu Changsheng. The ancient vine sucked too hard. The clone groaned, but didn't even frown. A full half cup of tea passed. The clone's essence and blood had been drained, turning pale. Still not enough, Fu Changsheng frowned. However, at this moment, the ancient vine hummed and trembled slightly, finally releasing the clone. At the same time, its aerial root grew to a length of several feet. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and said to his clone, "Thank you for your hard work." The clone nodded slightly. He turned and returned to the secret room across from him. With a rumble, the door slammed shut. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the Huangshi medicine garden levitated in midair. He was about to plant the ancient Zhuan vine there when the vine hummed and trembled slightly. Then, the air root that sprouted shot toward him like a spiritual arrow. Fu Changsheng wanted to turn his head away, but he sensed a surge of vitality within it. Could it be? He recalled the intelligence report that the clone's lifespan had increased by 100 years after the ritual. He feared it was most likely related to this object. Fu Changsheng didn't resist. Buzz! The air root instantly sank into his Danzhuang acupoint. Boom! The next moment, he felt a cool and powerful life force spreading through his body. This life force was like a flowing spiritual spring. As the energy flowed through his internal organs, the previously dimmed spiritual light within them revived, as if being re-refined. His meridians, previously dry and clogged due to the loss of essence and blood, were now nourished by the vital energy, like widened spiritual channels, becoming stronger and more unobstructed. Spiritual energy flowed freely through them without a sense of stagnation. As the vital energy circulated throughout his body, Fu Changsheng could clearly feel every inch of his body being transformed and strengthened by this powerful force. His lifespan, like a candle lit by spiritual fire, steadily increased. With each increase, he could feel his vitality grow stronger. Ultimately, his lifespan had increased by a full 100 years. In other words, he now had a lifespan of 390 years. While a Purple Mansion Grand Cultivator only had a lifespan of 500, he was only in his early 60s, leaving him with over 300 years to live. He had always been hurriedly attending to mundane matters. Now, he could calm down. The family had already been promoted to the 8th rank and, to a certain extent, was under the protection of the imperial court, allowing them to fully shift their focus to the development of their clan. Of course, this didn't mean he was giving up his cultivation. On the contrary, he needed more time to cultivate his true essence and lay the perfect foundation for the Dao. At this moment, he was confident that he could at least condense a mid to high-grade golden elixir in the future. After Fu Changsheng calmed down, he first planted the ancient profound vine in the Huangshi medicine garden. Currently, it only contained foundation-building spiritual herbs and spirit-gathering trees. The foundation-building spiritual herbs were planted when he found the ruins of the Penglai mountain sect. Since he always brought a Huangshi medicine garden with him when he entered the training room, the foundation-building spiritual herbs were already over 80 years old and would be mature and usable as medicine in a dozen years. Buzz! After the ancient profound vine was planted, the panel vibrated. A line of text suddenly appeared, Age of Companion Spirit Vine. 100 years, huh? Fu Changsheng was stunned. None of his previous spirit pets had been individually listed in the system, but this ancient mysterious vine was unique. It seems this ancient mysterious vine is truly no ordinary creature. Recalling the aerial roots that had grown earlier, Fu Changsheng murmured, could it be that every time this ancient mysterious vine grows an aerial root, my lifespan increases by 100 years? If so, then he would have to cultivate it diligently. Isn't the goal of cultivating immortality? If cultivating the ancient mysterious vine well could achieve that goal, then why would he risk so much? He meticulously recorded the process of the ancient mysterious vine's aerial root growth on a jade slip. After a closer look, he recalled the information. Could it be that this ancient mysterious vine, consuming the essence and blood of those with thunder spirit roots, ripens and grows aerial roots? If so, then his clone wouldn't be wasting time simply researching talisman formations. Instead, it could provide a steady supply of blood and food for the ancient mysterious vine. I'll try again after my clone recovers, having made up his mind. Suddenly, the strange mask trembled. Huh? This was the first time it had behaved this way. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light shone, and the mask instantly landed on his face. With a thud, he appeared in the mission hall. But next to the mirror, a striking line of text caught his eye. A bounty of 3,000 spirit stones is offered for the head of Madame Luo from Huaibei Prefecture. Madame Luo. Fu Changsheng was stunned. He immediately remembered who this person was, the owner of his eldest brother's daughter, Yang Wei. HMPH, just in time, he was thinking about a trip to Huaibei Prefecture after the celebration. It just so happened that Shadow Sect offered this mission, and the two items matched. Huaibei Prefecture. A certain underground secret room. Madame Luo stared coldly at Yang Wei, who was kneeling on the ground with an expressionless face. I asked you to exterminate the entire family of Kiuluo Villa, but you actually tipped off the people in the villa in advance. Not only did I not get the reward, but I also had to pay a large amount of spirit stones to my employer. Have you become too powerful? Or do you think an old woman like me can control you, you ungrateful bitch? If I hadn't adopted you back from the snow, and raised you with fine clothes and delicious food, and let you embark on the path of cultivation, would you be where you are today? How come, now that you have broken through to the late stage of key refining, you don't take an old woman like me seriously? If I had known this would happen, I should have let the wild wolf eat you alive. If it weren't for you, how could Honglang leave me? Speak, are you mute? Madame Luo was even more furious when she saw Yang Wei kneeling on the ground like a piece of wood. Yang Wei lowered her head, still silent. The first time she went on an assassination mission, she was nearly killed. It was the eldest son of Kiuluo Villa who saved her. If she had been ungrateful, she wouldn't have willingly endured Madame Luo's torture for so many years. Madame Luo saw that Yang Wei was unmoved. She snorted coldly, "Get lost. You're just an eyesore if you're not in my sight." Turning around, her eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like she couldn't keep Yang Wei after all. If that was the case, it would be better to sell her directly to the joyful sect. While she still had her vital energy, she could still make a fortune. With this in mind, Madame Luo began to think about how to contact the joyful sect elsewhere. Hundreds of miles from Yunqian County, a line of cranes slowly flew in. Among them, atop a crane hanging at the end sat a man and a woman. The woman, a mid-stage key refining cultivator, had a very ordinary appearance, giving off the impression of an honest individual. The man, however, was dressed in splendid attire, yet lacked any trace of spiritual energy, clearly a mere mortal. The young man sat upright, silent, yet he gave off an air of aloofness. The female cultivator whispered, "Kyanger, we will reach your Fu family's fiefdom in another hour. I heard from the people in the fiefdom that not long ago, your father took the illegitimate daughter he had with a woman from the Yu family back to the Fu family to raise her, and placed her in the Jixing Tower in Uiao City. He also asked your fourth aunt to teach her personally. Not only does she not have to perform tasks for the clan, but she can withdraw whatever she wants from the clan treasury, just like a princess. Besides the adopted son your father picked up from the former Ping family fiefdom, I heard that your father is also busy arranging the foundation building pill for him. Kyanger, when you go back this time and see your father, you must behave well. Otherwise, in 2 years, you will be 18 years old. If you still don't get your father's favor by then, you will be kicked out of the mountain gate. Of course I won't leave you. We swore an oath in front of you Lao long ago to share life and death together. But, I feel that if you really come down the mountain, it will be impossible for you to see your parents again in the future. I don't ask for anything else, I just hope that you can feel what fatherly love is. When our child is born, you can follow your father's example and be a good father. That's all I want," the woman Chuya said, while constantly concerned about Kyangir's mood changes. Seeing a gloomy look in Kyangir's eyes, he closed his mouth with satisfaction. Chapter 266, Killing the Traitor, Resolving the Heart Knot, and Using New Functions. Kiuya flew north on her crane for over an hour, and in the distance, she could see a towering city wall piercing the clouds. Outside the city gates, 2-person law enforcement teams patrolled the city. The entire Uiao city was festooned with lights and colors, a festive atmosphere, yet guarded with a heavy sense of security. All tribesmen entering and leaving were required to hold the pass and undergo rigorous inspection. Kiuya nervously squeezed her storage bag. The message from the person in charge flashed through her mind: the thousand shadow poison is colorless and odorless. Unless the purple mansion undergoes a major overhaul, no one can detect it. This thought instantly calmed Kiuia's heart. She turned to look at Kyangir, who looked like a hedgehog, and whispered, "Kyangir, we'll be home soon. I heard from Fugir that when we arrive, your father will arrange a family dinner for just the 7 of you siblings and your father." Kyangir's eyes lit up. The crane landed at the city gate. Fu Yongfen was already waiting, approaching from a distance. This time, Runzi and Fu Changli led the team, followed by Fu Changren and his wife, Fugir, and Fu Yongru, who also came from the clan territory. Elder Runzi, third uncle, has had a hard journey, Fu Yongfen bowed. His gaze fell on Fu Changren. He had lived with his uncle since childhood, and after becoming the chief steward of his fiefdom, the two had only communicated through messages and had never met again. Yet, their relationship was as close as that of father and son. Seeing Fu Changren, emaciated and seemingly older than Kei Xianggu, a pang of bitterness washed over him. Although his uncle eventually married the daughter of the Liang family as he had wished, his daughter's whereabouts remained unknown. For years, he had been searching for her, having been lured into traps several times and nearly killed. Most importantly, the fruitless search was a torment to his soul. "Uncle," Fu Yongfen stepped forward and bowed. Fu Changren smiled and patted his shoulder. "How come you have so many white hairs, kid?" Though he smiled, his eyes were filled with heartache. After the two exchanged greetings, Fu Yongfen's gaze fell on Fu Yongru. Fu Yongru had dark spiritual roots and had reached the peak of ki refining due to years of seclusion. However, due to his childhood experiences, he still disliked interacting with others and only nodded slightly to Fu Yongfen. Meanwhile, Fugir, with a blessed look on his face, bowed to Fu Yongfen with a smile, as if he was familiar with him. "Brother, this is my newly developed fish cake made with autumn fish, as well as dried konjac and autumn pear dates. Give it to your nephews and nieces to try. If they like it, let me know and I'll make some more for them." As he spoke, he pulled out a dozen snacks from his storage bag and handed them to Fu Yongfen without a word. Fu Yongfen smiled and accepted them all. When Fugir and Kyangir were sent back to the clan's Wangyu Academy, they were only 4 or 5 years old. In his memory, Kyangir always cried for his mother, and Fugir would cry alongside him. But as long as he was given a bite to eat, no matter what, he would immediately burst into laughter. Therefore, Fugir was the one he cared about the least. Over the years, although Fugir was in the clan, every year when the clan members came to pay their respects, Fugir would always bring back large and small bags of various cakes and snacks, all of which he had personally prepared. He was the 3rd generation of the clan. Although they had never met Fugir, they all kept asking about when their 6th uncle would return to the fiefdom, and they were all worried about him. Fu Yongfen smiled and said, "Even father is thinking about your cooking skills. He said that since it's a rare day with all the brothers and sisters together, we should have a family dinner. We should all show off our skills and make our best dishes." "Oh, big brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have brought 2 dragonfly fish from Wangyu Lake and braised them. What ingredients are ready in the kitchen? It's noon now, and since we're having a family dinner, we need to start preparing now." Fugir hurriedly left and headed straight for the kitchen. Everyone laughed. Only Kyangir's face remained stern, but he did observe all the proper etiquette. Fu Yongfen glanced at him subtly. The group reached the main peak. Fu Changren, Fu Changli, and Runzi went to the meeting hall to meet Fu Changsheng, while the young generation flocked to the kitchen. Today, it was their turn to cook. The originally large kitchen suddenly became crowded. Fu Yongfen glanced through the crowd but didn't see Kyangir. Turning to Yongru, who was holding a autumn radish, unsure what to do, he asked, "5th brother, where's 7th brother? Just now I saw Kui wandering by the kitchen door." "He must have been called over," Fu Yongru quickly added, "since 7th brother arrived at the clan land, he's listened to no one but Kui." Elsewhere, Fu Yongru returned to his own small room in the patriarchal mansion. Seeing only Madame Liu basking in the sun on a recliner in the courtyard, Kui quickly closed the doors and windows. Her breathing quickened. After casting a soundproofing spell, she addressed Kyangir. "Kyangir, this family dinner is a golden opportunity for you to show off in front of your father." Kyangir, however, threw back his head in bed without any expectation, his temper etched. "You know my cooking skills, how can I compare to 6 brothers?" Kui felt nervous. But the opportunity was before him. He couldn't let it slip away. She patiently pulled Changsheng to his feet and whispered, "Changsheng, you only have 2 years left in the mountains. You just saw how your father has so many children. This might be your only chance to stand out. I have a way to make you the best at the family banquet. Would you like to give it a try?" As soon as she said this, Changsheng perked up. "What's that?" Kiuaya gulped nervously. She patted her storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. An exquisite alchemy bottle suddenly appeared. The bottle was transparent, revealing a brown powder inside. "Changsheng, this is 5-flavor powder. When you go to the kitchen later, add a little to your siblings' meals. Their food will instantly become bland. That way, even your own dishes, no matter how good they are, will become delicacies." "Right, but I'm not the only one cooking today. My third sister and fourth brother are here too. They're at the foundation establishment stage. If I tamper with something, they'll know." Changsheng felt it wouldn't work. If the truth were revealed, he would become the target of his siblings' criticism, and his father would likely dislike him even more. "Changsheng, I'm not asking you to put it in right in front of them. The kitchen is packed. Wait until they're done cooking before you go. You'll be all alone in the kitchen then." "Changsheng, for your siblings, this is just a minor incident where they ruined the ingredients. It's not a big deal. But for you, it's a chance to change your fate. If you get your father's attention, at least you won't be banished from the mountain to mingle with the common people." Jiuya stared at Changsheng nervously. Changsheng, however, glanced up at her, his dark eyes like a deep pool, unpredictable. After a moment, Changsheng reached out and took the pill bottle. "Okay, I'll listen to you." "That's right." Jiuya's heartbeat quickened. She watched Changsheng all the way into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Changsheng glimpsed Kiuaya leaving the kitchen and pulled out the 5-spice powder hidden in his sleeve, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Quack, his gaze fell on the feline duck waiting to be slaughtered in the kitchen. Done. Elsewhere, Kiuaya saw the curls of smoke rising from the kitchen and left satisfied. After lurking around a worthless person, serving as a slave for over a decade, she finally had this opportunity. Kiuaya turned and left without looking back, not even returning to the courtyard, heading straight for the mountain gate. As she walked down the mountain, she imagined the chaos that would ensue in the Fu family tonight. The celebration was about to begin, and yet the head of the Fu family and his children had died in their sleep. And the culprit was Fu Changsheng's own son. The thought was heartening. She had finally repaid some of the vengeance for the destruction of the Haika clan. But it was far from enough. As long as she lived, the Fu family would never rest in peace. Kiuaya looked up at the mountain gate, less than 10 steps away. Beyond it, the sky was high and free for birds to fly. But then, a sudden gust of wind blew from behind her. Before she could react, she was knocked unconscious by the force. When Kiuaya regained consciousness, she discovered her magical powers were imprisoned, unable to function at all. She looked up to see Fu Changsheng sitting at the head of the table, Fu Yongfen to his left, and Fu Yongqiang to his right. On Fu Changsheng's desk, a full bottle of 1,000 shadow poison lay intact. What's going on? Changsheng was caught poisoning. What a fool. He was just supposed to sprinkle 1,000 shadow poison on the food, and no one was on guard. If he couldn't even do such a simple thing, he was a complete loser. Kiuaya's mind raced. She immediately threatened to deny that she had given the 1,000 shadow poison to Changsheng. "Master, I wonder what I have done wrong." Fu Changsheng didn't even look at her. Nodding slightly to Fu Yongfen on his left, he immediately brought up a fire cloud chicken and carefully opened the bottle of 1,000 shadow poison on the table, pouring it down the flapping fire cloud chicken's throat. The once lively fire cloud chicken immediately ceased its struggles and collapsed, dead. Confirming once again that the so-called 5-flavor powder was actually poison, Fu Yongqiang's face paled. Betrayed by the only person he trusted, even in front of his father, he couldn't keep his composure. He stepped forward and slapped Jiuya twice, resoundingly. "Why would you do this to me?" Had he not sensed something was amiss and tested the poison on the 1,000 cloud duck first, the consequences would have been disastrous. No matter how much he resented his father's injustice, it was also a longing for his father's love. He had never considered taking his father's life. Kiuaya still insisted. "Changsheng, you and I swore before you Lao that we would live and die together. How could I harm you?" "Changsheng, there must be some misunderstanding. The bottle I gave you was genuine Wu Wei powder, without any side effects. It's fine if others misunderstand me and wrongly accuse me, But don't you even believe me, she was trying to sow discord even at the brink of death. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. He stopped talking to her immediately. With a flick of his sleeve, a first-level divine talisman shot out and touched Qiuya's forehead. Qiuya, who had been crying bitterly, suddenly rolled her eyes. Fu Changsheng said coldly, "Who are you, the daughter of the head of the Haika clan's concubine, who sent you to lurk around Kainger, the former head of the Gongsun clan, and who gave you the 1,000 shadow poison, Guangsun Run?" As soon as these words were spoken, sitting on one side, Fu Yongqiang, who still held on to a glimmer of hope, turned pale. Over the years, he had thought that Qiuya was the only one who was sincere to him, but now it seemed like a joke. He was a useless person who was even despised by his own parents. How could Qiuya, a key refining cultivator, look up to him? He had overestimated himself. For his entire life, he was just a useless person. A useless person who was not loved or looked down upon by anyone. Fu Yongqiang was now completely disheartened. His eyes suddenly fell on the bottle of 1,000 shadow poison on the table. He quickly grabbed it and raised his head to drink it. No, Fu Changsheng was even faster than him. With a flick of his right index finger, a ray of light instantly knocked the 1,000 shadow poison out of his hand. Fu Yongfen was also frightened and said anxiously, "Seventh brother, it's not your fault. Someone deliberately planted Anki next to you. No one could have predicted this. It's great that you can wake up at the critical moment and know to hand over the 1,000 shadow poison. Father will definitely not blame you. Don't do stupid things, father, big brother, I am already a sinner. It's not a pity to die." Qiuya is the last line of defense in Fu Yongqiang's heart. At this time, she has obviously made up her mind to die and has no hope of living. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and said to Fu Yongfen, "Brother Fan, take this woman away first." "Yes, father." Fu Yongfen glanced at Fu Yongqiang with some worry, but still took the still confused Qiuya out of the secret room. After the people left, Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the secret room, and the door of the secret room closed completely with a bang. Fu Changsheng walked up to Fu Yongqiang, looked him straight in the eye, and said sincerely, "Brother Qiang, your father has neglected your care over the years. I, as a father, have failed to fulfill my duty. I understand your resentment. I'm sorry." As soon as these words left his mouth, a change crossed Fu Yongqiang's face, which had previously expressed a sense of despair. His father was the head of an 8th-rank family, and he was probably the first in the entire family to apologize so humbly. If his father truly treated him like trash, he wouldn't have stopped him earlier, and he wouldn't have apologized now. "Father, you still recognize him as your son?" For a moment, Fu Yongqiang felt the resentment and grievances he had suffered over the years melt into tears, dripping like beads from a broken string. Fu Changsheng saw that the death in his son's eyes had faded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Pulling him up, the two sat opposite each other. Fu Changsheng said solemnly, "Kainger, you're only 16, still young. Anything is possible. Father and your brothers and sisters will find a way for you and will definitely allow you to embark on the path of cultivation with us." "Father, can I cultivate without spiritual roots? Everything depends on human effort." "Do you trust me, father?" I do. His inferiority, his complaints, his resentment were all due to his inability to cultivate. If he could truly embark on the path of cultivation like his brothers, he would be willing to wait no matter how long. Fu Changsheng saw the renewed hope in his son's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. You'll need to accumulate more family contribution points in the future, only then could he utilize the offspring qualification enhancement function and allow Kainger to embark on the path of cultivation. The thought had just fallen. A familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ling, you strategically removed the enemy's trap, successfully resolved a family crisis, and resolved Fu Yongqiang's inner conflict, earning you 500 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,500. Fu Changsheng was delighted. The family then enjoyed a heartwarming dinner. To avoid burdening Brother Qiang, Jiuya's matter was kept secret, remaining unknown to Fu Changsheng, Fu Yongfen, and Fu Yongqiang. After everyone dispersed, Fu Changsheng kept Fu Yongfen behind. According to a system reminder, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce would soon hold a foundation establishment pale auction. He needed to first improve Brother Fan's aptitude and successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. "Brother Fan, come with me to the Ascension platform." The Ascension platform was a place for testing spiritual roots. Fu Yongfen was confused, but he obediently followed Fu Changsheng to the ascension platform, holding the magic circle token and activating it. Walking in, Fu Changsheng felt somewhat nervous. His mind fell on the offspring talent improvement section of his sea of consciousness, and he immediately thought, improve Fu Yongfen's spiritual root talent, a buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, a mysterious, invisible energy burst forth from the offspring talent improvement panel, piercing through the void and landing with a humming sound within Fu Yongfen. Fu Yongfen's body trembled, and he vaguely sensed the earth-shaking changes taking place within him. Fu Yongfen shuddered. Father, what's this? Though he had no idea what was happening, he knew it was definitely related to his father. Fu Changsheng was watching the system's changes. A buzz. A spiritual light surged on the offspring talent improvement panel, followed by a line of text, Fu Yongfen, spiritual root talent, 5/100, this is. Fu Changsheng frowned. He hadn't expected Feiner's combined spiritual root aptitude to be only 5 points. He didn't know how the system determined it, but it was still too low. Could this be the improved aptitude? If so, then Feiner's aptitude was appallingly poor. Just as Fu Changsheng hesitated, the panel trembled slightly. The text scrolled, then transformed again. Fu Yongfen, spiritual root aptitude, 10/100. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. This seemed to be the improved aptitude. He quickly glanced at the family contribution value, only to see it had been cleared. He calculated, 500 family contribution points increase spiritual root aptitude by 1 point. Feiner, place your hand on the spirit testing platform. This consumed 2,500 contribution points. He hoped Feiner's aptitude would rise to the level of 4 spiritual roots. Then, the 2 foundation establishment pills should be enough to successfully complete his foundation building. Yes, father, Fu Yongfen said excitedly. Although curious, he didn't ask any further questions. He took a deep breath. He placed his hands on the spirit testing platform. With a humming sound, the platform lit up with a series of spiritual lights, blue, red, yellow, white, and gold, representing the 5 attributes. However, compared to the other colors, the blue at this time was particularly dazzling, indicating that Fu Yongfen's wood-attributed spiritual roots were more qualified. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A jade slip recording the spiritual roots of the clan members flew out. A spell was cast into it, and with a humming sound, the page quickly turned to Fu Yongfen's. It was noted that none of his 5 spiritual roots were particularly outstanding, but rather minimal. Fu Changsheng then retrieved the photopods that had captured Fangir's spiritual roots during the previous test. After comparing them, he found that the colors of the other 4 spiritual roots were significantly brighter. A thought flashed through his mind. Fu Changsheng muttered, it seems the system has transferred Fangir's gold, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots to wood, in a way, indirectly improving his aptitude. As someone involved, Fu Yongfen knew the truth better. After practicing the technique for a while, he found that it was much easier for him to absorb wood attribute spiritual energy. Moreover, every time he practiced a technique, the amount of wood attribute spiritual energy left after refining increased. The cultivation speed had doubled. This, Fu Yongfen was stunned. He looked up at his father, his face filled with adoring admiration. His father had actually been able to improve his spiritual roots. Such a secret technique was probably rare in the entire Great Zhou. And it seemed this was his father's first time performing a spell, yet the first person he thought of was him. For a moment, Fu Yongfen was inexplicably moved. He vowed to himself that he would do his utmost in the upcoming foundation building phase. He would absolutely not let his father down. As his father's eldest son, he would never again allow anyone to gossip about him. Fu Changsheng was just thinking about something. A buzz. The panel in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and then a mysterious energy from the void sank into his body. What is this? Fu Changsheng was stunned. But he immediately remembered the intelligence report. After activating offspring qualification enhancement, he, as a father, would also receive a random reward. The reason for the random reward was that it was random. Because this energy could feed back into his cultivation, or into his various arts, or even into his magical powers. I hoped to improve my tendon refining realm in the 9 heavens star art, breaking through the purple mansion. He needed to cultivate the tendon refining realm to perfection. He had only recently reached that realm. Fu Changsheng was somewhat nervous, staring intently at the control panel. Energy flowed into his body, and then the panel trembled slightly, revealing a line of text, 9 heavens star our tendon refining realm, 10/100, it truly was a blessing for the tendon refining realm. And the rate of improvement was double. Fangir's spiritual root aptitude, soaring from 0 to 10. Fu Changsheng could no longer conceal the joy in his eyes. This was truly a win-win situation. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to search for star stones in the future to improve his children's aptitude and could cultivate the tendon refining realm to perfection. The system is truly powerful. After activating the fourth function, the true nature of this Patriarch system was revealed. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding, you have improved Fu Yongfan's spiritual root aptitude and earned his admiration for you. You have received 250 family contribution points. There was even a bonus. 250 at that. This was truly beyond his expectations. Fu Changsheng's mood suddenly brightened. He planned to accumulate enough family contribution points next and see if he could give Kyangir spiritual root aptitude. After all, he had already promised the child. Chapter 267, Gift of Treasures, Double Breakthrough, Secret Discovered. After Fu Yongfan calmed down, the first person he thought of was his uncle. Father, I wonder if this secret method can also help improve your spiritual roots. He was quite filial. Fu Changsheng glanced at Fu Yongfan with admiration, but then shook his head. This secret method is quite complicated to perform. You only need to know one thing, it only works on you and your brothers and sisters, and each use consumes a great deal of energy. Upon hearing this, Fu Yongfan felt a surge of guilt. Improving spiritual roots was practically a matter of defying fate. How could one just perform it? Father, I was reckless in my words. Remember, this is between you and me. Don't let anyone else know. Father, why don't you give me a forget dust pill? With such a confidential matter, I'm afraid someone might accidentally reveal it, although only his father, Aunt Molin, and himself knew the spiritual roots of each member of the clan. Decades later, with everyone's cultivation speed, they still had a rough idea of the situation. Alright, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a forget dust pill floated toward Fu Yongfan. After Fu Changsheng dealt with Fangir and Kyangir, he finally had time to see his eldest brother, Fu Changren. He and his eldest brother hadn't seen each other for decades. Of the 4 cultivators back then, only the eldest brother hadn't yet achieved foundation building. He had stayed in the clan for decades, managing clan affairs. Especially in the early days, when manpower was scarce, he'd taken care of everything himself, reluctant to use the clan's resources, channeling them entirely toward him, his 3 younger brothers, and his 4 younger sisters. Now that the clan was flourishing, it was time for them to repay their debts to their eldest brother. With a few quick flashes, Fu Changsheng appeared in the council hall. Seeing his eldest brother, who looked as worn as an 80-year-old, his heart ached. Brother, you've suffered all these years, Patriarch, what are you talking about? After taking his seat, Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the formation, and the light curtain surged, instantly closing. Fu Changren said with some relief, Master, I heard from Brother Fan that you're already preparing a foundation building pill for him. That's good news. Brother Fan is the most composed of your children. Although his spiritual roots are somewhat lacking, he's served the family like a slave for years without a single complaint, and, according to our ancestral precepts, Brother Fan must inherit the position of master in the future. Otherwise, like the Gongsun family, chaos will ensue. Fu Changren was the most disciplined. In his heart, Brother Fan was the most legitimate candidate for the title of Crown Prince. After a pause, a hint of guilt welled up in Fu Changren's eyes. Master, although you gifted me the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, my aptitude is limited. I've only reached the 8th level of key refining. As for how to build my foundation, I still have no idea. It's a pity that I can't provide Brother Fan with any useful advice. Fu Changsheng was moved. His elder brother always thought of them. He harbored no resentment or jealousy over the fact that the young generation had already earned the clan's foundation establishment pills before him. His heart was solely focused on the family. Fortunately, he finally had a clue about Yongwei. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng's face darkened. Brother, we'll discuss cultivation later. I asked someone at this Henshi division to find out Yongwei's whereabouts. It's said that after Elder Liang sent Yongwei away, she's been fostered by Madame Luo. What? A rare flicker of excitement crossed Fu Changren's withered face. Incredibly, he asked repeatedly, Master, is this true? Of course it is. How could I joke about something like this with you, brother? Fu Changren was assured. Wiping the tears of excitement from his face, he calmly said, Master, where exactly is Madame Luo and Huibai now? I'll visit her right away, bearing generous gifts. Thanks to her for taking care of Yongwei all these years, I wonder if Yongwei has any spiritual roots, and how is her cultivation progressing? Do you have any photos of her? He had been searching for the child he had been searching for over a decade. Fu Changren was overcome with excitement, eager to rush to Huibai immediately. He was so anxious that he was spinning in circles, peppering the room with questions. Finally, he added, I have to tell Qianqian this good news. Qianqian has been blaming herself for not keeping the child with her for years. If she knew about Yongwei, she'd be overjoyed. Fu Changsheng felt a pang of sadness at his brother's jubilation. He couldn't bring himself to say that Yongwei was being treated like a slave by Madame Luo. He could only say, Brother, please sit down first. What's wrong? Is Yongwei not feeling well? Fu Changren began to panic. Fu Changsheng comforted him, Brother, although I know Yongwei is in Huibai Prefecture, this is the first time I've heard of Madame Luo. But don't worry, I've asked Molin and my fourth sister, who went to deliver the invitations, to go to Huibai Prefecture on their way back. Once they get any news, they will certainly inform you and me. Also, after the celebration is over, I will also go to Huibai Prefecture in person. Hasn't a person been found yet? Fu Changren was a little impatient. Master, the fiefdom is now managed by Brother Fan, and I'm of no use to him. In that case, I'd better go to Huibai Prefecture first. One more person means one more force, and we can find Yongwei earlier, but once the eldest brother showed up in Huibai Prefecture. If Madame Luo, hiding in the shadows, learned of the information and fled with Yongwei, it would be troublesome. Fu Changsheng hesitated. Though it was cruel, he understood that only by telling his eldest brother the truth could he reassure him, Brother, Yongwei was trained by Madame Luo to be a killer. Furthermore, she used her upbringing as a threat to take a strand of Yongwei's soul. Therefore, you are not fit to be in Huibai Prefecture. After all, Yongwei's life was in Madame Luo's hands. Upon hearing this, Fu Changren's face paled and he muttered, It's my fault, it's my fault. If I had been tougher back then, if I had reached the foundation establishment stage, I wouldn't have allowed Qianqian to be imprisoned for so many years, and Yongwei, he choked up at the end of his words. It was his own incompetence that had caused his wife and daughter such suffering. Something flashed through his mind. Fu Changren hurriedly said, Master, it's best not to tell your eldest sister-in-law about Yongwei for the time being. I'm afraid she can't bear it. Brother, I understand. Fu Changsheng saw his eldest brother's deep devastation and self-blame. Madame Luo was already on the kill list. Brother, don't worry. As soon as the celebration ends tomorrow, I'll rush to Huibai. No matter what means are involved, I will bring Yongwei back to you safely. Fu Changren tightly grasped Fu Changsheng's right hand and said in a hoarse voice, Changsheng, you must help me rescue Yongwei. This was the first time Fu Changsheng had called him by his name since he became the head of the family for over 40 years. Clearly, he was entrusting him with this out of brotherly love. Fu Changsheng nodded deeply. At the same moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, Ling, you have provided a useful clue to a clan member, igniting hope in him and rekindling his sense of brotherly dependence on you. You have earned 50 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed from 250 to 300. After Fu Changren left, Ningning, who had been waiting outside the meeting hall for about half an hour, walked in, carrying a plate of steaming hot fire cloud chicken noodles. Unlike the usual charcoal-like appearance, this time it was full of color, aroma, and flavor. Ningning raised a flattering smile and said, Daddy, I saw you barely touched your chopsticks at the family dinner, so I specially made you a large plate of your favorite fire cloud chicken noodles. Try it, it's so delicious. Even sixth brother praised it. Fu Changsheng recognized the appearance of the dish and immediately knew that it must be Ningning who was directing it while Fu Gear personally cooked it. However, fire cloud chicken had just died from the thousand shadow poison not long ago, so how could he eat it now? With a flick of his index finger, the magic circle-like curtain closed, and he shook his head and said, Tell me, what do you want? As expected of Daddy, you guessed it at a glance. Ningning didn't hesitate. She knelt down flatteringly and massaged Fu Changsheng's legs. Daddy, I heard you have several spirit beast bags. Could you give me one? With all the comings and goings in our clan these past few days, Mumu is terrified of strangers and doesn't dare go out, staying in the star-receiving pagoda. I'm afraid he'll get bored and sick. That would be a disaster. I'd be heartbroken. It was a false alarm. She almost let the cat out of the bag. With Kinder in the picture, Changsheng didn't want to play the role of a strict father. He rummaged through his sleeves for a while, and just as he pulled out the spirit beast bag, Ningning quickly snatched it away. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. When I reach a higher level of cultivation and have spirit stones, just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it all for you. Just look at the promise he made. Changsheng smiled broadly, truly enjoying it. However, he still warned, spirit beast bags are rarer than storage bags. With your level of cultivation, don't show them to others easily. Remember that. My daughter respectfully obeys father's instructions. Father, I see you're quite busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. With a bow, Ningning left a meeting hall like a puff of smoke. Changsheng cursed with a smile. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ling, you gifted a tribe member a spirit beast bag, earning 50 family contribution points. The next moment, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 300. After descending from the main peak, Ningning boarded the crane Changli had left for her and returned to the star-receiving pagoda. Upon entering the pagoda, she saw a ray of green light whizzing towards her. Squeak, the flying squirrel chirped cheerfully at Ningning. The two had been separated for a long time, yet it felt like they had been apart for over a decade. Ningning raised the spirit beast bag in her hand and said with a smile, Mumu, look what I brought back. Squeak, the flying squirrel's eyes lit up. It swooshed into the bag, then poked its head out again, excitedly diving in and out several times. After it had its fill, Ningning said, Mumu, with the spirit beast bag, you can go out with me. Come on, I'll take you foraging. Noticing that the flying squirrel was devouring the remaining treasures and feeding them back to her, Ningning couldn't help but try a few more times. She discovered that Mumu wasn't able to absorb all the remaining treasures. Mumu couldn't explain why, but he sensed that the remaining treasures were useful to him. So, Ningning asked her father for a spirit beast bag. Squeak, hearing that it could search for treasures. Fishu was overjoyed, instantly transforming into a streak of green light and disappearing into the spirit beast's pouch. Ningning warned, Mumu, remember, once you're outside, don't come out. Just send a message to your sister. After repeating this instruction several times, Ningning finally left the star-receiving tower and flew towards the mission hall. She didn't have the spiritual stones to purchase intact magical instruments, so she set her sights on the abandoned hall in her fiefdom. The abandoned hall was where the clan stored broken magical instruments, talismans, elixirs, robes, and other items that couldn't be reforged. If she could work there, it would be like sitting on a treasure trove. And she could do it unnoticed. Because tomorrow was the celebration, the number of people coming to the mission hall to receive missions was extremely low. The master guard in the mission hall was Fuyonki, formerly the captain of the battle hall. After reaching the peak of key refining, he hadn't participated in any battles in the past decade. Therefore, Fuyonki was transferred to the mission hall. Brother Yonki, are you alright? Ningning, though shy, asked. But to secure a job at the abandoned palace, she mustered the courage to greet him. Fuyonki smiled, I heard the Patriarch and you siblings are having a family dinner. Why are you here in the mission palace? It's over so soon. Yes, father's busy. Ningning remained somewhat reserved. Actually, before leaving, her mother had warned her not to idle around and let gossip. She should immediately go to the mission palace and take a less demanding guard duty, even if it paid fewer contribution points. But she had signed a contract with Fishu. Plus, she was exploring Mumu's new abilities. This is what's been holding them up until now. Brother Yonki, does the abandoned palace still need someone to guard it? The abandoned palace? Wait a minute. Fuyonki pulled out a book and quickly flipped through it. Finally, he settled on a glance, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but he still smiled. Well, your brother Yongpai's duty assignment just ended these days. If you're willing, you can go. However, the duty to guard the abandoned palace is for 5 years. Once you're here, you can only bathe during the annual festivals and can't leave easily. Are you sure you can endure the hardship? Yes, exactly what she wanted. Ningning hurriedly said, Brother Yonki, can you extend my term? I'd like to guard the abandoned palace for the next 10 years. 10 years, are you sure? Fuyuki had inquired about the new Ningning. He knew she didn't like socializing, but a girl at her playful age couldn't endure the loneliness of spending a full 10 years in that boring and tedious place. Ningning nodded repeatedly, with a hint of pleading. Seeing this, Fuyuki stopped trying to persuade her. However, he felt that Ningning, a spoiled girl, would be lucky to have stayed in the abandoned palace for at least 10 days or half a month. So, he didn't mind. Okay, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away. After completing the formalities, Fuyuki said, go to the abandoned palace. Your brother Yongpei will hand over your duties to you. Thank you, brother Yongki. Ningning immediately smiled brightly. The girl's bright smile brightened everyone's mood. Yongpei, who guarded the abandoned palace, had recently received a message from Yongki, saying he was replacing him with the spiritual medicine garden. The spiritual medicine garden was rich in spiritual energy. He didn't have to deal with scrap metal every day, and he could also get to know some of the clan's alchemists, a far better option than guarding the abandoned palace. So, he enthusiastically explained the essentials of guarding the abandoned palace to Ningning. After hurriedly handing over the duties, he left without a care in the world. Tomorrow was the celebration. He planned to have a good holiday and then return to the spiritual medicine garden to hand over his assignment. Tomorrow, many noble ladies from aristocratic families would be arriving. The Fu family was different now, with so many people vying to marry into the family. Perhaps he would meet his soulmate tomorrow. After Yongpei left, Ningning immediately clapped her hands and chanted a spell. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into the formation board in her hand. With a hum, the formation surrounding the abandoned hall instantly closed. It was the height of the celebration. No one had been moving discarded spiritual materials here during this time. Mumu, you can come out now, squeak. Ningning finished speaking. A flash of green light emanated from the spirit beast bag. The flying squirrel landed on Ningning's shoulder. The master and servant pushed open the abandoned hall's door. With a rumble, the door swung open. Hundreds of warehouses, separated only by wooden boards, came into view. The warehouses were filled with a variety of discarded spiritual materials. Most of it consisted of broken monster materials left over from the beast tide. The rest consisted mostly of discarded, unfinished artifacts for refining weapons, elixirs, talismans, and robes. Others contained broken materials for formations and puppets, as well as spoiled spirit wine. The sheer variety of items was too numerous to count. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wood flying squirrel's eyes gleamed with excitement. He leaped from room to room, overjoyed, not knowing where to start. Ningning was recruited. Mumu, start from room A100. Remember, before you eat the materials, have me write down your name. We'll need to convert them into spirit stones later. Squeak, squeak. Wood flying squirrel nodded repeatedly. Whoever feeds you is your mother. Now, whatever Ningning said, it nodded in agreement. Squeak, squeak. Wood flying squirrel leaped to room A100. Its eyes blinked, and a 9-colored glazed light burst forth, enveloping the discarded spirit materials. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mufishu chanted an unknown incantation. A buzzing sound echoed through the warehouse shelves. Then, from the mountain of discarded spiritual materials, fragments of them flew out from time to time. Ningning quickly took out a pen and paper to write them down. Half a cup of tea later, the discarded spiritual materials beside Mufishu had suddenly piled up like a small mountain. Ningning buried her head in her notes. A casual glance at Mufishu nearly startled her, but she saw tears of blood streaming from his eyes, clearly from exerting too much force. Mumu, hurry, stop. Mufishu had never seen so many treasures in his life. He couldn't bear to part with them. He seemed possessed. Ningning anxiously said, Mumu, if you don't stop, I'll never bring you into this abandoned palace again. No way. Squeak, squeak. Mufishu reluctantly closed his eyes. The 9-colored glazed light dissipated. But its breath was so weak that it seemed it would die at any moment. Mumu, you're really throwing yourself out. Ningning watched, feeling both angry and distressed. She quickly bent down, picked up the wood flying squirrel, and placed it on the pile of discarded spiritual materials she had gathered. With each breath, the spiritual materials trembled slightly, and then strands of energy rapidly converged into the wood flying squirrel's body. The squirrel's condition improved at a noticeable rate. At the same time, a mysterious force emanated from the wood flying squirrel and descended upon Ningning, gradually increasing her cultivation. As time passed, a connecting energy line formed between Ningning, the wood-flying squirrel, and the pile of discarded spiritual materials. Outside the abandoned hall, Fu Yongpei, who had originally left, returned. In his haste, he had forgotten to take his meditation cushion with him. He'd saved up for months, spending nearly 100 spirit stones to buy it. It had a slight effect on helping with concentration during meditation. He also forgot to leave behind the matching playing cards used in and out of the abandoned hall. Yongpei arrived outside the abandoned temple. But he saw that a magic array had already been raised in the main hall. According to the rules, the magic array's light curtain was not to be completely closed until night. At other times, the hall door was simply closed. Fu Yongpei frowned. On the first day of duty, he couldn't stand the loneliness and sneaked out. This is not work. No, I have to tell Brother Yonki later. Although the materials from the abandoned hall are not valuable, they are in large quantities. We can't give them to a young girl like Ningning. How irresponsible. He muttered. Fu Yongpei picked up the cards in his hand and cast a spell. The magic array's light curtain in front of him suddenly rippled. He flashed and entered the magic array. This child, he didn't even close the warehouse hall door. How careless. This is not work. Fu Yongpei muttered in dissatisfaction. Take a few quick steps. Arriving at the warehouse entrance and about to close the door, he caught a glimpse of a faint spiritual light emanating from the leftmost warehouse. What's going on? He hadn't noticed anything unusual during his midday patrol. Hesitantly, Fu Yongpei inched his way inside. After about 100 steps, the scene before him left him speechless with shock. He saw a flying squirrel sitting cross-legged on a pile of spiritual materials. The energy within the materials transformed into strands that flowed into its body. After being transformed within the squirrel, it transformed into pure spiritual energy that shone through Ningning's head. The spiritual materials, absorbed by the precious light, trembled slightly before disintegrating into ash. Meanwhile, Ningning's cultivation level continued to rise. When they'd met, Ningning had only just reached the 4th level of key refining, but now she had already broken through to the 5th level, and judging by her trend, she'd soon reach the 6th level. This wasn't cultivation at all, it was clearly a revelation. Gulp. Fu Yongpei swallowed nervously. His eyes flicked rapidly between Mu Fishu and Ningning. Fu Changsheng was in the meeting hall. After Ningning left, he called the officials responsible for various matters for tomorrow's meeting to the meeting hall. After everyone had rehearsed the tasks for tomorrow, Fu Changsheng waved his hand and dismissed them. Seeing Fu Changsheng's frantic activity, Fu Changli said hurriedly, "Master, go back and get some rest. You'll need to entertain guests from various noble families early tomorrow morning. Runzi and I will help look after this place." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. After returning to the Patriarch's residence, his mind raced through all the events of the day. Everyone, Chapter 264 has been revised. The Fu family now falls under the jurisdiction of the 7th-rank Luo family, a 7th-rank noble family in charge of a prefecture. Furthermore, Fu Changli has traveled to Huaibei Prefecture to investigate the whereabouts of Fu Changren's daughter, Yang Wei. Chapter 268 Lottery, Important Information, Daobing Daomu. That's not right. Fu Changsheng's mind suddenly cleared after he pulled himself out of his chores. King Ru had said Ningning and Mu Fishu were inseparable, but at the family dinner, even when Ningning came to him to ask for the spirit beast bag, Mu Fishu wasn't there. Could it be that 4th sister misdiagnosed it? Was Mu Fishu actually a rare beast? If so, Ningning would be in danger if someone discovered it. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the control panel. Since the system activated a new function, the quality of the intelligence provided had improved significantly. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was better to exchange some intelligence and see the truth first. He immediately thought, exchange intelligence, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Elder Chu Kezi of the Yangang tribe has been secretly ambushing in Kayanayang Mountain, hundreds of miles away from your Yunzhen County fiefdom. He plans to massacre your fiefdom tomorrow when the celebration ends and the guests leave, and your Fu family lets down their guard. 2. Your adopted son Fu Yongru and Liu, the hostage of the Liu family in Taiyuan County, Jingshao, have secretly agreed to marry each other, but Fu Yongru doesn't know how to discuss this with you. 3. The first lottery draw after activating the new feature will have a surprise. 4. Your daughter Ningning's spiritual pet, the flying squirrel, is a mutated rare beast. 5. Your daughter Ningning has been tasked with guarding the abandoned palace, and the secret of the rare beast has been discovered by Yangpei. 6. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the message. When he saw the 5th message, he was startled. Without a word, he dashed out of the secret room. At the same time, he used the invisibility technique and appeared in the abandoned palace at an extremely fast speed. With a flick of his sleeve, the clan leader's token in his hand landed on the light curtain in front of him with a buzzing sound. A ripple rose from the magic circle's light curtain. Then, a gap opened. Fu Changsheng swung into the abandoned hall. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the warehouse door was tightly shut. Inside, Yangpei lay bound and unconscious. Mu Fishu anxiously gestured to Ningning. Fu Changsheng's sudden appearance startled both master and servant. The next moment, Ningning saw Fu Changsheng and exclaimed with joy, like a drowning victim saved. Father, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept over Ningning's. He saw that in just under a night, Ningning had broken through from the 4th to the 6th level of key refining, and her Mu Fishu had even more impressively reached the late 1st stage. He glanced at the obvious empty space in the storage and narrowed his eyes. Mu Fishu truly is a rare beast. Ningning felt a surge of guilt. After all, her father loved her so much, yet she had concealed the truth. Squeak. Mu Fishu rushed out and gestured at Fu Changsheng. Seeing that Fu Changsheng didn't understand, he anxiously wrote on the ground, Master, it was me who told the master not to tell you the truth. After writing, he wore a tragic expression, ready to die for a righteous cause. Fu Changsheng hadn't been angry to begin with, but Mu Fishu's teasing made him laugh. With a flick of his index finger, 2 forget dust pills transformed into a beam of spiritual light and sank into Yangpei's mouth. Then his face turned serious. Ningning. Your original intention of keeping the secret was right. Everyone has secrets, more or less. Father not only doesn't blame you, but also approves of your approach. But, after what happened today, you must understand one thing, if you can't protect a treasure yourself, you must learn to use others. Do you understand? Ningning had expected her father to blame her for not reporting the truth, but she was deeply moved by his words. After experiencing the secret being discovered by Yangpei, she knew that with her own strength and the forces she could mobilize, she couldn't reasonably cover up the matter of the precious beast. Ningning bowed in agreement. Father, I understand. If I encounter something similar again, I will definitely think twice before acting. Yes, just listen. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the wood-flying squirrel. The wood-flying squirrel nodded rapidly. After all, it had just joined the Fu family and was somewhat distrustful of the Fu family. In its eyes, Ningning was its only one. However, after this incident, its gaze towards Fu Changsheng was now filled with a hint of admiration. Fu Changsheng asked Ningning to report the wood-flying squirrel situation truthfully. After hearing this, his heartbeat quickened. With this precious beast, Ningning's future path of cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of her other siblings. After a moment's silence, Fu Changsheng said, Ningning, our clan has a book on the art of concealing your breath. Practicing it can conceal your aura. Next, you should begin practicing the secret technique. Yes, father. Ningning naturally followed Fu Changsheng's every word. Still, he hesitated as he asked, Father, should we tell mother the truth about Mumu? What do you think? Fu Changsheng asked back. After all, he couldn't follow these children around all the time, they had to grow up. Ningning bit her lip and shook her head. The fewer people who know about this, the less risk of exposure. Squeak. The flying squirrel agreed. Before Fu Changsheng arrived, it had already instigated Ningning to kill Yangpei to silence him. Seeing Ningning's clear thinking, Fu Changsheng smiled and nodded. This child is teachable. With a flick of his sleeve, he picked up the book Ningning had written on the ground. But it was densely packed with the names of discarded and broken treasures. Ningning, you and Mumu will confirm that it can absorb the energy of those spiritual materials. When the time comes, write me a list, and I'll have the people from the abandoned hall of the clan deliver it. We'll also have the shops in the Wanning Market and the Filong Market in Jingzhou purchase these discarded spiritual materials. You will stay in the master's residence from now on. Once you've established your foundation, we can discuss other matters. Ningning was instantly delighted upon hearing this. Would she be able to sit back and reap the benefits? She could also allow Mumu to absorb as many spiritual materials as possible. At Mumu's rate of spiritual material consumption, she would likely reach the foundation establishment stage in less than 3 years. It's very likely she'd reach the foundation establishment stage before she turned 20. Becoming the second in command under her father. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is the best, squeak. Mu Fishu happily nuzzled Fu Changsheng with its tail. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling. You successfully resolved a crisis for your clan and paved the way for a promising clan member. You have earned the gratitude and admiration of your clan members and their spirit pets, and have been awarded 220 contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the control panel instantly changed to 500. This meant that he could improve his offspring's spiritual root aptitude by 1 point, while his own cultivation progress would increase by 2 points. However, he held back, as the intelligence also mentioned that activating the new system function would result in a special lottery. He immediately took Ningning back to the Patriarch's residence, allowing her to consolidate her cultivation and bestow the breath-harmful technique. Then, he swung back to the secret room. After closing the magic circle, his gaze fell on the control panel. It had been a long time since the last lottery, and he felt a certain nervousness and anticipation for another one. He took a deep breath and thought, redeem the lottery. Buzz! The control panel vibrated, and a large amount of yellow light surged. Then, a white box with a bean pattern appeared from his sleeve. Huh? This is the first time I've seen a box with this kind of pattern. He immediately cast a spell into it. The box lit up with a brilliant spiritual light. The restriction was lifted. Then, only a single golden bean appeared in the box. Fu Changsheng was a little confused. The bean didn't emit any spiritual energy fluctuations, just an ordinary yellow bean. Was he being tricked? With a wave of his hand, the bean landed in his palm. Buzz! Instantly, a stream of information flowed into a sea of consciousness. Dao Bing Bean Mother, when activated, can transform into a powerful warrior with the combat power of the second stage early stage. After the mana is exhausted, it can be planted in a spiritual field. The Dao Bing Bean Mother has the ability to restore mana. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. Although there were only 2 contribution points left on the panel, 498 family contribution points could obtain a foundation establishment warrior, and it wasn't a one-time payment. This was worth the lottery. You have to know that the manpower and resources spent on cultivating a foundation establishment cultivator within the clan are far beyond the reach of the contribution points of 500 clans. Hey, there's an introduction, Fu Changsheng read on. His eyes lit up the more he read, and the joy on his face was almost unstoppable. According to the system, Dao Soldier Bean Mother could actually produce Dao soldiers. It takes 3 years to germinate, 3 years to grow, 3 years to bloom, and 3 years to bear fruit. After 12 years, it would produce 24 Dao soldier beans. However, the powerful warriors these Dao soldier beans transformed into were only at the late key refining stage. But for him, who already had a lifespan of 390 years at the foundation establishment stage, from now until the end of his lifespan, he would eventually possess the combat power of 660 late key refining warriors. This was undoubtedly a significant asset for both the individual and the clan, as many battle formations and large-scale magic arrays required a large number of disciples to guard them. Another point, once the Dao Soldier Bean Mother was planted, its maintenance was practically free. These 660 combat powers were effectively earned. Moreover, with his current resources, how could he only have a lifespan of 390? In the system's training room, triple time. These Dao soldier beans would snowball, growing larger and larger until they reached a terrifying number. Big win, Fu Changsheng smiled brightly. It had been a long time since the system had given out such a generous reward. After calming down, Fu Changsheng made a decisive move and planted the Dao Soldier Bean Mother in the Huangshi Medicine Garden. These Dao Soldier Bean Mothers were so precious, if they were used in battle, any loss would be more than worth the effort. Naturally, he would plant them as seeds. After calming down, Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the secret chamber's magic circle. With a flick of his wrist, he emerged from the chamber and headed for the water curtain cave in the back mountain. Xianggu, an elderly woman, had already slept all night, but she hadn't fallen asleep since waking. Seeing Fu Changsheng arrive late at night, her heart tightened. Master, is there something important? I've come to speak to Uncle Yu. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and ascended to the 3rd floor, where Grandmaster Yu remained in seclusion. The door opened automatically, and Fu Changsheng stepped inside. Bang! The door closed again. Fu Changsheng's consciousness restoring Grandmaster Yu's presence, his eyes brightening. After consuming the starleaf grass, Grandmaster Yu's cultivation had reverted to the level of a purple mansion. Uncle Yu, congratulations. Grandmaster Yu gestured to the armchair nearby, inviting Fu Changsheng to sit. Handing him the Thousand Sorrow Spirit wine, he smiled. You must have come late at night for something important. Tell me, what do you want me to do? He had been able to regain his purple mansion cultivation. All this time, thanks to the elixirs and herbs Fu Changsheng had gifted him. Decades of companionship. Fu Changsheng, unfazed, said, Uncle Yu, I've received intelligence. Elder Chu Kezi of the Yangang tribe is lying in ambush hundreds of miles from us. He plans to attack us tomorrow, after the banquet is over and the guests have left. When we're relaxed, Uncle Yu, if you're confident you can kill Elder Chu Kezi, we'll close the door and attack him. Fu Changsheng had never seen Grandmaster Yu take action. Since they met, Grandmaster Yu had only been setting up formations. Therefore, he had no idea of Grandmaster Yu's combat prowess. Seeing Grandmaster Yu hesitate, Fu Changsheng hurriedly said, Uncle Yu, if you're not prepared to engage in combat, then we can fully activate the mountain protection formation. Even with a third-level Ghost King, that old, immortal Chu Kezi won't be able to break through. Grandmaster Yu tapped the table with his index finger and said, How strong is Chu Kezi? Fu Changsheng shook his head. He only knew that the other party was a purple mansion cultivator, but he had no idea whether he was in the late purple mansion stage or had just entered the realm. Upon seeing this, Grandmaster Yu said, to be on the safe side, go to the clan treasury and look for any third-tier offensive spiritual weapons. Also, have Yao and Miss Kingru preside over the formation tomorrow. In other words, Grandmaster Yu was confident. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. When Chu Kezi of the Yangang tribe's beast tide erupted, he had considered annihilating the Fu family. But things had gotten in the way, delaying the plan until now. He had assumed the imperial court would launch a campaign against the Yangang tribe, giving him a chance to eliminate this malignant tumor. But the imperial court had delayed sending troops, allowing this villain to sneak right into his door. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate him, he wouldn't have to worry about his sleep. In Yangang Mountain, in an abandoned cave, Zhang Yu and Yun danced passionately on Chu Kezi. The two of them journeyed to Wushan, sweating profusely. They tossed and turned until dawn. Finally, Zhang Yu and Yun dismounted Chu Kezi and leaned against his chest. Chu Kezi, however, was still unsatisfied. My dear, why did you stop? Zhang Yu and Yun glared at Chu Kezi seductively. Soon, it would be evening. There was still a real battle to be fought. Husband, although the Fu family lacks a purple mansion master, I heard their mountain protection formation can conjure a third-rank Ghost King to ward off the enemy. It's best to be cautious. HMPH, a mere third-rank master is worthy of being called a Ghost King, Chu Kezi snorted. He held the Fu family in a deep contempt. After all, he had recently broken through to the late purple mansion stage. But the power of nothingness conjured by the formation was merely a form of illusion. How could it compare to his genuine late-stage purple mansion master? My dear, let's change positions, he said, pulling Zhang Yuanyun into his arms. Zhang Yuanyun was displeased. He always felt Chu Kezi was too arrogant. But she was only at the foundation establishment stage, her influence was insignificant. If she hadn't given birth to twins for Chu Kezi, he wouldn't have come all this way to help her seek revenge. To ensure Chu Kezi would have enough energy for the battle that evening, Zhang Yuanyun immediately summoned 108 methods, determined to defeat Chu Kezi in the shortest possible time. At daybreak, a sword rainbow streaked from the horizon, heading towards Uiao City. On the flying sword, Patriarch he turned and specifically instructed his daughter, Changsheng, behind him, when you get to the Fu family, remember to put away your temper and humble yourself to build a good relationship with your sister. The Fu family is now an 8th-rank family, a full rank higher than ours. Your brother-in-law is an 8th-rank family patriarch. With this relationship, if they lend a hand in the future, our He family won't be walking on thin ice like we are now. Do you understand? Yeah, Changsheng responded muffledly. This was the 10th time her father had repeated this. Her ears were calloused from hearing it. In the past, that concubine sister who wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes at home. Now, she, the eldest daughter, was expected to humble herself and fawn over him. The thought of it filled her with rage. Clan leader he added a worrying warning, Today's celebration has so many of your brothers and sisters vying for this opportunity. I'm bearing the pressure to give you this opportunity. This time, you must not disappoint me like you did a decade ago. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as going to the cliff of repentance. After all, the Fu family is no longer what it used to be. They can't afford to offend them. Changsheng nodded. Yes, if it weren't for the fact that the elites of the major families were all here today, offering a rare opportunity to expand her social circle, she wouldn't have bothered to curry favor with that damned He clan leader. He glanced westward. He saw 2 rainbow lights hurtling towards him. He muttered, "Someone's even here earlier than me." They had been up in the middle of the night, hurrying on. He stopped talking and energized his flying sword with all his might, intending to make a good impression on the Fu family by being the first guest to arrive to offer congratulations. To the west, 2 streaks of rainbow light were the Liu and Wu families, who had arrived from Anyang County. At the Foundation Establishment Pale auction before the beast tide, Fu Changsheng had helped both families win a Foundation Establishment Pale. Clan leader Wu took it himself and successfully established his foundation, while clan leader Liu Kingman left it to his grandson, Liu Yunshan. After each of the Liu and Wu families produced a Foundation Establishment Pill, the clans worked together for over a decade, finally producing a second one. They were successfully promoted to 9th rank aristocratic family. Coming to congratulate them today was the Liu family's patriarch, Liu Kingman. Although he was already in his 90s, he looked remarkably robust. As the father-in-law of the head of an 8th rank aristocratic family, he was greeted with respectful Master Liu wherever he went. Naturally, Liu Kingman had to attend such a grand event. After all, the younger generation had had little contact with the Fu family, and he wanted to pass on his friendship to the next generation before he died. He accompanied him. Besides Liu Yunshan, there was also Liu Yunqi, who had been raised by Liu Kingman since childhood. He had originally considered betrothing Kier to Fan Gear, a closer relationship. However, Fu Changsheng flatly vetoed the idea, stating that direct lineages within 3 generations were prohibited from marrying. Given that, Liu Kingman had no choice but to settle for the next best option. Turning to Kier, he instructed, "Kier, although your aunt isn't home, your uncle is very easy to talk to. As long as you can satisfy Yongru, your marriage into the Fu family will be a done deal. Do you understand?" Fu Yongru was his adopted son, but he was rumored to be preparing for his foundation building phase. He was a promising talent. Although Mei Zhen was already the mistress of the Fu family, the Liu and Fu family's relationship supposedly didn't require a marriage, but the absurd actions of the previous patriarch had weakened his daughter's feelings for the Liu family. If Kier could marry into the Fu family, that would be a different story. After all, he had personally trained Kier. Liu Yunqi wore a veil, so others couldn't see her expression. She just bowed slightly, but her temperament was a bit aloof. Liu Yunshan frowned as he watched from the side. He had heard that Fu Yongru himself didn't like to communicate with others, and his younger sister had been trained by her father to be an icy beauty since she was young. No matter how he looked at them, there was no spark between the two. He looked at the Wu clan leader not far away with a vigilant look. The Wu clan leader also brought his daughter with him this time. Wu Zunv has been free and unrestrained since she was a child, and she is very warm and welcoming. Seeing Liu Yunshan looking at her, Wu Zunv smiled and returned the greeting. Even if she is a competitor. But Liu Yunshan couldn't dislike such a bright girl. This is Wu Zunv's personal charm. I'm afraid my younger sister will have to run with me again this time, Liu Yunshan sighed in his heart. If this doesn't work out, and I'm rejected twice, I'm afraid I'll harbor resentment against the Fu family. The Wu and Liu families arrived at Chuaiao City almost at the same time as the He family. Those welcoming the guests at the city gate today were Fu Chengli and his eldest son, Fu Yongfen, along with Runzi and Yao Iao. Fu Chengli and his family were in charge of the male guests, while Runzi and the others were in charge of the female guests. Clan leader he approached from a distance and said, "Congratulations. This is a small gift from our He family. Please accept it, Brother Chengli." He patted his storage bag. A large box, tied with a gift knot, floated toward Fu Chengli. As a sign of celebration, such gifts often come with no restrictions. Fu Chengli took it with both hands and handed it to Fu Yongqi, who was in charge of recording the gift today. Fu Yongqi glanced at it, his pupils constricting, and said loudly, "The 9th rank He family sends a pair of blood-tasseled stone marrow." At these words, the expressions of both the Liu and Wu families, who were about to step forward to greet him, changed slightly. The blood tassel stone marrow is a rare, quasi-third-tier spiritual item. Its appearance is a blood-red, tassel-like marrow with a unique texture. It contains powerful and pure fire-attributed spiritual energy. Used in refining third-tier magical instruments, it improves their quality, imbues them with a blood-red aura, and enhances their offensive and defensive capabilities. Due to its rarity, its appearance often sparks competition from various factions. The He family is truly generous, even willing to give away such a treasure. Liu Kingman gritted his teeth. He said to his grandson, Liu Yunshin, as your aunt's family, we can't let the Liu family outshine us. Later, you should present that 3-star stone as a gift. Liu Yunshin's eyes were filled with reluctance. This was a treasure he had obtained by traveling with others to the blood-forbidden land, risking his life. It possessed the power of the stars and was even more precious than the blood tassel stone marrow. However, after receiving Liu Kingman's glare, he could only reluctantly replace the gift he had prepared earlier and, with a smile, handed it to Fu Yongfen. Cousin, this is a token of our Liu family's love. Congratulations on your promotion to the 8th rank. Seeing his cousin's distressed expression, Fu Yongfen couldn't help but glance at the gift in the box. His eyes lit up, and his face was filled with joy. Cousin, my father will surely be pleased with your 3-star stone. Years ago, my father tasked the clan with searching for spiritual materials imbued with the power of the stars, but after all these years, it's become increasingly difficult to find. This gift truly hits home with my father. Liu Yunshin's pain eased considerably upon hearing this. Winning his uncle's favor was more important than anything else. Liu Kingman, like an old child, looked at clan leader Wu with pride. He felt, clan leader Wu couldn't have come up with a more suitable gift than mine. Clan leader He, standing nearby, felt a wave of regret. He had thought the blood tassel stone marrow he had given was impressive enough, but he never imagined it would be outshined by the newly promoted 9th rank Liu family. He also looked at Chief Wu with a nervous expression, hoping that the other party would not take out anything earth-shattering. Chapter 269, Celebration, Treasures Appear, Distinguished Guests Visit. When clan leader Wu saw that the Liu family had sent the 3-star stone, he felt relieved to have produced the clan's fragmented scroll. He presented it with a smile, saying, I've always heard that clan leader Fu possesses a remarkable talent for talisman making. However, lacking the techniques for crafting a 3rd-tier spiritual talisman, he's been unable to reach the 3rd-tier talisman maker level. This fragment contains the method for crafting the first half of a life-replacing talisman. I hope clan leader Fu can complete it and successfully craft a complete, life-replacing talisman. As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Fu Changli, the recipient of the gift, stunned. Even the He and Liu families were stunned. That was a 3rd-tier, life-replacing talisman. While a disposable talisman, it could potentially save lives in a crucial moment. Everyone's breathing quickened, and they turned to the Fu family. If Fu Changsheng could develop a complete, life-replacing talisman, it would undoubtedly be a significant addition to the Fu family's heritage. Clan leader He smacked his lips in amazement. These two newly promoted 9th rank aristocratic families from Anyang County are truly more generous than the other. A recipe for crafting a life substitution talisman could easily be passed down as a family heirloom. While it's incomplete now, if one of his descendants develops a gift for talisman making, completing the talisman seal could be a lucrative business. Clan leader Wu saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and felt delighted. His relationship with the Fu family wasn't as entwined as the Liu family's, so he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to curry favor with them. Firstly, it was out of gratitude for the foundation establishment pill they'd received. Secondly, if the Fu family truly completed the recipe for the life substitution talisman, every time they used it, they would remember their favor. The 9th rank Wu family presents a scroll of the recipe for a 3rd level, life substitution talisman, Fu Yuanqi exclaimed excitedly. Fu Changli and the others quickly and warmly welcomed the 3 families into Yuiao City. Today's banquet. It was placed within the inner city of Yuiao City. Furthermore, Fu Changsheng specifically instructed Yuiao to lift the no-fly zone around Yuiao City, forcing everyone to walk from the outer city to the inner city. The reason was simple. Fu Changsheng wanted to demonstrate the power of Yuiao City to the aristocratic families present today. The damage sustained during the Beast Tide had been repaired, but the clan had already trained a production line of city builders and talisman masters. These masters were now being kept idle within the clan, not only requiring generous annual salaries but also causing their construction skills to stagnate. The Fu family's ambitions extended beyond Huainan Prefecture. In the future, they aimed to build even more powerful cities, so their builders needed constant practice. These aristocratic families present at the banquet were their targets. By demonstrating the power and might of Yuiao City, some would undoubtedly be tempted to build their own. This was the first time the Liu and Wu families had visited the city. Liu Kingman gazed at the site, muttering to himself, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, look at this foundation stone, this wall, every inch is engraved with talisman arrays. No wonder this demon-controlling city can withstand attacks from even a rank 3 demon king. Tisk, 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 if our clan had a city like this, our descendants wouldn't have to fear beast tidal waves or southern barbarians." Clan leader Wu, too, gazed with envy. He nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, but building the city will probably cost a considerable amount of spirit stones." Theirs was a newly promoted 9th rank family. Their foundation was insufficient. How could they possibly afford the spirit stones needed to build a city? Fu Yongsheng, the one leading the way, smiled and said, "Clan leader Wu, some spirit stones need to be spent. Look at the Cao family, they're usually frugal, but the beast tide arrived, and their millennia-old legacy was destroyed in a single day. Had they built a demon-defending city like our Fu family, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. If spirit stones aren't enough, just build a smaller one. Besides, the beast tide only comes once every 100 years, so it can arrive in the blink of an eye." These words immediately intrigued both the Wu and Liu families. They inquired about the spirit stone cost of building the city. Fu Yongsheng, with sincerity, said, "Clan leader Wu, Clan leader Liu, you're all family. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't reveal such a secret. Our Fu family has complete construction plans and a dedicated construction engineer. Back then, the Kui, Qi, and Hong families also asked us to help them build a small city. Guess how many spirit stones it cost?" How many? This was the truth. Clan leader Wu and Liu couldn't help but be captivated. Fu Yongsheng quickly transmitted a message. After hearing this, the Liu and Wu clan leaders exchanged a quick glance. With a bit of grit and a few years of frugality, their clan could afford this sum of spirit stones. After all, it was a grand event that would benefit future generations. Although they knew the Fu family had deliberately set a trap, they were willing to do so. The Fu family deserved the money, and they were expected to earn it happily. The quick hand gets the short end of the stick. Liu Kingman immediately shook Fu Yongsheng's hand warmly, saying earnestly, "Yongsheng, before your mistress left for Jingzhou, the one she worried most about was an old man like me, fearing that our Liu family's stronghold would one day be taken over. Yongsheng, it's not easy for your mistress to fight alone in Jingzhou. She shouldn't be worried like this, right? Look, how many spirit stones does it cost to help our Liu family build a small city? Just name your price. We're family, and I trust you." Having been beaten to the punch, the Wu clan leader cursed inwardly. That old man, Liu Kingman, even brought up Liu Mizhen. If she were in the Fu family, he definitely wouldn't dare raise the tiger flag. This was the Wu family's loss due to the lack of a marriage alliance with the Fu family. He glanced back at his daughter and vowed to himself, no matter what, today, he would marry his daughter to one of Fu Changsheng's sons, even if it meant being a concubine. Not long after the three families entered, Yu Qingru arrived with Engir. Looking at Engir, who bore a 50% resemblance to him, Fu Yongfen suddenly thought of his mother, far away in Jingzhou, all alone. His mother had expended immense effort in building this demon-defending city. Not only had she personally traveled to Jingzhou, but she had also led the clan to successfully resist the beast tide. Furthermore, to ensure the family's advancement to the 8th rank, she had made another trip to Jingzhou and brought back the 9th rank Yu family. Yet, amidst the hustle and bustle of celebration, his mother remained alone in Jingzhou, seeking new paths for the family's future. Looking at Yu Qingru, who was surrounded by everyone like a mistress, Fu Yongfen quickly turned his eyes away. Although Yu Qingru and Fu Changsheng had no official status, everyone knew the relationship between the two. So today, out of respect for Fu Changsheng, and because he was the head of a 9th rank family and a 3rd rank formation master, quite a few guests came to build relationships. Yu Qingru was very generous. After all, this was a good opportunity for their Yu family to expand their network. However, she did not cross the line. She did not really regard herself as the hostess just because Liu Mizhen was not there. Not long after Yu Kangru went in, a rainbow light rushed in from the horizon and then disappeared. The person who came was none other than the head of the Liang clan. Liang's Hiking, a veteran of the Liang family who had come along, observed the Fu family's flourishing scene and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Patriarch, it's a blessing that you, despite all odds, took the initiative to make overtures to the Fu family and even married Qianqian into the Fu family, resolving the rift between the two families. Otherwise, our Liang family would have been at the mercy of an 8th-rank aristocratic family." Clan leader Liang, however, felt a sense of regret. If he had taken control of the Liang family earlier, his relationship with the Fu family would surely have been further strengthened, and they wouldn't have been so reverent as they are now. Clan leader Liang was about to offer a few words of advice when his spiritual sense shifted. 3 rainbow lights darted in from the east, and clan leader Liang's expression shifted. The Kui and Qi families have arrived. Liang's Hiking also scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that in addition to the Kui and Qi families, there was also the Cao family, whose head, Cao Zuru, had been re-ennobled to the 9th rank with the Kui family's support. Liang's Hiking whispered, "Everyone thought the last 8th rank family spot in Huainan Prefecture would go to the Kui family, but now it's been snatched up by the Fu family. Patriarch, do you think the Kui family will cause trouble today?" Clan leader Liang shook his head. Even before the Fu family's promotion to the 8th rank, the Kui family, the head of the 9th rank family, had never provoked the Fu family, let alone now. Moreover, the original Kui, Qi, and Hong families had disintegrated from their former triumph. The new Hong clan leader, who had ascended to power by killing his younger brother, was not one to bow down to the Kui family. With the death of the old clan leader, he severed all ties with the Kui family. There would be no excitement to watch. Liang's Hiking's interest immediately waned. "Patriarch, if that's the case, let's go in first." He had always disliked Patriarch Kui's hypocritical demeanor. Clan leader Liang shook his head. "No hurry, let's see what gifts the Kui family has to offer." Therefore, before leaving, clan leader Liang had specially prepared 3 gifts of varying rank. Although he knew it was too late to curry favor with the Fu family, he didn't want to leave a bad impression. Therefore, the 2 of them waited and offered the 3 members of the Kui family to approach. They slowly landed. From the front, they heard Fu Yuanqi's loud greeting. "The 9th rank Cao family presents a 2nd grade, top grade dragon scale fruit." Dragon scale fruit. Patriarch Liang's eyelids twitched at the greeting. He hadn't expected the Cao family, who had just recovered, to be willing to offer such a lavish gift. He immediately stuffed the 3rd grade gift he had prepared back into his storage bag. "The 9th rank Qi family presents a 1,000-year-old snow jade." 1,000-year-old snow jade is a rare, 3rd grade, low grade, ice-attributed spiritual material, perfect for crafting spiritual tools. Such treasures are hard to come by in the market. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth and stuffed the 2nd grade gift he had prepared back into his storage bag. The 9th rank Kui family sent a bottle of Yaohan water. Liang's Hiking, standing beside clan leader Liang, heard this and his pupils shrank. He whispered, "Patriarch, is clan leader Kui trying to show he's not jealous of the Fu family? He's actually giving away a treasure like Yaohan water." Clan leader Liang hadn't expected the Kui family to be so generous. Yaohan water, grown in extremely cold places, can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants and shorten their maturation period. Generally speaking, even the lowest quality Yaohan water can quickly increase the medicinal age of a plant by 2 years. Clan leader Liang pulled out a white box with gold patterns from his sleeve and, with a pained expression, handed it to Fu Yuanfen. Congratulations to the Fu family on their promotion to the 8th rank. Although clan leader Liang had hidden it well, Liang's Hiking, standing by, gazed eagerly at the white box with gold patterns, a sign that its contents were definitely not ordinary goods. Fu Yuanfen glanced at it but couldn't recognize what it was. He handed the box to Fu Changli. Fu Changli took a closer look, his eyes lighting up. It was a 1,000-year-old dragon's eye ginseng. It was a spiritual item used by foundation-building cultivators to break through to the 7th level. It was both incredibly useful and incredibly valuable. "Patriarch Liang, thank you for your expense. Please come in." The 4 families arrived at Yuaiao City one after another. Fu Yuanshang personally received them. With his previous experience introducing Yuaiao City, Liang's Hiking was almost tempted to place an order on the spot. Fortunately, Patriarch Liang managed to hold back.
Shortly after the four families entered, the new patriarch of the Hong family arrived with his twin daughters. When we enter the inner city, while I toast Fu Yongfen, you two should be smart and come with me. Whether Fu Yongfen will be attracted to you depends on your luck. The twins smiled confidently and charmingly. Patriarch, don't worry. No man has yet been born who can withstand the allure of our sisters. They were both naturally alluring. They practiced a technique that seduced them. Their every frown and smile. They could make the men of noble families fall at their feet. This was the gift that the Huang family wanted to offer. After the 9th-rank noble families of Huainan Prefecture and a group of key refining families arrived, 3 rainbow lights were seen rushing over from the horizon. Fu Changli saw this scene from afar and immediately took out the Chuangsu Jade Talisman and quickly entered the spell. Master, the 8th-rank Shi family, the Shangguan family, and the Nangang family will be here soon. Soon after the message was delivered, a breeze blew behind the 4 people. Looking back, he saw Fu Changsheng wearing a moon-white brocade robe embroidered with spiritual cranes. He had a nice silk belt tied around his waist, inlaid with water-cold crystals. He wore a star-shining crown embellished with star-glass stones. He wore a purple star feather cloak and cloud boots. His face was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and he looked like a banished immortal. Fu Changsheng had obviously dressed up for the celebration today, and he looked completely different from his usual simple self. Once he couldn't help but stare twice more. Only at Chao's teasing gaze did she snap back to her senses, coughing lightly and quickly looking away. Her cheeks, however, were slightly flushed. 3 streaks of rainbow light faded from the horizon. They were Shangguan Feng, the great elder of the Xu family, and the great elder of the Nanguang family. All 3 were half-step purple mansions. Fu Changli and the others were stunned. They had assumed that the 3 8th-rank Shi clans sending a foundation establishment elder was a gesture of respect. After all, their Fu clan was a newly promoted 8th rank, and still far behind the 3 established 8th-rank Shi clan. They had never imagined that all 3 families would send their top leaders. Seeing this, everyone, led by Fu Changsheng, hurried forward to pay their respects. The Fu, Shangguan, and Shi clan had previously jointly founded the Yanlang market, but the Shi clan was too low-key, so the Fu clan had little contact with them and didn't have a deep understanding of them. As for the Nanguang clan, the Fu clan had even less experience with them. This time, the 3 had come together. Fu Changsheng vaguely suspected there might be something important to discuss. After greeting, Great Elder Nanguang waved his sleeve, and a box floated toward Fu Changsheng. Clan leader Fu, congratulations on your promotion to the 8th rank. Fu Changsheng took it with both hands. His spiritual sense swept through it, and upon seeing the contents, his eyes lit up. It was a section of low-grade, 3rd rank Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, still with its roots. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, nurtured by the baptism of thunder, is hardy and imbued with thunder-attributed spiritual energy, making it an excellent material for refining thunder-based spiritual artifacts. If this Heavenly Thunder Bamboo could be successfully cultivated, its branches and leaves could be used to craft thunder-attributed talismans. Those practicing thunder-attributed techniques could also cultivate alongside it. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo is truly a treasure. The 8th-ranked Nanguang family presents a Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, Fu Yuki repeated, using amplification. Upon hearing this, the crowd chatting in the reception room widened their eyes in disbelief, especially the Wu and Liu families, who had just been promoted to the 9th rank. Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman whispered, Brother Liu, I heard that the Sky Thunder Bamboo is a counter-branch of the Golden Thunder Bamboo, one of the 10 sacred trees. It's said that after cultivating the Sky Thunder Bamboo for a certain number of years, there's a chance it can be exchanged for Golden Thunder Bamboo. The Nangang family is truly generous. If he remembered correctly, Golden Thunder Bamboo was said to have formed from a bolt of lightning that fell into spiritual soil at the dawn of time, fusing with the spiritual bamboo seeds within. 10,000 years ago, a fragment of it circulated in the cultivation world, causing a huge uproar. Many giant and true masters lost their lives in the struggle for it, even among them Yuanying true lords. Liu Kingman was also indescribably shocked. But as if reflecting on something, he shook his head and said, for Sky Thunder Bamboo to evolve into Gold Thunder Bamboo, it takes 10,000 years to grow. That's secondary. Besides, it's said that in ancient times, Sky Thunder Bamboo could evolve into Gold Thunder Bamboo because it used the feces of rare beasts as fertilizer. In our great Zhou today, where are the rare beasts? That's why the Nanguang family was willing to offer the Sky Thunder Bamboo as a gift. However,
Even so, a treasure capable of crafting a third-tier spiritual weapon was enough to make everyone covet it. Upon hearing that 3 8th-tier families had come together, everyone lost interest in further conversation. Instead, they pricked up their ears, eager to hear what gifts the Shangguan and Shi families had presented. After a while, Fu Yongqi's voice rang out again. The 8th-tier Shi family is sending a 2nd-tier, top-grade purple heavenly herb. Everyone glanced at each other. It seemed none of them had ever heard of purple heavenly herb before, but hearing it was only 2nd-tier rank, their interest was muted. No matter how precious it was only 2nd tier. For the 8th-tier Shi family, this gift was neither insignificant nor insignificant. This was very similar to the Shi family's low-key approach. However, Liu Qingman noticed clan leader Wu's breathing becoming heavier, and a thought struck him. He quickly asked, "Brother Wu, do you know the benefits of this purple heavenly herb?" As a family of beast masters, no one in the Wu family understood the value of purple heavenly herb better than he did. After a while, clan leader Wu regained his composure and quickly transmitted a message. "Brother Liu, this purple heavenly herb is no ordinary commodity. Although it's only grade II, it's extremely useful for spirit beasts." "What do you mean?" Clan leader Wu briefly explained. "The medicinal power of purple heavenly herb nourishes the sea of consciousness of spirit beasts, enhancing their awareness. Whether it's a demon beast or a spirit beast, their awareness is inherently weaker than that of a cultivator. Spiritual herbs that can enhance the awareness of a cultivator are few and far between, let alone that of a demon beast. Furthermore, for a demon beast, enhancing its awareness is undoubtedly of immense benefit for future breakthroughs." After hearing this, Liu Qingman exclaimed in admiration, "It seems the Shi family has the best gift today." At the city gate, Fu Changsheng was also quite surprised to receive this gift. With a green python now at the quasi-3rd stage, this purple heavenly herb would undoubtedly greatly increase the green python's chances of successfully reaching the 3rd stage. After thanking Elder Shi for the gift, Great Elder Nangguang saw Shangguan Feng remained unmoved and curiously asked, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, where's your gift? Quickly bring it out so we can see it too." Elder Shi, standing nearby, also smiled at Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng, however, kept it a secret, saying, "I'll discuss my gift with Changsheng privately later." Elder Shi and the others knew the Shangguan and Fu families had always been friendly, so they didn't inquire further. However, Fu Changsheng's heartbeat quickened upon hearing this. Since he and Hongyu had secretly agreed to marry, he had been so busy with various chores that he hadn't yet found a suitable opportunity to propose. Could it be that the gift Uncle Feng was talking about was his and Hongyu's marriage? Fu Changsheng suppressed his trembling and entered the reception room with the 3 great elders. The members of the original 9th-rank aristocratic families immediately rose to greet them. After the guests were seated, the feast still took a long time to begin. The Liu and Wu families, seated at the end of the lower right corner, heard the Wu clan leader whisper, "Brother Liu, haven't the Fu family and the World Suppression Division always been on good terms? Why hasn't Palace Master Su shown up for such an important event? Maybe it's just not the right time yet." Liu Qingman wondered. About a cup of tea passed, and everyone who was supposed to be here arrived. The Wu clan leader muttered, "It seems the World Suppression Division won't be coming. But the 7th-rank Luo family isn't coming either. That's a bit strange. The Fu family is an 8th-rank aristocratic family under their jurisdiction." Liu Qingman was unsure. Fu Changsheng saw that the feast was almost ready, but seeing no one outside the mountain gate, he was about to order his clan members to prepare. He was indifferent. His consciousness shifted, and his body lurched. They rushed towards the mountain gate at breakneck speed. Elder Shi, Elder Nangguang, and Shangguan Feng, who were present, were stunned for a moment, unsure of Fu Changsheng's dramatic reaction. After a moment, the 3 of them all trembled, rising from their seats and transforming into 3 streaks of rainbow light as they rushed towards the mountain gate. As they descended the mountain, Elder Nangguang quickly telepathically communicated with Shangguan Feng, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, is clan leader Fu truly at the peak of the foundation establishment stage?" They hadn't noticed anything unusual just yet. Fu Changsheng had already set off ahead of them. Clearly, Fu Changsheng's spiritual awareness was far more powerful than that of the 3 half-step purple mansion cultivators. In the reception room, clan leader Wu was stunned by the unusual behavior of Fu Changsheng and the other 3. He glanced at Liu Qingman in confusion. "Brother Liu, what's going on here?" Most likely someone from the Luo family. Furthermore, the arrival was likely a master purple mansion cultivator. Otherwise, the foreheads of the 8th grade families wouldn't be so excited. "Let's go down the mountain to greet them too," the two of them said as they spoke. Everyone in the reception room also reacted. One by one, they left their seats and quickly went down the mountain. When they arrived at the mountain gate, they saw a person in the distance, riding the wind and slowly approaching. Riding the wind. This was something only a Purple Mansion master could do. It was indeed someone from the Luo family. Everyone was suddenly excited. In their Yangang, only the 7th rank Luo family had a Purple Mansion master. But the Luo family rarely had contact with lower-ranking families like them. They never thought that today, the other party would be able to honor the Fu family. "Brother Liu, it seems that the Luo family attaches great importance to the Fu family. I remember when the Shangguan family was promoted to the 8th rank, the Luo family only sent a steward to show up for a while and then left." Chapter 270, Ruins of Beast Eggs, Bride Gifts, and the Dragon Body. "Hush, someone's coming," Liu Kingman signaled for Chief Wu to be silent. A moment later, a powerful pressure approached from afar. Even before the person arrived, a strange, pleasant aroma of crabapple filled his nose. Fu Changsheng looked out. He saw the newcomer dressed in crescent-colored palace attire. As he drew closer, he spotted a bean-sized crabapple marked between her brows. She wore the jade pendant of the Luo family's grand elder. Palace Master Su's mention of the Luo family's most powerful female cultivator flashed through Fu Changsheng's mind. This person must be Luo Heidang of the Luo family. Fu Changsheng hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Luo, thank you for your presence. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Although Luo Heidang's purple palace aura wasn't intentionally released, her presence gave off an oppressive vibe. Curious as they were, no one dared to look up. Pebbles gathered beneath Luo Heidang's feet and fell to the ground. She studied Fu Changsheng with interest. "I heard that over 30 years ago, Patriarch Fu was only at the 2nd level of key refining. With only 4 cultivators remaining in the family, he single-handedly turned the tide, leading the Fu family to the 8th rank. If Yangang Prefecture had a few more heroes like you, there would be no doubt that our Yangang Prefecture would have a bright future." As she spoke, Luo Heidang's gaze swept over the cultivators present. Yangang Prefecture was resource-poor, bordered by the eastern wilderness and the 100,000 mountains, a land of constant unrest. Therefore, compared to the other prefectures in Jingzhou, it couldn't even compare to flattery. Even the neighboring Huaibei Prefecture had always relied on the aura of the 7th rank Wan family. Their Luo family had once strongly supported the lower-ranking families in Yangang Prefecture, but none of them rose to prominence. Over time, the Luo family gave up on their subordinates, only caring about their annual tribute. However, over the past 50 years, first, the Shangguan family ascended to the 8th rank, and now another 8th rank family, the Fu family, has emerged. This gave the Luo family's top brass hope. Especially since they learned that Xiao Xianger, from a 5th rank Jiandan family in Jianzhou, had close ties to the Fu family. Luo Heidang volunteered to visit the Fu family to find out. Luo Heidang waved her sleeves. A fragrant breeze filled the air. A white box with jade patterns, still bearing her warmth, floated towards Fu Changsheng. "I've heard that your Fu family is skilled in taming beasts. I found this monster egg at a sect ruin. I'm giving it to you, the Fu family, and I hope you can successfully hatch it." "A monster egg?" Fu Changsheng scanned it with his spiritual sense and found very little life within. Luo Heidang must have tried countless methods, but to no avail, had given this egg to the Fu family. However, since this demon beast egg was found at the ruins of an ancient sect and has survived for so long, it demonstrates its extraordinary nature. Once successfully hatched, the Fu family will surely gain a new legacy. "Thank you, Senior, for your reward. Please come in." A group of people escorted Luo Heidang into the demon-controlling city. Underground, a 3-legged centipede flashed with a yellow light and sank deep into the earth, rapidly heading towards Yangang Mountain, hundreds of miles away. Upon reaching a cave, the 3-legged centipede burst forth with a puff. It twitched its tail rhythmically towards Chu Kizi in the cave dwelling. Chu Kizi frowned. Zhang Yuan, observing this, fearing a change in the revenge plot, hurriedly asked, "Husband, has something happened at the Fu family?" "Yes, that woman Luo Heidang has gone mad. I don't know what's wrong. She's suddenly come to the Fu family." Chu Kizi's voice was filled with fear at the mention of Luo Heidang's name. He had just ascended to the late Purple Mansion realm, but decades earlier, Luo Heidang had already reached peak Purple Mansion.
After all these years, if she could only take one more step, she'd be halfway to becoming a fake elixir. Chu Kezi coughed softly. Yuan, things have changed. We should return to Yan'an first. The Fu family can't escape here. We can find an opportunity to eliminate them later, but Zhang Yuan finally convinced Chu Kezi. He couldn't bear to give up now. Although anxious, she suppressed her temper and said, Husband, Luo Haidang won't be staying at the Fu residence. If all else fails, it's not too late to wait until she leaves before taking action. Husband, let's wait a little longer. Chu Kezi knew Luo Haidang's formidable power. During the previous war with the imperial court, 4 members of the East Wasteland tribe's late Purple Mansion realm laid siege to the enemy, but Luo Haidang counterattacked and annihilated them all. Thinking of this, Chu Kezi suddenly considered retreating. He shook his head repeatedly. Luo Haidang's appearance in Yunqian County at this very moment is incredibly strange. If they learn we're hiding here, the consequences will be disastrous. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Retreat. Chu Kezi made a snap decision. He left immediately. Zhang Yuan was unwilling to give up. She had finally escaped from Yan'an, and even if she couldn't take on the Fu family now, she couldn't return empty-handed. So she said, Husband, you leave first. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage, and I'm a Grey Joe cultivator. With my disguise, no one will be able to discover my identity. I'll stay here to gather intelligence on the Fu family. If there's an opportunity to destroy them, I'll send a message to you. Chu Kezi was a little worried. Although he had initially only coveted Zhang Yuan's body, after decades of living together, and with her bearing his only child, he had come to vaguely consider her his true Taoist partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dismissed his concubines. Under Zhang Yuan's pleading gaze, he pondered for a moment. He slapped his storage bag, and a glimmer of light appeared. Suddenly, a talisman shrouded in a powerful, oppressive aura floated towards Zhang Yuan. Yuan, this is a top-grade, 3rd tier, Blue Luan talisman. When activated, it can transform into a 3rd tier Blue Luan bird to fight for you. Keep it with you. Remember, if you sense anything amiss, retreat immediately. We still have a long way to go, and I will avenge the Fu family. With a few words, Chu Kezi left first. Zhang Yuan carefully placed the Blue Luan talisman close to her. With it, she would have a chance of escape even if she encountered a Purple Mansion cultivator. She cast a cold gaze toward Yuao City. Since she couldn't deal with the Fu family alone, she would have to find an ally. If she remembered correctly, the feud between the Gongsun and Fu families was already public knowledge. Otherwise, with all the Weinan families gathered at the Fu family today, the Gongsun family would certainly make an appearance. However, it might attract Luo Haidang's attention. Caution was the best course of action. She decided to wait until the Fu family banquet was over before heading to the Gongsun family. By then, many guests would have gone their separate ways, and no one would notice her presence on the road. At the Fu family banquet hall, after 3 rounds of drinks, Luo Haidang found an excuse to leave. After all, her presence would make the atmosphere of the entire banquet uneasy. As she emerged from the inner city of Yuao City, Luo Haidang inadvertently glanced at the main peak of the Fu family behind Yuao City. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She vaguely felt that a powerful aura seemed to be lurking in the mountain behind the Fu family, an aura far more powerful than her own. However, after carefully sensing it, she found nothing. It seems I'm overthinking it. The Fu family was merely a foundation-building family. All the elders in the family were dead. How could a cultivator more powerful than her emerge? After all, if she took another step forward, she would reach the golden core stage. However, she came here today. It wasn't like she hadn't gained anything. At least the Fu family's demon-controlling city was well built. She could propose to the Patriarch that they invite the Fu family members to come and build one on their fiefdom. With Luo Haidang's departure, the atmosphere at the banquet suddenly relaxed. Everyone rushed to toast Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng was quite accommodating, accepting all who came. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shangguan gave him a look, and he realized that the 3 8th-rank families had come today, clearly to discuss important matters. The 4 of them moved to the meeting hall. After deactivating the magic circle, Great Elder Nangguang offered a sour congratulation. Clan leader Fu, Senior Luo has come personally to your residence today. It's clear that the Luo family values your Fu family very much. If the Luo family needs resources in the future, they will more or less consider your Fu family. When that happens, Clan leader Fu,
Don't forget us old folks, Great Elder Shi nodded in agreement. After all, Luo Haidang was the Luo family's strongest warrior, ranking among the top 5 in terms of Purple Mansion combat power throughout Jingzhou. Her every move represented the Luo family's attitude. Shangguan Feng coughed lightly and got back to the point. Changsheng, the 3 of us have come here to discuss a serious matter with you. Shangguan Feng quickly transmitted his message. Fu Changsheng's pupils constricted upon hearing this, a mixture of surprise and anticipation. However, after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and said, Uncle Feng, didn't the imperial court say they were resuming the plan to attack the Yunnan tribe? In that case, how can we spare the time? At the mention of this, Great Elder Nangguang became infuriated. With a hint of resentment, he said, according to the latest news I've received, I don't know what the imperial court's intentions are, but this plan has been temporarily shelved. At least for the next 10 years, there shouldn't be any attack on the Yunnan tribe, huh? Fu Changsheng was stunned. This change had happened so quickly. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he decided to exchange information with the system to see what the situation was. The 4 of them discussed the matter for a while. Finally, Elder Shi and Elder Nangguang left first. Only Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Feng were left in the meeting hall. Shangguan Feng looked at Fu Changsheng steadily, stroked his beard and smiled. Changsheng, aren't you curious about what my gift is? Hearing this, Fu Changsheng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He quickly stood up and bowed, saying, Uncle Feng, has the noble agreed to my marriage with Hongyu? Yes and no. Shangguan Feng had watched Fu Changsheng grow up and knew him well. Plus, his daughter had long been attracted to him, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, before Hongyu went into seclusion, she sent me a message saying that she had secretly agreed to your marriage and asked me to try to convince those old men in the clan. He paused. Shangguan Feng said, although you're now the head of an 8th-rank family, Hongyu has already reached the half-step Purple Mansion stage. The next step would be to the Grand Cultivator of the Purple Mansion. So naturally, those old guard in the clan are completely against it. He leveraged his status as both the Great Elder and his father, persuading them to back down. This shouldn't be possible, but seeing Hongyu's determination, the old guard didn't insist, but they did offer 3 conditions. First, if you want to marry Hongyu, you must be at least equal in cultivation. In other words, if Hongyu has already reached the Purple Mansion stage, then you must also reach the Grand Cultivator of the Purple Mansion stage before anything else can happen. Fu Changsheng's excitement subsided a bit upon hearing this. For now, Hongyu was already at the half-step Purple Mansion stage. This meant he had to first open his Niwen Palace before he could even propose marriage. And that presupposed that Hongyu hadn't reached the Purple Mansion stage before that. However, considering Hongyu is currently cultivating the 9 Heavens Star Art, it would likely take a long time for her to reach perfection in the Tenjin refining realm. And with the bonus points for increase offspring's qualities, he should be able to reach the half-step Purple Mansion before Hongyu breaks through. Uncle Feng, what's the second condition? The second is that after Hongyu marries, she needs her own fiefdom, separate from your first wife. That was easy enough. The Fu family currently had 2 fiefdoms, Yunchen County and Pingshan County, plus a clan land in Anyang County. These areas were in need of personnel, and if Hongyu was willing to take charge, that would be even better. Furthermore, Fu Changsheng had a vague feeling that Mizhen seemed to have anticipated this situation and had gone to Jingzhou first. Judging from Mizhen's attitude, she probably wouldn't return to Jingzhou, and even if she did, it wouldn't be for long. This would be a perfect way to avoid the problem. Fu Changsheng continued, Uncle Feng, what about the last condition? Neither of the previous 2 conditions mentioned a betrothal gift. The Shangguan family had worked so hard to cultivate a half-step Purple Mansion cultivator, and they certainly wouldn't let him get away with nothing. Shangguan Feng said, third, you must provide 3 foundation establishment pills and 6 3-yang pills as a betrothal gift, as expected. However, this wasn't a problem for him. The foundation building spiritual herbs in the Huangshi medicine garden would mature in a dozen years. When that time came, he could have Meijian help refine a furnace and set aside 3 pills for the betrothal gift. As for the 3-yang pills, they were auxiliary spiritual elixirs used to break through the mana barrier of the 3 major foundation building stages. Also known as the small foundation establishment pill, they were second-tier elixirs and could be refined as long as the recipe and spiritual materials were available. At the very least, they could be purchased at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Fu Changsheng stood up and bowed solemnly. Uncle Feng, Rest assured, I will fulfill the above 3 conditions as quickly as possible and strive to marry Hongyu as soon as possible. No rush, no rush. We can take our time." Although Shangguan Feng wanted to facilitate this marriage, he was disappointed. He didn't want his daughter to leave his side so soon, not even if it was Fu Changsheng, whom he had watched grow up. Fu Changsheng personally escorted Shangguan Feng away. Fu Changli then stepped forward to report, "Master, the Liu and Wu families of Anyang County, seeing that it's getting late, are planning to stay with us for the night. Furthermore, clan leader Hong is waiting in the reception room, saying he has something private to discuss with you." Private? Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. He and the newly appointed clan leader Hong had no prior experience. Fu Changli glanced around and added, "I heard that after Patriarch Hong took office, his interactions with the Kui and Qi families became estranged. It was Patriarch Hong himself who came to the banquet today. At the banquet, I heard that Patriarchs Kui and Qi had previously visited the Hong family twice, asking the abdicated Patriarch Hong to resume control of the family business. They even suggested that Patriarch Hong choose a successor. This caused a turmoil in the Hong family, but in the end, the new Patriarch Hong took the position of Patriarch. Thus, the iron triangle of the Kui, Qi, and Hong families came to an end." After a pause, Fu Changli added, "It's said that this new Patriarch participated in the Hong family turmoil and even killed his own clan brother. Therefore, when Patriarch Hong was mentioned, Fu Changli's words were filled with displeasure. Patriarch, if you feel tired and don't want to see him, I can find a reason to send him away. No, it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain." After Fu Changsheng went up from the mountain gate, he went to the reception room himself, only to find that clan leader Hong had already finished his pot of tea. Behind him, a pair of dazzling twins were refilling his tea. When they saw Fu Changsheng come in, the twins immediately raised their eyes and glanced at him with infinite charm. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been fascinated. However, the twins were full of charm, but their beauty was no match for King Gru, Mizhen, Hongyu and Xiao Xianger. Therefore, Fu Changsheng almost passed by the twins without even glancing at them, and walked to the seat at the head. Clan leader Hong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Fu Changsheng to have such strong self-control. He thought that Liu Mizhen was not in Jingzhou, and even if Fu Changsheng had Yu Qingru, he would change his taste after eating the best and most delicious food for a long time. He never thought that the other party would remain indifferent. Clan leader Hong was also very quick-witted. He immediately compromised and said, "Clan leader Fu, I heard that your son Fangear only married a wife. After all these years, he hasn't even taken a concubine, let alone a concubine. Clan leader Fu, what do you think of my daughters?" Having just experienced the Kiwaya traitor incident, Fu Changsheng instinctively repelled women of the opposite sex. Just as he was about to refuse, clan leader Hong immediately said, "Clan leader Fu, to be honest, my first wife was born with a special constitution. Practicing with her in a dual cultivation practice, especially when breaking through bottlenecks, often yields unexpected benefits. Although my daughters only have 4 spiritual roots, they may have inherited their mother's special constitution. If they find the right dual cultivation method in person, they may be able to establish their foundation in the future. Once they establish their foundation, their assistance to the person practicing with them will be even greater. In a word, these twins are a superb cauldron. And they can help and benefit each other. Of course, the premise is that they have special characteristics." Fu Changsheng scanned the girls with his spiritual sense and discovered that their virgin sand seals were still in place. Immediately, a thought flashed across the panel: exchange information. A buzzing sound emanated from the panel. A surge of yellow light followed. Then, a line of text appeared. Patriarch Hong's twin daughters have been detected using the Hong family's special methods and have not been found to possess any special constitutions. However, they are in fact both auxiliary dragon spirits of a higher order, though they have yet to awaken. Auxiliary dragon spirits? Fu Changsheng was delighted. This gift, delivered to his doorstep, was a gift he could accept. Marrying the twins to Fangear was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Fangear's aptitude was only 5 spiritual roots, a slight improvement, but still far too low. Even if he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, without a special opportunity, his progress would remain there. However, there was a shortcut. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the twin sisters. "Patriarch Hong, are you suggesting that dual cultivation requires them to be practiced together for the most effective results?"
Exactly, Patriarch Hong said, noticing Fu Changsheng's agitation. He quickly opened his heart and said, Clan leader Fu, my daughter is the daughter of my first wife. If it weren't for the last resort, I would never marry her off. This time, I want to marry into a noble family. I have no other thoughts, just to find a backer to intimidate the Kui family. The Kui family has already conquered the 9th rank Cao family. If they want to advance to the 8th rank, the fastest way is to seize the fiefdom of our Hong family and then support a puppet to take the position, thus meeting the conditions for advancement to the 8th rank. For this, as early as 20 years ago, he began to quietly plan. First, he spoke ill of me in front of the old patriarch of the Hong family and provoked relations between us. Then he threatened that if I took charge of the Hong family in the future, the alliance between the 3 families would be severed. He wanted to appoint a new head of our Hong family. His purpose is simple. He wants to cause internal strife within our Hong family so he can reap the benefits and legitimately seize our Hong family fiefdom under the guise of rebellion. Now, our cousin's eldest son is secretly being taken in by the Kui family. If it weren't for you, clan leader Fu, who advanced to the 8th rank, I'm afraid our Hong family would have already been conquered by the Kui family, in conjunction with the Qi and Cao families. Clan leader Fu, everyone thinks the Kui family are upright, but in reality, they are the most cunning. That old man in the Kui family has mastered the boiling frog tactic to perfection. Today, I've come to you, clan leader Fu, hoping to leverage your power to intimidate the Kui family. Please save our Hong family. Our Hong family will be grateful and will forever remember you. With these words, clan leader Hong and the twins knelt on the spot, pounding their heads against the ground. It was clear that his words came from the heart. Fu Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. If the Kui family truly lived up to Patriarch Hong's claims, ruthlessly harming even their closest allies, they truly were ruthless, devouring others without leaving any bones behind. After all, for centuries, both the Hong and Qi families had always prioritized the Kui family. Seeing Fu Changsheng's reluctance, Patriarch Hong swung his sword and swore a blood oath. By the will of heaven, I, Hong Yunbao, marry my daughter into the Fu family. If you harbor any disloyalty, I will perish in the flames of karmic fire. The Hong family, will be doomed. Tears welled up in the twins' eyes. Everyone else assumed their father was reluctant to relinquish his position as patriarch out of personal gain, but in reality, everything he did was for the Hong family. The twins also swore a blood oath. Fu Changsheng saw this. How could he push a member of a 9th-rank aristocratic family out of the way? He immediately said, Chief Hong, please rise quickly. I agree, but the marriage doesn't necessarily have to be with Fan Gear. After all, he already has a wife, and I need to ask the child's opinion. Of course, Chief Hong was overjoyed. The Fu family was even valued by the 7th-rank Luo family. They had successfully formed an alliance with the Fu family. He couldn't believe that the Kui family was so bold as to dare to touch the Hong family. Just as the 3 members of the Hong family knelt in gratitude, a familiar mechanical sound rang out in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling, you have gained the loyalty of a 9th-rank aristocratic family leader and added a pair of twins with the body of a supporting dragon to your family. You have earned 600 family contribution points. Then, the value on the panel, which had been cleared to 0, instantly changed to 600. Fu Changsheng was delighted. He planned to test the offspring enhancement on Kainger once he was done with his work. If he couldn't give Kainger a child with spiritual roots, he would have to find another way. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Fearing Fu Changsheng might regret it, clan leader Hong hurriedly left with his 2 daughters and immediately had the clan members send out the wedding invitations they had prepared to each family. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Eliminating Hidden Dangers, Blue Loon and Phoenix Bird, Link's a Talisman. After Chief Hong and his twin daughters left, Fu Yongfen entered with a long list of gifts and the corresponding congratulatory items. Fu Changsheng took it and glanced at it. He selected only the instructions for crafting the fragments of the life-replacing talisman, the purple heavenly grass, heavenly thunder bamboo, and the 3-star stone, which could enhance the spiritual awareness of demonic beasts. He had Fangir add the rest to the clan treasury. Finally, He pointed to the seat at the bottom and asked Fangir to take a seat. A spell cast upon the formation, shutting it down. Then, he spoke. Feiner, are you interested in marrying a concubine? Fu Yongfen was stunned for a moment, then his mind flashed back to the Hong twin sisters, who had been flirting with him at the banquet. Having already suspected this, Fu Yongfen wasn't overly surprised. He bowed and said, marriage is the decision of parents and matchmakers. Logically, I shouldn't have any objections. But you know my situation, father. 4 years, I've been stuck in the key refining stage, lacking any special skills in cultivation. Yulian hasn't despised me, and I'm grateful. How could I dare dream of having 2 wives? Feiner and Yulian had a deep bond. He understood. But precisely because of this, even if the Hong twins married into the family, it would only be a marriage alliance, and they wouldn't be able to influence Feiner. Most importantly, Feiner's aptitude was too poor. If he could cultivate together with a Hong girl, his future would be much more promising. Fu Changsheng said, don't be so quick to refuse. Discuss this with Master K and Yulian first. Once you've reached a conclusion, you can get back to me. Fu Changsheng didn't want any rift to arise between them. Fu Yongfen wanted to say there was no need for discussion, but he swallowed the words back, believing it was just a formality and harmless. When he emerged from the meeting hall and returned to his own courtyard, Fairy K and Yulian were talking in the yard. Yulian's eyes were red, as if she'd been crying. Fu Yongfen quickly stepped forward, concerned. Why are you crying, Brother Fan? Don't pay attention to her. She's already a mother, she can't handle anything. Fairy K felt a pang of disappointment. Because her daughter had been ill since childhood, she had doted on her. Now, she had developed a cowardly character. Even after building her foundation, she couldn't stand up to her mother. If she could live a few more decades, she would feel more at ease with her care. But how many years did she have left to live? If I couldn't get her to stand up before she died, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Yulian, already aggrieved by her mother's scolding, couldn't hold back her tears anymore now that Fangir had returned. Husband, mother said you were going to marry the Hong sisters. Is that true? At the banquet, the behavior of the Hong clan leader and the Hong twins was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye, let alone Fairy K. Fu Yongfen was no liar. He gritted his teeth and said, Father just mentioned this to me, but I flatly refused. Yulian burst into laughter. Fairy K, beside her, was relieved but shook her head, saying, Fangir, this match can't be turned down. Yulian's smile vanished instantly, and she nervously tugged at Fangir. Fangir patted her hand and sat down on the stone bench opposite K Xianggu. He pondered, Mother, if you're worried about this ruining the marriage between our Fu and Hong families, don't worry. Yongru, Yongfu, and the others aren't married yet. When the time comes, let father choose one of them. Fangir, then tell me, why did your father choose you? Fu Yongfen was stunned. He hadn't given this much thought. Seeing this, Master K slowly spoke. Back then, you ignored your mother's objections and resolutely decided to marry Yulian. It was your father who persuaded her. How could your father not know your feelings for Yulian? But why did he choose you over Yongru or Yongfu? Is he one of those mothers who just can't stand your marital harmony? A word of advice awoke Fu Yongfen. Mother, do you think father's actions have deeper meaning? It was immediately clear. Master K was relieved. But seeing his daughter's still bewildered expression, he couldn't help but sigh. Master K pointed at the magic circle. Fu Yongfen immediately understood and used the hand gesture to close the courtyard magic circle. Fairy K's face darkened as she spoke slowly. Brother Fan, do you remember that many years ago, the Elders' Council discussed the appointment of a crown prince? Fu Yongfen nodded slightly. It was his uncle who first brought it up, hoping to consolidate his position, but Grandmaster Yu's remark, the head of the family is still in his prime, the appointment of a crown prince can be postponed, ultimately caused the matter to fall by the wayside. Fu Yongfen's mind stirred. Mother, are you saying that father has considered appointing a crown prince? Both the Gongsun and Hong families had experienced internal turmoil over the succession to the Patriarchate, and the elders had privately discussed the matter. It was best to decide on the next candidate for the Patriarch in advance. Otherwise, it would easily lead to family unrest. K Xianggu frowned and said, the Patriarch's true intentions are unknown to you and me, but if you marry a daughter of the Hong family, you'll have another 9th-rank family as leverage. If you successfully establish your foundation in the future, your chances of succeeding the crown prince will increase. K Xianggu hadn't said anything more. Of the Patriarch's children, only Yangang has a 9th-rank relative. Yangang has also made numerous contributions over the years, earning him a high reputation within the clan. Furthermore, he's been building his foundation for over a decade and is now nearing a breakthrough to the middle stage of the foundation building stage. Of the Patriarch's many children, only Fu Yongfen could rival Fu Yangang in terms of prestige. Healthy competition within a family is undoubtedly beneficial to its development. Therefore, in Xianggu's view, the Patriarch was acting as a means of maintaining balance. However, this was her personal opinion, so she kept these words to herself, even to her beloved daughter and son-in-law. Yulian had also stopped crying. If it was for her husband's future, a little suffering wouldn't matter. Biting her lip, she said, "Husband, I believe our relationship can withstand the test. Otherwise, you should just agree to the Patriarch's request." Elsewhere, after Fu Yongfen left, Fu Changsheng looked towards the Imperial Demon City outside the mountain gate. The guests had already dispersed. According to the intelligence, Chu Kezi should be appearing by now. To be absolutely sure, Fu Changsheng decided to exchange intelligence with the system first to see what was going on. He immediately thought, "Exchange intelligence," buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The ruins demon egg given by Luo Heidang is actually a blue Luan phoenix egg. The blue Luan phoenix contains the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, a mid-grade earth rank bloodline, and has the potential to grow to the 4th rank potential. Fu Changsheng's body trembled. A 4th rank would be equivalent to the strength of a human giant's Henrun. I found a treasure, Fu Changsheng was excited. If it can be successfully hatched and raised, this blue Luan phoenix can definitely serve as the family's guardian spirit beast. It seems that when we get to Huibei, I have to ask my 4th sister if she has the method to hatch a blue Luan phoenix. Fu Changsheng continued reading. 2. Your eldest brother's daughter Yongwei failed in her mission, which disappointed Madame Luo. She decided to sell her to the cultivators of the Huangxi sect for a large sum of money to use as a cauldron for replenishing her body. 3. Luo Heidang unexpectedly attended your Fu family's promotion celebration, shocking Chu Kezi of the Yinan tribe. Chu Kezi has already left Yangang Mountain. Zhang Yuanitun stayed and planned to join forces with the Gongsun family to deal with your Fu family. Zhang Yuanitun holds a 3rd-level blue Luan talisman given by Chu Kezi. 4. A girl in Xianlang village grew scales on her arms when she was born. The villagers believed she was an unlucky person and made things difficult for her at every turn. 5. The blue Luan jade will appear at the auction side of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. 6. Xianggu believes that you betrothed the Hong family to Fu Yongfen, firstly to build up Fu Yongfen's power, and secondly to suppress Fu Yangang, the most outstanding member of the Yang generation. 7. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the information above. Then his eyes fell on the 3rd piece of information. Chu Kezi was actually scared away. This was beyond his expectations. Being able to scare Chu Kezi away meant that Luo Heidang's realm must be far superior to his. Fu Changsheng murmured, "It seems that Luo Heidang must have reached the peak of the Purple Mansion cultivation." At the banquet, Fu Changsheng learned from Shangguan Hongyu that Luo Heidang was the Luo family's top cultivator. The Luo family was able to compete with the 7th grade 1 family in Huibei Prefecture because of Luo Heidang's stability. This shows that any high-level cultivator in the family has a great impact on the development of the entire family. What a pity, this time, Chu Kezi was not eliminated as he wished. However, Zhang Yuanitun, this woman, could not be kept. After Fu Changsheng informed Grandmaster Yu of the truth, he flashed and immediately used his invisibility technique to secretly leave Yuiao City. They hurried along, reaching Yangang Mountain in less than an hour. Due to the Taiji locust infestation, Yangang Mountain's once lush trees had only regrown in the past decade, though they were still somewhat bare compared to before. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense and saw a formation wave midway up the mountain. He immediately slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a strange mask fell upon his face. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of an incantation. The red mask's runes surged, and a mysterious energy completely transformed Fu Changsheng's aura and appearance. In an instant, he transformed from a 9-foot-tall, elegant gentleman into a 6-foot-tall old man. According to intelligence, Zhang Yuanitun possessed a 3rd-level King Luan spirit talisman. Therefore, he was determined to kill with one strike. Fu Changsheng lay in ambush at the foot of the mountain, completely motionless. Halfway up the mountain, Zhang Yuan stored the formation flags from the cave in her storage bag, determined the direction, and immediately sped towards the Gongsun family's fiefdom. As she descended from the mountain, she clutched the Kingloon spirit talisman tightly in her hand. It was her most powerful trump card. The thought of soon joining forces with the Gongsun family to destroy one of the Fu family's fiefdoms finally eased some of the resentment that had pent up in her heart for years. She had never forgotten the vengeance of her clan's genocide. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured it for so many years in the Yanang tribe. As she neared the foot of the mountain, a sudden surge of unease erupted in her. Oh no, had the Fu family discovered her hiding place? With that thought in mind, Zhang Yuan instantly cast a spell into the Kingloon spirit talisman. In this unfamiliar place, she couldn't afford to linger. She needed a single, decisive blow, a swift and decisive victory. As soon as she activated the spell, she saw Fu Changsheng's figure soar into the sky from the foot of the mountain. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Just in time, Fu Changsheng was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly withstand the power of this talisman? She was just thinking about how to slay this little bastard, but he'd already approached her first. Heaven had truly blessed her. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with the joy of having her revenge fulfilled. However, as she clenched her fists, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She looked up and saw, unknowingly, thousands of strands of hair had pierced through her protective vestments and passed through her back. How is this possible? She hadn't noticed it at all. And that little bastard, Fu Changsheng, was clearly at the foot of the mountain. Bang! Zhang Yuan collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept the consequences. She died with her eyes wide open. At that moment, a chilling wind blew overhead. Chu Chan's body swayed, landing steadily on the ground. Glancing at the now dead Chu Chan, the human emperor banner swung slightly, and a second-level ghost general materialized. Chu Chan formed a hand seal with his right hand. Zhang Yuan's soul was pulled from the corpse. The ghost general waiting nearby opened his mouth and instantly sucked it into his stomach. Against Chu Chan, a quasi-third-level cultivator, equivalent to human halfway to the Purple Palace, Zhang Yuan, at the middle stage of foundation establishment, was clearly no match. Chu Chan, well done. Fu Changsheng absorbed the 9-yang divine sword into his body. Simultaneously, he swung his sword finger. A flash of sword light passed by Zhang Yuan's neck, and a handsome head floated towards him. At this moment, the runes on the strange mask surged. A grey vortex suddenly appeared. A suction force erupted from the vortex, sucking Zhang Yuan's head in. With a slight tremor, it quickly transmitted spirit stones from the vortex. The exact number of spirit stones for the reward. Then, the vortex trembled and disappeared. The runes on the strange mask instantly disappeared. At the same time, a line of text suddenly appeared on the mask. Success the assassination mission and earn 50 points. Upon reaching 1000 points, you can advance to 9th level assassin and receive 9th level bounty missions. The text vanished. At that moment, a flash of blood suddenly erupted from Zhang Yuan's body, shooting towards Fu Changsheng at an incredibly fast speed. Fu Changsheng dodged, but the blood, seemingly tangible, was intangible. A strange force descended upon him. Oops! Fu Changsheng summoned his magical power, but was unable to dispel the strange aura. However, at that moment, the runes on the strange mask trembled slightly, followed by a brilliant crimson burst. A sizzling sound echoed, and Fu Changsheng felt the strange aura that had been clinging to him instantly dispelled. Fu Changsheng's face lit up with joy. This mask actually has such an effect. Fu Changsheng was delighted. He remembered that the Shadow Sect required 1000 points to redeem the Kyanka Jade. Now that he had 50, there was hope for the Kyanka Jade. Once he had the Kyanka Jade, then he could cultivate the 3rd level of the Great Evolution Art, unlocking the Niwen Palace and becoming a half-step purple mansion. Fu Changsheng, the killer, was filled with motivation. Meanwhile, Chu Kizi, already far from Yunshan County and deep in the eastern wilderness, suddenly paused. He swiftly slapped his storage bag. A flash of light flashed, and a unique soul jade floated in midair. However, the soul jade had already shattered. Yuan, Chu Kizi's face changed. He had clearly given Yuan a 3rd level, blue Luant spirit talisman, for protection. Who could possibly take Yuan's life? To dare touch my people's courting death? Chu Kizi quickly formed hand seals and chanted an unknown incantation. Then, a strange aura condensed within the soul jade, and a human figure gradually formed in midair.
Just as its features were about to become clear, bang! The soul jade suddenly shattered. Chu Kizi was repulsed by the force, taking several steps back before coming to a stop. That force just now couldn't have been the work of a purple mansion cultivator. It must have been at least a golden core true immortal. When did a golden core true immortal appear in this damned place of Weinan? How could you and have offended a true immortal? Chu Kizi was puzzled. Indifferent, he seemed to have a thought. His expression changed. He quickly glanced in the direction of the blood-forbidden land. Could it be that something inside escaped? At this thought, Chu Kizi's face turned pale. He cursed. The ancient masters of the blood-forbidden land have long ago warned that it's forbidden to tread. These people, seeing the treasures to be found there, are rushing in recklessly. Now, look! They've fed those things inside. The more Chu Kizi thought about it, the more fear he grew. No. If something really escapes, if we're not careful, I'm afraid the entire eastern wasteland will be buried with it. This was no longer just a vengeance for his wife's murder. He quickly headed towards the Yangang tribe. He planned to have his tribesmen conduct a thorough investigation of Qiuyang Mountain and the blood-forbidden land. If this was indeed the case, he needed to make early plans. At the foot of Qiuyang Mountain, the strange mask, after resisting the mysterious energy, hummed and trembled slightly. The runic aura faded, and it returned to its ordinary red mask. The strange mask fell from Fu Changsheng's face, and Fu Changsheng returned to his original appearance. This was his first Shadow Gate assassination mission, and it was extremely easy. He also had a good understanding of the assassination process. Fu Changsheng looked at the strange mask in his hand with amazement. This mask is probably far more than a third-level spiritual weapon. It could teleport objects and change appearances. Even more amazingly, it could send a person's thoughts into a strange dimension. The Shadow Gate was even more powerful and mysterious than he had imagined. So, perhaps everything he needed could be purchased from the Shadow Gate. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the unactivated Kinglun talisman and Zhang Yuanyuan's storage bag floated towards him. Beside Zhang Yuanyuan's corpse, the Queen Python swallowed and spit, clearly extremely greedy. Fu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. At Zhao Qing's current level of cultivation, devouring corpses merely satisfied her craving and did not enhance her mana. Zhao Qing, if you want to devour corpses again, then quickly break through to the third level. Only after you break through will you have food to eat, hissed Zhao Qing added twice in grievance. To break through to the third level, it must awaken the dragon bloodline within its body. Otherwise, with its Queen Python aptitude, it could only break through to the second level. This was the limit of a yellow-level spirit beast. From this perspective, the Kinglun Phoenix egg presented by Luo Heidang became even more precious. Because it possessed an earth-level bloodline, 2 levels higher than that of a Queen Python. Buzz! Fu Changsheng summoned a cloud around the purple immortal pagoda, and the first floor opened. He took Zhang Yuanyuan's corpse and fed it to the first-level soul-devouring insects within. After 30 years of seclusion in the training room, the first floor of the pagoda had bred nearly 10,000 first-level soul-devouring insects. Even with a blood demon sword as feedstock, the supply was insufficient, and Zhang Yuanyuan's corpse was a perfect supplement. Chu Chan, let's go. Fu Changsheng's body swung. He left Qiuyang Mountain and rode the green python back to his fiefdom. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have resolved a potential risk for the family, and received 150 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 730. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He planned to return to his fiefdom and try with Brother Qiuyang to see if the offspring qualification enhancement could help him develop spiritual roots. On the way back, Fu Changsheng glanced at Zhang Yuanyuan's storage bag, but I saw that there were 37,000 spirit stones inside. There was a bottle of Guiyuan, designed to enhance foundation building cultivation, and a second-level Fuiyuan, designed to restore mana. Beyond that, there were several books on how to enhance dual cultivation between men and women. In the corner, there was also a bottle of yangang. Zhang Yuanyuan, most of the contents of the storage bag were used to please men. Fu Changsheng shook his head. If she had focused her time and energy on improving her cultivation, she wouldn't have been killed by Chu Chan's single blow. Huh? In the corner, Fu Changsheng unexpectedly spotted a half-new, half-worn jade slip. With a wave of his hand, the slip landed between his eyebrows. A surge of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. After a moment,
Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Engraved on the jade slip was a talisman inheritance. According to Zhang Yuan's annotations, the contents of this jade slip were obtained from Chu Qizi. Chu Qizi's defection from the Yuling sect seemed to be connected to this inheritance. This cultivation technique is called the Lingsu Fujing. It is said to have been created in ancient times by a powerful being named Lingsu. The mighty Lingsu was originally a casual cultivator, traveling across the various realms, developing a unique understanding of the fluctuations of spiritual energy between heaven and earth and the laws of runes. By chance, he entered an ancient ruin, where he discovered fragments of runes and mysterious spiritual power marks. After thousands of years of research and integrating his understanding of the Dao of runes, he ultimately created the Lingsu Fujing technique. This technique has no designated levels. It contains a total of 9,981 special spiritual patterns. These patterns and the derived runes, when superimposed, arranged, and combined, can generate a total of 129,600 spiritual talismans. With successful practice, one can draw runes in the void, refine them into formations, and sacrifice them to refine rune weapons. The technique is profound and possesses boundless power. However, unfortunately, Zhang Yuan's jade slip only records one special spiritual pattern, Spirit Rune. Fu Changsheng observed Zhang Yuan's elaborate notes, which clearly stated the function of this special spiritual rune. That meant refining a talisman using special materials and nurturing it within the body. For example, a first-level rune could be elevated to the second level, and a second-level rune to the third level. That's incredible. Fu Changsheng's heartbeat quickened. If that were the case, wouldn't refining a third-level talisman allow him to nurture it to the fourth level? A fourth-level talisman would be a treasure-level talisman. Fu Changsheng's heart raced. He carefully reread Zhang Yuan's notes. Zhang Yuan had been studying the soul-enriching rune for nearly 10 years, yet she still hadn't grasped it. Clearly, this special, soul-enriching rune required an extremely high talent for talisman making. Chapter 272, New function used twice, selling daughter, discovered. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend this. Of the hundreds of cultivation arts, he was currently most proficient in talismans. However, his lack of a third-tier talisman technique had previously held him back. Now with this spirit-enriching rune, perhaps he had a chance to break through to the third tier. Furthermore, this rune could be placed in the clan's sutra library, where core disciples with exceptional talent in talisman making could cultivate it. However, this was the Yuling sect, one of the 10 great sects of the northern frontier. Even practicing this spirit-enriching rune required extreme caution. As the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have obtained a special spiritual rune and a number of second-tier spiritual materials for the clan, earning 1,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 1,700. Fu Changsheng was shocked to see the rapidly rising contribution value on the dashboard. Just one special spiritual rune had earned nearly 1,000 family contribution points. If he had obtained the complete inheritance, wouldn't that have surpassed 100,000? Fu Changsheng's breathing suddenly became rapid. Even if it's just for contribution points, I have to take this Lingsu talisman scripture from Chu Qizi. Returning to his fiefdom and entering his own secret chamber, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the tightly closed chamber next door. His clone's essence and blood had been completely drained by the ancient Zhuan vine, and it would probably take a long time to recover. However, compared to him, his clone seemed to have a greater talent for talismans. Fu Changsheng hesitated for a moment. He copied the soul yearning rune and placed it in front of the other party's door. If the other party could successfully comprehend it, he would have another person to help nurture the talisman. After gathering the spoils, Fu Changsheng immediately sent a message to Madame Liu, asking her to bring Yangang to the Patriarch's residence. After emerging from the secret room and settling down under the laurel tree in the courtyard, Yangang hurried in. Father, I heard you wanted to see me about something. Fu Yuqiang hadn't recovered from Qiui's betrayal. He had tossed and turned the previous night, sleepless, and had dark circles under his eyes. However, his eyes were no longer as lifeless as before. A hint of excitement and anticipation lingered. This was the first time his father had summoned him. Moreover, yesterday, his father had promised him to embark on the path of cultivation. He wondered if there were any signs of that happening. Fu Changsheng pointed to a stone bench nearby and asked him to sit down. But he didn't mention improving his spiritual roots, only chatting casually. Fu Yuqiang felt a little disappointed. However, he was touched to think that his father, after a busy day of socializing, had still taken the time to show concern for him. Because his spiritual roots hadn't been detected, he had learned to read people's expressions since he was a child and could clearly see that his father seemed distracted. He knew his father was busy. She quickly stood up and said, "Father, it's late. You should get some rest. I won't disturb you, no problem. Drink this osmanthus tea first." "Yes, father." Fu Yuqiang took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. While he was sipping his tea, Fu Changsheng immediately had a thought: improve Fu Yuqiang's spiritual roots. Fu Changsheng and his son drank tea under the osmanthus tree. Because of the complex magic array activated, even from outside, Madame Liu couldn't see what was going on inside, but she still stretched her neck and looked around. Today, the Fu family was promoted to an 8th-rank family. Of all the members of the family, the only one unhappy was Madame Liu. It was because their young lady, who should have been at the grand ceremony, receiving the congratulations of thousands, was now alone in Jingzhou, working hard for the family. Madame Liu felt a pang of anger at the thought of Yu Qingru, the star of the celebration. All this honor should have belonged to her young lady, but now it had been stolen by Yu Qingru's mistress, a woman of a questionable reputation. Furthermore, she had vaguely heard rumors that the Patriarch was planning to marry Shangguan Hongyu, a half-step purple mansion cultivator and a 3rd-rank array master. Her father, also a half-step purple mansion cultivator, came from an 8th-rank family. If Shangguan Hongyu truly married, wouldn't her young lady be outshone? Therefore, these past few days, the Fu family had been awash in splendor, but Madame Liu had been restless with worry. She privately complained countless times, "I wonder why the Patriarch wants to see Brother Kayang." Madame Liu had originally intended to stay at the Fu family to spy on the young lady. But in the end, she realized she couldn't help at all. "I'm so old. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have stayed so stubbornly." When the young lady left, at least in Jingzhou, she could still be with the young lady. After waiting for half a cup of tea, she saw the array light curtain in front finally open. Matron Liu hurried to greet him and followed Fu Yuqiang out of the Patriarch's residence. Once she saw no one was around, she whispered, "Brother Kayang, what did the Patriarch say to you?" Fu Yuqiang didn't even turn, instead quickening his pace. His father was busy with chores. He could understand, for his father treated his other brothers and sisters the same way. But his mother was different. He had specifically inquired with his servants, and they knew that when his mother gave birth to the triplets, she had watched them with unwavering care, wanting to hold them in her arms constantly. But from his birth until now, he had felt nothing but distance from her. If his twin brothers hadn't been treated the same way, he would have suspected he wasn't her own. Naturally, he wasn't very happy with Matron Liu, his mother's trusted confidant. Seeing that Brother Kayang had turned and left without a word, Matron Liu muttered, "What a sin." Inside the courtyard, Fu Changsheng stared at the unchanged 1,730 family contribution points on the dashboard, stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. Clearly, the system's offspring qualification enhancement wasn't enough to conjure up spiritual roots for Kainger. "This is going to be troublesome," he promised. If he couldn't find a way for Kainger to cultivate, the child might become desperate over time. Fu Changsheng felt a heavy responsibility for the first time. Since Kainger's aptitude can't be improved, then I can only give it to Fanner. No matter what, he had to ensure Fan's foundation building success. Let's see if I can improve it without Fanner around. This way, not only would the risk of leaks be reduced, but it would also save the need for the forget dust pill. He took a deep breath and immediately thought, improve Fu Yongfan's aptitude. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light followed. The next moment, a mysterious energy rose from the system, then passed through the void and landed on the unconscious Fu Yongfan. As the contribution value on the panel dropped to 30, a line of text appeared, Fu Yongfan, Spiritual Root Aptitude. 13/100, at the same time. Fu Changsheng felt his consciousness tremble slightly, a slight increase visible to the naked eye. This is the last time he improved Fan Gear's aptitude. He received a boost to his muscle refining realm. This time, the direction was reversed. A slight tremor. Another line of text appeared on the panel, Dianju, 3rd level. 6/100, Compared to the 500 spiritual root contribution points that boosted aptitude by a single point, his cultivation level doubled, whether it was the 9 heaven star art or the great Yanju. After the panel's light faded, Fu Changsheng thought it was quite good. Although the system had deduced the 3rd level of the great Yanju, he hadn't been able to reach it because he didn't have the 1000 soul jade. Being able to benefit from improving his offspring's aptitude and then improve his cultivation level would save him a lot of trouble. It's time to go to Huaibei Prefecture. Even with a 3-star stone, he didn't have the time to practice at the moment. According to the intelligence, Madame Luo had already thought about selling Yangwei. He had to find Yangwei first. Otherwise, if Yangwei entered the happy sect, it would be impossible to get her back. When he came out of the Patriarch's mansion, he saw his eldest brother Fu Changli waiting for him. "Brother, it's so late. I can't sleep anyway," Fu Changli said awkwardly, then quickly took out a box from his sleeve and handed it to Fu Changsheng. "Changsheng, the things in this box are a gift from your eldest sister-in-law and me. Brother, please take this thing back." Fu Changsheng pushed it back. His eldest brother and his wife had a hard time searching for Yangwei, so how could he take their things? Fu Changli insisted, "Changsheng, just consider this our contribution as a couple. If you don't accept it, we'll both feel even more uneasy, okay?" Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate. After accepting it, he solemnly said, "Brother, don't worry. I will do my best to bring Yangwei back to you safely." Okay, Changsheng, I'll wait for your good news. Fu Changli was a little excited, repeating the last sentence several times. His words were filled with anticipation and self-blame. It was because of his own incompetence that his daughter had been stranded for so many years. Now, even as a father, he couldn't help her find her whereabouts. At this moment, his desire to become stronger was stronger than ever. Only by becoming strong could he protect his family and clan. Fu Changsheng left his fiefdom and rode a green python at top speed towards Wanning Market. To reach Huaibei Prefecture as quickly as possible, he had to use the teleportation array. This was one of the benefits of being promoted to an 8th-rank family. The guards guarding the city saw the green python galloping towards them from afar and were stunned for a moment. After all, it was so late at night, and Fu Changsheng was still rushing over in such a hurry. However, they didn't dare ask. After opening the side door to let Fu Changsheng in, they couldn't help but say enviously, "I heard that even Luo Haidang, the top cultivator of the 7th-rank Luo family, was in attendance at the Fu family celebration today." Luo Haidang is usually elusive, but he took the time to attend the Fu family celebration. This undoubtedly shows that the 7th-rank Luo family is very optimistic about this rising star of the Fu family. Who said it wasn't? The Fu family has been blessed with such wealth and prosperity. Fu Changsheng entered the market and headed straight for the Zhenshi division. It was already time for the Zhenshi division to close, but the 8th-rank families were not required to abide by these rules. The Zhenshi guards at the gate greeted Fu Changsheng warmly. "Clan leader Fu." Fu Changsheng handed him a red envelope. Zhen Shui pinched him, a genuine smile on his face, and kindly warned, "Clan leader Fu, if you're here to see Palace Master Su, you'll probably have to wait a few more days. The Palace Master left on a mission yesterday, and even if he sent a message, he might not be able to return in the next few days. For this reason, he specifically instructed the Deputy Palace Master to attend the Fu family celebration." Fu Changsheng naturally knew, "I'm looking for your Deputy Palace Master." Upon receiving the message and meeting Fu Changsheng, the Deputy Palace Master was stunned to learn that he was going to take the teleportation array to Huaibei Prefecture. "Clan leader Fu, at the speed of a green python? Flying from Wanning Market to Huaibei Prefecture would only take a few days. If you use the teleportation array alone, it would cost 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and that's only for 8th-grade families. However, given the high cost, most people choose to travel by flying boat. If you're slow, you can arrive in a month. With a fast pet, it could take half a month. For cultivators, a month or two of flying speed can save 5,000 spirit stones. Unless they were members of the royal family, there wouldn't be anyone so wasteful." Fu Changsheng glanced at the box his eldest brother had handed him before he left. It contained 7,532 low-grade spirit stones, both in odd and even numbers. It was obvious that his eldest brother and his wife had exchanged their entire fortune for spirit stones, so he could keep them with him. Fu Changsheng took out 5,166 spirit stones and handed them to the deputy hallmaster. "My lord,
I have urgent business to attend to in Huibai Prefecture. Okay, clan leader Fu, please follow me. The deputy hall master glanced at the box and put it in his storage bag. He then led Fu Changsheng to the teleportation hall. Holding the hall master's token, he infused a series of incantations. With a humming sound, the magic circle activated, revealing the hall master guarded by two elderly men with white beards. The hall was divided into separate chambers, evidently meant for teleporting to different locations. Fu Changsheng glanced at it and spotted the word Jingzhao. A thought struck him, and he asked, "Sir, how many spirit stones would it cost to teleport to Jingzhao?" Jingzhao is a long-distance teleportation array. If you're traveling alone, you'll need this many. The deputy hall master held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Fu Changsheng's eyelids jumped. That's enough to buy a foundation establishment pill. No wonder no one's going to Jingzhao anymore. A round trip would cost 40,000 spirit stones. In this shabby place of Huainan, one must have scrimped and saved to save that much? Fu Changsheng murmured, "It would be wonderful if our family could build a teleportation array someday." Since he had the Link's talisman scripture, perhaps using talismans to create a formation wasn't impossible. However, at this point, it was still too early to tell. Arriving at the teleportation room with the word Huibai written on it, the deputy hall master stepped forward and spoke to the formation master. The master nodded slightly, took the spirit stone from the deputy hall master, and cast a spell into the groove. Buzz! The formation vibrated. Runes lit up one by one. The formation master tossed Fu Changsheng a teleportation token. Once the teleportation is activated, silently recite the injunction on the back of the token. Fu Changsheng reached out to catch it. He took a closer look. He found it wasn't complicated, and he understood it instantly. Patriarch Fu, have a safe trip. The deputy hall master bowed to Fu Changsheng. Buzz! The teleportation array lit up with brilliant beams of light, piercing the void. Fu Changsheng felt a flash before his eyes, and instantly felt a powerful pull upon him. At the same time, a spatial pressure made him feel breathless. Fu Changsheng hurriedly recited the token incantation. A hazy spiritual light rose from the token, enveloping him, and the discomfort disappeared in an instant. In Changsheng County, Huibai Prefecture, in a secret underground chamber of a small brothel, Madame Luo cautiously flattered a man in a pink robe and a veil, saying, "Senior, rest assured. My adopted daughter's talent is unparalleled, and I can guarantee with my own head that she's still a virgin." Madame Luo impatiently pulled a photopod from her sleeve. A spell was cast into it. A scene slowly unfolded. Steam rose, revealing Fu Yongwei bathing. The veiled man took a closer look, but his eyes weren't filled with admiration. Instead, they were filled with envy. His voice shrill, "Tell me, what do you want, senior? I don't dare ask for anything else. I just want 2 Sinidin pills." The veiled man flicked his index finger, and a pill bottle instantly floated toward Madame Luo. Madame Luo quickly reached for it, eagerly opening it. Sure enough, it was a Sinidin pill. Her smile spread from ear to ear. With this pill, plus the spirit stones she'd earned from that slutty girl Yang Wei, she'd finally achieved her foundation establishment goal. Once she did, she'd no longer have to hide like a rat in a sewer. However, when she saw there was only 1 Sinidin pill inside, Madame Luo was stunned. "Senior, there's one missing. Bring the person here in 3 days. After inspecting the goods, I'll naturally give you the other Sinidin pill." "Are you afraid I'll miss out?" "I dare not." Madame Luo nodded, bowing, and was about to leave. The veiled man then said coldly, "Remember this. If you dare not deliver and deceive me, Yoon, I will hunt you down, no matter where you are, and scatter your bones to ashes. Do you understand?" "Yes, senior." Madame Luo's throat trembled as she left the brothel. After changing her appearance over a dozen times, she finally reached the depths of a barren mountain. A hidden cave dwelling lay beneath the ground. After activating a magic circle and entering, she found Fu Yongwei casting a spiritual rain on the cave's 3/10 spiritual medicine garden. Seeing Madame Luo return, Fu Yongwei retracted her magic spell and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. "Madam," Fu Yongwei, burdened with guilt over her previous failed assassination mission, had recently redoubled her efforts to please Madame Luo. Madame Luo, however, was not pleased. She said coldly, "I've assigned you a new mission these days. If this one is like last time, madam, rest assured, Yang Wei won't make the same mistake again and will complete it perfectly." A hint of relief crossed Fu Yongwei's face.
Since Madame had assigned her the mission, it meant she had chosen to forgive her. In this world, her only bond was with Madame Luo. Although Madame Luo treated her a little poorly on a daily basis, she had saved her life and raised her, making her adopted parent. So, as long as it didn't cross her boundaries, she was willing to endure any hardship. Madame Luo waved her sleeves, and several Changsheng chickens fluttered out. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. Roast these Changsheng chickens over the next few days so you can enjoy them on your birthday before you set off again. Fu Yongwei was stunned. It was her memory. She only remembered Madame Luo celebrating her birthday when she was a child. As an adult, struggling to make a living, Madame Luo would have split a spirit stone into 8 pieces. How could she have given her such a lavish birthday celebration? She had almost forgotten when her birthday was. Madame Luo, after all, was still concerned about her own birthday. At the entrance to Changsheng County, a wind-splitting beast streaked across the sky. Sitting cross-legged on the wind-splitting beast were Fu Molan and Fu Changli. Fu Changli's face was a trace of fatigue. Sister Molan, we've already checked the 2 counties ahead of Hebei Prefecture, but we've found several people named Madame Luo, and they're all the people we're looking for. If we continue, it'll only drag on. This isn't a solution. Otherwise, it's best for you and me to split up. That way, the search will be faster. If anything happens, we can just communicate immediately. No, Fu Molan shook her head. They arrived at the Luo family in Huainan Prefecture and stayed in Hebei Prefecture for several more days. From the intelligence they gathered, the Luo and Wan families, who governed Huainan and Hebei Prefectures respectively, had been feuding openly and covertly for years. If the 2 of them appeared in Hebei Prefecture and were targeted by the Wan family, they could easily die in exile. After all, once they left Huainan Prefecture, they would be in trouble. Then they wouldn't be protected by the imperial court's laws. The Wan family could kill them openly. 4th sister, give me another disguise pill. Sister Molan, do you really want to go into the Changsheng market? Like you said, if someone from the Hebei family recognizes me, wouldn't that be dangerous? Don't worry. With the breath concealment technique and the disguise pills my mistress crafted, the people of Hebei Prefecture won't recognize me. After all, someone has to take risks. Back when the Fu family was at its most impoverished, it was the 5 of them who supported them all the way to where they are today. Now, 4 of them have reached the foundation establishment stage, but only the eldest brother remains in the key refining stage. No one knows his contributions to the family better than they do, so she has to do something for him. Even so, Fu Changli was still worried. Sister Molan, why don't we go in together? I'm worried about you being alone. Fu Molan took the disguise pill, tilted her head back, swallowed it, and shook her head. You stay outside. If anything happens to me, I'll send a message to the head of the family as quickly as possible. Don't be afraid. We weren't recognized the last few times, so we'll be fine this time too. As she spoke, Fu Molan began to practice her skills. Her originally reserved and calm demeanor suddenly changed, becoming charming and alluring. Even Fu Changli couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Sister Molan, I finally understand why you don't usually show your true face. With your stunning beauty, I'm afraid that all the male cultivators in Jingzhou, let alone Huainan, would be captivated by you. You're just a mouthful. Someone had seen Fu Molan's true face. In addition to Fu Changli, there is another person, that is the nephew of Su Diansu, the head of the Su family of Hebei Prefecture, Su Changsheng, an 8th rank family. The Su family was promoted to the 8th rank in recent years. In the Kanglan secret realm that year, Fu Molan used the beauty trap to seduce Su Changsheng, which gave Fu Changsheng and others enough time to pick the foundation building spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden. Fu Molan put the wind-splitting beast into the spiritual beast bag, and its true appearance changed subtly, but it was still incredibly beautiful. Fu Molan landed lightly at the gate of the market. While being checked, a familiar voice came from behind. This fairy looks so familiar. Chapter 273, Strange Stone, Love, and Plant Spirits. As they spoke, Su Changsheng, clutching a youngling fan in the cold winter, circled from behind and stood before Fu Molan. Fu Molan's eyelids twitched. What a coincidence. How could she have run into this guy? But remembering that she had taken a disguise pill, he probably wouldn't recognize her, and that it had been decades since they last met, she calmly said, Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you've mistaken me. Su Changsheng blinked. A closer look revealed a genuine misunderstanding.
He'd met so many women before, but none could compare to the beauty of this one. Su Changqing closed the youngling fan, bowed, and said, "I'm sorry to have disturbed you, fairy. I'm Meng Lang today. Wangxiang restaurant has released a new treasure, and I've asked the owner to reserve a private room for me. Would you be willing to come with me? This would be my apology for disturbing you." Su Changqing didn't even introduce himself. Although he had been stripped of his title of young clan leader, but he was also the eldest son of a distinguished 8th-rank family, and everyone in Huaibei Prefecture knew him. Fu Molin's thoughts flashed through her mind. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Su, to lead the way." "Lead the way?" Su Changqing blinked. "Is this your first time in Xianshan Market?" Fu Molin nodded, and Su Changqing immediately became interested. He'd heard that Fu Molin had been cultivating with her master in the mountains for years, rarely leaving the house. He was like a shot of chicken blood, constantly introducing her to the delights of the market. After they arrived at the Wangxiang restaurant and sat down, he finally remembered to ask her why she'd come down the mountain. Fu Molin replied, "Master Su, to be honest, I've come down the mountain to clean up my mess. The servant who once served us, Master and I, absconded with the elixir that Master and I painstakingly concocted years ago and has been missing ever since. After much investigation, we've learned that he's probably hiding in Xianshan County." Su Changqing's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to impress the beautiful woman. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Fairy, please hand over the portrait of this traitorous master to me. There's no one in Huaibei Prefecture that Master Su can't find. Even if she falls into the underworld, I will find her for you. I have face blindness and can't remember the servant's face. The portrait is also lost. I only know she's using the alias Madame Luo." Su Changqing was a little embarrassed when he heard this. However, the promise had already been made, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Fairy, don't worry. You can eat here. I'll be back soon and will definitely help you find Madame Luo today." With that, Su Changqing rushed downstairs and went directly to the World Suppression Bureau. The World Suppression Guards were all familiar with his presence and greeted him skillfully. Because Su Changqing's aunt was the palace master in Huainan Prefecture, and the deputy palace master was his childhood friend, Su Changqing was a frequent visitor. Wangxiang Restaurant. Fu Molin watched Su Changqing disappear at the entrance of this Henshi division through the upstairs window, her eyes slightly brightening. If this Henshi division is activated, then Madame Luo's whereabouts will most likely be found. After returning to her seat and taking a seat for a while, she heard footsteps downstairs. And Su Changqing appeared in the private room like a gust of wind. With a snap, she opened the youngling fan in her hand. With a hint of complacency, she said, "Fairy, we've found Madame Luo's whereabouts. She spent some time in Xianshan County, but moved to the barren mountains outside the western suburbs of Taishan County several years ago. Fairy, I'm very familiar with the roads in Taishan County. How about I show you the way?" The effect of the disguise pill was limited. Moreover, the longer they stayed with the other person, the easier it would be to reveal their true identity. Fu Molin stood up and saluted, saying, "I'll spare you the trouble, Master Su. I have some personal grievances to settle with Madame Luo. This is my communication jade talisman. Once I've dealt with Madame Luo, I'll go on a boat trip to Changsheng Lake with you. Fairy, it's a deal. Then, I'll meet you at Changsheng Lake. See you there." Su Changqing took the communication jade talisman with a smile, feeling that the other person was already attracted to her. His romantic luck was quite good today. Fu Molin stood up and left. After leaving the market, she immediately cast an invisibility spell, dodging several times. Once she was away from the Xianshan market, she resumed her usual attire, looking like an ordinary female cultivator, and summoned the wind-splitting beast. With a flick of her index finger, a flame landed on the communication jade talisman with Su Changqing. With a bang, the jade talisman instantly burned to ash. With a tap of her toes, landing safely on the wind-splitting beast, they sped to the agreed-upon location with Fu Changli. After waiting for a moment, and seeing no one was following, they said, "Fourth sister, you can come out now." "Sister Molin, have you gotten any information?" Fu Changli swung out from a guanmu tree. Fu Molin nodded slightly. "Madame Luo is in Taishan County. Let's go." As the two of them rode the wind-splitting beast out of Xianshan County, Fu Molin's communication jade talisman hummed and lit up. "The Patriarch is here." The communication jade talismans in their hands had a maximum range of no more than 1,000 miles, so the Patriarch should be nearby. The two of them, riding the wind-splitting beast, arrived at Changsheng Mountain, the designated rendezvous point for Fu Changsheng. A shimmering light curtain of formations surged across the mountain. Inside the formation, Fu Changsheng sat upright on a boulder. Upon seeing them enter, he stood up, nodded slightly, and without further ado, spoke directly. "Before you arrived, I searched this western wasteland. The stone mountain to the west harbors traces of a cultivator's presence. Madame Luo is likely hiding there. Just in case, fourth sister, you'll be on the lookout outside." "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Changsheng and Fu Molin cast an invisibility spell and sped towards the western Rocky Mountain at breakneck speed. A green-faced white fox led the way. They descended, reaching several hundred feet underground. "Chirp," the fox chirped twice, pointing to a boulder ahead. Fu Molin scanned the area with her spiritual sense and telepathically transmitted, "Patriarch, do you see anything?" The boulder appeared to be an ordinary stone, with no trace of a formation. Fu Changsheng didn't notice anything amiss. After all, neither of them were formation masters. But the fox was certain that the presence had vanished there. Fu Changsheng was a bit surprised. A mere key refiner. Yet he possesses such a skill. He immediately joined his right index and middle fingers together, chanting a spell as he quickly passed them across his eyes. As they closed and opened, a hazy white light suddenly shone from them. This light fell upon the boulder. What had once been an ordinary boulder was now a pristine stone gate, its ancient inscriptions, blurred and illegible. Clearly, this stone gate had existed here before, discovered by chance by Madame Luo, who had settled there. If it weren't for his clear-sightedness and the progress he had made in his 30 years of seclusion, wiping it with a potion containing the newly emerged spirit eye tree's alcohol, he would never have discovered the flaw in this stone gate. He swung his sword finger. With a clang, a ray of sword light landed on the stone gate's Tiangan position. With a rumble, the stone gate swung open. Fu Changsheng and the other man flashed, instantly entering the cave. In the cave, Madame Luo was stunned when she saw two people suddenly rushing in. When she sensed that they were all at the Foundation establishment stage, her pupils shrank. Her mind raced. As far as she could remember, she had never offended a Foundation establishment cultivator. She guessed that they thought this was the ruins of some cave, so they barged in. Madame Luo forced herself to calm down. She had finally gathered the Foundation establishment pills and Sinelin pills. With a Foundation establishment in sight, she couldn't let anything go wrong at this critical juncture. Two seniors, no. Before she could finish her words, Madame Luo felt that she couldn't move at all. Even the mana in her body couldn't function. Madame Luo's pupils shrank. Had she encountered a tribulation cultivator? No. Could it be someone from the Liang family? But at that time, it was clear that only the three of them knew about the matter of Great Elder Liang. According to the information she had gathered, Great Elder Liang had already passed away. How could the Liang family know about it? Moreover, over the past decade, she almost always moved around, never staying in one place for more than 6 months. If it weren't for the strangeness of this stone gate and her need for a retreat, she wouldn't have stayed here for so long. But she never expected such a secret place to be found. "I was careless. I should have left immediately after obtaining the other Sinelin pill." Fortunately, she had a plan. If it really was the Liang family, then if she died, that bitch Yang Wei would be buried with her. Madame Luo's mouth moved constantly. Although she couldn't make any sound, she was sure the two of them would understand what she meant by lip reading. Fu Molin searched around but couldn't find Yang Wei. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. According to the intelligence, Madame Luo was planning to sell Yang Wei to the Huangxi sect. Could they be a step too late? Fu Changsheng said coldly, "Molin, use the soul-searching technique." Fu Molin was a puppeteer. She was well versed in soul calling, soul condensing, and soul-searching techniques. She formed hand seals with her right hand, chanted an incantation, and then brought her right palm down with a thud on Madame Luo's crown. Terror welled up in Madame Luo's eyes. She was terrified. Generally speaking, key-refining cultivators haven't yet developed their spiritual consciousness, and their souls are extremely fragile. Being subjected to soul-searching techniques would most likely lead to dementia, hence the creation of the divine questioning talisman. Woo woo woo, Madame Luo tried to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. She had been dormant for years, with a promising path to foundation building. But just when she was about to succeed, something went wrong. Unwilling to give up,
Woo woo woo. Madame Luo struggled to force a muffled sound from her throat. I can't die, but her struggle soon ceased, and her head drooped helplessly. Fu Molan searched around, her face grim. In her memories, she had witnessed Madame Luo treating Yang Wei like a slave and torturing her. The fury in her eyes reached its peak when she discovered that she had even forced Yang Wei to acknowledge her as her master. Her spell changed. Ahem. A stream of blood shot out from Madame Luo's brow. Clearly, this was the wisp of soul Madame Luo was using to control Yang Wei. After searching through Madame Luo's recent memories, her face immediately lit up with anxiety. Master, Madame Luo sent Yang Wei to Wanggu Mountain in Taishan Market yesterday to carry out a mission, but in reality, she was selling her to the joyful sect. She hurried, but still a step too late. Fu Changsheng remained calm. He knew the person he had delivered yesterday couldn't have gone far, or perhaps hadn't left Wanggu Mountain yet. Molan, you and fourth sister, head north and south of Wanggu Mountain, respectively. Remember, don't reveal your tracks. Quickly. Yes, master. Molan retracted her spell, flashed, and rushed out of the cave. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a strange mask instantly fell upon his face, enveloping him in a strange crimson aura. With a flick of his sword, Madame Luo's head was instantly severed. Then, the strange mask's vortex reappeared, swallowing Madame Luo's head. The mask trembled slightly, and a line of text appeared. Assassination mission successful, 5 points earned, cumulative points 55. Clearly, he was one step closer to the 1,000 Kuijade exchange for 1,000 points. As the spiritual light faded, the mask fell off. Fu Changsheng flicked his sleeve, dropping Madame Luo's corpse into the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda to feed the soul-devouring insects. He then pocketed the storage bag on the ground. At the entrance, the green python, using brute force, lifted the strange stone door. The strange stone door transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into the storage bag at his waist. Zhaoqing, let's go. Fu Changsheng landed on the green python and soared into the sky. He flew at an incredible speed, heading towards Eternal Mountain. A thought flashed through his mind, exchange for information, buzz. The panel vibrated, and a surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. According to the agreement with Fu Molan, Su Changqing waited for several months by the Thousand Mirror Lake and even fell in love with her because of it. 2. Yun Taiyang of the Happy Sect went down the mountain to search for a female cultivator with a special physique. Together with Yang Wei, there are already 2 people. With one more spot, they plan to return to the sect. The underground cave where Yun Taiyang is located in Wanggu Mountain is protected by a 3rd-level Kyanmi Pearl. Even the Purple Mansion cultivators have difficulty in spying on this place. 3. There is a girl in Dalan village who is a half-demon body. 4. Your eldest brother's daughter Fu Yongwei has a hidden plant body, but has not yet awakened. 5. Stop the exchange. Fu Changsheng's eyes fell on the second piece of information, and his eyes lit up with joy. Judging from the information, Yun Taiyang should still be in Wanggu Mountain. Fortunately, there is still time. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw the 4th piece of intelligence, he was stunned. Hidden plant body. Unexpectedly, there were both hidden and overt spiritual bodies. Fu Changsheng was greatly surprised. This was the first time the intelligence had provided information on spiritual bodies. Apparently, the activation of the 4th function had significantly enhanced the system's intelligence capabilities. He knew very little about the concept of spiritual bodies. Guess I'll have to ask Uncle Yu when I get back. Master Yu was knowledgeable and would surely understand. My eldest brother had shown a talent for spiritual plants since childhood, and his daughter was clearly even better than him. Since she had a plant body, she must be very talented in planting. Fu Changsheng didn't bother to search Madame Luo's storage bag at the moment, solely focused on rescuing Yang Wei from Eternal Mountain. 10 miles from Eternal Mountain, Fu Changsheng immediately had the green python enter the cloud ring purple fairy tower. He cast the invisibility spell and cautiously approached. The green-faced white fox occasionally sniffed the scent of Fu Yongwei's clothes left in the cave as it continued forward. They simply circled Wanggu Mountain several times. The green-faced white fox also failed to locate Yongwei. Chew, it cried out in frustration to Fu Changsheng. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He joined his index and middle fingers, chanted an incantation, and swiftly swept his sword across his eyes. A hazy white light fell upon Wanggu Mountain before him,
from top to bottom. However, no one on the entire mountain noticed anything unusual. This 1,000 beads is surprisingly powerful. Even when he activated his vision and clarity, he was unable to pinpoint Yun Taiyang's hiding place. Fu Molan and Fu Changli, equally unsuccessful, joined them from the other side. The double-eyed rat on Fu Changli's shoulder squeaked a few times. "Master, could the people from the joyful sect have already left? After all, Yang Wei had been captured yesterday." Fu Molan thought for a moment, then shook her head. According to Madame Luo's memory, she sent Yang Wei to Wanggu Mountain yesterday to carry out the mission and collected the remaining Sinun pill that same day. If the Huangxi sect had left that same day, they wouldn't have simply erased Madame Luo's memory of entering the Wanggu Mountain cave. They should have killed her. Leaving her alive would have effectively signaled to the others that if they could sell the female cultivator to him, he would honor his promise in exchange for a reward. Fu Changsheng glanced at Molan with admiration. Her analysis was well-reasoned, perfectly consistent with the intelligence provided. Upon hearing this, Fu Changli gritted his teeth and said, "Master, since we're certain Yun Taiyang is inside, why not go all out? You and Sister Molan used the strange fire to burn the mountain and force him out." This was a desperate strategy. Once the strange fire was used, the resulting commotion would quickly attract the other aristocratic families. Fu Molan disapproved. "This is the Sita family's fiefdom. They were promoted to the 8th rank 20 years ago, and I heard Sita Feng even broke through to the Purple Mansion not long ago. If we alert the Sita family, I'm afraid they won't spare us either." Fu Changli, eager to save the situation, grew increasingly irritated. "This won't work, that won't work. We can't just sit here and wait. If something happens to Yang Wei, how will we explain to Big Brother?" He looked eagerly at Fu Changsheng, clearly wanting him to make a decision. Fu Changsheng frowned and pondered for a moment. According to the intelligence, Yun Taiyang requested 4 spots. Since she hadn't left yet, she must be waiting for the last female cultivator. Waiting patiently might be a foolish strategy, but it was effective. Alternatively, they could report the Huangxi sect's appearance in Taishan County to the suppression department, who would then handle the matter. However, he had never dealt with a suppression department in Huaibei Prefecture. Moreover, each local suppression office favors the aristocratic families within their jurisdiction, and the 2 Huaibei and Huainan suppression offices are also secretly competing with each other to some extent. I'm afraid the suppression offices will eventually abandon their usefulness. Later, if the Huangxi sect investigates, it will be easy to find that they are the ones who have ruined their sect's plans. 3 options. After careful consideration, Fu Changsheng said, "We've waited for over a decade. 10 days or half a month won't hurt. Molan, 4th sister, return to your positions. If you notice anyone approaching, alert each other immediately." In Wanggu Mountain, an underground cave dwelling. The cave was clearly newly excavated, with 14 circular stone chambers, each door tightly sealed. Yun Taiyang sat cross-legged in the center of the cave dwelling, his head tilted upwards. He pondered. If he could perfectly complete his mission this time, and then get the ancestor to speak out at the elders' meeting, then his previous offense of killing 100 of the sect's in-service cauldrons in a fit of rage would be vindicated, and he could return to the inner sect. He glanced at the hourglass beside him. Why hasn't Niu Dazhuang from Kayanaya Mountain sent his daughter here yet? Could this be a last-minute regret? Humph. No regrets at all. No one he targeted could escape his clutches. Wait another half hour. If the other party didn't come, then he would go in person. After all, he didn't intend to let Niu Dazhuang live. After waiting for about a cup of tea, Yun Taiyang was obviously getting impatient. He was about to go to Kayanaya Mountain to get the person himself when the communication jade talisman on his waist hummed and lit up. Finally, he's here. Yun Taiyang snorted coldly. With a thought, a poisonous insect crawled out of his body. After the insect landed, Yun Taiyang quickly gave a few instructions, and the insect instantly transformed into a red light and burrowed into the ground and disappeared. After a while, at the foot of Wanggu Mountain, a red light flashed. Niu Dazhuang felt relieved as the poisonous insect appeared. He turned to his daughter, Niu Chengxiu, and said, "Chengxiu, follow this insect. The ruins Daddy told you about are in Wanggu Mountain. Let's go." Niu Chengxiu, however, held her father back. Shaking his head, he said, "Dad, you stay here while I investigate. If that person deliberately set up a trap, we wouldn't both perish. You've worked so hard to reach the peak of key refining. The next step is foundation establishment. We can't afford to let anything go wrong.
Niu Dazhuang looked away, feeling guilty. With a light cough, he said, Changxiu, don't worry. Daddy once saved that person's life, and he's not someone who would repay kindness with hatred. It's hard to say. Before she died, Mother warned you and me, in this world of cultivation, people are cruel and untrustworthy. We'd better be careful. Speaking of his late wife, who had died while shielding him from the enemy, Niu Dazhuang felt a moment of softness. But when he thought of the foundation building pill that would allow him to establish his foundation, his heart immediately chilled. To avoid his daughter's suspicion, he nodded, okay, I'll wait for you outside. If you notice anything unusual, send a message to me immediately. Be careful, okay? Niu Changxiu slapped a ground escape talisman on himself. With a flash of yellow light, he immediately chased the poisonous insect. In an instant, he disappeared from the ground. Following the insect underground, after hundreds of feet, he was blocked by huge rocks. Just as he was wondering, the rocks trembled slightly and transformed into the entrance of a cave. Oh no, Niu Changxiu's pupils shrank. Clearly, her overly honest father had been deceived. She turned and ran, taking out the communication jade talisman to send a message to her father. However, as she turned, she heard a swishing sound, and then a vine quickly wrapped around her like a spirit snake. The magic power in her body was actually bound by the spiritual vine, making it unable to move. She turned around and looked. But then he saw a veiled, red-robed man walking towards him from within the cave. The aura of the man was clearly that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and even more so than the late Foundation Establishment stage he had sensed from the Su family Patriarch. What the hell is going on? Why would a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage set up a trap to harm them? Chapter 274, Golden Core's Wrath, Life Substitute Goo, Half-Demon. Niu Changxiu was baffled when a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind her. Seeing it was her father, she panicked. Father, it's a trap. Run. Niu Dazhuang didn't run. Instead, he stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yun Taiyang, saying, Senior, I've brought you my daughter. She's a virgin. I'll give you the Foundation Establishment pill you promised me. As soon as these words left her mouth, Niu Changxiu felt like she was struck by lightning. It took her a moment to realize that she had been betrayed by her own father. Before her mother died, this man had solemnly promised her that he would never let her suffer even if he died. Why? Why? Could it be that for the sake of building a foundation, he would push his loved ones into a pit of fire? How could such a heartless parent exist in the world? To cultivate the immortal realm to the point of disregarding family ties and ethics, is that still considered cultivating the immortal realm? How different is that from becoming possessed by a demon? Niu Changxiu stared in disbelief at Niu Dazhuang, who bowed and scraped to Yun Taiyang. He seemed possessed. She wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Yun Taiyang smiled and said, Niu Dazhuang, after this separation, you'll never see your precious daughter again. Don't you have anything you want to say to her? Yun Taiyang clearly seemed to enjoy this drama of betrayal. Niu Dazhuang stammered, with Senior's care, my daughter will naturally be fine. Senior, what about the Foundation Establishment pill you mentioned? Right now, Niu Dazhuang's heart was still on the elixir that would allow him to enter the Foundation Establishment stage. He was already 59. If he waited a few years longer, even with a Foundation Establishment pill, building his foundation would be even more difficult. His daughter was gone, but the opportunity to build his foundation was imminent. Besides, once he had established his foundation, he would have over 100 years of extra life, giving him countless wives and daughters. With this in mind, Niu Dazhuang bent even lower, looking at Yun Taiyang with a flattering and humble expression. Yun Taiyang sneered and flicked his sleeve. A pill bottle instantly floated toward Niu Dazhuang, smirking sarcastically. The Foundation Establishment pill you requested. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Niu Dazhuang eagerly caught it with both hands, eagerly opening the bottle. A dark light shone from within, and with a whoosh, it shot into Niu Dazhuang's brow with lightning speed. Niu Dazhuang didn't even have time to dodge. With a thud, he fell to the ground. His flesh and blood visibly dried up, and in an instant, he was reduced to a pile of white bones. From within the bones, a plump, white poisonous insect crawled out. Yun Taiyang turned to the stunned Niu Changxiu and grinned. Look! I helped you slay your enemy. Aren't you happy? Ho ha! Seeing Niu Changxiu's expression of anger, pain, and sorrow, Yun Taiyang laughed heartily. It was truly hilarious. However, The smile on his face froze the next moment. Someone had somehow managed to sneak into the cave and opened the door to the fourth stone chamber. Touch my people, you're courting death. Yun Taiyang immediately activated a poisonous insect on the ground. With a flash of black light, it instantly hovered in front of him. However, before the insect could react, a wave of sound instantly engulfed him. Ding, ding, ding. However, at the crucial moment, a crisp bell rang from Yun Taiyang's body, blocking the sound waves. Simultaneously, the insect let out a strange cry. The entire world instantly turned blood red. Sizzling. As soon as the blood red color appeared, it was consumed by the red lotus earth core fire, extinguishing it. Simultaneously, the Nine Suns divine sword transformed into a beam of sword light and shot towards Yun Taiyang's brow. Ling. A heart-protecting mirror blocked Yun Taiyang's path. But before Yun Taiyang could react, boom. Suddenly, the Nine Yang divine sword unleashed a volley of 9 Yang flames, instantly engulfing the heart mirror. Damn it, Yun Taiyang's pupils shrank. Knowing he couldn't be careless, he decisively activated the talisman in his hand. With a humming sound, a terrifying pressure erupted, and a white dragon materialized. Hiss, the charging green python instantly slumped, trembling and lying motionless on the ground. Third-level talisman, Fu Changsheng sensed the terrifying aura of the white dragon. With a flick of his right hand, the Blue Luan Phoenix talisman instantly activated. With a phoenix cry, the Blue Luan Phoenix materialized and engaged the white dragon. Yun Taiyang snorted coldly, "You're quite capable. On a solo mission, how could he dare to use it without a few trump cards?" Buzz! A scimitar shot out from his body, radiating the pressure of a third-tier spiritual weapon. He cast a spell upon it. The talisman array on the scimitar ignited, and the entire blade erupted in a brilliant red light. With immense force, it slashed down from the air towards Fu Changsheng. Countless souls had perished under his scimitar. He was confident he could slay the man who had suddenly appeared before him. However, what happened next stunned him. As the scimitar fell, Fu Changsheng tapped the 9 Yang divine sword, suspended above his head. With lightning speed, the sword swung through the air. Clang. The two collided. In an instant, the scimitar shattered. How is this possible? This scimitar had served him well in countless battles. What kind of sword was that? Not only could it radiate 9 suns flame, but it could even cut through a third-tier spiritual weapon like mud. Could it be a magic weapon? Yun Taiyang knew he'd met a tough opponent today. If he didn't show some real skill, he'd likely die by the sword. A reluctance welled up in his mind. A talisman materialized from within his body. As it emerged, Fu Changsheng's pupils constricted. This was a magical weapon, forged only by a giant and true master. What was Yun Taiyang's origin? Or were all the northern frontier sects so well off that a peak foundation establishment cultivator could carry a talisman? Qiu Chan, attack! Fu Changsheng sensed the talisman's terrifying power. No matter what, he must not allow the other party to activate it. Otherwise, they would all die here today. Roar! Qiu Chan's extreme coldness suddenly erupted, transforming into a rolling wave of sound that swept towards Yun Taiyang. Yun Taiyang remained unfazed, his red robe fluttering in the wind. Then, bells flew out one after another. Ring, ring, ring. The rings transformed into circles of sound, blocking out the demonic sound. Simultaneously, blood-red poisonous insects continuously crawled out of his body. The insects trembled slightly, and the entire world suddenly turned blood red, dragging Qiu Chan into it. "Master, I'll help you." Elsewhere, Fu Molin and Fu Chengli had already rescued Yangwei and Niu Chengxiu. However, their strength was no match for the power of the magic weapon. "Molin, take Yangwei and fourth sister and leave quickly." Quickly, Fu Molin looked at Yun Taiyang's already activated talisman. Her pupils constricted. Grabbing Fu Chengli, who refused to leave, she rode the wind-splitting beast and vanished at top speed. Buzz! At this moment, Yun Taiyang looked as if drained of energy, his face pale as paper. It was clear that activating the talisman had consumed all his essence and blood. At this moment, the talisman surged with a golden light, and a black jade abacus materialized. He snapped his fingers. Ding, ding, ding. Each abacus bead shot toward Fu Changsheng with lightning speed. Fu Changsheng's pupils constricted. A cloud circled the purple immortal pagoda. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soul-devouring insects from the pagoda swarmed out, clinging densely to him. As he chanted a spell, nearly 10,000 soul-devouring insects trembled slightly, enveloping him completely, as if he were draped in a golden armor from head to toe. Beads landed on the armor. Ding, ding, ding. Soul-devouring insects fell in a flurry. Fu Changsheng knew the soul-devouring insects couldn't protect him for long, so he channeled his magical power into the 9-yang divine sword, causing it to glow with a powerful aura. It transformed into a dazzling sword beam and shot towards Yun Taiying. You overestimate your own abilities, Yun Taiying snorted coldly. A spell struck the black jade abacus, sending it soaring into the air. The moment it collided with the 9-sun divine sword, he coldly said, "Explode." With a rumbling sound, the talisman exploded. A terrifying force instantly engulfed the 9-sun divine sword. Buzzing. At first, the 9-sun divine sword could hold its own for a moment. But as time passed, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Fu Changsheng could sense that a meager energy remaining in the 9-sun divine sword was about to be exhausted. Although reluctant, he acted decisively, erasing the spiritual imprint. He whispered, "Explode." With a rumbling sound, the terrifying force of the sword's self-detonation collided with the power of the talisman's black jade abacus, transforming into terrifying energy. With a rumbling sound, the entire eternal mountain was instantly razed to the ground. Huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. A streak of blood fled in panic from the ruins. Yun Taiying had never expected that even using the talisman given by his ancestors wouldn't be enough to annihilate the man who suddenly appeared. By now, he was already thinking of retreating. He immediately transformed into a streak of blood and streaked away at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, he didn't care about the cauldrons he had finally chosen. Saving his life was the priority. Roar, however, in front of him, a cold wind blew up. A wave of sound instantly lifted him up. Then, thousands of strands of hair whizzed towards him from all directions like a volley of arrows. Yun Taiying, whose magic power had long been exhausted, narrowed his eyes. "Fellow Taoist, stop, we can discuss this. I am Huangxi's Ongjin." But before he could finish his words, he was pierced by Chu Chen's thousands of hairs. With a thud, Yun Taiying fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Chu Chen snorted coldly. He clenched his right palm in the air, but no ghost was drawn from Yun Taiying's body. Oh no. The next moment, Yun Taiying's corpse transformed into a blood-red poisonous insect, life-replacing poisonous insect. Yun Taiying wasn't dead. If he were to return to the happy sect to complain, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Fu Changsheng was also exhausted by this point. He had even destroyed the 9-yang divine sword. Just as he was about to order Chu Chan to give chase, he saw a second-level puppet carrying Yun Taiying, whose danshan had been pierced. Fu Molin was worried, and after leaving Hongyu Mountain, she deployed 4 second-level puppets at different exits. Yun Taiying was already on the verge of death, but his will to survive kept him awake. Today, he had truly reached a critical juncture. Not only had he witnessed a ghost servant of near 3rd-level strength, but he had also witnessed a long-lost puppet technique, and even a divine sword that was as powerful as a talisman. He was truly unlucky. Yun Taiying forced himself to take a deep breath. "Fellow Daoists, please listen to me." Before he could finish his words, Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger. A ball of flames descended upon him with a bang, and in an instant, Yun Taiying was engulfed in the raging red lotus earth core fire. Amidst the flames, Yun Taiying's face was filled with resentment. He had only made a small mistake. After completing this mission, he could have returned to the sect to retreat and break through the Purple Mansion. He had the protection of the Jindan's Henren Patriarch. In the future, achieving Jindan's Henren was just around the corner. Resentment. He refused to accept such a cowardly death in this desolate Qingzhou. He was too naive. If he hadn't deliberately abandoned the guardian assigned to him by the Patriarch when he descended the mountain, he wouldn't have died today. He never expected such a ruthless individual to exist in this remote place. Even more surprising was that he had been cautious enough. It wasn't even a kidnapping, but a fair trade. These were just some female cultivators abandoned by their loved ones. Why did this killer suddenly appear? Resentment. Unwilling to accept this, Yun Taiying, filled with resentment, vanished from this world. Meanwhile, in the joyful sect, Master Yun, who was cultivating with a woman in the 10,000 Immortals pool, suddenly changed his expression. With a bang, the terrifying pressure emanating from him sent dozens of female cultivators entangled with him flying. Master Yun slapped his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, a soul jade floated before him. On its back, the words Tai Ying were clearly inscribed. Though now the jade had split in two. Master Yun's eyes revealed unprecedented grief. Yinger, although he had countless wives and concubines, Taiyang was the only one left of his descendants. And now, even this one child had perished. The seemingly calm Master Yun was now filled with a raging rage. He immediately struck the 10,000 immortals pool with a palm strike. Dare to kill my grandson? I, Yun, will bury all your clans with you. Boom boom boom. Columns of water rose from the 10,000 immortals pool into the sky. Eternal Mountain. At the moment Yun Taiyang fell, a strange force emanated from him, shooting towards Fu Changsheng at an incredible speed. This force seemed tangible, but in reality, it was invisible. Fu Changsheng was prepared. The strange mask in his hand fell on his face. Buzz! The strange force was blocked by the mask. Moreover, it was directly absorbed and devoured by the mask. Molan, watching this, narrowed her eyes. Master, you really have an endless supply of treasures. However, the strange phenomenon caused by the previous fight might have attracted the attention of the Sita family's spies. Master, we should not stay here for long. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he returned the mask to his storage bag. After collecting Yun Taiyang's storage bag, he tiptoed onto the green python's back. Niu Chengxiu, who had been rescued along the way, was still a little shaken, but she knew that if Fu Changsheng and the others hadn't shown up today, she would have been doomed. She gathered her composure and bowed respectfully to Fu Changsheng. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Fu Molan looked at Fu Changsheng. He had witnessed the killing of Yun Taiyang. If the Huangxi sect found her and then traced her back to the Fu family, the consequences would be disastrous. Master, what should we do? Fu Changsheng frowned. Judging from the talisman Yun Taiyang had finally offered, he might indeed have a golden core true immortal backer. If so, even if he bestowed the forget dust pill, he might still be able to restore his memory. At this moment, Niu Chengxiu, recovering from the sudden change, quickly said, Senior, I have no way of repaying you for saving my life, but I do know of a place where I can temporarily escape the spotlight. If you two are willing to trust me, I will lead the way. Yes, without hesitation, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeves, a surge of spiritual energy lifting her up before landing on the green python's back. No matter where they went or how they dealt with Niu Chengxiu, this place was not a good place to stay any longer. Zhaoking, go, roared. The green python, frightened by the dragon just now, felt guilty. Gathering all its strength, it soared into the sky at breakneck speed, disappearing into Eternal Mountain in an instant. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have successfully saved a member of the plant-like clan from danger. You have earned 100 family contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 110. The green python quickly caught up with Fu Changli's wind-splitting beast, which now bore 4 young girls unconscious. Seeing Fu Changsheng and the others safe, Fu Changli felt a sudden sense of relief. The 2 flying spirit pets were too conspicuous. Fu Changsheng instructed Fu Changli to land on the green python with the 4 girls. Seeing the others safely rescued, Niu Chengxiu concluded that Fu Changsheng and the others were kind-hearted. Without hesitation, she said, Senior, go north for 100 miles, over Moan Mountain, and you'll find the Yinluo Ghost Tomb. The Yinluo Ghost Tomb is one of the 3 forbidden areas of Huibai Prefecture, where even Jinden's Henren dare not set foot. However, I know there's a safe area within. Entering there, you'll surely be safe from prying eyes. Clearly, Niu Chengxiu could sense that Fu Changsheng and the others didn't want to reveal their identities. However, even after witnessing Niu Dazhuang's daughter sail with her own eyes, Fu Changsheng still didn't dare to fully trust Niu Chengxiu's words. He immediately thought, exchange information, Buzz? The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Yun Taiyang, whom you killed, is the only descendant of Yun's Henren of the Huangxi sect. Upon learning of Yun Taiyang's death, Yun's Henren vowed to have the murderer's entire clan buried with his grandson. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. He truly is the descendant of Jinden's Henren, and the only descendant. Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. Fortunately, the strange mask had swallowed the strange red thread Yun Taiyang had emitted before his death. Even if Yun's Henren wanted to seek revenge, he wouldn't be able to find him for a while. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, if a Jinden's Henren entered the northern border, the imperial court would probably investigate.
He wanted to send a thorough investigation, but at most he would have to send a master cultivator from the Purple Mansion. This was why Fu Changsheng killed Yun Taiyang without hesitation. Sparing him would be even more dangerous. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the second request, too. The location of the Yinluo ghost tomb, as Niu Chengxiu mentioned it, was discovered by her mother before her death. Her mother relayed it to her before her death, telling her not to reveal it to anyone else unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, until now, this location was known only to her. In other words, the location Niu Chengxiu provided was safe. Fu Changsheng patted the green python, instructing it to head north at full speed. He then said to Niu Chengxiu, "You show Zhaoking the way." "Yes, Senior." Niu Chengxiu, relieved by Fu Changsheng's trust in her, sat cross-legged on the green python, continuously providing guidance. Fu Changsheng glanced at the remaining pieces of information. But a familiar piece of information once again caught his eye. 10. A half-demon girl from Daling village was considered a demon by the villagers and offered as a sacrifice to the mountain god. However, the girl survived the ordeal and returned from the mountain the next day. The villagers of Daling village shunned her like the devil, believing her to be a reincarnated demon. This further alienated her family. Fu Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. "I've never heard of this Daling village before. Where is it?" Most importantly, this information kept coming up again and again. Could this girl be related to him? Or perhaps, to his long-missing father and mother? Fu Changsheng's thoughts drifted, and he unknowingly thought of his father again. Ever since he assumed the position of clan leader, he had had people closely monitoring his parents' whereabouts. But after all these years, there was still no news. "I wonder if they were safe now," Fu Changsheng sighed. His gaze fell on the remaining 110 contribution points on the dashboard. Perhaps one day, with a system upgrade, he could deduce his parents' whereabouts. Shortly after they left Hongyu Mountain, a figure rode the wind from the north. The one capable of riding the wind was none other than Sita Feng, a Purple Mansion master. At his side was Sita Dao, riding a crane. Hongyu Mountain was still raging in flames. With a flick of his index finger, Sita Feng's air vapor condensed, transforming into a drifting rain that fell, extinguishing the flames within the mountain. Sita Feng's divine sense swept across the scene, revealing that the entire battle scene had been sabotaged by someone with ulterior motives. Sita Dao also noticed, "Master, the flames in this mountain are clearly fireball talismans deliberately dropped by the previous person before they left. Furthermore, the entire mountain is permeated with different energies. They're clearly trying to confuse the viewer and prevent detection. How could Sita Feng not see this?" However, the spiritual power that erupted from Eternal Mountain not long ago resembled the power of a Jinden's Henrun. "Uncle Dao, immediately send a message to the suppression department and report the situation at Eternal Mountain accurately. Also, use the image pod to record the scene. I'll check to the north." Upon hearing this, Sita Dao became concerned. "Master, since it's the work of a Jinden's Henrun, if you chase them now and provoke their wrath, the consequences will be disastrous. Please reconsider." Sita Feng was a Purple Mansion master, cultivated with great difficulty by the Sita family with all their resources. He had a high chance of ascending to Jinden's Henrun in the future. Sita Feng remained unmoved. "Don't worry, I know what to do," he swayed. Sita Feng quickly disappeared from the scene. If he didn't understand the whole story of such a big commotion in his fiefdom, he would probably be blamed in the future. Chapter 275, Yin Luo Gizhong, revealing his life story and new retainers. Not long after Sita Feng left, members of the World Suppression Division arrived, led by Palace Master Ma himself. Sita Dao hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Palace Master." Palace Master Ma waved his hand, allowing Sita Dao to get down to business. After listening to Sita Dao's retelling, Palace Master Ma frowned and beckoned the Deputy Palace Master behind him forward. "Have any suspicious individuals entered our Huaibei Prefecture recently?" The Deputy Palace Master shook his head. But he quickly nodded again, glancing at Sita Dao before switching to voice transmission. "At dawn today, the newly promoted 8th-rank Patriarch of the Fu family in Huaibei Prefecture arrived via the teleportation array. However, Fu Changsheng is only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Based on Sita Dao's retelling and the evidence of battle at the scene, this was at least the work of a Purple Mansion master. The Deputy Hall Master knew his own Hall Master's style of preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let him go, and fearing he might cause trouble for Fu Changsheng, he paused, then couldn't help but add, Sir, it's said that this Fu Changsheng has a close relationship with Lord Xiao Xianger, who was promoted to the position of one who Suo and Jingzhao. Hall Master Ma frowned. He had wanted to summon Fu Changsheng for questioning, but hesitated. Elsewhere, the Zhenshi guards, who were searching the scene, suddenly shouted, "Sir, we've made a discovery." Hall Master Ma dropped his thoughts. With a swish, he appeared in front of the collapsed cavern. Under a piece of rubble, he saw a lifeless goo worm. The northern frontier sects favored the use of goo. Hall Master Ma's face changed. Someone from the northern frontier had actually infiltrated his jurisdiction. And that wasn't enough. He hadn't noticed yet. If the court came to punish him, his career in the officialdom would be over. He had to catch the northern frontier rioters before they caused further trouble. Furthermore, he had to investigate the northern frontier entrance intentions in Huaibai Prefecture, notify everyone to immediately seal all entrances and exits to Huaibai Prefecture. Order all noble families to immediately investigate their fiefdoms for any traces of northern frontier entrance. Quickly, yes, sir, the deputy palace master's scalp was tingling. If it were truly northern frontier rioters, then they couldn't just be negligent. If the court came to question them, he, the deputy palace master, would be the first to be blamed. Therefore, compared to Palace Master Ma, the deputy palace master was even more panicked. His subordinates were even more apprehensive, fearing no one would make the slightest mistake. All checkpoints in and out of Huaibai Prefecture were sealed, and no one was allowed in or out unless it was an extremely urgent matter. For a time, the entire Huaibai Prefecture was in a state of panic for several years. Elsewhere, the Green Python, following Liu Chengxiu's guidance, flew northward with all its might. Feeling guilty for not contributing in the previous battle, the Green Python burst into flight at unprecedented speed. In less than half a cup of tea, the entrance to the Yinluo ghost tomb came into view. From afar, faint ghostly howls could be heard. As they approached, the air grew even more sinister. Fu Changli glanced around, feeling a little apprehensive. "Master, are we sure we want to hide in this haunted place?" During the flight, she had learned from Liu Chengxiu that the Yinluo ghost tomb was a place with no exit, even for a master cultivator of the Purple Mansion. As for what lay within, no one knew. The imperial court had previously sent a Jindan Zhenren to enter, but that Zhenren escaped with a narrow escape. Upon his return, he reported something to the court, and from then on, the Yinluo ghost tomb was designated a forbidden area in Huaibai Prefecture. Entering such a dangerous place was far too risky for them. Fu Changsheng closed his eyes and remained silent. Instead, he quickly thought, exchange information, buzz? The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. After the Sita family arrived at Hongyu Mountain, they immediately notified the suppression department to come. After seeing the goo-worm corpses left at the scene, Palace Master Ma has issued a call to all major families to strictly guard and investigate all entrances and exits of Huaibai Prefecture and the floating population within the prefecture. If anyone shows suspicious behavior, report it immediately. He deliberately did not deal with the goo-worm corpses. This was so that he could rely on the power of Huaibai Prefecture to preemptively repel the people sent by the Huangxi sect to investigate the truth. Now it seems to have worked. However, if this is the case, then they are afraid it is not appropriate to show up. At least they have to avoid a storm first. 2. A human emperor banner is hidden in the Yinluo ghost tomb. Seeing this information, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. After Chiu Chan killed the shadow guard, he vaguely felt a mysterious aura imprinted on Chiu Chan. For this reason, during this period of time, he felt uneasy. If he could find the human emperor banner, Chiu Chan could refine and fuse it, concealing this aura, thus eliminating a major hidden danger. Furthermore, after fusing with a human emperor banner, Chiu Chan could continue to stay inside, reaching the 3rd level. The number of second-level puppets that could be cultivated and accommodated would be 10 times greater than before. I just don't know where this Qianli mountain is, and if it's dangerous. Fu Changsheng continued to look down. 3. Behind you, Sita Feng is already speeding over. At his flying speed, he'll soon reach the Yinluo ghost tomb. Situ Feng? Fu Changsheng glanced back. In that case, they had no choice but to enter the Yinluo ghost tomb. He thought, stop exchanging, but he saw only 84 family contribution points remaining on the panel. Fu Changsheng said, enter the Yinluo ghost tomb, huh? Fu Changli blinked. Gazing at the eerie entrance before her, Reminiscent of the yin-yang road to the underworld, her heart pounded. However, since it was Fu Changsheng's decision, she dared not object. The green python flashed with a green light and instantly charged into the valley. Buzz! Instantly, the surrounding yin energy seemed to boil, surging toward them. Niu Chengxiu hurriedly explained, "Senior, I remember it wasn't like this when my mother and I came here before." Fu Changsheng suspected that the Yin Luo ghost tomb must be condensing different amounts of yin energy based on the cultivation level and number of those entering. With a flick of his sleeve, the human emperor banner appeared in his hand. With a slight flicker, Chu Chan suddenly appeared. Seeing the surging yin energy, Chu Chan was pleasantly surprised. "Master, this is a great place," he spoke with a spell. 10 previously tamed second-level ghost soldiers roared out, their mouths wide open, expressions of enjoyment on their faces, devouring and refining the surging yin energy. One of them was the largest. Buzz! He had actually broken through from the early second stage to the middle second stage right on the spot. This, Fu Changli, seeing the scene before her, felt she had been worrying too much. With Jiu Chan and the human emperor banner, their safety should be secure. With Jiu Chan absorbing the surrounding yin qi, Niu Chengxiu took a closer look. "Senior, yes, that valley ahead that looks like a headless dragon, the place Niu Chengxiu and her daughter could enter couldn't be deep within the Yin Luo ghost tomb." A green python circled above the valley. Fu Changli and the others scanned the valley below with their spiritual senses, finding nothing unusual. Fu Changli said, "Master, it seems this broken dragon valley is truly as safe as Chengxiu claimed, just in case." Fu Changsheng once again slashed his sword finger across his eyes. When he opened them again, a hazy white light shone. His gaze found nothing unusual. However, suddenly, Fu Changsheng sneered, "They're quite well hidden. If he hadn't activated his clear vision technique, he wouldn't have spotted the dozen or so second-tier ghostly demons." The ghostly demons were composed of smoke and shadow, their eyes gleaming blood red, their mouth filled with sharp fangs. Their forte was concealment and sneak attacks. However, today, they'd met their nemesis. Fu Changsheng quickly telepathically communicated with Chu Chan. Chu Chan's eyes lit up. She then activated a spell, and the yin energy within the human emperor banner surged, landing on 10 second-tier ghost soldiers. The ghost soldiers, with their mystical steps, descended swiftly. Buzz! A trapping formation was formed. Roar! The dozen or so ghostly demons hiding within, unaware of their discovery, leaped out, their eyes ablaze with red light, transforming into arrows that shot towards the second-tier ghost soldiers. Fu Molin observed this. Bone Spirit Cold Fire instantly appeared in her palm. But Fu Changsheng stopped her. "Molin, Chu Chan has other uses for these phantom ghosts." Chu Chan was a quasi-third-level demon, with the support of 10 second-level ghost soldiers. Dealing with these dozen or so combat-incompetent phantom ghosts was a piece of cake. Her hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers. She cast spells upon the human emperor banner. With a humming sound, a surge of yin spiritual energy was divided into 10, swiftly sinking into the skulls of the 10 ghost soldiers below. The ghost soldiers trembled in unison, their auras unexpectedly merging into one. The ghosts, previously thrown into disarray by the phantom ghosts, immediately regained their composure. Roar! Seeing this, the phantom ghosts panicked and began desperately trying to escape the killing array. Chu Chan's spells changed, but a black light suddenly surged from the killing array, engulfing the 12 phantom ghosts. The phantom ghosts, now surrounded by darkness, cried out in panic. At this moment, a vortex of yin energy coalesced within the human emperor banner, accompanied by Chu Chan's surge of yin energy. A buzz! The shadowy ghosts below were slowly pulled toward the banner. Though they gnashed their sharp fangs to the ground and clung to the valley's rocky walls with their shadowy bodies, it was all in vain. One after another, the ghostly ghosts were drawn into the banner. With each one, the banner shimmered with a faint light, as if welcoming a new member. In less than half a cup of tea, all 10 ghostly ghosts were instantly contained within the banner. The remaining 2, unable to fit within the banner, were ultimately given to the ghost soldier who had just broken through to the middle stage of the second stage. The banner could only accommodate 10 second stage ghosts. Left with nowhere to stay, the second stage ghost soldiers, under Jiu Chen's command, immediately formed groups of 2 and stationed themselves as sentinels in 5 directions of Broken Dragon Valley. After completing all this, Chu Chan waved his hand.
The human emperor banner instantly fell into her palm. Although she had contained 10 ghostly demons, even if she refined them, she couldn't take them away. So, she looked at Fu Changsheng with a puzzled expression. Master, what should we do with these ghostly demons? Refine them as quickly as possible. Knowing there was a human emperor banner here, Fu Changsheng naturally wanted to find a way to obtain it. He planned to wait until Chu Chan had refined the ghostly demons before sending them out to explore the area. Niu Chengxiu, watching Fu Changsheng and his servants effortlessly subdue over a dozen second-tier ghostly demons, was a feat he had never seen before. A wave of admiration and awe welled up in her heart. After everyone descended the valley, Fu Changsheng and his companions cast a spell, carving out a cave dwelling capable of accommodating dozens of people. Only a stone slab remained at the entrance. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. With a humming sound, the strange stone door he had seen in Madame Luo's cave dwelling now blocked the entrance. The strange stone door had a natural shield against spying. However, just in case, Fu Changsheng deployed the small inverted 5-element formation he had brought with him. After everything was completed, Fu Molan and the others had already carved out several separate stone chambers. Fu Yongwei, who had been unconscious, also regained consciousness. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, a flicker of unease crossed her eyes. Fu Changsheng said, "Fourth sister, keep an eye on the outside. Molan, bring Yongwei in." With that, he turned and walked towards the first stone chamber. With a wave of his sleeve, several armchairs appeared. After taking a seat at the main seat, he composed his words before speaking. "Yongwei, do you know who your parents are?" In Hongyu Mountain, Fu Yongwei had been knocked unconscious and taken directly out, so she had no knowledge of what had happened, nor did she want to know. She still couldn't accept Madame Luo's betrayal. She had obeyed her every command since she was a child, truly treating Madame Luo like her own mother. For this reason, over the past decade, she had nearly died several times, yet she had no regrets. However, she had never expected that, even after all this, Madame Luo would actually sell her to the Joy sect on her birthday to be used as a cauldron. This immense shock directly broke the tension in her heart. Because of this, she didn't even hear what Fu Changsheng said, until a warm hand covered her face. "Yongwei, you are our eldest brother's biological daughter. Your father is Fu Changren, from an 8th-rank family in Huainan, and your mother is Lan Qianqian, from a 9th-rank family in Huainan. Your maternal grandfather, disapproving of your mother's marriage to your father, imprisoned her upon learning she was pregnant. After you were born, he secretly sent someone to give you to Madame Luo to raise. Your maternal grandfather is dead, so no one knows your whereabouts, but your father and mother have never given up searching for you all these years. The head of the family has come to Huaibai Prefecture personally this time. It's to bring you home. Yongwei, I'm your Aunt Molan." Fu Yongwei's previously empty eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Fu Molan, who bore a passing resemblance to herself. Tears streamed down her face. She hadn't been abandoned by her parents. She still had family in this world who would risk their lives for her. Most importantly, none of this was a dream. She had imagined countless times the identities of her parents, the scene of father and daughter reuniting. Fu Yongwei, who had endured this for over a decade, could no longer stop her tears. Fu Molan patted her, reassuring her, "I was about your age when the head of the family found me and brought me back to the clan. Everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, Fu Yongwei quickly wiped away her tears. At this point, she didn't believe the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators before her were colluding to deceive her. If they were, she would have accepted it. She immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Fu Changsheng, "Head of the family, please accept my greetings." If it weren't for the head of the family, she would have died within 3 years from being harvested by the joyful sex men. "Silly child, get up quickly. Although your father and I are not born of the same mother, we are closer than brothers. When you return to the clan and encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Don't hesitate," Fu Changsheng said. He personally helped her to her feet and patted his storage bag. A flash of rosy light. A white box with a wood grain floated toward the other party. "This is a gift from second uncle. Keep it safe." Molan, standing by, also gave a gift. Fu Yongwei had never received a gift from anyone since she could remember, let alone a series of second-tier spiritual objects, each more valuable than the last. The tears that had been held back suddenly burst forth. It felt so good to have family. Upon returning to the clan,
She would strive to improve her cultivation and repay the clan leader and his companions for saving her life. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding. Fu Yongwei has shown a willingness to join the clan and has gained 6 clan contribution points. Then, the clan contribution on the dashboard changed to 90. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Despite all the hardships Yongwei had endured, her temperament hadn't been distorted. Yongwei, can I examine your body? According to the intelligence, Fu Yongwei had a plant body, but this was a latent condition. Fu Changsheng tried to detect any clues, but after a thorough inspection, he found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the other party didn't awaken this plant body before being found, otherwise, he would most likely have been captured by a family or sect and raised as a machine for cultivating spiritual plants. However, he would have to return to Weinan to ask the Grandmaster Yu how to awaken the spiritual body. Because Molin had similar experiences of wandering away from home since childhood, and her life wasn't going well, Fu Changsheng asked her to bring Yongwei and let Fu Changli in. He patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. Instantly, a box with a white background and animal patterns floated towards Fu Changli. Fourth sister, take a look. Do you recognize this? Fourth sister practiced a myriad spirits control heart sutra, a technique that could be cultivated to the Jinden stage and also included the cultivation of spiritual beasts. If the other party could recognize the blue phoenix egg, they would most likely have a way to cultivate it. Fu Changli opened the box. A bird's egg lay quietly within. The egg was imbued with spiritual energy, its spiritual patterns resembling galaxies and ancient runes, shimmering with a faint light, imbued with the creations of heaven and earth. Fu Changli's breathing quickened. Patriarch, this is the legendary Blue Luin Phoenix Egg. A Blue Luin Phoenix Egg possesses an Earth-level bloodline, capable of growing to the 4th level, equivalent to Golden Core True Person. This was Fu Changli's first encounter with such a precious species. Seeing that he recognized it, Fu Changsheng felt a glimmer of hope. Fourth sister, if that's the case, do you know how to hatch this? Hatch? Wait, let me look. Fu Changli quickly produced the jade slip and, after searching through it, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. She coughed softly and said, Patriarch, this Blue Luin Phoenix's bloodline is so high level that hatching it is not easy. Fu Changli quickly inscribed the relevant information onto a blank jade slip and handed it to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng scanned it with his spiritual sense. However, 3 conditions were written on it. First, the Blue Luin Phoenix Egg must be placed in a place where spiritual veins converge. The Blue Luin Phoenix Egg needs to absorb a large amount of pure spiritual energy to nurture the embryo. The concentration of spiritual energy in the place where spiritual veins converge is extremely high, and the quality of the spiritual energy is pure, which can provide sufficient energy for the hatching of the bird egg. Second, the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng must be boiled into spiritual ginseng liquid. And then the spiritual power of the spiritual ginseng liquid must be guided using a special formation to slowly infuse the spiritual energy of the spiritual ginseng liquid into the Blue Luin Phoenix Egg. The life force of the spiritual ginseng liquid can replenish the vitality needed by the bird egg during the hatching process and enhance the vitality of the embryo. However, 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is already rare, and obtaining sufficient spiritual ginseng liquid is even more difficult. Third, it is necessary to engrave a formation created specifically for hatching the eggs of spiritual birds and beasts. Fu Changli said, the 3rd condition is recorded in the Wanling Yuxin Sutra, and I can help arrange it. The first condition can be met by upgrading our clan's 3rd grade spiritual vein to a mid-grade 3rd grade 1. However, this 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is a 3rd grade spiritual object, of great use even to those who cultivate the Purple Mansion. I'm afraid it's difficult to find, because it's not just 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, 2 or even 5 might be needed. Fu Changli paused. Then he added, Patriarch, once this blue phoenix egg hatches, it will be at the early 2nd grade cultivation level. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed. With a lifespan of nearly 400 years and the support of the system, finding a few 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the blue phoenix was born at the 2nd grade, so the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng was worth the effort. As for the first condition, their clan's future advancement to the 7th grade would also require upgrading their spiritual vein. Fu Changli glanced at the blue phoenix with reluctance. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment.
Could it be a ghost attacking? Fu Changli, standing nearby, also looked a bit nervous. When the two of them emerged, they found Niu Changxiu already waiting nearby. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng emerge, she immediately bowed down. Thank you, clan leader Fu, for saving my life. I have no family left, and I have no desire to return home. Please take me with you from Huaibei Prefecture when you leave, and let me join the Fu family. I will forever remember your kindness. Niu Changxiu bowed again. Fu Molan whispered, Patriarch, when I examined Changxiu just now, I noticed something strange going on inside her, but I'm not sure what's causing it. Molan's reminder reminded Fu Changsheng of the intelligence reports that Yun Taiying collected female cultivators with special physiques. Leaving Niu Changxiu in Huaibei was definitely out of the question. Since the other party is willing to join the Fu family, that would be the best. Fu Changsheng said, Changxiu, in this case, you will be a member of our Fu family in the future. The next time you see me, please don't kowtow to me. Yes, master, Niu Changxiu responded happily. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound came from Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.